Oh, that was... oh, I'm never going to watch that one, ever.
Oh,
I'm good.
Listen, twice in 1 week we are together, my dear.
Like the buses.
It's like... like the buses, it is. It's lovely to be with you, Lou, of course. And lovely to be with you as well. So thank you very much for making us your channel of choice first thing in the morning. Now, every day is an education whenever you watch lovely Lou doing, because of her background, of course, as an art teacher. So who better to tell us about everything we need, because we have got some amazing products for you on the show. And we are looking at everything, by the way, just to let you know, being dispatched. I better say it now, otherwise I'll forget. The 17th of July. We are looking at a slight delay on dispatch, but everything from the 17th of July. Now, when it comes down to paints and how to create with paints, who better to have as the experts in the show, in the studio with me, as lovely Lou. We've got two sets actually. I want to start with talking to you about this one that I've got for you here. Now this is going to give you 36 of your 20mm acrylic paints that you can work with here, which is absolutely lovely. 943553. It has got a £10 saving on what you're going to be getting here, so it's taken right the way down to under 50. So it's £49.95, and that is even put across 2 payments, if you like. This is £24.98. Now, in a second, I'm going to get Lou to talk about it, because we have got this set. We've also got a bigger set as well, which is a 72-piece set, which is absolutely amazing. Now, I think so we can cover both options. Let's have Lou just to tell us a little bit. Now, here's your details for the 72-piece set that you've got. But, Lou, can you just talk us through, because you've got the big set with you over there, haven't you? It's got a fantastic £30 saving on this. But if you could just sort of talk to us a bit about what you've got in yours that maybe not in the 36 set, and what these paints are going to be used for.
Yeah. Well, acrylics are around from about the 80s. They were invented then. And in this set, what we've got is like an extender set. So... if you think that you've got 5 colours, well, this might have 10 colours, so you've got one that slots in between. And there's a range of colours. Don't look at those there, but these are the whole range. And I've missed out some whites. Now you think, well, why do you need extra whites? You'd be surprised. There's 2 whites there. There's a warm and a cold white. So, all depending on what you're using and what colours you're using, you would use more of a cooling one and more of a warm in the other. The others are all, can you see, light, medium and dark tones. So you have got the full spectrum. And if you think that sometimes, well, I can mix my own, yeah, you can. And I always tell you to do that. But sometimes if you're doing a repeat thing or something that's perhaps you're doing quite a few of, it's hard to maintain that colour. It's hard to keep mixing the same colour. Now, what you're thinking is, that's great, I've got all these colours. What about the size of the tubes? Well, don't let that size, that has lasted ages. I am just coming to the end of my first pack, 3 years.
Wow.
So 3 years, and you don't need a lot. That's the difference between buying a good quality paint and a cheap one is you buy cheap, you buy twice, because it's full of fillers. And a lot of paints, if it's full with fillers, then the pigment isn't there. It's almost like you have to cut corners. So to make it cheaper, they put fillers in. Like it's a bit like stuffing it with rubbish in the middle, and then the outside put a coating on. I'm not saying that that's what it is, but it's like almost like you've got to make the quantity up. So what happens is you get a good quality paint like these. They don't have all that filler in them. So that means that that tiny bit of colour goes a lot longer. And it means basically that you've got a lot more you can do with these in terms of versatility. You can make them into the effect of a oil paint or a watercolour. So you've got all that, and you don't always get that with other cheaper quality or other brands. So, you know, that's not a load of, you know, rubbish. That's telling you the truth about these. No, so
we totally trust you on that one as well. Just if I'm looking at, as I'm starting out in crafting though, Lou, I'm looking to get some paints, and I don't know whether I'm okay painting on painting onto paper. What about other elements I might want to paint onto as well? Would this be okay still to work with, whether it be even plastics, I don't know, wood, for example, tile, pottery? What are these good for? What's their sort of expanse they can go to?
Well, with acrylic, because it's got the polymers in it, which is what acrylic is, it's a polymer and a pigment. So if you think colour plus a glue, so to speak, that means that glue will adhere to a lot of things that maybe watercolours doesn't, and oil. So you're looking at some glass, plastics, or non-porous surfaces. If you scratch it, most paint will come off it. Most paint, regardless, even car paint. But if you're looking at just a surface or a decoration, it'll go on glass, paper, card, fabric, tissue paper, put it on Venetian blinds, landscapes, curtains, because if you're doing curtains or home decor, if you're not going to wash it too much, you can use these. If you're going to use it and launder it, then I would suggest going with a, a specific fabric paint.
Of course. Yeah.
But I've used these on my to make sure that I've got a picture, and then the curtain, the edging of the curtain matches, and then blinds match. So, and it will do it all. So all surfaces, leather. I think it'd be easier to say, I don't think there's many it doesn't do.
Much shorter list. That's brilliant. Thank you, Lou, for that. We're going to see, obviously, these paints being worked on through the course of the day, of course, with lovely Lou as well. So you've got a fantastic saving on that if you want to go for that larger. If you are just starting off, maybe go for the 36 without all the other ones in between. But nice how you've got that quality. Let's move down as well now. We've got for you here, which are these are the inks as well, which are beautiful. And again, just looking at them in the pots, these are beautifully, beautiful, beautiful bright colours we've got here. So you're going to look at here, you're going to get 5 of them in total, of course. You've got your red, your greens, your blues, your yellows, and you've also got that sort of deep, lovely orange as well that comes into this. £24.99. It does come with a £7 saving. Just a bit of background on these, Lou. What would I be using these for regarding going forward?
Well, these are more of a viscous nature of inks. So if you think that not watered down in any way, because the more water you add to acrylic, the less glue that's there, you're watering down the glue. So these are made with a viscous material that's really like ink. So these can go on all the surfaces we've mentioned. They're just easier for you to sort of put into pens, spray pens, airbrushing. So they're just a different, like, fountain pens, you can put these in as well. You can't do that with the thicker, heavy body paint, so it's just a different vehicle. Now these are vibrant. These are they really are. These are the colours there, and once again, you just think of all these fit in between these. Now there is only a slight sheen on them, and the only reason for that is because it's concentrated. They are quite matte, all of them, but these take all your work to a different level, and they fit in between these. And don't forget though, you can mix all these inks with these paints. Oh right, okay. And then make your own colours. And there is a pipette in them. Yes, there is. I've just been showing on that actually. There's a pipette deliverer which you can draw with, or you can sort of measure out, quantities really nice, and you can paint and draw. I use this to write with actually, because it's nice to write with that tip. They're really lovely colours, aren't they? I don't know if we can sort of see on the inside of them, but they really are beautiful colours. They're very strong pigments as well. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. As you can tell from my nails. 750,606, £24.99, 30ml in each one of those bottles. Of course, this, and we've got a lot more on the show for you. It's all there on the website, as you'd expect as well. And go, stay tuned and watch this, because you're going to see, if you've seen some of the items on here, not sure how they work, don't worry. Lou is going to demonstrate them for us as we go through for you. So we've got loads of ideas on there. You've got your fantastic modelling paste. You've got everything on here that you want, and some great books in there as well. If you want to go for your black books, then they are there for you as well. Okay, so Lou, what are you going to start? There's so many things to start with. What are you going to be kicking us off with? Well, I thought I'd just make a really simple background, just showing people how easy it is just to use a couple of paints, and that's it. A little bit of water and one stencil, because a lot of the time we're bombarded by use this product, use that, and I'm like, oh, what am I going to do with it all? And then you sit there thinking, I've got a piece of nice white paper here, what am I going to do with that? So use it, and it is really good quality, the all acrylics paper, pads that are on. Some of the smoothest paper I've felt for acrylics anyway. So using that, piece of paper, I tend to start with a huge big background. Now, if that intimidates you, don't worry. It's not about, at the moment, this is nothing to do with the finished product. This is just me going to get a background down, ready to either cut up or use whole. And by that I mean, sometimes I only want sections of work. I don't want the whole thing. So I'm just going to show you how to do that. Now you can do it with the paints, and then I'll show you with the inks, and then I'll show you how to add to the surface. So if I was going to do something, I would perhaps say, right, I could just pick one family of colours and I'm done. I don't need to add any more colours at all to this, because I've got a light, a medium and a dark, and the ones in between. So if I wanted to pick 3 colours, I could choose that one and that one, or that one and that one, and it's entirely up to you. So I could choose those 3, I could choose those 3, or I could choose the 3 in between. And when I say 3, it's just a good number because it's a light, medium and a dark. So
when you get new tubes of paint, is it as exciting as when I get a new tube of toothpaste out?
Oh yeah, big time.
I love it.
Big time. And you get the key for the end of these. I've cut the top off here. Oh, I'm telling you, I'm not joking. Cut the top off there, that bit. Get your paintbrush in there. There's half a tube left. Don't mess about. So
Waste
anyway,
not, want not.
Well, you can't, because the paint's set, and they last for a long time. I've got another set, my other set in a Deflecto box, and they just fit in all the colours. It's super. Walk around with my little Deflecto box. Anyway, I'm going to choose a light, a medium and dark, simply so quickly. The first that comes to mind, any of them work, absolutely any of them. And I've got this sort of nondescript, I don't want to say that rudely, I don't mean the patterns, it's just something simple, so you might have fancy ones and all that. You choose whichever one you want. A little bit of water on your mat, and all I'm going to do, well, I could do with something a bit thicker than that flaming thing. I've got out the smallest piece, look at me. What's that? Look at the size of that to that page. That's not going to work, is it?
Is that your sponge?
Yeah, look at the state of that. I've got a big bag of them over here.
Floor, where's floor? Come on, that's
Do you know
not
what
a sponge.
I mean? Look at that. With this, I've got the smallest.
big
Look
one
at that.
on
I've
my
got the
head.
smallest bit of sponge out there, and I'm covering it's like covering the side of the Forth Bridge with a toothbrush. That, isn't it? Right. So you get your paint. Now these are clean. I'm not being scruffy and making them look, but I've washed them once because that's what you're supposed to do.
When did you wash that? Is that washed?
Yeah, honestly, it's washed that.
Right.
But that's what you're supposed to do. And don't forget, guys, this part, the black part, you can heat up and make a stamp with, but that's not this show. Right. So you just put a little bit of water on this. And the reason you put a little bit of water on this or your paintbrush is so that when you put the paint on, it doesn't automatically suck straight into your sponge. Because if you do, it's like when you home decor, if you damp your brush off when you're emulsioning, it will cover better.
Ooh,
because if
tip.
you don't, the paint just gets absorbed straight into it, whereas the water allows it to be dispersed easier. So even when you're decorating at home, it's a good tip. So I'm going to put out, and I'll show you, maybe on a bit, I'll put here, that's how much I'm going to be using. Now, I'm really pushing the boat out with that one. So I'm just going to put that one on first, but by dampening my sponge, I've already created a slick. You can damp your paper off as well. And that's, ladies are supposed to put, your perfume on like that. I've never put perfume like that on in my life. I squirt it all over.
Is that the same for aftershave as well?
Oh, absolutely.
I just stand in a bucket of that.
Perfume? Who invented that? It was somebody who obviously don't wear it. Right, so...
We slap the old afters.
Get it on.
You don't slap a bit of perfume on. I slap it on.
Get it on. Who cares?
Oh, that sting. I'm not sure it's not good for you.
But
it feels good, doesn't it?
There's a bit of dirt on this, so just let me wipe it. Just talk amongst yourselves. I'm wiping it on my pants.
You look like you're having a shower.
Oh, I did that the other day. I got in the shower and I'd realised I'd left my underwear on. I did.
By the way, we are live.
I got in the shower and I went...
We can hear you, Lou. We can hear you.
But it's just like them toilets in the foot. Let me tell you this while you're eating your cornflake. Them toilets here, we've got sensors as you go in our toilets, right? I'm sorry, I'll get back to work in a minute, but never mind. You go in the toilet and it's activated by your movement. No, it's not.
Not that movement.
You're like this. It's like a Barry Manilow concert. You're trying to...
It's true.
Get your lighter out to try and, activate it. Honestly, dad dancing in the toilet.
It's true. I'd finished by the time it came on.
It's true, isn't it, Joe? It's true. I'm telling you, Talkie was laughing yesterday. She's miles away over there. And he's miles away over there and shouting. Can you tell?
In fact, we've not seen Adam. He went in it last Tuesday. We've not seen him since, have we?
He's hid somewhere. Anyway, so sad. I had to tell you because I just think it's funny. It is funny. It's still laughable now. If it weren't funny, you'd cry because you'd be lost. Right. So I've dabbed a little bit of the paint in there. I might only cover half with this, but that's because I've been talking so long it's dried. So I'm just going to now put 3. Don't worry if it smudges like that because it won't have any effect on it. So I'm just going to put 3 areas. I'll only concentrate, like I say, on half because once you see me do this, it's not sort of, oh, I might be able to get it all in. I'll just carry on. Once you see me do one, you'll sort of know how to do it and then get on with it yourself. Now, if you've got a stencil like this where you're only confined to that, what you can do is just join it up so that you don't have this linear shape. You can just join it up and then put a little bit more on, but tend to do it more of a sort of a wibbly wobbly line. Right, I've still got pink there, so I'm happy with that. I've got my 1, my 2, maybe a little bit up here. I am going for them. Still going strong. So I've got my 3, add a little bit more, make it a bit more sort of rugged. I go to my next. Now, because I have got a choice, you can choose whichever ones you want. So I'm using, if we think of this range here, but you can see I could use any of them from anywhere. I get a little bit more paint out. And then I'm going to the next colour. I'm going to use the same bit of sponge because I'm cheap. So I'm just going to the dark, and I'm not too worried about them. It's just to show you how simple and easy this is and create a massive big background. So the thing is, you need to go over and away from it. So what do I mean by that? And if you're worried about it, don't worry. This all gets put out. Honestly, you won't see it later on. So you just go slightly over where you were before, and then over that, and then outwards. So you're just getting a sort of overlap, but then you're creating it on a new space there. So you can do as much as you want, but I tend to stick to my 3 because that's how it works for me. Now I know I can use maybe 4 or 5 colours on this because I'm looking and thinking it's not that overpowering. Right, so I've got that one. So I'm going to go with a red, and again, not too much. Change me sponge around a bit, and it's still damp from my first use, and then I'm going to go over and next to it. I might use a little bit more now because this is dry, this sponge, so I'll use a bit more. And you just keep building up the colours.
Do you are you sort of re-dampening, is that the terminology, the sponge in between all that, or once you've done it to start with, you just leave it as that? Once
you've done it, that's all you really need to do, because you don't want to create too much water or what we call slick. What you want to do is create like a mist on there so that it allows it to sort of move. You don't want to create too much water. If you do, it'll push underneath the stencil and really go all watery, and and it doesn't look good. And if it doesn't, it's hard to get the right effect. And if you don't get it right first time, we're very bad at letting ourselves have a bad day. We just go, oh, that's rubbish and rubbish. So by adding too much water, you're going to get that. And it's not you. It's sometimes the materials you're using aren't the right ones. So just putting a little bit of dark on it now, just to get that depth. And now you'll be able to see how that blend is. It's real. I'm being a bit too tight now. But when you think this is an A3 size of paper, this will do a lot of cards,
well, yeah, if you compare that to, you know, smaller projects as well, that is a large sheet that you are working on, isn't it?
Well, that's A4, that's 2 A4, so that's 4 A5, and that's 8 A6s. So you've got a lot of paper to use.
A lot of different individual projects you would have got with that little bit as well, yeah.
So now you can see we've got that little bit of depth. So the same pattern is over, slightly over, and then on top of the next, and then it's sort of like half over and over there. Now I've got a little bit colour. What I want to do is add a different colour, so you can either go for a very dark very dark version of this, or white, or you can go for a total contrast. So I'm thinking I would like a little bit of dark purple, just to give it that very, I don't want black, because black would overpower it. So just that, this is a dark purple, and what I'm going to do, put it back there so I know where it comes from. There we go. And I can add it with that colour, and that's the beauty. I can now change and make these colours my own specific colours, and that means I know that these are going to match with everything I've done, because I've got a little bit of the colour that's already on it.
Right, yeah.
So just by adding that, so it's if I introduce a colour on its own without mixing any of the previous ones in, it starts to look right. Well, where did that come from?
Bit like my makeup at Christmas.
So now that is quite strong. So what we tend to do now is just look for the areas that might need a little bit of work. Now if I tear that off,
that does have the effect, that looking at that actually, and our director sort of said a similar thing, it looks like I should be seeing an elephant, or it's like an eye test.
There's
an element of that you've put something in there in disguise. If I can't see it, then I fail the test.
Well, this is the thing is, it's not fit. This is a background, and the reason I wanted to show you this, because I get a lot of people saying, yeah, but how would you use it and where would you use it? Well, you could use it anywhere. I'm just going to chop it down into an A5, and this is what I naturally would do at home. And I quite like, you'll pick the areas that you like. I quite like, now the problem is that I've got is, try not to do this at home. You see how I leave areas? Don't be worried to sort of work on and off your actual page. So tear this off and I'll show you what I mean. So we've got 4 big pieces. I'm going to use this one. And just this area here needs a little bit. So I'm going to go back in with the dark and just put a little bit of dark on there. Perfect. Right. So now what I'm going to do is take this one piece, just use what's on here, and I'm just going to darken the edge. So what I've got now is a complete bespoke piece, background, whatever you want for my card, that when I put another piece of card on, makes a fantastic background. I'll just darken this and show you with a bit more.
It does look fantastic. That is fantastic. You've done that in a matter of moments, really.
You don't need long, and the thing that you do need to remember is just start with layers, little layers, and the less you put on, the better, because you can always build it up. People sort of think, oh, well, I'll use loads. It doesn't work like that. I've added an edge now, so I'll show you. That's with an edge with the colours on.
That's great, that.
Then I can turn it over and add that if I want to, so I can have a straight edge. But what you can do is, if you want to, I mean, I can carry on straight away now and just show you what you can, another trick with it if you want, or you can. Do you want to talk or anything?
Yeah, I'd like to have a little. You know what I'm like. I love a chat.
Have a little chat and I'll finish it.
I was just wondering about, because you've got the colours on there as well from that. I suppose you can do that because you've got so many in the 72 option. You've got all of those. If you want to do that with the reds, the blues, the greens, you know, that rule I think is an important learning point for us, Lou. That fact of the light, medium, and dark of any one of those colours, and you'll be able to build up that effect and do with that. And that's really, I suppose, the beauty of both of the sets we've got. If you really want to expand that, the 72 for the 20mm acrylics is probably the one to go for you. It also has the biggest saving of £30 on that, so it's $89.95 only. 880004, 880004. And again, as you've heard and you've seen demonstrated, that was a huge pad that was being worked on. They are 20mm, and because you've got such a rich pigment in here, it's not filled with all the other fillers, for example, then of course you are getting an awful lot more colour for your money. More bang for your buck, I think they phrased that one for, of course. So that was the large one for you to go for the 72. If you want to go for the 36, which has still got all the same qualities you'd expect from what you've just seen, it doesn't have quite such an array in there, but you have got all your main colours that you can still work with. And you can see there, you're still going to have those light, those medium, and those darker tones within there for you. And this is also on your flexi-buy. So if you want to go for this one, it's 2 payments. So your first payment would just be £24.98 that you're looking at here, because it's under £50 £50 because now it has got a £10 saving on it rather than almost 60. So 943553 if you'd like to go for your flexi buy on that one for £24.98 of 2 of your payments. We've also got for you some fantastic 7-day savings. You may want to work with this that will work really, really well. These are only available till Sunday, by the way, you're looking at here, but it's got a £10 off. So if you want to go for your construction board, it's 700 GSM, so it's perfect for real good, strong construction of anything you're getting. 12 sheets, all sorted colours that you're looking at here, but it's only £9.99. I'm sure they'll take any of those paints beautifully, whatever you are working on. Also, you may want to keep them in this as well. You've got the deflector, you've got your tilt bins. You're getting 4 of those, got £13 saving, so that brings it down to £18.99. Now, we have a bit of colour in our life, and of course, rainbow colours is absolutely fantastic way of making sure you're never without the right colour of that project. It's got a £44 saving on this. That brings it down from £75 down to £31.99. 599 742. Pop those in your baskets. You've only got another 48 hours left on those price points for them. Now, we've already seen Lou working with our fantastic acrylic paints, but now we've also got those wonderful inks. Now, you're going to get 5 of these. They're 30ml in each, and these come with a little pipette that you can drop them for. It's a brilliant price, £24.99. Lou, how are we going to be working with these? Because these look fun and exciting. These
are absolutely brilliant colours. I'll start off with showing you a little bit about the colour itself. Always good to shake, but they're really, really strong pigmented colours. So let's have a little look. They're great on paper. I'm just going to use this, but I'll show you how you can use them with all the additives we've got. So just a tiny bit, and you'd be surprised how strong that is. And this is on absorbent paper, so anything that's non-absorbent, it would go even further, but you can see how strong that colour is. But how would that work? Well, that would work in between all the colours that we've already got, but also with the stuff that we've got available on the show. So we're looking at modelling paste. So we've got some modelling paste, and you just need a tiny bit. And I've got a little bit too much there, but depending on how much you use and how much colour, it all depends on the depth of colour.
Have you got the tub of the modelling paste there? You could just quickly show us. And because it's a big old tub, isn't it? 250ml that we're getting in here.
And it's a really good viscous, so that it's not. It keeps its peaks and troughs. It's not runny at all.
You know, the sign of a good product is not. It's not sort of all bells and whistles on the packaging. It's probably the blandest packaging I think you're going to find. Let's be honest about that. It doesn't win any awards, but because you know what's inside is going to do the stuff, the job, isn't it? I
think you've hit the nail on the head. They're spending the money on the product inside it and not the product that it's going into. So I think that's a big point.
Yeah.
And really, let's face it, that packaging is nice, but we're all looking towards a more friendly packaging nowadays. So the less plastics we use and all that, the better. So yeah, I think that's a really good point. So I've just used your pipette. You don't need a lot. You don't even need to squeeze it really. And I'll show you how much you use, because I don't want to drop it in there. It's like food colouring. Say I put a tiny, now that's a blob, that's a lot for me. But I'll show you just that tiny amount, how strong that will be. Now, don't forget, all this, what I'm doing with the inks, can be done with the paints. Now, all paint, whatever you use, there's very few paints, I think, that can be actually say that they dry lighter. A lot of them, most of them dry darker. So I've got that lovely pale pink, but it will get darker just by adding a tiny bit. So my advice again, start less and then go more, because there's nothing worse than you're trying to get this light again, and no amount of white.
That looks really, I like that.
No amount of white gets that. I wasn't sure the word I was
looking for then. It looks really, and I stopped. But
yeah,
it looks good.
It does. They look really nice. Right, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to leave it slightly marbled. I'm going to go back to, this is the piece I did before, just to show you what it looks like. And I'm just going to put my checkerboard on, and I'm leaving it slightly marbled so that we'll get lighter.
That. Raspberry ripple.
Yes, we'll get lighter and dark. So I'm going to leave that on there, and while I'm doing that, leave it on. Try not to move it. What you can do, if you wish, don't dig it in, just drop it on the top, like that. And then what I can do is drag that through.
Oh.
And then that will be your raspberry ripple.
I'd go for a double cone of that.
So that will dry with that different colour. So that's just an old piece of paper that I've just rubbed on, but now already I've got the makings of a background. Then you get what's already left and you'll get a double whammy with this, because if you get another piece of paper over the top of that, all the waste that's on here will now, hopefully, you've got one there, but this is the one that we'll see. You've got a wonderful...
Oh, that's good.
Like negative. So what will that happen with that? Well, it doesn't end there. We can now go on and go a little bit further. So if I wanted to leave it to dry. Oh, I know what I can show you. Here's some colours that I mixed before. So this is modelling paste straight on its own. So we've got it as in the white. Let me just move these so it's a bit clearer for you.
So that's just the actual modelling paste itself?
That's just the modelling paste on its own. This is, again, on cream, skimmed, so it's just like really, really wiped on and off. This is, I'm not going to go through them all, it's boring, but that's just white on its own through a stencil. And then these are, that's it. No, that's the one, mixed with another light colour. So these are all colours that are available in the kit. So these are all colours that you can sort of make to your own shades, but that's all using the modelling paste, so you can see how many you can do with that. I'm going to show you some of these techniques now, which is really easy.
That's lovely. So modelling paste, you get a lot in there. The acrylic binder as well.
Right.
What does that do? Because I saw it in the tub there, but I'm not sure the difference of what that means between the other modelling paste and the binder.
Right. Well, modelling paste is amazing. Get this, because we can't always get this in. A modelling paste is, if you think you've got colour and glue, that glue being binder and colour being pigment in paint. So this is paint without any colour. So this is acrylic paint without any colour. But what do I mean by that? Well, if you think acrylic paint will stick, it'll glue. So you can use this as a glue. I can now create all my own paints. And we'll get, this is what you call a fluid binder. So these are quite heavy body, so they maintain the shape. This is more of a fluid. So if I get a tiny bit, I want to make sure that that's not on it. Sorry if some people might not be into the science. I was saying to Scott this morning, the only reason I love science is through art.
Yeah, it was a good, nice chat about that, actually, weren't we?
If you apply, like maths, I only know maths that are relevant to this, but then I've learnt maths through this. And I think that's the way I've always said, if I'm really interested in art, and I'm really interested in this, everything to do with it, so when I'm doing science with it, it's really interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
So all I've done is I put a little bit of this. It's quite viscous. By viscous, I mean that's like the feel of it. So this is like single cream. And you can see it's not going to stay too solid. It rounds as it sort of lifts off. It rounds over, so it's not going to get a high peak relief. So all I need to do is just do that. Now I have got, this is amazing because I now have a glaze. And what do I mean by glaze? Well, just to explain, anything that's got paste on it, say it's got modelling paste, it will remain white. Anything that's got gel or medium or binder on it will go clear. So what this happens now is this is now allowing the paint to be suspended in it, the ink. So when I apply this to a surface, this, when it dries, it will dry clear, but it will dry in a glaze. So a glaze is beautiful because what I can do is I can add it to all the paints I've done before. It won't cover that up. The only reason I'm not using my Talons brush here, my new Talons, is because it's in water, and this is my old one. Right, so, and I painted it white so no one can nick it. Right, so I've got a little bit on here now. Can you see how?
Okay.
That ink.
So we don't lose the image underneath. We still get to see that through it. So when that dries, it will have a sheen to it then, will it?
A slight. If you think of like an eggshell or a semi-gloss.
Okay.
You know, you think about the three. We've got a matte, a gloss and an eggshell, haven't we? Satin.
Right.
And it falls in the satin, but I would say it was more matte satin. So I could do that.
Matte satin what?
Finish.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't start with me. Right.
Too early, isn't it?
Yeah.
20% of this has already got. I think a lot of people are liking the acrylic
They know
binder.
this one. They know. We used to have massive tubs of it, and when I first started to come on, it was like gone, on and gone. And people would say, "Well, what's it for?" It's what you can't use for. You can't get binder out there because they don't. Right, I shouldn't say anything. They don't want you to make your own paints. They want you to have to buy theirs, but these allow you to sort of get their paints and then make your own, which I think is just a win-win. And you try and get binder, please, because I'm interested, because I find it difficult.
And I suppose in some ways where it spreads what you have. Let's say, for example, you're going to get for the pots. I think you get 30 ml, I said, in the pots as well. So I suppose in some ways it takes that and extends the amount that you can use, that colour that you've got with it?
It absolutely does. What it does is it changes what you've got into another finish. So I have now got more of a glaze which mimics oil paint. You get glazes in oil paint, you get glazes in watercolour, but they're duller. Now, this... You couldn't do this before binder and acrylic came out. It was either or. You either got a really full-on gloss or you got a really full-on matte. Whereas this, now you can, but I can also get my stamps now and stamp with it. And I'll get a beautiful translucent, not transparent, because transparent means clear with a colour. Translucent means cloudy.
Yeah.
Slightly cloudy, or I like to say ethereal. It's only because it's a new word I've learned and I like it. And I can say it. I can't say that stuff that everybody drinks, because I always call it the ham, prosciutto, that stuff.
So, what?
Where
did that conversation just go?
I
have no idea what you just said.
I can't say certain words like chrysanthemums. I can't say that. But I can say this. That's why I keep saying ethereal.
But you drink chrysanthemum. I can't say the word now. It's catching.
I can't say the word chrysanthemums, but that stuff that you drink, I can't say that word either. It's prosciutto, is it? No, it's not.
Prosecco.
That's the one. That's the one. I can't say that either. Right.
Wow.
It only gets worse, guys. I'm gonna get Jo's over there. She's about 2 miles away. Don't worry.
She's
I'm
had
gonna
3
get her
bottles of
mum dancing
prosciutto
in
as
a
well.
minute. We're gonna get out here. We're gonna get Dad. Well, he can't Dad dance yet. He can kid dance. He can slide along the floor. Jack, you can slide on your knees along the floor, and we'll have a disco.
Oh, it's
right.
a good job
Anyway,
you don't drink prosciutto,
ignore them.
isn't it?
Just come back to this right over here. Have you heard me? Bossy
Is it really only 7:38 in the morning?
I do not need to drink.
Well, I feel like I've been here since June.
You have, love, you have. Right. Oh, I'm sorry. I know some people out there, they must be going, I wish she'd shut up. And you're right. But...
Not at all.
I want to show you now.
So you can stamp with this as well. This is lovely.
Absolutely. You can stamp with all of them. But if I want to sort of build up colour, I can now add the binder to that, and I've got like a transparency, but I can also add the binder full on with the ink or the paint and get an opaque paint as well. So this is like, if you think adding water, right, paint needs glue, which is binder to hold it together. So if you keep putting water in there, all you're going to do is weaken the glue. You're just going to expel the glue. So by putting binder in it, you're just putting more glue in it that's transparent.
Right.
So it's not losing that strength of pigment. You're just losing the depth. All you're going to do is water it down by adding water. So this is how you use it.
I got you.
I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. A question, actually, I can't take credit. It's a question from our director is saying, does it act almost could it work almost as a resist?
Oh, yeah, it does. You can use it straight on as it is now, and it makes a perfect resist.
Wow.
It works as a glue. You can use it with all the mediums you've got, your sprays, all your glitters. You can emboss with it. You can do anything. And by emboss, if I just stamp... Now, the one thing I will say is...
We are 30% of the stock gone, just so you know. It's flying out.
If you're using any of the mediums with any of your stamps, it's only just common sense to make sure that if you can't put it in water, just spray it, because it is a plastic, it will coat. So make sure you cover that. Yeah, you can. I can show you... Is the one? Yeah. No, that's gesso. I need to make sure I've got the right one. Oh, here it's here. And the thing is, to remind you, is there's an easy way of understanding it because it's a second language and it's a Dutch company. They give you the idea of all the families that are purple match the family. So anything that's in the brown family will be the same. So it's a little band there. Anything in the green family will be a glue. So the first thing is, that's how you sort of recognise it. The second is, it is really quite runny, like I say, but I can now, let me get that stamp, no, a clean stamp. Let me get this stamp now. You put a little bit of clear out on my mat there. I'm not going to do it all because I'll just give you the idea. Then I get my stamp and I press it into the binder. You see, all these things were found out. It wasn't actually made for this, but people like me have come along and thought, well, what can you do with that? And you experiment, and we've found that all these things you can do. So you won't see it until it dries, and then you get a wonderful resist. So 11 o'clock today, I'll be able to show how this works. But yeah, you can just see, because my stamp's dirty, you can just see it's acted as a resist. It's probably too difficult to see.
Yeah, we got that. Yeah, we got that. Just about.
So you get like this sort of semi-sheen on it, and then I can come along and put, and there's the one with the ink in. So just to show you that it's the same with the ink in, so this will be translucent, so I can build up on it. And just to go back, these are dry now, these nearly dry, and this is the finish, mixing the inks with the modelling paste. You've got a flat. But just to go back, any of the inks, any of the paints can then be put on top of a surface.
I just had an email come through from Anne as well for you.
Hi, Anne.
Good morning, Anne. Lovely to have your company. And was asking about whether the paints and the binder, will they mix with other mediums, for example?
All of them.
They will.
Of them. And I'll be honest with you, if you've got cheaper brands of acrylic, this binder will make it better quality.
Oh.
I shouldn't say that. I've just shot myself in the foot there.
Wow.
No, I haven't. But it's true, yeah. You can mix them with everything you've got, and then that way you're going to get a better quality, because this is better. You start with good foundations and everything else is better.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Thank you, Anne. Thanks for what you do as well.
Good question.
That's brilliant as well. Are you?
I can roll on forever, mate. I can go on forever. I don't care. You know what I'm like. I'm just here for the duration.
Well, I know. It's all to do with the medication, and it's working. It's lovely. I just wanted to bring everyone's attention back to the acrylic that you've been. So you can mix these and work with these, of course, with the binder that Lou's has been demonstrating there. 943553. If you'd like to go for this, is a 36-piece set of your 20mm, and this all goes a long, long way. Even more so if you then obviously add this in and go with the binder for you. It is available in your flexi buy. So 2 payments you're looking at here, and that will spread the cost of your £49.95, which has got that £10 saving applied to that. So that's a really good value for money. 943553. By the way, brushes always a requirement, shall we say? Not always for some arts, but if you are looking to go for this, then how about this one? This is the lovely 10 times brush set. You've got all sorts of your different beautiful brush heads that you can use here. Your pointed, you've got the flat in here, you've got your thicker, thinner nibs, you've got your thinner nibs, etc. You've got the whole collection. It's only £9.95. 039566. Now, the gesso. Now, of course, the primer for you, and I know here that you will probably be using this on so many of your projects that you're working with. How about this one then, to go for a complete litre of your gesso primer? £12.95 only, so does that £3 saving? 851 877. If you're always reaching for the to do your primer with the gesso, of course, then I'm sure you're getting through lots of it, and then the more you buy, the more you save in that respect. So that's a brilliant offer for you. £12.95. 851 877 for you. We've got 10 minutes left on the show with you, lovely Lou. So what can we talk about and show us next? What
Well,
have
I'll
we got
show
there?
you some techniques that we can build up on that we've already done. Just to go back to, right, the people, I'm talking to those people that asked me about gesso last night. That is the one to go for, because he was saying, what would you go for? Well, at 12 quid.
It's the one, isn't it, to go for?
Yep. And you can mix that with all your paints. So just to show you that I've got the white gesso here as well, decanted into a smaller one. And all the paints that we've got can now, maybe not, don't do that at home. Oh, right. Can't use that one. This is my fault, right? What I'm telling you is there's a little trick to this, and it's called don't let the paste go round the rim of the thing because it dries on it, and then you can't open it. So I've got the little right. Oh, I'm looking at that, thinking that's going to go that anywhere. Oh, keep it away from me. So you see, I've got the gesso now, and by adding the paint, let's add the paint. I can add the ink. I can add anything. By adding this now, we've got a matte finish that's got a slight gloss to it, very slight, you can't see it. But now, if I add gesso, I have completely changed every one of them 72. It just works out at over £1 each.
That's
what
brilliant.
can you get for £1?
That's brilliant.
And then I now add a little bit of gesso. Look at the consistency. It's not dropping all over. I have now got chalk paint.
Oh.
So, because gesso is a primer and it's got gypsum in it, which is like a chalk, and now I've got everything to make my own chalk paints.
I'll tell you what, if you go for, you know, with the primer that you've got here, and we've already had the other products on there a second ago that you were sort of extending with as well, to go with these and those paints, you're sorted, aren't you? You're really well away with it all.
I mean, one of the good little techniques I try when I'm at home is I choose a colour just to get inspiration flowing. Really, is I've chosen a bit of the purple again. Spray your don't need a lot. In fact, I didn't even spray the card. I sprayed it next to it, but never mind. Oh, my aim's rubbish. Right, that's why I was never picked on the teams at school. You know what? I was always stuck in gold because I filled it. Yeah, because I filled the gold, didn't I? All right, so I've got a little bit of the dark colour on there. And if I want, oh, no, that's not what I want. Oh, I don't want that, don't like that. Right, gesso is your best friend because I can now blend it out.
I tell you what, this is going quick. A quarter of the stock. We're only just started working with it, Lou. Joe's up next, everybody. Joe's up next. Lou, you've only just started demonstrating and showing with this as well, but already a quarter of the stock's now already just disappeared.
Absolutely.
I think it's because the value is in there, because you are going to just dip into this every now and again with projects, aren't you? And some of them you're going to need a lot more than others. Certainly for larger projects, you're really going to get your value for money on this one. But just really converting those into the chalk paint, for example, just gives you a completely different look with that.
It does. And I mean, I'm going back now. I've got a little bit more colour here. I've gone back to the modelling paste, but I can add a little bit. And I always say, please use the lid first, because then you're not going to contaminate. I see people doing this, dipping the brush in. Don't go straight into there. It's like double dipping that. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I hate people that do that with a hummus.
Oh, don't be doing that. It's wrong. It's a
so
law.
middle class.
So I've got a really light. It's almost like not a glaze. That's wrong. Like a light coat. So all I've done is I've made sure there's a little bit of water on my brush. That means I can do it. But now I'm going to do a bit more than dry brushing. So I'm just going to push the paint. I'm not scrubbing into it. I don't need to, because the gesso that's already on the primer is allowing me to glide. So that tiny bit of colour we used, I have now, it's gone over the page, so it's already primed that I can use it.
Wow.
But now, I still got a tiny little bit of colour showing, but if I was to do that, I wouldn't. It'd completely cover it. So you've got the best of both worlds here. So, yeah, that's now all coloured. I can go back into that one if I want. So gesso is your best friend if you want to make different sorts of paints, or if you make a mistake. And you can mix it with all the paint and the ink. I can do the same with the ink. So just to show you a little trick, that I've got that, I like that colour, I want to sort of think, right, well, I'd like to get that in a glaze. That's when I think, right, okay, I bring my binder in now. So you can use it as a chalk paint. Mix it with your gesso chalk paint. Inks, you've got an acrylic, semi-sheen, you can mix that as well. You can put this on into the mix you've already got, so you've now made a chalk paint.
So if you add, sorry to maybe a bit dim on this
please
one.
do.
If I mix the binder then when you've already mixed that with the gesso, which you'd already mixed in with the colour from whatever the paints, for example, I'm not going to water down that colour even more so because it will dry.
No.
With the colour in it, so
absolutely.
still. Okay, right.
You're now putting the pigment in. You're not watering it down. You're now thinning the colour out. So
right, got you.
I am now creating a glaze that will go on top of everything I've created. Now here's just a little bit of modelling paste that I put, and I just want it to do what we hit and miss. So I want it to touch the surface, and I don't want it to sink in between. All I do is just run that over the surface, not dig deep, and I have now got a glaze that has got the qualities of all the other things of paint.
Oh, this is brilliant, this.
So I can build that up if I want. I can take that and put that. You might not see that at the moment, but the best bit then is when you've got this, which you think, oh, what am I going to do with that? Best bit, get a piece of clean card. And now we're going to do a swipe. And this will be your background for another piece, and you're just cleaning up. I did one before to show you, and then this is the best way to clean up, and you build up layers of colour. It might look like, well, why would you? Well, if I put a piece of paper over that and just show you, sorry, my arm's in the way. Got quite a funky background now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So again, this links, it all matches. I would put that over that so you could see it. All these colours, all of them match. There's nothing that doesn't go because they're all the same family. Right. Because I've used the same family, they will all go. So I hope.
No, that's brilliant, Lou.
I hope that's made sense.
Absolutely fantastic. We've only got a couple of minutes left, Lou, anyway, so just to, we're going to finish off here, just to let you know. But you're back with us at 11 o'clock, aren't you? We're back
looking forward to it. I love shows like this because I just ramble on forever.
Well, what's lovely about them, Lou, and I'm sure there's lots of people that are waking up to us now and seeing that as well. If you are doing a lot of your backgrounds, if you've got your larger projects, what this has taught me, and I think the two items that you showed there as well, with the gesso, for example, that you've got here a way of extending the colour that you're going to have with it, whatever colour it is that you're using. So really spreading that out even further, of course. So if you are doing larger backgrounds, you think of the piece of paper the size of that. Was that A3 that you had to start with at the very top of the show? And to be able to cover all of that, that was actually just with the paint direct, let alone using it through the other ways, of course, like with the gesso and expanding that, or trying to get that lovely eggshell kind of gloss that you might have about it as well. But the really great way of expanding on the colours to really get the most out of them as well, and try to create those different styles with it. There's so much on here that you can look at, of course, to check the website for all of those, you know. But I know that the actual acrylic paints are proving very, very popular indeed. Now, if you think about using these, you've got the 72 here of your 20mm. If you start using that with everything with the gesso, for example, that Luz has been going through, you really aren't going to need another one of these for a long, long time, are you? £30 saving, £89.95, 880004. It is on FlexiBuy also. 2 payments of £44.98. If you want to go for that. The details again, the gesso primer is limited stock, so if you were interested in that one, grab it while you can. That's one of my philosophy. £12.95, 851 877. It is limited stock though, so first come, first served for those last few if you are just waking up with us, of course. And everything else that you've seen, of course, is available on the website, or the w's.hochanda.com. Lou, thank you so much indeed. I'll see you throughout the day.
Yes.
No, you're back in, but always an education
I
and always a lot of
with
fun.
You.
I think
are
Debbie
so
emailed
good to
in.
work with. Sorry, he's so good to work with.
Debbie emailed in and said she loves Lou. Always a chatter, loving a chat. Don't go anywhere though. I've got another chatterbox afterwards as well. We've got the lovely Jo coming up. We'll see you on the other side of this. Yes, it is. It's That's Crafty, one day special, with Joe Chandler's going to be here as well. And then we've got the Skull and Cross buns and then Daisy Bee Crafts, all here on your Friday. See you in a minute.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Would you like to improve your crafting techniques by watching and crafting along with your favourite Hochanda guest demonstrators, or from the comfort of your own home? If the answer is yes, then we are very excited to invite you to Craft Along, where you, our presenters and guests, will create an amazing array of projects throughout the year. Each month we will be bringing you a brand new kit that you can purchase on the day of each show. Or if you pre-order your kit, not only will you receive a £10 discount, but also £5 off a purchase of £20 or more of any additional products featured within our Craft Along shows. So tune in, be inspired and create with Craft Along, your monthly crafting workshop.
Hochanda News. We are excited to announce that our broadcast hours on Freeview have been extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you were missing our live shows in the evening, and we can't wait to see you there.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 888 So, don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Right, everybody, it is 8 o'clock. Your alarm just gone off? Have you been with us for the last hour? Have you just come in, you dirty stop out? I can't, well, where would you have been? There's nowhere open yet. Anyway, it's lovely to have your company, and we are here with a That's Crafty show for you, and I tell you what, we've got some really fantastic, very funky, I'm really looking forward to this hour, really funky pieces to be to work with, but what I'm really excited about is because we were just discussing how long it's been, 14 weeks she was away from the studio as well, and it feels like 14 years. She's back, she's got lockdown locks, she's in jade. It's very fetching on her. Jade. It's the lovely Jo Channon, everybody.
Oh, good morning. Morning.
You're looking lovely. You match beauty. Even the little frame behind you, we colour match with your shirt.
Yeah, in jade. I'm not, yeah.
It's your colour. How are you?
I'm really great, thank you, and it's great to work with you again.
It's great to work with you again. It really is. I've called it on my little Facebook page Fantastic Friday, because I think we've got some wonderful guests in today. We started off with Lou. We've got you now as well. What a great... It's a double headliner for the pyramid stage equivalence. That's what I think it is.
It's the best you're going to get for that.
Absolutely. Right, Jo, let's crack on, because this... is brilliant. It's a one-day special. I know you launched last night with it and proved a real big success already.
It was amazing. It was fabulous. Yes, it was. And I'm not... To be honest, Scott, I'm not really surprised, because they are just incredible illustrations, aren't they? Yeah. And they're actually illustrated by the very, very talented Kelly Horton.
Right.
Now, some of our the Hochanda customers may know Kelly because she has been here on her own accord with her colouring books, because she actually draws and illustrates colouring books, and they're just incredible. Wow. They're beautiful. But That's Crafty persuaded her to do some stamps for us. So these are her first stamps, but not the first lot, because we have got some more in the offing. So
no, oh, I see. Little cheeky teaser from Jo. They'll like that. They are brilliant, and I'd imagine even just printed in black and white on these, you're going to look at it and go, they still got such character. But the real fun will be in the colouring of these, because they are lovely. And can I just say, for images such as these, when I picked up the stamps, these stamps are massive.
They are, yes.
They're really...
So one of those that you've got in your hand now, I did measure it last night just to give some people an idea. That one is 5 inches from top to bottom, so it's a really good size stamp.
Let me just... I've got some of the board here. Let me see if I can just put the board behind. Ah, there we go. If I put the board behind as well, so we can sort of see. And you do get this part of the kit as well. But you can sort of see. So, do you say 5?
5 inches from top to bottom.
5 inches from tip to toe. There we go. Yeah. And they are beautiful. In fact, let's just turn that while we're there. Just turn that way around so we can see the other one correct way as well. But like I say, even just in the black and white, they're lovely. But how exciting these will be to colour and to work with. Let's just bring the other ones in, because there are so many other elements that we're looking at here as well. They are wonderful. Do you know where the inspiration came from for her?
Well, basically, like we said, the steampunk theme was suggested to Kelly because Laura thought that would be a super theme to go with. And she just went from there. But she does the darlings anyway. So these are the steampunk darlings. So they're very much in keeping with Kelly's illustrations.
Right. Well, they are beautiful and fantastic.
Clever.
And a real... you know, eye-catching images, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
That you're working with.
The detail is immense, and also, even if you are brand new to colouring, what she's doing is she's enabling you to... She's got the shading in the places where you need to shade.
Right.
She's really giving you a fast-forward into knowing where to put your colours, and of course the coloured fronts, they're so detailed. So
they are beautiful. Now I'm right in thinking also we got these are exclusive. These are only done for this particular kit for us that we're seeing here as well. Let's Crafty, isn't it?
For That's Crafty, yes. So so what was this is that was launched. They hadn't been seen before until last night. So we've been very excited playing with them and getting some samples and everything ready. Design team, I have to say massive thank you, because they've done an amazing job.
Oh, well, they are absolutely brilliant. And there's we've got lots of names that are attached to some of the pieces that you're seeing on here. You're getting the crafty board sheets as well. Just tell us a little, I'll show these up, but just talk to us a little bit about how we can work with these. And again, I take it these are okay for pretty much any medium to work with on top?
Now, we're actually going to work with a little bit of this, again, in this hour, because it's just incredible product. It's so light, so therefore you can put them onto, obviously use them on all your mixed media projects, so all your MDF, your home decor, everything you would think that you would be adding them onto. But not only that, Scott, they're so light, they can go onto cardstock, and it really doesn't affect the weight of the card, which I think is really clever. So if you had something like greyboard or MDF on a card, obviously your front is going to be more weighty than the back, so you've got to sort of give that extra on the back. But with these, it doesn't make a difference.
No,
Paint, sprays, crayons, any medium, we've tried all sorts on them.
Right, I think. Well, I was expecting to have that kind of MDF feel about it when you look, because it is everything about it is about. It looks like that, but a lot lighter, just like a sort of a heavy bit of cardstock. That's it, isn't it? Really. Let me just give you the details for, of course, your one-day special. 295,812. You've got £8 saving on that, which is always fantastic. And over a quarter of the stock has already been allocated. Of course, it was a really successful launch last night. I can feel it only getting busier, of course, as we go through today. So 295,812, grab it while you can. You're going to be getting the stamps, everything you need, and you're going to get that crafty board with it. And again, it's a real lightweight feel to it, but you still get that sturdiness without all the sort of the heavy sort of feel about them. We've also got your set of 4 stamps that are for you here. These are A5, they're your clear stamps that you're working with here. And again, for the whole Steampunk Darlings sets here, you've got set 1 and set 4. But you're also going to be getting accessories set 1 and set 2. Now, I was looking at these earlier on with our producer going through when we first come into the studio, and these look cool. All the little accessories are fantastic.
Yeah, I know, this is it. And I think those 2 sets, those are 2 accessory sets, are incredible, because you've got so much on there, and again, they're a really good size as well. So if you enjoy making your collages, sort of like putting lots of different stamped images together to make a scene, this sort of thing, these are just brilliant.
They are brilliant.
They are. Yeah, and again, the detail on them, you're not losing any detail just because they are accessories. They're amazing.
There is so much going on there. The skull one, Meg, our producer for this hour, fell in love with that straight away. She went straight to it.
Yes.
And absolutely is. But again, great size images that you're looking at to work with. So for those that do love their colouring, you've got so much in here, so many aspects as well to work with. Which is absolutely fantastic, isn't it? Really,
they're also the accessories are actually sized accordingly. So, say for instance, you've got one of the Steampunk Darlings, one of the stats, say the ones that are upright, and so the hats and the boots and the cats and all the other accessories, they're going to really match with them, you know, superbly. So you haven't got a pair of boots that's sort of 3 inches in size and your Steampunk Darlings like 4. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's been sized accordingly.
They are absolutely brilliant. Is it the Disney cats? You know, the one that is it the Aristocats? Was it the have you seen the little pussy cats on that one? They've got the kind of feel about that, but with the accentuated eyes of
I know which one you're talking about.
You know, what's that cat? Antonio Banderas. Those kind of, it's a real merge of a mixture of all that, which you can't help but fall in love with a puppy dog eye on a cat. Can you? If that makes sense. Absolutely brilliant. They are absolutely fantastic, these. They are beautiful, all that you're sort of seeing. And the way that they all work together is stunning. And again, real vivid colours. You're working with these. They're really going to stand out. They are one of those pieces you're going to have a lot of fun. I think probably more fun, actually, sort of when you're doing the work on these. I love that. I love that. That is so beautiful. And then on the inside, look, butter wouldn't melt. Look, how cute is that? I do love the boots, though, as well.
Yeah, the boots, I have to say, those boots, I think, will be used and used and used just as a single stamp.
They are.
I think so.
Brilliant. But just like the quirkiness, again, for example, here with that, and then you've got the hats there, the big sort of topper hat with the plume in there. But there is so many elements. Again, working with them collectively or just taking out little moments of these and using those just to sort of added quirkiness to them or a little bit of style, again, working with that steampunk, you're really going to get a lot of use of these. Now, we'll tell you, a lot of people are taking these and putting them straight in their basket. Almost 40% of the stock here already allocated. So get it while you can. 038 920. 2 payments as well, which makes it even easier with Flexi if you want to go and split that cost of £54.96 down to 2 payments of £27.48 each. I love these. I think you have a lot of fun. And when you do get them, and when Joe's back in again, and you've had these dispatched out to you and you've worked on them, send some pictures through of what you've done with them as well. I know Joe would absolutely love to see them, but they are gorgeous. They really, really are. Now then, moving on to the MDF. Now, these are great here again with everything you're seeing here. You've got the skinny shrines, you've got the rectangle, cogs, top and arch that you're seeing here. Half the stock already gone. Talk to us a bit about these, Joe.
So they're extremely clever because they're very, very different in style. Now, the skinny shrines, basically what you've got with those is you've got you like shadow boxes, so you've got that boxed frame idea going on, but one of them of course has got those cogs actually cut into the design.
Yes.
So you also get the extra cogs. Now if you rewind to the launch show at 6 o'clock last night, I actually demonstrated one of these. We will go on actually on the next hour. We'll do another one of those.
Okay.
Perhaps the arch actually. We haven't done that one yet.
All right.
They're really a great statement piece to work on. So not only are you enjoying your stamping, your colouring, if you want to colour your stamps, and then of course you're making up the whole scene. They make superb home decor pieces, gifts, and of course the Angel policy is, of course, as long as you're working with the stamps and creating something, you can sell them.
Oh, right, okay.
So, I know.
Great.
So, steampunk products are very, very desirable.
Oh, right,
and I do know because we actually do a lot of steampunk bits and pieces.
Yeah,
so.
wow.
But you see, not only that, they can be, you've seen there, they can be really pretty, colourful, or we could make them really industrial. So you've got some really fantastic examples of how they can be either
quite versatile in that respect.
That's right. Yeah. So of course MDF, even if you didn't like, I can't imagine nobody liking the stamps, but even if you didn't, purchasing these as substrates for other projects.
Yes.
And I think this is why they've been so popular.
Well, they say half the stock already gone, and you know, only from 1 or 2 live shows. So fantastic opportunity to go for a great price point. It's only £15.49 for you. 279135. Lovely, good sizes as well to work with on those projects. But I do love that. I love the quirkiness of them again with the cogs on the outside and sort of set into it. But again, even the sort of beautiful arch is beautiful. So much to go for. 279135. Again for any of your projects. Now we've actually got also a set of 4 for you here that you can see, and again these ones are great and I love these. I think this has got, especially like the boiler house, you've got the chained up with them. They just look really bold, very different for you in that respect. For the boiler house one specifically, it reminds me of a certain chocolate factory kind of. You imagine all of those if you were to certainly link some projects together or do that. But this is, I love the imagination of designers. I just go, I wish I could have that.
And every time they come up with some amazing MDF pieces, and these are so very different, aren't they?
Yeah.
We're actually going to be working on the chain cogs one.
Oh, right,
and
great.
I love the way, again, they're such a statement piece, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah,
they really are.
Especially the boiler house. I think that one has been everybody's favourite when they've been in the studio looking.
Well, let me show if I can find a boiler house one to give you an idea of how that worked with a finished idea. I mean, frame there. I mean, that's going to look amazing on any projects, isn't it? But I just think, look at that. That is brilliant. The whole idea of the pipes, everything interlinking and working. And I suppose if you want to go to town, you can link a lot more of them together as well. You know, with other special ways.
Yeah, that's right.
But
you could.
What an absolutely fantastic sort of maze of pipes that you want to create. That's lovely. And then we've also got the cogs. Let me just share the cogs one with you. Again, the people that have done all the lovely work here. This is Helen has done this one again. But I just love the rigidness. I love the fact as well that the look that she's got from all of this is just brilliant, but completely different feel with this sort of rustic feel as well. Look at that.
Yeah.
Rachel's done that one, and it is beautiful again. But then when you go for the colour, look at this again. When you've got other fabrics that are mixed into it.
Yeah,
you
I think that one's Jill's, isn't it? And what she's done is she's used an embroidery hoop on that as well, on the front, to give that more depth and dimension. And I think that was so very clever, because it's given it even more than what it had already.
Yes. Yeah, our producer's saying, you should weathorproof these. It'd be great if you have them elements in the garden or anything like that.
Absolutely, lovely.
A real feature for it as well. It's really lovely, those. Only $11.99 for the size of these. That's really good. $11.99, 073098. That if you're going to be getting, you can see you'll be getting 2 of each of those. So 4 in total, which is brilliant. 073098. We've also got for you, if you'd like to go for this one, of course, that's Crafty Surfaces. You've got 4 of your Crafty Board sheets, which, of course, have got your cogs. You could intertwine all these, couldn't you? Cogs, steampunk, flowers, wings, and the clocks, which works really, really nicely. 986 758 1196. There's no dispatch date that's extended or anything like that. No? Brilliant. Immediate dispatch, so you can get crafted on these straight away. So I know you'll be keen to, because they look great here. They look even better when you open them up and you can start work on them. Now, Jo, always excited to know what you're going to be working on. I think you mentioned you're working with some of the MDF to start with.
I am, yes. I'm actually going to be working on the cogs and the chain piece of MDF, but I'm also going to be obviously including one of the steampunk darlings from, and I'm actually using this set, which is one of the sets from the one day special. So on this one, of course, we did do a demonstration last night using this young lady, which I think she's adorable. They're all very sassy, aren't they?
They are all
and you have to go sassy when you do I don't know why,
sassy.
But, sassy. Yeah.
Do you do sassy? Are you quite...
no, I maybe used to be, but yeah. I won't
think
pretend.
Once sassy, always sassy, Jo.
If our daughter's watching, she'll be going, oh, mother. Actually, no, she's working today, so. But yeah, with this one, you see, just this one alone, you've got 2 of the upright young ladies, and obviously the one sitting down. You've got some boots on it, and also you've got the cat as well. And I love the cat that's got the steampunk goggles on. I just think that's fantastic. Now, what we're going to do is we're actually going to do monochromatic. I did say last night that I would. What I wanted to do was just show you that you don't have to go all colour in, all out really, if you're not wanting to. I think the stamps have got such immense detail that just in the monochromatic would look superb. So I've been doing this all along. I've been using my VersaFine Claire, and then I am going to emboss with a superfine embossing powder, and my choice is the Wow powders, because I just find them exceptionally good for the clarity. So I like to emboss with clear, so that we've got definition in the stamp as well. You don't have to. You can colour straight onto it. That's not a problem. It's whatever you want to do. Stampers know it's that's the thing with stamps. You've got so much scope with them. You really have. So there we
what's
go.
lovely about these stamps is just looking. I know you say about we're going to go with the sort of monochromatic feel on these.
Yeah.
But when you just look at them, I think the word is interesting. There's lots of little elements that sometimes the more you look at something, the more you see something for the first time. A little bit of detail on the dress that they've got, for example, and the pockets that they have, the details on the hats as well. So even whether it is in black and white, for example, there's still lots to look at in there, isn't it?
There is, yes. So what I'm going to do is I'll just heat this one up, and then I'm going to highlight with just a little bit of grey and just to give a little bit of shadow.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it would help if I'm plugged in. Just excuse me 1 minute.
No, that's okay. I mean, I see what you were doing there. You were going for the old-fashioned
I was going to go with the very clever heat tool that actually doesn't need to be plugged in, but it does. I was very conscious, and I unplugged it before I went home last night.
That's very good.
Just giving that to warm, obviously, just exactly like we would normally.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, can you see? She's just
coming alive.
Yeah, she's beautiful, isn't she? So, like you said, if you just look at that hat. You've got the feather.
I love
you've
that.
got
the plume on that.
Flowers, the hair, the texture and definition in the hair.
I had a big hat for the pantomime last year, a big walk-down hat, and it started off with about 19 big feathers in it. There was about 8 left by the time it was finished, and I think I swatted 6 of those.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It's all right. I was boring myself, to be honest. I was talking about plumage of that. At Christmas, I had one that had around about 20 odd feathers in it. They didn't have by the end of it. And I think 6 or 7 went down the. I'm still. It's like it's like a swallowed a chicken.
Right. So I've actually got one already cut out because we're going to. We're just going to give a little bit of a paint, a little bit of a colour, just to highlight just a little bit of interest. So I've got my multi-surface paints. We've got the black, we've got the grey. So I'm only going to do a little because it really doesn't need a great deal. Okay, so I'm just going to take a little bit from the lid and just use my glass mat. Just water that down. It would be, in my opinion, it would be too thick to actually go straight on there. Okay, let me just get some cloth just to wipe my brush off a little bit. So all I'm going to do is, now also if I bring in the colour, the actual front cover, what Kelly's done is, she's actually obviously coloured these to absolute perfection. They really are. But you can see where your light and your shade and your shadows and your shading all needs to be.
Yeah.
So if you're completely and utterly brand new to colouring, you've still got that ability to be able to follow, you know, just to give it a little...
It's a guide kind of feel.
That's right,
yeah,
yeah. So it's there for you already. So all I'm going to do is I'm just adding here and there, because what I want is, I want it to stay, like I say, I want it to stay that, just that black and white.
So you're just following basically where she's put the shadow lines of in, the detailed lines in, you're just going over those really with that?
That's right. So I've just, and then if you want to do, of course, even if it's monochromatic, what you can do is you can still do a little bit of light and dark areas as well. If you wanted to, but if you know, just to make life easy, just put a little bit here, a little bit there. Now, of course, you can use colour. We're using paints and we're using the satin inks and sprays and things. But of course, whatever you've got at home, you know, whether you want to use, say, Faber-Castells. I love colouring with my colouring pencils. I did have to, we got the stamps, and I know a lot of the team as well were like this. They got the stamps and they coloured and coloured and coloured, and all of a sudden thought, oh, well, perhaps we ought to make something with this as well. Because it was a case of, oh, we've got lots of coloured images, but actually nothing else, so we better just start doing something. But yeah, they're great. I love to colour, Scott, I really do. I find it really quite relaxing. I just play at it. It's great. It really is. So,
did you get a lot of opportunity, you know, obviously during lockdown and everything to do? Did you? I
did do a little bit. I like to colour and paint onto parchment.
Oh right.
That's what I like to do. It's something that I love doing. And I did do a little bit once I was starting to feel a bit better, and I was starting to get a bit itchy, as in wanting to do something, but not really sort of really well enough to do it, but I wanted to do something because I'm not one to be sat around, and I think that was a good sign though. So
yes, absolutely. Well, listen, we're just glad that you're back well and safe and everything. And,
so but yeah, so it's just a case of I'm just going, I do my own thing really, and just do a little bit of bit shading here, bit shading there. I mean, obviously, Kelly is just incredible. She really is. For her colouring skills, her artwork is beyond incredible. And this is why Laura said, oh, you know, we really need to make some of these into stamps. So So thank goodness she came on here with her colouring books, else we wouldn't know.
Absolutely. Well, look, speaking of colour, are you okay just to while you're finished off with that, I just bring people up to date with a few of the other items we've got, just to let people know. Thank you. If you would like to have the paint that Jo is using, then we have the multi-surface paint for you as well, and you can see as well. Now you can go for the 3 of these, were basically a pick and mix that are there for you. Each one of those pots are 60ml each as well. So any 3 that you'd like to go for, some really gorgeous colours. And these are multi-surface that you're looking at, of course. They're absolutely perfect. Gorgeous, gorgeous colours. You've got all the sorts that you want in there. All you got to do is click on the ones that you want to go for, those 3 of your choice. Add those ones in. So I've gone for teal, I think, as you would add it in. Just add it in white. We're adding all those in together, and then check them out, and then you'll find them all there in your baskets. At the end, it's only £14.99 only for the absolutely perfect for you. Now, of course, if you're wondering what it is that you're seeing that Jo's working with, it is, of course, your one-day special. It was launched yesterday evening at 6 o'clock, and it finishes later on today. So if you haven't yet seen it, you're missing something, because they really are beautiful images. And just to sort of see them, even on the monochromatic, the way that Jo's working at the moment, the essence that you get in, they are so rich, with so many wonderful areas in there that you can colour in to bring to life, to create real dramatic looks as well with them. They are lovely. Now, the whole one-day special is an £8 saving on here. Now, not only are you going to get in your 2 fantastic 8.5 Steampunk Darlings sets of the stamps that you're looking at, you're also going to be getting 4 of your crafty board sheets, which are great, that you can see just down the side here. They are a lot lighter in weight than you'd find from your MDF, but the same principle in there. So, again, you can coat them in all of your mediums in there, all beautifully cut. As I was just showing some of them off on the show here, they're so wonderfully die cut that actually little bits are just falling out, so they are perfect for you. Excellent sort of quality that you're going to get, but a lot lighter than, of course, your MDF, but really artwork so well that you'll see. In fact, you'll see some of the little elements, of course, that have been worked through on some of the display pieces that we've got for you, and they look amazing. They really do. 295812, like I said, it does have that £8 saving on there, which brings that price down. For your one-day special, right for now, only £33.94. Now, these have all been designed exclusively for That's Crafty, the only place you're going to find them, and she's done an absolutely brilliant job. They are amazing images to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. I'll just let your imagination run wild, whether you collect them and you put them into one piece together, or you just take elements of, and they just arrive and other elements of your own projects that you're doing with your steampunk, then you're really going to enjoy. I love the boots. I walk a bit like that sometimes, but I love the boots. They're absolutely brilliant. Look at everything, even just the little test tube bottles that you've got there, your little potions that are mixed, the little perfume bottles with that gorgeous corkage at the top. You've got florals, you've got the cogs, the elements that all are seen all the way through. Just brilliant. I love that umbrella, by the way, with the sort of the drip of the pearls coming down and the hair. You're going to have a lot of fun working with these as well. 295812. It is your one-day special, which is great. Now, we have got a few other stamps as well that will really complement that you'll see in there as well. You've got set 1, and you can see here, which is brilliant. Again, you've got the wonderful hat in there. Is that, what's that there at the bottom left? Is that a winged cat? Is that a winged cat? See, imagination. Who doesn't love a winged cat? You've got the skull and the top hat, for example, in there as well, you can see. And then, of course, you've got the set 2. That is in the one-day special. If you want to go for that individually, of course you can. Set 3, that's also individual there, that's in the one-day special. And set 4 is there, that's not part of the one-day special. But if you want to add that on, of course, there you've got more of the cogs, more wonderful looks. Sassy, that's sassy. 940466. Choose from any one of those 4 sets, and each one of those only $14.99 individually. Now, more of the crafted boards as well, and again, more elements that, again, are just going to expand even more so, give you even more of a universe that you can put these characters into, of course, which are lovely. These, of course, are your cogs that you find in here. We've got the wings that you can see. We've got the wonderful flowers that will work with this, and the great thing that just works with the cogs so well, of course, are the clocks, and really wonderful set. This is a brilliant price point here. It's only $11.96. 986. And if you're just using small amounts of this or some of the larger parts of this coming from that, you've got so much in there that you could really extend, and they work so nicely with whichever ones are the projects that you're working with. You've got a couple again here that have been used intermittently. This is with the one of the other sets that's available on the show, of course, here. But if you want to go for them, they really do create real magic. Almost 45% of these have already been allocated. 986,758. Brilliant price, way under £15 here. 11.96 only, which is lovely. Now, we've also got some fantastic new stencils that are available on your pick and mix, and these are brilliant. You're going to be spoilt for choice. I'd pick them all. I wouldn't mix them. I'd just pick and pick is what I think we're going to call this. $9.99 for any two that you would like to go for here, and the options are great. You've got the cogs, of course, that you've already seen, which is already fantastic, going to fit in with everything. If you're looking for the elements of the corner, then you've got the cog corner, which will work really nice for you for your stencils. Again, in that font that works really nicely with the steampunk, you've got the alphabet that you've got, plus you also got the numbers that you can see. Don't forget, you can choose any two of these for your pick and mix to put them together. Now, you've also got the screw heads that you can see just down the bottom here as well. So you've got your Phillips and you've got your flat end, of course. You've got the cog clock. Tell you what, this tested me very, very early in the morning here as well. So I won't repeat that one, but you've got that one there. You've also got the brick wall. That's better. I love a B. B's are safer than C's. You've got the brick wall, and then you've got the hole in the wall. So you've got those, $9.99. Choose any two. They're 6 by 6 inches, 212-259 is your item code. Also, I know that we've got some other mediums that we haven't really spoken about yet, but I know this is always a winner. You may have already sniffed it out on the website, but we got the acrylic liquid wax. Now, always does really, really well. I know that when I've seen it before on the show with Joe as well from That's Crafty. And if you've had it and you're getting a bit low, top it up now, because it's not often that you see it. 887-898. Grab it while you can. Brilliant price, only $12.98, which is fantastic. Love that. Also, another one of the popularity contest, of course, is the holographic gel. Now, this goes quicker than any hair on my head. It flies, seriously. I don't know how, the holographic gel medium, as soon as you see it, you had me at hello, 267-036, $11.99. Even if you've still got a couple of jars in that, grab another one. It's a bit like chocolate spread for me. You can never have enough of it in the cupboard. Not for me, keeps the kids quiet. Not my kids, anyone random. 267-036, that's how good it is. Right. By the way, just for legal reasons, that's not true, that last statement, by the way. It is for my own kids. Right, Joe, thank you for that. I've gone down the counter. I've got through there. Got myself in hot water a few moments. But how are we doing?
Fantastic, brilliant. So I've got my pieces done. So you can see here, what I've done, I've literally just used that one paint. So black, watered down, and then if you want to just add, obviously, shading, I've just added a little bit more water and just washed it through. I'm not going to put any other colour on. I'm not going to colour her flesh. I'm going to leave it just as is. I've done the hat, and you can see we've got a little bit of shade in there. I've left some white spaces, and then I've got the cogs. These actually are from, let me just grab which ones they are from. Now then.
Is that set?
They are from the accessory, yes.
Yeah.
So, so you've got those. So we've got this. So I'm going to just put those just to one side, because now we're going to we're going to get down and dirty now.
Oh.
Yes. So, first of all, I'm going to be using my grey. So I'm going to keep it all tonal with all the colours. Now, this, the MDF, amazingly well cut. Very, very precise. Anybody that's bought, obviously, That's Crafty MDF before knows it's one of the best qualities that you can actually cut with, and it's just lovely and smooth on the edges. You don't have to prep it first, you know, you don't have to sand it back. And I know I've had some MDF in the past, and you know, as they say, you buy cheaper, you buy twice.
Yes, yeah,
that sort of thing, and you just work on it a lot more just to get it to where it should be. You never have to do that with her. That's crafty.
I wonder if
MDF.
there's many people watching as well, actually, Joe, that have had that experience and it's put them off in the past where you think, you know what, it's not worth the bother, actually, and all that, because if you had a lower quality that you've worked with,
it's
and
just
it's
not worth it.
Soaked up everything straight away, or whatever it is. But if you haven't, try the That's Crafty MDF, because it is top notch, isn't it?
Absolutely. And also the paints. These are the multi-surface paints. Of course, we've talked about those already. But that's just one layer. I didn't have to gesso it, so it's not soaking. It's just one layer, and you can see it's a very thin layer. I'm just going to give that a very, very quick blast. It does dry exceptionally quick, which is perfect.
Yeah.
And then we're going to use the crackle glaze.
Oh.
Yay.
Oh, I've missed you. I've missed you and your crackle glaze. I do love
that.
that.
I like a bit of crackling.
I love a bit of crackling.
On my pork as well. I like a bit of crackling on my pork as well. Do you
the
like
pork?
that? You know, roast pork when you do the crackling.
Yes. We had a bit of roast pork the other day.
Very bad for you, though.
Crackling. Oh, I love that. Yeah.
You know, some things are bad for you, but they're nice still, aren't they?
Why would you even bother with pork without the crackling? What's the point? Have chicken.
Crackling and applesauce and stuffing.
Yeah.
Oh, I could just eat that
now.
It's a bit early, though, for that, isn't it? But anyway, never mind.
Not really. It's never too. When you start talking about Sunday roasts.
It's never bothered me, whatever time of day for food, you know, to be honest. Can't you tell?
No, I can no. I'm in the car at 3:30 in the morning to come down for the, and by 4 o'clock I'm already thinking about Sunday roast. It's true.
Right, so crackle glaze. So basically, that's crafty crackle glaze. I know you've seen me doing it lots, but you know, it goes just perfectly well with it, with the whole theme, and it's just going to look superb with the monochromatic, with having the grey underneath. And then, of course, the black's going to go onto the top. It may sound a little bit morbid, but I promise you it won't be. It won't be.
I don't think it sounds morbid.
Maybe some people think, oh, black, oh, no. But honestly, it'll be lovely.
I tell you what I've also got in that style, though, where in the black and the white that you looked at with there. I can't remember the name of the Bond film. But there's the opening to the Bond film. I think it's a funeral that's taking place. You know, it's a bit morbid.
Is it the Live and Let? It's not
it might be Live and Let Die. Was it Roger Moore one?
Oh yeah.
Someone
don't you just
let us know?
We've been watching. They've been rerunning some of the Bond films on a Saturday evening, haven't they?
Yes, they have. Yeah.
And we've really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a Roger Moore one, Live and Let Die. I think it is, but there was a sort of a funeral carnival kind of procession at the beginning. But just the top hats, for example, in this,
that's definitely. It's like the Day of the Dead type idea, and it's the skulls, the faces.
Yeah. But there's a real dramatic feel about that. Some of those images that never leaves you, and stays with you.
The trumpets and things, and it's. I'm sure it's Live and Let Die.
I think it is.
So, what we've done, I've just given that a coat through. Now, the thicker you put it on, the bigger the cracks will be. Okay, so actually I like to vary it. I do maybe a little bit thicker some areas and not so thick in others. Now, I do need to give this a little bit of a dry.
Okay.
Okay, so it won't...
But magic happens. We're happy to watch.
Okay, no problem. Oh, well, it won't... Nothing will happen just yet because I've got to put the black on top, but it won't be a second. Just bear with me.
I was waiting for the...
So basically, if you was at home, you could actually leave this just to air dry. Either way, it doesn't matter, but what you mustn't do is you mustn't put the heat directly onto the crackle glaze. Just waft it around like this.
If I was leaving it to air dry, how long would it take roughly before you could carry on?
I would say, depending on the warmth of the room, maybe an hour and a half-ish, maybe 2 if it's chillier.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But if you've got the sunshine outside, pop it outside and then it'll be about 20 minutes, half an hour.
Oh, right, yeah, of course, yeah.
I know, it's fantastic. So what you need it to do is, when you press your finger in, it actually needs to leave your finger mark in it, but not leave your finger.
Right,
so if I put my finger in that bit, you can see it's actually fetching quite a bit off still.
Right.
But if I put it in this bit, it's perfect. So I just need to just slap that around there a little bit. And some on the bottom. It is worth it, I promise.
No, we know, it's fine.
But it just gives you an idea. the actual size of the crackle glaze is tremendous, and it will last you for a long time. It's one of those products that once you get, I know you'll use it a lot because it's so very easy.
For the first time you get it, is it one of those you put it everywhere? And then you think, oh, that's brilliant.
Everywhere.
But then you start to really be quite almost selective because you know the impact it does have, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And it's superb, it really is. But it's so easy. And this is what I find about all the That's Crafted products, because they're just easy to use.
Yeah.
And I don't want a lot of thinking. It's like the multi-surface paints. They're multi-surface, so I don't have to think, oh, will it go on this, will it go on that, and what have you. So
it does exactly what it says on the plastic pot.
That's right. So now then, I've got a pot that's smaller than my paintbrush, but we'll manage. So when I put the crackle glaze on, I went down. Okay, you can go across if you want. You can go across and down. I actually prefer to go one direction, and then the crackles will be quite formed. And I don't know whether that's just a thing with me, but I like to see that. Practice on little bits of bits of card, of course. You don't have to do crackle onto hard surfaces like MDF, of course. You can put it onto other things as well. So you can see where it's not quite dry, but that's not a problem, because what it will do is it'll just start crackling in a second anyway, because then we need to just pop the heat back on it. But when you're actually putting the paint on the top, try not to do it and not agitate it too much. Do you know what I mean? So don't aggravate it too much.
No, I see.
Now, you can see already I've not even applied any heat. And can you see here, in this area that I've not even applied any heat yet, and yet it's cracking already.
It is starting,
This is how easy it is. It's a very, very straightforward crackle glaze to use. So you get glazes, you get paints, you get, you know, all sorts of things. I bring lots of different companies, as you know, under the That's Crafty banner, that do crackle and different forms. So you can see, if you left that to naturally just crackle, it would take a good hour and a half, maybe a little bit more to really dry properly.
Yeah, okay.
But we're going to force it because, of course, we want to get on. So you can see already that's just going brilliantly, and I didn't do anything with it.
No.
So, and you can also see the difference between here, where I've done smaller amounts of crackle glaze, to here, where I've done thicker amounts. And obviously the crackles will be a lot more pronounced. Can you see there the difference?
Yes, see that coming through there, can't we?
I like making, you know, doing the different areas, because it's good for the eye to look round and... Yeah?
I love that different look at that, actually.
So
I really
can
do.
you see? It's smart, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Now,
and there's something as well about the whole idea of it's naturally finding its way, but you've not forced it in any way. You're not trying to create. You just, I suppose, see what you get, what it comes up with, really is.
That's right. Now you'll also see that I didn't completely and utterly cover up the grey, because I quite like this. These areas just showing through the grey as well as through the crackles. I think it gives it that sort of weathered look, the weathered look idea. Now I'll just give this a couple more minutes and then I'll just park it while we do the frames.
Well, while you're just drying that off, are you okay if we just show a couple... Is that okay?
Please do, yes.
Lovely,
and then I'll be all sorted.
We will come straight back to Jo. You'll still hear the wafting in the background as well there. Just a couple of things, because we've only got a couple of days left as well, just to let you know, of course, regarding the 7-day savers. So if you are getting your crackle paste and all the other bits and pieces, you want someone to keep them, then you want to go for the tilt bins. For those ones, you're going to get 4 of those, $18.99, 813 243 is your item code here, of course. So it's got a £13 saving on it just for the next couple of days. A new one's coming coming in as of Sunday morn, of course. And of course, you can mount those onto the wall also. So again, really nice for your storage. 813243, and the mountain bar, if you need to go for that one, is available to grab and to purchase separately if you wish. We've also got for you, again, all your construction board. Now, this is 700 GSM, getting 12 sheets of these, 440 by 320, £10 savings, so down to £9.99. They are assorted colours, but you're probably going to decorate and work in those anyway. But 700 GSM, a firm construction there, if ever I've heard of one. Now, of course, you will need for your construction and lots of other projects your red liner tape. Now, this is proving really popular. It's all the heroes behind the scenes. It's only £12.99, so it comes with a £17 saving, and that's 10 rolls. 5 of those are 9mm, and 5 of those are 12mm. 666 159. Now, of course, you are joining us. We've got our last 10 minutes or so left of our live one-day special. We've got more, of course, with Joe throughout the day. It launched yesterday, and it is $33.94. And if you are really intrigued by what you are seeing, as well as all the other magical ways of really accentuating these with the crackle paste and everything else, the multi-surface different paint, for example, you've got your brilliant stamps to work with here. You're going to get here. Absolutely beautifully designed by Kelly Horton, who has created something here which is exclusive to That's Crafty with these designs, and they are absolutely beautiful. So not only are you going to get the steampunk darlings that you can see there, and they are fun and very funky, you're also going to be getting your 4 of your fantastically pre-cut crafty board sheets as well. So you've got some real lovely elegance and gorgeous styles in these that you can see. That they are a little more lightweight than your MDF, but exactly the same principles do apply to these. So you can work with these in all sorts of different mediums and go straight on. But really, really lovely to be able to work with, and a great style that really fits in with the whole steampunk idea that Kelly has created. 295,812 to go for this particular set, £33.94 that you can find. This and loads of other sets that would accompany this that work really nicely are all found on the website for you. So if you're anything though, you got all the other sets that are available that are there for you that you can add them in. Some great stencils as well that work really nicely. You pick a mix on those, and they've got extra, like with the cogs, for example, that work really nicely with everything you're going to get. The liquid wax, of course, don't forget, grab that one, it's back in stock while it's there for you, and loads of other ways of creating magic with everything you're seeing. Now, we've only got 9 or so minutes, Joe, and we left you drying with our crackle paste.
Right, so what I'm doing, I'll just do this, and then, because what I'm doing, I'm just covering quite loosely, actually. I'm not being too fussy, because again, I want that I want a little bit of the craft boards coming through. I did just wipe my table, and then all of a sudden it's dirty again, but then what's new? Right, so let me just wipe that. That's it, lovely. So let me just bring that in.
That looks great.
It looks fab, doesn't it?
Does,
yeah,
does.
I'm happy with that. Now, I was a little bit too keen here because I want it a little bit thicker here to let you see the differences. And it was still a little bit wet, but actually it doesn't matter in this case, because I'm going to put that frame over the top, so that doesn't matter. But what I want to do is I want to include one of these stencils. I love the numbers.
Oh yeah, the numbers are great.
Really like the numbers.
They've got that kind of prison kind of number feel about it. Is that you know, the ones that you're going to have on your number, will you?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well,
Joe Channel.
Not that I've had any experience of prisons.
No, I haven't myself.
No,
not
but
up to this point in my life.
You always see those
anyway.
in the films. That's what they have.
Yes, in the films.
Yes.
That's right. In the Bond films.
In the Bond films, yeah.
So I'm actually adding a little bit of glitz and glamour now, because I do think that the steampunk darlings do quite appreciate that. Now, I want to, like we said, we want to keep it the monochromatic look. So what I'm doing is I'm just adding some of the holographic 3D gel. When that dries, that's going to be clear, because at the moment it's translucent, as you know. It's got that milky appearance, and it will dry so fabulously, because you'll get that lovely glaze, but you'll still get that tinge of, when you move it around, you know, that sort of interest
that looks
going on.
really good. Even wet, that looks great,
It looks
Jo.
cool, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I love those numbers.
Yeah, I do.
think. Now, let me just mention, I know we're limited time, but just to mention, those stencils have actually, they used to be dinky ones That's Crafty still do, but because they were so popular, Laura's resized them into 6x6s.
Oh, I
so
see.
we can do a little bit more with them. Right, so I know I'm going to obviously run out of time to fix this together, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to...
6 minutes. Well, yeah, I reckon.
Oh, I've got 6 minutes left.
Oh, you've got that in your belt. I reckon.
Oh, Neely's just come in the studio. Hello, my darling. Oh, it's nice to see you back in. Sorry, we're just one big group of lovely people. Sorry. Terribly professional, but we're still... Right, so what I'm doing is...
It's like a club, isn't it, really?
It is,
it's
actually,
like a club.
it is. And it's been so... because we've been away from each other, because people are gradually coming back in, it's so lovely to see people again, you know. It's like we've been put in a cupboard and all of a sudden we're coming out again.
Yeah, or we've been at home homeschooling for 3 months.
So what I'm doing is, I'm keeping it on that colour scheme, but I'm using the metallic silver. So this is one of the, obviously the multi-surface, but what I want to do is, this is one of the frames, okay, so one of the Crafty board frames, and I'm just, you can see, all I'm doing is just dry brushing round and giving it just that little bit of silver, but of course it's all keeping within those tones.
Yes.
So I don't want to add any colour. Do you know if there was a colour that I was going to add, it would be red?
Do you know, I was going to say, if you're going to,
Oh, wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah. Which bit would you accent in the red?
I don't know. I think I would maybe put it in the flowers on that piece here, maybe the feather on the cap, and maybe the flowers in the hat of the Steampunk Darling.
I'd bring
maybe
out all the
that's
double
what I would
O's
do.
and the sevens.
Yeah. Just that little, you know, that little hint. So you can see there, by just putting that, the black silver, let's say black silver, that doesn't make sense. Metallic antique silver, that one was. You can see it just gives that, it does really, it's really nice, isn't it? And of course, that is still so light. Now I'm going to just, I'm not going to stick that down because that's not quite dry, but I'm going to place it down just there, and once it's down because I don't want to take that off. And then on here I'm just going to offset that just slightly. Now you will notice that this is this Crafty board piece, which is on the second set along the counter.
Yeah.
If you actually place that on top of there, you can see it goes on top of there brilliantly. All right, because it's obviously the same design but just a tad smaller, so you can still see the numbers underneath. And then what I'm going to do, I'll finish this all off, but I want to just place it so that you can see. I'm going to just place my lovely Steampunk Darling there.
This is brilliant. That looks fantastic.
She's fab, isn't she?
Yeah, it really does.
I'm going to just place that there and lift it just on those cogs, and then just put that hat in there, just like that. Like that. Do you think that looks all right?
Oh, all right. That looks amazing.
Just for monochromatic, it looks quite striking, doesn't it?
It really is
striking. Even though we've only used that one shade of colour, and on my hands, obviously.
Jo, that looks absolutely phenomenal. Really brilliant. And
thank you.
It's lovely. By the way, if you wanted to go for that background there, you can see with the MDF frames, you've got the boiler house and the chained up, so you're going to be getting both of those as part of that, 2 of each. And the details of that on the side of the screen, 073098. There they are, $11.99 only. But that has given you, I'm hoping, I'm sure it has as well, great inspiration on how you can do with that. Now, if you, don't forget, this is just in the monochrome. This is your blacks, your greys, your silvers that you're looking at. Imagine that worked with any of the other colour that you might want to bring to those projects. I mean, they are phenomenal. It really is lovely. We do have other options as well for you when it comes down to the MDF. So we've got the skinny shrines here. So you've got the rectangle, cogs, top and arch. $15.49, $279, $135. I'd say in for a penny, in for a pound. I'd go for both of those if you can do. Really great. They really lend themselves to the one-day special, of course, which is here. And I know that a lot of people are really looking at this. Maybe if you're thinking it's a different style to what you're used to doing, maybe you're more sort of landscape working, maybe it's more floral or nature. You know, sometimes it's good to have a look at something differently and see, then put your stamp on it as well and try that in a different direction. I think that's the beauty thing that I'm finding with regards to crafts. 295812. What are you going to do with these, of course, with your projects going forward? 3394. Of course, you'll be back a little bit later on again, Joe.
I am, 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, you're back. I think I finished my show again at 4 with you as well today. So
okay.
Joe will be back with more projects and more demonstrations throughout the day. Lovely to share this out with you, Joe.
It's been smashing.
It's been smashing. I look forward to a bit later on as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, for your company so far as well. If you've already got your one-day special, it will be dispatched out immediately and we're with you as soon as it possibly can be, so you can crack on with your fantastic steampunk darlings by lovely Kelly Horton. Don't forget that our exclusive there for That's Crafty. We've got a lot more lined up for you, so please don't go anywhere. It's Fantastic Friday. We've got wonderful guests galore, demonstrations to keep you occupied and to inspire you throughout the day, of course, as you expect, and always brilliant price points for anything that you may well need. Please don't go anywhere. Get yourself a brew and see you back here on the other side. Take care. Yes, we'll stay with the whole idea of skulls. Skull and cross buns coming up for you. Then I'll be back with you with Daisy B Crafts, of course. And then we've also got your Royal Talons, all here on Friday on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I've been working closely with Crafts2 on the development of the John Next Door brand and also working with their fantastic range of products. I'll be bringing you some fantastic shows that are combining the John Next Door and Crafts2 products. We'll be sharing things like the press cut dies and some of the Find It media and some of the other fantastic tools, accessories and other products that Crafts2 bring to everybody at home. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't miss the Crafts2 shows with me, John Lockwood, on Hochanda.
Hochanda News. We are excited to announce that our broadcast hours on Freeview have been extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you were missing our live shows in the evening and we can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitch Your Fingers and I'm here to talk to you about the Stitched Up Ruler System. The Stitched Up Ruler System was born in America and I saw how unique it was and wanted to bring it to the viewers on Hochanda. So what we've done is we've been designing these rulers and they are specific depth to work with the specific foot that you need, but this enables you to be able to use this on a domestic sewing machine at home. We now design and manufacture the rulers and the feet here in Yorkshire. We've got lots of new designs and new shapes coming to you and we can't wait to bring them to you at home. So make sure you don't miss the Stitched Up Ruler System with me on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Rob from Add Some Sparkle. My wife Jackie and I have been running Add Some Sparkle since 2010 as a small family business. We're both very passionate about papercraft in general, and Jackie's particularly passionate with paper embroidery, which is one of the main things we focus on now. So make sure you don't miss our Add Some Sparkle shows on Hochanda.
Did you
know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Well, good morning there. I'm very excited about this show. It's just me on my own, but it is the most fabulous, beautiful stamps and stencils from a small company but mighty in designs called Skull and Cross Buns. Now, of course, this company, I want to tell you a little bit about it because Emily is the woman behind it, the designer, the girl who created this company. And there is a little bit of a story behind it because she wanted to, well, her aunt had a gift shop and she had imported stamps from America, so she started crafting with those stamps. And then when she grew up, our Emily, then she decided that she wanted to stamp again in the university, and that there was nothing that kind of fitted with her stamp. So she created her own stamps designs. And of course, the first couple of stamps were with skulls, and the other one was a cooking and cupcakes. So she came up with the name Skulls and Cross Buns, which I think is a fabulous name. Now, what we have got in here is a pick and mix option, the latest release of it. You can choose 2 of these stamp sets. So you could go for planner, which is the one that you have got on the screen. Now, that one is fabulous for your planners, but also for your dot matrices, 5mm squares, that dots that you can fit in perfectly. Or you could go for the above one, which is craft before guys. I love that one. Craft is my superpower as well. Now, it has got lots of lovely elements that you can incorporate in your project. And also you have got dinosaurs. Now, one of our producers here already, she was like, I'm gonna buy this one because it's just fabulous. I love the dinosaurs for her little Abe. Then we have got quirky, so there are sentiments in there. EXO, you are amazing. We have got an amazing director in the gallery. And we have got an amazing producer and an amazing tag guy and an amazing floor manager, because here at Hochanda we have an amazing team. And then, of course, we have got the washi tape as well. I love that one. And of course, we have got also the unicorns. Now, let's have a look at what you could create, because you could create something like that using the unicorns. Imagine to create a surprise box like that. Now, the box here, you can see those ones are from the planner, but of course you can create those sentiments in there. What about using the unicorns to stamp and emboss into pink and then create that background and then the word dream? Look at that. I love the planner, how it can create those kind of geometric backgrounds in there. What about creating? I love the yeah. Now, I want to show you more examples because there are so many beautiful samples. The design team, like this one, is by Natalie Bowers. Look how gorgeous they are. Again, by Alison. Look, I love that EXO to create that background, that kind of almost like a column in there. Isn't that gorgeous? And what about stamping and embossing all the sentiments into silver? So we look at some dinosaurs. Let's have some look at the sun. And look at that. Here it comes. Now, of course, if you have got canvas sneakers or, you know, you could stamp with fabric embossing ink. So, for instance, something like a hybrid ink pad, something like maybe something like Versatility as well. Like, well, look at that! Isn't it amazing? I love it. That one is created by Anita, creating that rainbow and then stamp and emboss with white. What about? I love that one. Can you imagine having this in your home and your craft area? Craft supplies before, guys. Well, definitely. Otherwise, you have some of us, you know, have nothing. So I'd rather take those craft supplies. Look at that. Crafting is my superpower. Look at that. The rubber stamp, the ink pad, the stencil. And I love the stencil. It has got even the washi tape in there. The card that you can decorate, even the card within a card, and the envelope in there. Oh, look at that. I love that. Now, it's funny because I love this sentiment. I think this is actually quite a deep sentiment. If you know, for me it's especially because this is the sort of card that somebody needs to send me. It's like kind of, don't worry, you know, crafts, you know, yeah, at least you have got a very, very well stuff, you know, craft room, you know. You can see that gorgeous, beautiful elements in here. And of course, you know, they give you plenty of hours of fun, the craft supplies. And then you have see that, and look at the unicorn in there. You can go pretty and layers. You can go very bright. Think about, so I was saying, our Kim as well as our Lottie in the gallery, they both have got little ones. And I think these stamps are phenomenal for, you know, to have a crafting session with your little ones, but also to send them to your friends. They can send them to their friends. Your friends is that sort of versatility through the ages. Oh. Now, can I just show you a little bit the planner, because I wanted to show they have that bullet journal, and of course that kind of the planner, the stencils, and of course these stencils are also we have got it in the show. We have got, of course, the washi tape stamps in here, washi tapes stamps as well. We have got them here. You can. That is really, they work so good. And of course, they're photopolymers, so they have got that quality impression. I have had so much joy and such a great results. Remember, this one is a pick and mix of stamps. You choose any two out of the 6 options we have got there for £19.98. The planner banners are the favorites. Nearly 20% of the stock has already gone. 072881 is your item number. And I just have to say that I just loved using them because they brought a little bit of joy, a little bit of, well, not a little bit, a lot of joy to my crafting. And kind of, when I started working with the stencils as well, it brought that kind of, oh, I can do this and I can do that, and they mix and match. And it's such a great price for a set of 3. It is, again, a pick and mix, so you are saving £3 and you're paying £10.49 for 3 stencils. They're about 6 inches in square sizes. And now, of course, it works out at £3.50 per each. Now, look, I need to show you this one because I think it's phenomenal. This one, just before we are. Now, the way that it has been done with the offsetting, and you're gonna, it's like a confetti. It's just gorgeous. Can you see color first and then white over the top, but offset it? So it gives you that kind of vellum-like transparency, really dimensional. Right, what we have got in here is, of course, we have got different options. So we have got one of my favorites, that kind of, oh, this one kind of is a swirl, it's a kind of that sunburst, it's kind of that kind of, but look what you can create. There's so many creative possibilities with that one. That one is a twisted ray. Then, of course, we have got those kind of the elongated triangles, which I love because it kind of creates that gorgeous, you can use it horizontally or vertically. Then we have got the rainbow half, which technically you can create, it's a quarter of a circle, so then you can expand it into full rainbow, so just twice, or you could do it all 4 sides and you have got a beautiful circle. Then we have got the rainbow pattern in here, which is absolutely stunning, and I'm going to show you, if I can, a gorgeous layout by Laura, because you can see in here with that you can elongate it, expand it vertically as well as horizontally, and create that beautiful little rainbows in there. And it's also very Japanese, so I'm thinking maybe stamping and embossing into gold with you know, over a red you know, corso. And then of course the heart patterns. Now this one, it's actually 5-in-1, I can see, because I can see love, I can see exo, I can see all those hearts falling over. They are very, very beautiful. I love that one. And I love the little elements that you can then create a kind of a ombre of hearts falling down. Then we have got the gingham stripes, and this one works in a way. Let me grab it because I had already a sample. So you can layer, so you can do the stripes. Can you see there? So you rotate them and you could create a gingham. And then of course you can use the smaller stamps to highlight those corners there. And then we have got this one. This one is the knit stitch, which I believe that is that one. So you can see there. So jelly beans, yeah. Oh, so this one is the pearl knit. Okay, and then we go into knit stitch, which is the one that you can see in there. And then I had a sample, but I kind of placed it. You can see that this is not exactly. This one is a little bit smaller in size, yeah, but you can see there. Okay, and then we have got another, this one is definitely a 4-in-1, which is the dots in there, which I adore, because you can make sure that you have got the different sizes of the dots in there, and of course you can create that degradation. Then we have got the confetti falling down, and those ones are your options for your stencils. Remember, you pick any 3. Which one is your favorite? So it could be the rainbow, it could be the love, it could be the gingham. Do you want to see how it works on the website? Remember that £10.49 is the price for 3 of them. 120953 is your item number. Now, if you are new to us, let's look at the website to see exactly how a pick and mix works. So you can see all of them. So as soon as you have put the item number, so you have got them in there. Now, so our producer Lottie, she's going for the heart, and then she's going for the dots. And she likes the rainbow. I think it's a good choice. Actually, I'm going to start with the twisted ray, but you know, just saying. She is in control, our Lottie. And then it works exactly the same with the stamps. So you put the stamps, so you go into the item number, you click on it, and then, so our Lottie likes the washi, and then she likes the planner. So then she adds those 2 to the basket, and then it's added to the basket. And then when you go to the basket, you can see all 3 stencils, and you can see the ones that she likes, and of course the stamps that she likes. And that's how it works here at Hochanda, the pick and mix. You customize your own collection of skull and crossbuns stamps and stencils. Right, so I'm gonna demonstrate, and I had so much fun with these stamps and stencils, because it's just, they are joyful. They are kind of nice and beautiful and fun and interesting, and the quality is great. So what I done here first is I stamped onto a you know, that kind of masking sheets. Now, if you don't have it, so it has got like a low tack tape in the back of it. Now, if you don't have those ones, what you can do is use one of those repositionable, those sticky notes that we have got, you know, the ones. So you can stamp on it on the very sticky area. You don't have to, like, it can be, the stamp can be bigger than the area. But then what you do is, of course, then you cut it around it, you fussy cut it. I'm trying to grab the right piece of card that I have got here. And then what you do is you have got that area, that perfect repositionable element that you can stamp onto it. So let me see. So I'm going to go for the unicorn, and I have done the masking beforehand. Now I'm going to put him somewhere along here, and I have got a stamp, a clean stamp, although it's the stain, it's clean, so it should be clean. And then I'm kind of using my stamp platform. I just like to use a stamp platform, especially live on air, because it gives me a little bit more security that I'm going to get a good impression. But you can use, of course, an acrylic block. And yes, my stamp platform leaves a little bit of oil in the, yeah, it's just a little, it has had a lot of action, this stamping platform. And, look at that. Look at that, gorgeous. Look at that. Look how gorgeous is that unicorn. One stamp, that is perfect. Now, I'm going to take it out and put it in there, and I'm going to make sure that I clean my hands because I tend not to. Now, what you need to do here, clean my hands with the ink, is make sure that you blot the ink area, because sometimes what happens, I'm using Versatility Clear, which is one of those inks that stay wet for a while. So what you want to do, make sure is that it's dry, and this is what I have stamped onto that sticky paper that I mentioned before. So I didn't want to bore you with me cutting around it. Right, I need to remind everybody to check out their baskets because we are very busy. So if you want to make sure that you are getting your beautiful stamps and your beautiful stencils, please do check out your baskets. Now, what I have got here, you can see it. Now that will mask it. Now I was going to go straight away and place my stencil, but what happens is, what I want to create is this card. So I want to have that clean area in there. So I need to make sure that I stamp again the gorgeous rainbow and clouds. So again, from the same set, I'm going to take first of all, I'm going to take my cloud, and this is important that the cloud is the first thing that you stamp in here. There it is. Put the magnets in, so kind of make sure that it's not moving the paper. Then we have got that in here, and that perfect impression. Now again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press it down so to make sure that it's dry, the ink, because otherwise what happens when you put a mask on and then it's wet, it can smudge, and you don't want that. Now I'm going to take, again, I have a stamp and cut around it and create my own mask in here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the rainbow in there. So again, place it there, that's about right. And that, what it does, that's so little. Okay, let's put it that again. If that happens, not a problem. You can just position again the mask, and that will be not a problem. Press down, and now when I lift this up, can you see? So that has created, otherwise I would have that line coming across if I hadn't masked it. So that's one of the things that we are gonna, so we have got the stamping in here, but I want to put my stencil over it. So again, I need to put back my masks. So I'm going to take that mask, place it there. So that's going to make sure that when I add the color, and you can see once you create the masks, you have them for other projects as well. Right, so I'm going to put them like this, and then you can, if you have got a stamping platform, you can use a stamping platform for this technique, because that kind of holds everything together. Now, what I liked in the previous one, I did leave a gap in here because I wanted to have a little line in there, but you can clean it up. You can make sure that it's not covered in there. So actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put him, put his center in here. Now, if you want to go for this stencil, this one is the Twisted Sun Ray. So I'm going to put him there. I'm going to put the magnets in here. So that's going to hold it into place with the cardstock as well. There it is. Let's put that one in here. That should do the trick. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to position, or you can just put a little bit of low-tack tape. Now, the rainbow half and the one that I'm using now is very, very, very popular. Now, nearly a quarter of the stock of them has gone already. So if you want yours, please do check out those baskets. Now, I'm going to start with the blue because I want the blue definitely to be in the sky. So I'm just going to put that in here, and then I'm going to go in I'm gonna go in with distressed oxides in here. So gonna go in with blue. Now look at that. I'm using makeup brushes, so it's up to you if you have got blending sponges or something like that. That will work as well. It's up to you. I tend to, I like this makeup brushes. And then start at the center as well and drag it out. That kind of works. And then kind of bring over a little bit of the color over the other one. Then can you see how I'm just starting into that one? But of course the purple one is that one in there. That kind of a stars. And don't worry too much about, I'm not too worried about you know, how am I following a proper rainbow sort of way, because I kind of go for the color wheel, so sometimes kind of a little bit of, you know, a little bit not completely what it is a rainbow. And then gonna go in there, and of course I'm kind of using the yellow. And here I'm using, this one is mustard seed, in case you were wondering. And see, how can you see how I'm blend them in? And actually I'm using Pink Frog Crafts in watercolor card. Yeah, that's the one. Right, so now can you see that I have got a lot of green here, that all that should be green. So I kind of want to bring a little bit more blue maybe here, because I don't want so much of the green, but that's kind of like a good idea to have the green at the bottom, because of course that would be the grass, so that kind of makes it even more realistic. So kind of gonna go in like that, and then I'm gonna bring in the green, and then kind of and that will be yeah. And then I just think that the rainbow is always a good, positive, uplifting, beautiful, bright and cheerful kind of colors in there, right? But of course, even more so now, because it has got that more symbolism in there. So I'm going to blend them in. And what I'm doing also is dragging that ink, that excess ink that it is as well. And look, this is also cool for another project. Hence when I don't like to waste anything. We don't like to waste. Right, so we have got that. Now, if you wanted to create that kind of little droplets of water, so that, you know, for bleaching technique, you could do that. I personally gonna leave it like as it is, because I kind of like that cleanliness. But look at that. I love that. And then what I'm gonna do is, well, I'm not gonna, look at that. I love that, when it kind of sort of starts in the, it's that pure whiteness that comes in. Now, of course, this you don't need to waste. What I could always tend to do is I kind of go in with my art journal, and then I'm going to do is spritz water, and then kind of do it the other. Leonie does it in a different way. I kind of just go in, and then go in like that, and then, sorry, I done it the wrong way up, don't I? Yeah. Oh, that's just like upside down and everywhere. But look at that. I love that. Can you see it there? Yeah, it's just the so those kind of colors in there. Then you have got splotches of color. So that's the first step from another page. And now that's kind of how things that I have learned watching Leonie. Right, so we have got, I need to tell you, a third of the Twisted Ray and the Rainbow have already gone. If you want it, please do check out your baskets to make sure that you do not miss out on those ones. And then what I'm going to do is, using of course, the gorgeous planner sets in here, what I'm going to do is take those stars on a row, because you can do that. You can bring in your stars in there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them, so just a little bit like he's sitting on the stars. And then I'm going to put them here. So I haven't lifted the mask, because I wanted to, when I lift him up, you will be able to see that he's on top of those stars. There it is. So not behind, on top. Right. And then, of course, the washi tapes, I'm going to use the washi tapes now, because I'm going to go in with the, kind of, like, can you see that? That one is going to go in here. So what I'm going to do, again, I'm going to put my stamp there, just wanted, at this time I'm going to do just partially, and you will see the finished sample that I did, that I actually did use the whole image of the tape. But you can just use bits and pieces. Can you see how suddenly it kind of is so effective in there? Now what I'm going to do, again, when you're using a stamping platform, it's important to clean your stamps between times, and then going to put it in the. Going to put it there. Yeah, it's kind of like it there. And then kind of hold it in here, the magnet, so I can do a second stamp, should I wish, and then stamp it there. And of course, you can use, as I was using, you know, of course, the clear acrylic blocks. Oh, I like that one. And then, finally, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a stamp, a message. So, shall we do... Yeah, I like... Oh, you know what? Shall we do either... What shall we do? Here's a hack. You got this? You got this. You got it. Oh, well done. Oh, which one? Come on, come on. Tell me which one. You got this. You got this. You got this. So this time I'm going to stamp directly onto the card in here. So I'm going to take that one out. And this is why all the stamps, they mix and match, the stencils match. Everything has been designed so beautifully together. And I just love the brightness of it. Look at that. You got this, girl. And then, of course, that, you can kind of add it into a black, can you see in here? Into black card. So I'm going to just use a little bit of glue and matte and layer that I should have cut it to size before it, so I think it's fine. But you can see how quickly and easily I have created that. Now what I just done here is just offset it, just put it, made here the stamp, I put it in there with a banner, and then I just put a little bit of an metal embellishment, and then you have got a different ones. So that is quick and easy, but yeah, the spectacular, of course, they're gorgeous, beautiful cards. Now, of course, the price for this pick and mix of stamps is £19.98 plus P&P. How about not paying P&P? So here's Janice to tell us more.
Should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have. Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888. So, don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
And of course, it's a fabulous way to be part of the Hochanda family. Now, let's see what we have got as the stamps goes. Now, we have got 6 options, and you choose whichever 2 are your favorite. The first one is your washi tape option. So it has got that gorgeous, I love that one. That one is, if you want a stamp that gives you backgrounds, that it gives you that kind of the ability to add an accent. You know, when you make a card and you're thinking it needs something else, this is the one that to go for, because it gives you that. Then, of course, you have got The skull and crossbuns, of course, that's the company we are representing today. And you have got here the gorgeous crafts before, guys, or just crafting is my superpower. Look at that. I love how you have got the stencils. That's one of my favorite ones. I wanted to show you, this is one of the ones that I use for my art journal. So let's see if I can find it, which is always, so what I done is, look at that. So kind of done, look. So it's just kind of putting the pages, and it has got a pop-up. So I use, of course, I use the stencils as well. But you can see once you color those pencils, once you color the cards, now I just love it. It's just a little bit different, and it's a little bit, it's clean lines as well. So it means that it's very, very easy to color in. Then we have got the unicorns in there. So not the unicorns, they're dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. How can I confuse them? The dinosaurs are absolutely delightful. They are just funny, and they're just, they are kind of non-scary dinosaurs. And I love that also you are getting like the stuffs, and I think the dinosaurs are nearly 20% of the stock already gone. So if you want yours, you know what to do. Check out your baskets if you don't want to miss. Then we have got the quirky, which is quirky sentiments, and you can see how they match as well with kind of beautiful. All across the lines will be kind of work with perfectly. So you can mix them on their own, use them on their own, or of course in combination with others. Then we have got the planners, the planner banners, which are, again, don't think just planners, just think about mixing and creating backgrounds. Like, for instance, I love this card. I mean, how beautiful it is, how stunning. And of course, Charlotte has used the lines and the circles. Can you see the lines and circles that are in to create that geometric background? And final option is the unicorns, which is the one that I just used, and it has got the beautiful rainbows and the little hearts and the dream and the things like that. I love as well. What is it here? That kind of the eyelashes, the eyes like sleeping down, and they're just so cute. And that. Now, of course, you have got all those elements, and this could be one of your options. Planners and washi tapes are at the lead, I believe, still. So if you want to go for those ones, please do check out your baskets. Now, think about the dinosaurs. Wrapping paper for the little ones. Now, when I say little ones, I don't mean, that's a little bit ageist, isn't it? Because I'm kind of thinking, my friend Beth loves dinosaurs, and she's not young, and our floor manager, Sharna, she loves dinosaurs, but she's young, but not a child. We don't have children here working here. Just, but look at that. I think as dinosaur always will kind of brings a smile. It's just kind of roar, that kind of. Oh, look at that. That's how I said roar. And then of course you have got the what's the name of the flying ones? Oh, I don't know. I'm not pterodactyl. That's apparently the name. If it's not right, I'm just repeating what I hear in my ears. 072881 is, of course, the option for the stamps. Now, the washi tape option is the most popular one, and now that one is nearly a quarter of the stock gone. So if you want to grab yours, do check out your baskets. £19.98 is your price. You're saving £4. And then we are moving on to. I love that. Can we show this? You don't want to look at that glorious page. Look at that. It has got it's just kind of saw the dinosaurs in here. Can you see them? How cool they are. Now, don't be mistaken to think that, of course, dinosaurs are a little bit smaller stamps. No, look at that. On a 12 by 12, create the perfect background in here. Just there. Just like that. Look at that. Yeah, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? And it's, of course, dinosaur cake. Who knew? Anyway, moving on from the stamps to the stencils, and I love stencils because it brings that color and easy. Now, we have got some updates. Twisted Ray, which is the one that I use, one of my favorites. A quarter of the stock half the stock has gone. Oh, it's kind of on my hearing. Now, so if you want it, please do check out your baskets. Look at that glorious sample. It's just such a cool one. Or look at that one. Now here Anita has, what she has done is colouring with the inks and then a stamp too, and of course then she has stamped the sentiment onto a white vellum, and that is just really cool, isn't it? All right, or you can go for party time. And now we have got, of course, then elongated triangles, which I think is really cool. A third of the stock has already gone, and that's the one that you can put. Of course, you can put inks, you can put texture paste, you can put glitter, you can blend those. And this one has got acrylic paint, I believe. And then, of course, we have got the rainbow half in here. So half the stock of that one is gone, and I wanted to show you this card because I think it's genius. Can you see what they have done here, Anita? So, and by the way, we can broadcast this because it's completely invented. But it's not somebody's code. Don't try. Yeah, it doesn't work. I tried. Anyway, so you have got there of course, those gorgeous half rainbow. Then we have got the rainbow pattern, which is a third of the stock has already gone. Oh, I need to show you. Okay, so I'm going to show you this one because this one is the half rainbow. Look at that, Laura, again. Look how beautiful on a 12 by 12. This is what I meant by replicating it 4 times so you get a full circle. Isn't that stunning? I mean, I think it's just the most gorgeous page. Now, from that one, we are going into, of course, the rainbow pattern that we have got here. And again, Laura, look at that glorious, beautiful layout. And one of the things with scrapbooking is that you want to draw the eyes to the center, and the stencils allow you to do that. Look how Laura has used stamp onto vellum and then trim around it with those planner stamps as well. So everything mixes and matches. And then we have got, of course, the underneath. We have got the heart pattern in here, which is glorious with those beautiful hearts. I'm just trying to look for, because as I go through, I kind of mix them, matching them, but then you can see that gorgeous. Love this one. I don't have this one, but I have to say I absolutely adore it. Love the love as well. Then we have got the gingham, and the gingham is so cool because it allows you to create a 2-tone gingham. If it was just one gingham, then what will happen is that you have basically not continuous lines because of how stencils are, but also it would be all in one color. By having separate lines, it means that you can create that perfect background with the gingham in 2 different matching colors. And then, of course, you have got the this one is the pearl knits, which has got that kind of, I think, a jelly bean sort of feel to it. And then we have got the knit stitch. And then finally, we have got 2 more. We have got the dots, which is one of my favorites ones. And then we have got the confetti, which the confetti, let me show you again that glorious sample, because I think that is phenomenal. Again, I'm thinking, glitters through it. That glitter onto acetate, that would be phenomenal. And then just put something different on top and underneath it, so the glitter kind of changes color as it goes. So you have got here the choice of 3 of those stencils, 6 by 6, and of course £10.49 plus PMP is your price, and then you're saving £3. 120953 is your item number. Now, if you want to get some bargains as well, we have got 7-day savers, and if you want some embellishments, we have got jelly bean crafts, paper crafting kit, ribbon, gems, decoupage, washi tape, and more. 30 packs in total with lots of different things that you can do. It's a nice stash builder, especially if you are a beginner, or you want somebody who is a beginner to start their crafting. This is phenomenal. And it is a great price as well. £14.99 is the price. And look at the saving. And now also 7-day savers. If you are new here at Hochanda, remember that they are launched. Well, or if you they are launched at on a Sunday at 8 a.m. until the following Sunday at 8 a.m. or that if it stocks last. And then, of course, we wanted to do the planners because I know lots of you are into planning. And remember, Leone has got a show next week, Happy Planner, next Wednesday. And we are all very excited at 3 o'clock and 7 o'clock. I think she's got 3. Right, so one of the new ones that I was very lucky to get is one of those planners. And I love that tall thing, I just like that. So, for instance, what I have done here is I've used the planner stamps already to incorporate them. So you can see here, and you can see them, like I use the 1, 2, 3, so kind of the planning. So I use my stickers, but also using the washi tapes and things like that. So because, if, for instance, one of the things, the beauties of the Happy Planners is that I can take it out and you can stamp it, or you can, if you are like me, that you want your stamping platform, you could use that. But me personally, what I'm going to do is directly to here. So now I'm going to go with my stencils, and of course, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go in with the dots, and you can see that's kind of really cool. Now, what I'm going to do. I should have had a glass mat, shouldn't I? But I kind of forgot to ask for one. So it's my fault entirely. So, you know, sauce, somebody's going to have to clean. I'm just kind of looking, kind of thinking what... right, let me grab the right color distress inks, because I'm looking at that sticker. So I'm going to go for peacock feathers. Yeah, I'm going to go for peacock feathers. I think that's going to... Apologies, Matt, you will have to clean this area later on. Sorry. I'll help you, if that's any consolation. I'll help you. Right, now I'm kind of gonna go in and kind of soft and kind of round it up. And look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Just adding that detail in here. And then what you can do is twist it around and bring it down from here. Now you can see that I haven't cleaned my stencil, and it's true, I don't really clean my stencils that well, but I don't mind it, because then when I put it in here, look at that, that kind of blue kind of relates to that one. So that's how I kind of think about it. Now, we're using the same kind of color, so I'm going to go in maybe with, that could be, you know, pink would be quite nice, wouldn't it? But I don't have a pink that I would like. So I'm going to go in with, oh, should have more inks. It's always this case, isn't it? You bring everything and then you don't bring everything, because it's impossible to bring everything. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go for yellow. I think yellow, it kind of goes in. So again, the washi tape here, you kind of go in and kind of stamp it. And look at that gorgeous thing. Now, you could, if you wanted to do a pattern in there, so a larger chevron, so you could do it like so. But also what you can do is expand it. So you can then make it like larger, like so. So that kind of is fun. And that could be then, again, this is for my happy planner, because I'm trying to plan my life. But for instance, I know that I'm having Monday and Tuesday, I'm not working. So I'm kind of thinking, well, that's going to be my crafting time. So I'm going to go in with crafting is my superpower. So kind of adding that stamp in here. And then going to put it in now, because I'm directly onto my my hard surface of the table. I'm going to kind of go in with a piece of card underneath it to give it a little bit more of a soft finish, soft cushion. That's it, that's the word. What would I do without my producer figuring me the right word? Yeah, she can't read Spanish in my mind, so she's used to it apparently. Yeah, her other half is Spanish, so you know we have got. Right, so then you can look. Oh, shall we add a little bit of hearts, a few hearts here and there? Yeah, let's do a little bit. Yeah, banter. And that, of course, those ones are packed full of little elements in here. Look at that. There. And that is gonna go into my planner here. And then can you see? And that is how you can incorporate and you can see how they work all together. So that is kind of a quick way of a planner, but we can move on to an art journal. Now, personally, I'm more of an art journal, messy kind of than a planner, because my plans never come to life, the good ones. Well, I hope some of them do. Some of them do. Right, so what I'm going to do here is start on a page in here, and then I'm going to go in and then just random. Actually, yeah, I need to buy a new one. Just now, what I'm going to do here, you can see that it's a little bit dirty, so I'm going to go for another one. I'm going to go for this one, and because I just love it. Now here, this one is knit stitch, and I'm kind of going to go in with yellow, And yeah, I'm a little bit rough, so you kind of, yeah, I'm a bit rough. I just admit it, but look at that. Yeah, they're laughing at me. You know, yeah. Right, now I'm gonna go in with a little bit. Look at it. And then I'm gonna put it in the opposite corner. And then I'm gonna put it here. So can you see how I'm doing? I mean, I know it's kind of, you know, just a little 3 in here, and then the yellow in here. I'm gonna bring it in there. Look at that. Now, please do check out your baskets if you do not want to miss in your particular choice of this. And remember that this is the only skull and crossband show today. So please do check out your baskets to not miss it. I love that. Don't you like how it overlaps? You can make it continuous. You can overlap it. It just looks so cool. Again, what I'm going to do is kind of split this side. And what I'm going to do is kind of upside down. So kind of gives you the opposite of that stencil. So kind of just very gentle, very little droplets of water in there. But again is layers and layers that you are building. And of course my style is very different from Leone's. I kind of go in for clean and simple, but I do take a lot of time faffing around and kind of deciding what I'm going to put. But you can see it here, that how it kind of comes in. And if you wanted to lighten it up, you can just blot it in. But look at that. I don't kind of like that. It's just very subtle in there, but it's definitely there. You can bring other stencils as well. So what I kind of do is the confettis and kind of that. I'm going to go in with a fast drying ink and then a little bit of my flat brush, makeup brush. So that kind of adds a little bit of another detail in there. Can you see that kind of overlay there? And then kind of go in here. So see, kind of adding the sorts of layers, and you build those kind of, you know, that kind of backgrounds in here. And then, oh, I love this. I wish I had, yeah, because I didn't think of that idea of putting embossing, like a clear with not embossing powder, with glitter. That's the one. Now this is one of my favorite stands because I have never seen something like this. It has got that crosses in here, so of course it goes very well with the you know, that the name of the company. Okay? And that is, again, it kind of adds that effect in here, that kind of crosses, that kind of elements, and oh, I love it. Love it. It's just something else to build onto the layers here. Look at that. I love that. Love that. And then I'm going to put it, I'm kind of thinking here. So, and then of course by using the stencils with the black and using the stamps with the black, you have got different depths of black. You don't have just one sharp black across it. You're kind of building those ones in here. I love that. I just love how it kind of all comes together, because and there is no right or wrong. And you could even put it at an angle, but I'm not going to do that because all three are at right. And then I'm going to do another one maybe here, just in the corner here, there, just off the page, there. Oh, I like that, yeah. And then of course that, when you have got these, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take one of my pieces that I have got here, so that more or less is a kind of and then we're going to do is I'm going to put the triangles here. You can see them here. And what I'm going to do, because my piece of card is smaller, and turn it around, and I'm taking low tack tape, and that is going to secure it to the back of the stencil because it is smaller. So that's going to secure it, but at least not gonna dance around too much. Now again, I'm kind of going to go in with my rainbow, so kind of go in like so. Kind of adding some color. I'm not going to go too strong in here this one because I think we are running out of time. So please do check out your baskets, because some of the options are very busy. So, and then look, and then let's go down and do a purple here, and I don't think I'm doing a proper rainbow this time, but then and then kind of gonna do that one, and then where is this, the kind of yellow here, where I just mix it, and then kind of I'm just having a lovely time just playing around with the gorgeous colors. And this is the joy of something as, you know, beautiful as these stamps and gorgeous. Look at that, I just love it. It's very subtle, but it's definitely there. And that's what you want, because I'm going to stamp on top of it. I'm going to stamp, and I'm going to stamp in this one. Now, what I have done here, I wanted a pop-up. So I'm going to show you how to do the quickest and simplest pop-up. So what you need is any piece of card. Usually anything thinner is a little bit better. So 200 GSM, 210 GSM or something like that. And then you just cut it. It doesn't about an inch and a half, depends. It doesn't really matter so much. And then you fold it in half. And then you fold it, so can you see it? Fold it backwards, so you have got that one, and then backwards again. So you want to make sure that they are as good halves as they possibly can be. So this one, for instance, is a little bit, has come up a little bit too much. So what you do is you just trim with the scissors, so to make sure that you have got, can you see? Like that. So what you do is you flatten it up, like so, and you just put glue and glue, okay? Can you see? Glue, glue, and glue. Excellent. And then we are gonna put, what is this? Where is the glue? Where is the glue? Where is the glue? Well, that's not exactly, because that takes a little bit to dry, but you will see. Okay, so you put glue, fold it like this, so you have got glue that side, and then you press it down here, okay, and then what you should do, of course, that will be like that, so it creates that step, and of course the collali takes a little bit longer to dry, so kind of, and that will be glued into here, right, so as a table, so that when it flates, then it will come. So I'm going to leave that in to set, and then kind of a stamp here. So what we are going to do, shall we stamp? What shall we do here? Because I have done the craft my superpower. So I'm gonna say, yeah. So we could do a dinosaur. Oh, I do have a dinosaur already done. Let me grab it. Yeah, I do have a prep dinosaur. Let's see, because we have got here. Just kind of suddenly kind of this. I have got a dinosaur here. So we have got the dinosaurs in here. That would be, so you can see here I stamped and then color them, and then we could do is the washi tape. I just love the washi tape so much. So we can take that one, because the washi tape stamps is one of the things that, you know how you have got a favorite washi tape and you kind of don't want to use it because, like, well, I'm going to use it, it will run out, and then I will have, and then I don't know where it is from, I don't know where. So with this you can add that perfect, you know, every time, and whatever color you want, you can make it color match. So then he can be there. Oh, that was a nice wobble. And then look at, and then we have got that. So yeah, that's elements as well. And we need to roll, don't we? Yeah, we need to roll. Okay, so we do have a roll. Well, we have got one. Roar, roar. That makes any sense. Roar. Oh, yeah. Kind of put it. It's a Spanish dinosaur. Roar! That's what a Spanish dinosaur makes. That's what rolls their R's. Then we have got, of course, that. I'm going to put it foam pads, but not the thick ones, because, of course, they are. That we are into our journal, so you don't want to add too much depth, you know, the kind of height into it, but kind of is that roar. That kind of is so funny. And then it's like, I mean, is he telling her to back off, or she's saying, oh, you know, you're hot? That's so sort of a roar, and then she's like kind of a smile. Yeah. Well, you can. it could be any. Now, of course, this is still not dried, so I do kind of apologize for that. But in the meantime, you can see. I know, it kind of has good. So you can see how you could put it in here. I do have got some other glue, but I cannot find it, so that will have to do. So I kind of put it a little bit of collal. I do like collal. It will dry really, really hard and really strong, but it's just that it takes a little bit longer to set then. But then you have gonna have like, I love that. I love it. So let's put him there. Kind of there, press it down, and then of course we have got the other page in here, which is crafting my super page. Crafting is my super page, my superpower in there. Remember that here, for instance, I use the circles, I use the washi tape as well, but the little dots. I have got here the little crayons in there. I have got, of course, a little bit of strong colors, and then of course we have got the page that I just created. Look at that. Look at that. So yeah, so that of course is the art journal. Now let's have a look at the website, exactly where we have got pick and mix, we have got the stamps, and of course we have got 1998 is, of course, you are getting 2 of those. Once you choose whichever 2, and you kind of choose 3 stencils. Now, I realize I haven't shown as many samples as I wanted, so I kind of let's have a look at the samples again, because there is so many, and forgive me if I haven't shown you every single one of them, because I do apologize for that. But look at that. Look at the dinosaurs. Look at what you could create, colorizing them. Look at that. Isn't that the cutest thing? Oh, we have got seconds to go. Oh, look at the dinosaur. Look at the stencils. Do please check out your baskets for that. Look at the kind of course the washi tape expanded and using the, look at the, of course, the dinosaurs in there with the different stencils. Love that. This for a guy, teenager, absolutely phenomenal. Do please check out your baskets for all the stamps. Those gorgeous, of course, stencils and stamps. Now, I will be back at 11. Lou and Royal Talents. I didn't realize. Oh, that's a phenomenal show as well waiting to happen. And then, of course, after the break, there is more inspiration here at Hochanda. So thank you so much for your company. Do check out your baskets for these phenomenal, beautiful stamps and stencils. And, of course, I'll see you in 2 hours. We have got Daisy D Crafts after the break. That's nice. Then we have got the Royal Talents, and then of course at 12, that's Crafty One Day Special with your channel.
Join us this Saturday at 6 p.m. to welcome back Dolly Dimples with their brand new One Day Special.
Hochanda News. We are excited to announce that our broadcast hours on Freeview have been extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you were missing our live shows in the evening, and we can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Morning all, I hope you're all good and well and dandy and you've got a spring in your step. It's Friday after all, it's 10 o'clock and we are live from the studio of course. I'm sure you've been with us all morning, but if you haven't, thank you for joining us. It's lovely to have your company. And speaking of company, I have company in the studio. I've got Matt, floor manager. He's over there. He's always there. He's always chipper. It's always nice. But it's always lovely when someone else comes in the studio. And now we've got lovely Nina in the studio, right on the other side of the studio as well. Good morning, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I feel like I need to shout now.
I mean, there's 2 metres and there's 2 metres. Obviously,
yes.
This is a male 2 metres. So I think it was a bloke's obviously measured this out, because this is 2 metres plus, isn't it?
It is. This is the longest 2 metres ever. Yes.
But better to be safe than sorry. It's all good, isn't it?
Definitely, yes.
But lovely to have you in the studio with
Thank
us.
you.
I know this is our first time of actually working together and actually me helping you with your shows, you know, so...
it is.
I'm just thinking that we've also got maybe a lot of new viewers that are watching. We've had a lot of new viewers that have joined us through lockdown as well, that have found us, and it's brilliant to have everyone's company. So maybe worth just explaining, Nina, a little bit about yourself and about your business, because it's a lovely family. I mean, it is family business. I mean, everybody is involved, it seems, as well. But for those that don't know, Nina, just tell us a little bit about the business, about your company.
Okay, so at Daisy Bee we have my dad Roy and my 2 sisters Faye and Josie, and it's just awesome. We get to, I draw, Dad draws as well, or designs if we're being more...
Let's go with the design,
Yes, Dad, I just sit and draw. No, Dad designs and I design. And then you have Faye, who basically steers the ship. And Josie does absolutely everything in between, including designing her own range of sentiments.
Lovely.
Which are fantastic. You know, I can just be sending her a message saying, right, Joe, I need this by tomorrow. Like, do it now really quickly and then send me it. I need to see it.
And that's the nice thing about, if you've got sisters... Is that better? Because you can say that to your sister, can't you? I need that. Will you just do that for me as well?
Of course,
Dad,
you can. Yeah.
Dad, Roy, I need this sorted. Can you get that? That's
oh,
good.
definitely, yeah. I mean, my dad's an engineer by trade as well, so he helps along with you know, doing because we manufacture everything as well. That's
brilliant.
Another good
That's
point.
Lovely.
Yes, we manufacture. So Josie and Faye manufacture. Dad's been the one who's, you know, done the machinery and things like that for it. So it's a well-oiled machine.
Lovely.
That's
brilliant.
Good?
How long have you actually been going as a business?
Gosh, do you know what? We had this conversation the other day, and Dad's been in business for about 15 years.
Right.
And we've been around for, I'm going to say, 7 manufacturing and maybe 5 as Daisy B.
Right, yeah,
4,
okay,
5.
okay. Yeah, yeah.
Faye will be like, no. Every single one of those is wrong, Nina. So.
Well, listen, it's lovely. It's really lovely to be with you today as well. And I know you've brought some lovely designs that Nina's got with us. And we're also going to have some live demonstrations from Nina. And also we're going to have one that your dad's done. Roy has done one as well, which is on VT. Roy's not here, everybody. Stand down, stand down. Roy's not here, but he has sent in a video. But I think if you listen carefully, apparently you may be able to hear Nina giving some instructions as well, shouted in. So listen out for that. They're coming up in this hour. So I think, without any further ado, should we have a quick go down the counter so we can sort of see what Nor's brought in? Now, everything you've got with us here is all brand new designs that we're seeing. And I have to say, they are absolutely fantastic. They are beautiful. They really are. Now, here, we've got starting off with, which is our fantastic sending, the stamp set, the 14 stamps in total that you're getting. And I think this is beautiful. Great one to start off with. Just talk to us a little bit about, because I'm not sure where the inspirations come from, which member of the family that's done with what, all of these. So talk us through these ones, and I'll show some examples as we go through.
Lovely. Well, this one I'm really excited about, and I'm going to be adding more to the sort of add-ons with it.
Okay.
So in this set, you get the sunflowers, you get like a bouquet of flowers, and it's kind of, I wanted the concept to be that you're sending something inside an envelope, and they've opened the envelope, and there is your sunflowers popping out,
there
your bouquet of flowers, and what else have I popped in there?
We've got butterflies coming out of here.
Butterflies, that's the one. And I mean, the butterflies just look like
beautiful.
They're flying out.
That is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, there's not one in here that you look at and you go, I can't imagine not sending that through. If you could send a hug through an envelope, it's, you know, something that you may already have. But these, honestly, I think it's such a... And this, is it just me, but sometimes some of the simplest ideas actually are the most emotive when you look at them, things like this.
Yeah, definitely.
Anything that's sent in an envelope.
I mean, like you said, it is a simple idea. It's an envelope. But, you know, you've got that stamped, you can have your envelope, whatever colour you want to. I've left the space there for the inserts, which, as I mentioned earlier, I am going to be doing Christmas ones. So on our Christmas show, there's going to be 2 inserts for that.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yes.
Look, I've got to show this one. I love this one that you used it as well with the other theme that you've got here, which, again, you'll be able to see this mix and match with everything. But what a lovely idea.
That's the VT.
That's the VT,
yes,
is it?
That's the VT demo, yes.
Right, now we'll be watching, Roy's going to be showing this one again later on in this show. This is the first of many lovely items we got down the counter, 471842. If you are a Freedom member, by the way, £22.49, but that also includes your postage and packaging as well. So if you've fallen in love with that, pop it into your basket, but also make sure you've got room in your basket because I've got plenty more still to show you that Nina's brought along. Let's work our way down the counter as well, which is the up and away. Talk to us a little bit about these ones then, please, Nina, as I'll show more again for us.
Well, I really love this up and away. I love the theme. So it's basically you've got butterflies are your hot air balloon. So they're carrying you wherever you want to go. And I've done the sentiments then that go underneath them. So you've got a basket, you have the 2 sentiments that you raise me up, and I can't see it properly. The other one.
I'll bring them all.
The sky is not the limit.
Yes, right.
Yes.
Yeah. I've just shown them because the actual stamps, they're big stamps.
They are. I don't like small stamps.
Beautiful.
For me.
They are gorgeous. I'll just show you the other ones we've got here as well that you can see here. So we've got the sky is not the limit, just as we were talking about there. They are, and the fonts and everything on these is just absolutely beautiful. You raised me up. We've got here. I was going to burst into song there for a minute, but don't worry,
no.
Nina, you're safe. I won't do any of that. Comes with a health warning before any of those. Let's just see some of these again. Absolutely beautiful. And again, I'm loving the way that you'll notice this when you look at these, that they work together beautifully, like we've got here again with the envelope style again, but again, all of that coming through. It's really fantastic work, these. Have you done a lot of the colouring of these?
Yeah, I did the... I've started to dip my toe in pastels, so I did a lot... That sky was a pastel sky.
Oh, with the clouds?
With the clouds, yeah, just thought
show that again.
That'd be a really nice... You know, you'd open in it and you've got the sky and the butterflies. I love it as a...
Yeah. They really are gorgeous. And again, the colours that you've got... honestly, the samples that you brought along are absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
These are stunning. Let's show you this one in a frame. Wow,
yes.
Someone's got this claimed for a space on their wall already. They must have, haven't they?
Definitely.
Look at this one. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous?
I wanted it to seem like it was glowing.
Yes. I'm trying to move it so it really does catch the light as well with all of that, but it has got that sort of that magic mist around it sort of feel, isn't it? Dreamlight. It's only £21.99. Again, I'm sure you're already thinking how you can work with these wonderful stamps. 423337. You're going to be spoilt for choice this hour, I promise you. Do make sure you get ahead of the rush on these to get these into your basket if you possibly can, because I can see there's going to be a big demand for... These are all brand new that you're seeing on the show, so do take advantage of all of these. Right then, now these are lovely as well. This is gorgeous. Talk to me a little bit about the inspiration behind this one that we've got.
The inspiration for this one is that with anything, especially everything that is going on right now, and people's day-to-day lives, you know, things can be tough and can be difficult, and I wanted to really have a sentiment, you know, behind a design. So this is, you know, just, it's okay, you're doing fine, take it one step at a time. You know, it's not a marathon. No,
it's not.
No,
you're right.
What is the word? It's not a sprint,
not
it's
a sprint,
marathon.
it's a marathon.
There, that's
We're in
the
for
one.
the long haul. And that would be,
Yes.
I tell you what, I couldn't have done a 3-month sprint. I don't know.
No.
I struggle with a 3-mile walk, to be honest. But no, you're quite right, though.
Yeah,
you know.
anything, you know, if you're sending something to somebody who's grieving, it's somebody who's trying really hard at university, at school, you know, you've got that there to send to them. I just think it is a nice sentiment there.
It is. It is. And, you know, and we say it more often than we probably think. You know, one day at a time, take it one step at a time, etc. Rome wasn't built in a day, all those kind of things.
Yeah.
It's all about that progression, isn't it, really? A lovely stamp and a really beautiful sentiment behind it. Only £14.99 as well. 781053. 3 stamps in total that you'll be getting for them as well. Still got quite a few brand new items to share with you, which are lovely. Now, the rainbow has become sort of synonymous, really, for 2020. I mean, if you think about all the ways of sort of thank you, especially to our care workers, etc., the rainbow's massive, isn't it? And it's always been a symbol that's out there. But again, so I'm sure there's lots of inspiration for this, but beautifully executed in this kit. This is absolutely gorgeous. Again,
Thank you.
Talk to us a little bit about what your thoughts are on this one, then, Nina.
Well, this one was, you know, like you said, it's very symbolic of the time, and you know, it will go down in history. And you're wanting to thank people, and I think, like you said, a rainbow is there to be, you know, to thank people. It's lovely. You know, it's beautiful. It's after the storm, you know, you got the beautiful rainbows. Another very symbolic design. So then I wanted to pop the flowers at the bottom of it as well, just to add a bit of a twist to it.
Right.
Instead of your pot of gold, you've got a beautiful flowers at the bottom.
I like that, yes. I like that. I've never found that pot of gold anyway.
Neither have I, no.
I've been looking. My little boy, and I've got a little 10-year-old boy and a 7-year-old little girl, and whenever we see it, she still believes there is a pot of gold.
Yeah.
The 10-year-old's got wise to it. But we can still send off Shade for a good chase across the field if we see one, you know.
That's good.
And it keeps her busy for weeks, you know. It's she's still on the last trek out at the moment, you know. But, you know, all the things you do for a peaceful life. But absolutely beautiful, really lovely. Again, lovely price point on this, only £14.99, 652 469. Absolutely gorgeous. We've got plenty more there, all on the website for you, of course, to have a look at with all the new designs. We'll come back and give you an update, of course, and see them. But please feel free, have a little look, which you go to see there, which is lovely. And of course, you've got that gorgeous one with the seaside as well, which is the light up, the ocean and the sound of the seaside. Another one for you, really worth looking at. You may remember we actually used one of those stamps. It was actually one of the first pieces we used that was connected. They joined that up with the envelope as well. So loads of items on there, and of course you've got some fantastic 7-day savers that you may well find useful for this also. Now, okay, so I think it's time that we had a little bit of some live demonstration so we can sort of see exactly how we might put these together. What are you going to be working with to start with then, Nina? What can you show us?
I wanted to show you the up, and away.
Oh, great, lovely,
yes.
Lovely.
So I hope you all like it.
We will. Over to you then for that. Where we can start off.
Right. So I'm going to. This is the card that we're going to be making.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're just going to show you a little bit of the cutting technique, so you're not sort of taking it out and using your sticky pads or anything like that. So I'm going to get started. We're going to use the. Oh, they are big stamps.
They are,
so
aren't they? They really are.
They're fab, and the reason I'll come back to that. When I'm designing them, I do tend to sort of design more in a A4 sort of sense, so that then Faye will say, okay, what size do you want it? And then she'll send me it, and because I've drawn it in A4, then I see it so small, it's like, oh no, that's not going to do. No, I'm going to be needing it much bigger than that. So we're backwards and forwards with what sizes to do things, and I just think it's punchy. It's a real statement when it is quite a large size.
Yeah.
And you can get more colour on, and I am all about colour. Any different type of medium that I can use, colour-wise, and I will. So there you go, a nice, lovely, crisp image.
They are lovely images as well that you get from it. They are.
So the first one I'm going to do this in this is Cloud 9 Wow embossing powder, and we're just going to tip that back in there.
Goes everywhere, doesn't it? You've got to be careful with that.
It does go everywhere. And then I'm going to stamp the bottom bit out. So this one is The Sky Is Not the Limit. Now this is one when I fancied myself as a little, as a bit of a calligraphist. Is that the right word?
I think we'll go with that. Yeah.
So yeah, I got myself the calligraphy pens and the calligraphy book, and decided to have a bit of a go.
Yeah.
So this is handwritten by myself, and then I've added the clouds to it.
Oh, it's lovely.
But another good, inspiring.
Yes.
I can't think. I'm running on quite little sleep today. In fact, I think every time I've been in, I've said the same thing. Now I'm 8 years eternally tired.
Nina, is it three children? Three children, yeah. And so this is one at the kindness of her heart to come and demonstrate, and taking one for the family business to come along and do that. And the other point of it is you've got out of the house, left 3 little ones behind that you've been with through lockdown, so it's a bit of a holiday as well.
Yes, I did. I'm not going to lie, when I sat in the car this morning, I definitely sunk down into the cosy seat, popped the heating on, some tunes on, and wasn't mummy.
Just to make it clear, Nina wasn't driving, by the way, so
no.
You were being driven.
Just to really clarify.
But what's the ages again of your children?
So I've got Buddy, who's 18 months, Cooper is 5, and Bo is 8.
Oh, lovely names as well.
Thank you.
Lovely names. It's fantastic. So yeah, you have got your hands full. So if we start to lose Nina halfway through a demonstration, we've all got to shout very loudly, clap our hands, and wake Nina back up again from rest. But it's great that you're here with us. But it's
lovely. Do you know what? It's absolutely amazing to just be back. With a tiny little bit of normality.
A bit of normality. Our director was just saying, nice to be amongst adults, but I mean, that I think was a loose terminology that we've used here. No, we're all big kids. We're all big kids. Some of us still aren't actually quite potty trained as we'd like to be, but we're working on that skill as well.
It's lovely.
But it was only once, and we never let him forget it.
So we have got to this point. I'd used a clear sparkle embossing powder for the bottom one, and for the top one was the Cloud 9.
That's beautiful.
And I have popped this one, one I've done earlier. And we're just going to, so I've already just used a little bit of the Gansai Tambi watercolour there in silver, just to highlight those clouds. And
Yeah.
I'm just going to continue with my colouring of the butterflies. So I'm going to lay a little bit of water down first on the big butterfly at the top. I just think it wets the paper a little bit. It makes your watercolours move a little bit easier than when you go in with those. So I'm going to go.
It's a beautiful stamp. By the way, just to let you know, Nina, that 20% of this stamp of the stock has already been allocated as well.
Lovely.
So a fifth of the product already gone now. So again, so please do take advantage of this. But I agree with you that the sentiment on this I think is absolutely beautiful as well, Nina. It is lovely.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And I think, I don't know, I'm definitely one of those people that likes a sentiment, likes a meaning behind something.
Yeah.
You know, and we do have happy birthdays and things like that you want to send on a card, you know, that you need to send on a card. But also I wanted this to be about sending love in a different way, you know, the sky is not the limit, you know, don't give up on anything.
Absolutely.
Sentiments. So just to go back in right at the base with a little bit more of that of your colour. So you can see I've only used one colour there, but it looks really good. You're not spending a really long time. Some people probably see butterflies and think, I ain't got time to colour each little tiny section in. Well, the way I do it, I'm not colouring in tiny sections. I'm just, you know, doing it, or taking two colours like I'm going to do here and mixing them together in the middle.
I see, yes, yeah.
So you got the pink on the tip of the wing, and we'll go purple at the base. I'm trying not to get my head in shot.
You're doing a great job, it's fine.
So.
Like you've never been away.
Oh, that's good. I know. Well, it's when you've got we're doing the VTs. You know, it's a totally different environment.
Yeah, of course.
I think there was one VT Dad were doing, and now we're on an exercise bike. You know, that's the kind of relaxed vibe we'd got going on. So yeah, it's different.
A little bit more difficult to do the colouring in though while you're doing a treadmill at the same time.
Yes, definitely. I definitely had a moment where I got off it and tripped. I think that was heard by the people in the audience. I think. Yeah, it's good fun. So yeah, we're just doing a pink one here, and then what I'm going to do is go around the all the areas and add a sky effect.
Right.
Right, so you're going to wet your paper again round the outside of the butterfly wings. There we go. I mean, this actually, I designed this for a craft along. We've been doing a craft along during lockdown.
Oh yeah.
Once a month, and it's absolutely fantastic. We have so much fun and banter, family-wise. You know, it's nice to share it.
Absolutely.
So yeah, this is one that I designed for that. So if anybody were interested in sort of looking at any more videos regarding this stamp, you know, there is another one there to be watched.
Because you've got some groups on social media that you've already have set up as well for Daisy Bee. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We've got the amazing Daisy Bees Facebook page, which is fantastic and so supportive. I'm so proud of our Daisy Bee members because they're lovely. They really are the best.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, big hello. I'm sure they're watching you as well. And
yes.
with us, so a big hello to you if you are.
No, it's
if you're
lovely.
not, go and check it out. Like the page, I think that's what you have to do.
Yeah,
like the
yes.
page.
Like the page.
Like the page. Give it a like.
Yeah, they're all different, aren't they, with what you...
Yeah, I know.
How you say it, and especially now, you know, social media has become quite a big thing right now. We were talking earlier that, you know, think this this is lovely to be here because it's you're providing some what did we company?
Bit of company.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think it is important, and I think shows like what you're doing, for Hochanda, for everyone, and we've got something for everybody in that respect, and it's just nice. I've had people saying, "Oh, it's nice. I have one in the background while I'm doing my ironing." I'm not sure it's a compliment or not, but it's. I thought, what would have been nice if I have you in the background. If you want me to do your ironing, then that would be nice. But but it wasn't that. But no, I think it is important, and there is that whole crafting community where it is about sharing ideas and sharing thoughts and learning from each other as well, isn't it? Really,
it is definitely, because everybody's going to have a little way of doing something that we've got the people on our Daisy Bees, got some that they're all amazing, and I don't know I'm learning stuff from them.
Of course,
it's brilliant.
Of course.
So I'm just going to quickly dry this off. Purely because I'm going to go in with a scalpel now around the outer edges of the butterfly, just to make and tweak the butterfly's wings. So I want the paper to not, fall apart when I'm going through with a scalpel.
Yeah, of course, of course.
It's hard being in my head, because a lot of the time I know the word. It's in my head, but I just cannot get it out for the life of me.
It's all right. The right notes, just not necessarily in the right order, I think is the quote as well. 30% of the sky is not the limit, and the You Raise Me Up stamps, you're getting 4 stamps in total, so we're at 30% of the stock already now. 423 337. So if you've got this and you think lingering, I would consider checking it out of your basket, of course. But it really is a beautiful stamp. What I think is so lovely about the actual stamp on this one, Nina, is it's really very clean. It's a very clean stamp. And even if you were to go with it sort of quite minimalist, it's really lovely, in that respect. It's a really clean stamp and everything. It looks gorgeous.
Yes, definitely. I mean, you imagine if you did it in gilding flakes.
Oh, yes.
That'd look beautiful.
Yeah.
Black card, gilding flakes, just embossed. Looks really, really nice. It is really lovely. Yeah, you don't have to add a lot of colour to it. It's not something that you need to make stand out, because I think it does stand out.
It does stand out, yeah.
Because it's different. You don't see a hot air balloon of butterflies every day, do you?
It's very true.
Yeah. So and that is what I'm all about with my designs and just drawing in general. I've started doing a lot more pastel drawings.
Right.
So with those, I'm adding an extra element to them and making them realistic, but then having a bit of a twist. So it's nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is something that I've had and had a passion for from being really tiny. Is designing.
Really?
Yeah, designing.
And is that the same for everyone in the family, or within the business and within the family from that side of it? Is it something that everyone that's involved has had that from an early age?
Dad, definitely.
Yeah.
He told me actually that he used to run home and that there was a particular person would do art lessons.
Oh, right.
While it was his dinner time, so he'd run home to watch the art lesson.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, how sweet is that?
That is lovely.
Yeah, so he has always been, involved, and he taught me how to draw. From being really little, so I'm passing that on now. I'm teaching Bo how to, and she sits on a night and she draws with me.
Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's really nice. But Faye 100%. We shared a bedroom, and she couldn't be in more of the right job.
Right.
So she had a little bobbed haircut, and she used to stand there over the near banister where all my clothes were like strewn, and honestly it was disgusting. And but Faye's side of the room was pristine, and my side of the room was less than pristine. And she'd go, are you going to... she's 4 years younger than me as well.
Right.
Stood there with a little bobbed haircut, and I thought, oh, she just needs like a briefcase and a suit on. And she's bawling me out for not tidying my area. And what is your problem? You've got yours and I've got mine. So that's the kind of vibe that me and Faye have.
I see. So you can't do that with other business partners, but when it's okay, when it's family.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Josie, I came in the other day and she completely tidied my desk up, which was absolutely brilliant.
That's very good.
But there's 10 years between me and Josie. 10 years age difference, so they do have that sort of, you know, go do this, go do this, go do that for me, you know, when they're a lot younger. So
that is looking lovely.
Do you like that?
Yeah,
so I've gone
really
round, and like I said, you sort of adding, it's something a little bit different from cutting it all out, layering it up. This way, you're just taking the little elements. I quite like that look. I think it looks
that's
really
beautiful.
cool.
And I'm loving that little extra, like you say, just around the outside of that where it was cut from.
Yeah.
That little bit of the shadowing in there.
So all we're going to do now, I'm taking some Dry's Clear glue. I'm doing lots of little dots, very, very close together. And then you just, as you're bringing them out, you're spacing those dots a little bit further out, almost like the butterflies are flapping their wings and letting off glitter.
Ah.
You see? So I think this is quite a nice look.
That's lovely.
I tend to bring this to quite a lot of the pieces that I do, because to me, when you create a card, they are pieces of art, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. But I love the simplicity of that as well, though, from it just being like a lot more concentrated around the actual butterflies and then it just sort of scattering off.
Yeah. It's nice. It's lovely. And I do think you get that. You look at it and you think, oh, it's like they've just spread the wings.
Yes.
I'm going to use that. Oh, that could have been disastrous then. I was just about to pick it up with the open glitter bag in my hand. Well, who don't like glitter?
That's all right. It's live
Glitter
TV.
Friday.
Things like that are meant to happen.
They are.
When they happen to somebody else, it's better though, isn't it? Not to you.
Yes. There we go, look.
Oh, wow.
And I think as well, you know, and you can do something, you think, yeah, that looks really nice, love it. And then you add that bit of glitter and it's like, yes.
Yes.
That is the ticket. There we go, look at that.
As you move that, we're just seeing that as well. It's just catching the light.
You see the beautiful shine on there?
That is beautiful.
Yeah?
Neil, thank you so much, Steve, for sharing that.
You're
That is
welcome.
absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I really love that, and I'm sure you do as well. And already, listen, if you think about they've all got that lovely simplicity regarding on these. The main theme of these, of course, is that sentiment that drives it through, and then the images that capture it so well. But there's so many elements that you get, whichever set you're looking at here, there's so many elements that you can just add those little moments to as well and build upon it. You can have it stripped back, or you can really embellish and go with these. So please, please, please make sure you get these into your baskets. They are beautiful. One we didn't get a chance to show earlier on before we went over to Anina's first demonstration. But again, you have seen it in some of the sort of samples that are here. It's this beautiful set. This is gorgeous. This is light up the ocean and sound of the seaside. And again, really beautiful. Again, it's just sort of seeing the way that Nina was working with these, you know, all the great space. She said she loves those larger stamps as well because it gives you lots of a chance then, of course, to do that wonderful colouring that you can do. You get a really beautiful lighthouse that you can sort of see with the actual lighthouse itself there. And of course then you've got all of the wildlife that goes through that you can see with the beautiful winged birds that will give you that idea. And again, wingspan on that is huge. It's a really lovely big set of the stamps, 5 stamps in total. And again, just some examples of how you can work with that. And I love those themes of the sea, of course, that you see. But lovely one here that's been taken. Again, if you're looking for those more masculine styles, again, these ones have been designed as almost like a Father's Day look that you can see. But there, you can see the scale, the size that you've got of the actual gull itself there. And then, of course, the beautiful colouring of the lighthouse that goes with it. How lucky to have a dad like you. Did Roy design these ones? Did he?
Yeah.
He did. There we go. You know, because if no one else is going to say it, Roy, I'm with you. It's a bit of self-promotion, isn't it, for us dads? Absolutely. Yes. But look at that. Just the simplicity of that, with just that beautiful, gorgeous stamp being used there on that gorgeous background there, again, of that night sky, that whole idea of the glitter that goes through. Honestly, there are so many wonderful samples. I could stay here all day. Number one, Dad, another one of Roy's hints, I think. 3, 2, 1. 589 will give you those, and again a brilliant price of only $14.99. Really good price for the size of those stamps. Fantastic value for money for those, which is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I've got one more set that to show you with you as well, give you a little idea, and then we're going to go to the VT actually of another demonstration which Roy has done, which we're going to look at in a moment or two. But just to remind you before that one, we've got the beautiful the Seam Builder stamp sets here. So we've got the sunshine, rainbow, and we've got the clouds. So you get the 3 different styles that work that you can work together to build those beautiful elements into, and then actually would work alongside any of the other existing stamp sets that you've got here as well. So you've got here the rainbow that's being used, you've got the beautiful clouds that are coming through, and again you could just add or sort of have as many or as little as you want in any of these, and they work so nice. Really do love them actually. The sunshine is radiant. It's a really gorgeous, look at, you see that there? Hopefully you can see that with my shirt in front of that, but you get the idea. You're also going to get the different sizes, so you've got the different sizes of the sunshine, got the different sizes of our beautiful rainbows, and we've got just the fluffiest beautiful little clouds that you can see that would work and make any image on any project that you're working with just look beautiful. When you work them together, great images come from that. 456 567, £15.99. Just very quickly, just want to also remind you, of course, because we are coming towards the end of this week's 7 Days Savers as well. So, of course, if you are doing your making of your construction of any work, you will need your fantastic Reds tape. So it is available for you. This deal does end up for you on Sunday morning, £12.99. It's got a brilliant saving of £17, and that's 10 rolls, 5 of which are 9mm, 5 of which are 12mm. 666 159. Also got a couple more just to show you, of course. We've got the beautiful, speaking of rainbows, the rainbow card that is available for you. Again, brilliant saving, a £44 saving, and that will give you 300 sheets, and that is at the great size here, 235 GSM. So again, beautiful there, of all in size A4. Just waiting for the image to come. There we are. It's like, you know, it's a bit like me. I get there in the end. It just takes a little while. That's just walking in. 199468 is going to give you a £31 saving if you'd like to go for the fantastic Jelly Bean Crafts paper. This is the whole crafting kit. That gives you the ribbon, the gems, the decoupage, the washi tape, and a lot more as well. And you're going to be getting all 30 packs for those. And that is brilliant saving of £31. 199468. Okay, so it's time now that we're going to hand over to, now this, we may hear Nina in the background. Yeah, we will do. We're going to hear Nina in the background. But this is Roy, VT for you here. And we've just been looking at the lovely lighthouse, and this is exactly what Roy is going to be working with you right now.
Hi everybody, this is Roy again from Daisy B. I'm going to show you how I did this card from using the stamps from the sending set and the lighthouse from a previous show with the seagulls. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to, using a mask, stamp out the envelope, and I'm going to use, here we are, got it, Nina, we're ready to, she was ready to run for it then.
Oh, well.
Yeah, Versafine black, onyx black. And look at the state of this envelope. Nina's had this one. She's used it that many times. You like this design, don't you?
I absolutely love it, and it's in all its simplicity. I think it's an amazing concept, and yeah, I did design it myself, but I think it's fantastic.
It is. It's lovely.
Yeah.
I love using it. So I'm just going to go about a centimetre off the bottom and around the top, like this. Don't need too much pressure because it's just single or double lines, if you like that. Just make sure I don't get any fingerprints on it. So now I'm going to put that over there like that, and then I take my light. You can stick these down, these masks. I mean, you can use masking film. You can see that I've used it with the lighthouse before, but you know, I've done that many that it's quicker just to stamp onto copy of paper and cut it out.
You love the masking technique though, don't you?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I suppose next time I do one, I'll use a post-it note as a, because that some people probably prefer it stuck down, and you can do it with post-it notes. So then I just put my lighthouse there like that.
I like that. Love the lighthouse and the seagulls.
Yeah.
So amazing. I'm longing to hear a seagull.
Not be long. And then just leave that in position like that, and we'll get the seagulls. I've already arranged these seagulls so that they just fit nicely on there like that, you see.
Look like they've opened the envelope and they're flying out.
Yeah.
Love it. Sending dreams of the sea.
Exactly. Yeah. To be beside the seaside. Yeah.
Dreams of having your chips nicked.
Yeah, or ice creams.
Yep.
We've seen that. Greedy seagulls. Right, so
like
I'm just going to put that there like that. And I've just got a bit of a fingerprint there, but I think we might get away with that.
It's so small.
Yeah. Like that, and then take that off. There you go.
Oh, fabulous.
So
wow.
the next one, just this one gliding. Put him over here, I think, up in this top corner. Like this.
They are lovely. I love how you've captured the
Yeah,
gesture.
flight.
The
Yeah,
flight,
gesture, yeah, that's it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start colouring them in.
Yeah.
So when you next join me, I'll be set up for that.
He will indeed. Did you hear Nina in the background? Yeah, see, there's Nina in the background and Nina in the studio. It's very confusing. Thank you to Roy there. I've got absolutely brilliant, fantastic, of course, with those demonstrations. Another one coming up for you, of course, now in the studio with Nina as well. Half the stock, by the way, I want to let you know of the beautiful stamp set here. 14 stamps in total, which is that gorgeous envelope design that you can see here. Now, this is something, again, you're going to see more that you can make additions to going forward on this. But the possibilities are endless of what you could actually do this, because I think the sentiment behind it is absolutely beautiful. Don't forget, for this one, £22.49. That includes your delivery for Freedom members, 471842, but half the stock has already gone. Right, let's nip back to Roy then. Listen out for Nina in the background again and see how we're going to continue on with our wonderful At Seaside themed.
Right, so I've done all these seagulls and my lighthouse and my rocks and that with watercolour pencils, Arteza. So I'm just going to finish the envelope off. I didn't think you'd want to watch me do something that I've already done in previous shows. So I'm just going around again using Nina's lines with the with like an orange colour, and then I'm just going to get my water brush, Arteza water brush, and just bring the colour away.
I like this colour for an envelope.
Yeah. What colour did you say? Manila.
Manila. Isn't that what the colour of the envelopes are? Manila. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I have no idea.
But yeah, I do. I really like it. It's rustic almost, isn't it?
Yeah. And I'm just taking fading the colour into the sky, if you can see I'm blending the two, the blue and the orange.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like that, and take it down to this seagull.
Yeah, it looks lovely.
Like this.
And this set, obviously, you've got a few different things that comes in with it. You got the big word sending, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah.
And we've got a collection of love, deepest sympathy. I'm trying to think off the top of my head now.
I can't remember.
And then you have like a lovely, beautiful bunch of flowers that are coming out of the envelope.
The sunflowers, aren't they?
Then you've got then you've got sunflowers that are coming out.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then you have beautiful butterflies.
Yeah. And you were on with this, or is it Josie?
Josie.
Yeah.
Yeah, Josie's going to be demonstrating in the later show using the envelope as well.
Excellent.
Yes, she's fantastic, and there'll be so much more. We're also going to add a Christmas theme as well to the envelope that we'll be bringing back to Hochanda.
Yeah.
Which will be awesome.
I've seen some designs that you've done there. They look very good, Neen. Yeah. So yeah, so we've got his envelope looking something like that.
Yeah, that looks fab.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do now is I've got my card here prepared earlier, and my little scalpel. I don't know what I've done with my scalpel name. Oh, here we are, look. Yeah, a tidy, see, very tidy. So let's just do this. Look how quick I am now, Neen.
Speedy.
Yeah, like lightning.
I like how you're throwing them all
Just
over the
slinging
unit
them.
as well.
Well, it's your area, isn't it, really?
It is.
Yeah.
You'll not know any different.
No, I won't. So that goes on there like that. It's just a couple of millimetres border there like that.
Fabulous.
And then we have the sentiment. This is the word that comes with it as well. Sending. And all I've done here is I've stamped it, and I've used some wow, what embossing powder is that, Neen? Can you remember?
It's not clear sparkle, is it?
No, I don't think it's clear sparkle.
Is it got black in it?
No, that's the ink. I've used it. I've used the onyx black, and of course the black's shown through. So it's, I can't remember what it is, but and then I've used VersaFine around the edge, just by putting the card in the VersaFine. Sorry, not VersaFine, Versamark ink. So basically, that's your card. So I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for doing them for us as well, Roy. We've got another live demonstration coming up for you, Nina, in the studio in a second. But very quickly, I just want to give you a quick rundown of everything that is all brand new on the show. Don't forget, 2/3 of the stock that we're looking at now of our wonderful envelope has now been allocated already. 2/3 of the stock gone. 471842. Honestly, it is so beautiful, and I've got so many wonderful samples to share with you. I want to run down the counter, though, give you an idea of everything. But please, please, please check these out on the website and have a look to get them in there. 471842 is available right now, £22.49. Now then, half the stock has already gone now for our next of our that you can see here, and this is the part that we were seeing in the demonstration, which is the up, up and away. The sky is not the limit, and you raise me up. So there's 4 stamps in total, but absolutely beautiful. £21.99. 423. I love that little sentiment actually there on the ribbon. Really pretty. 423 337. How about mixing together so you can actually put those beautiful butterflies and all of that, of course, and then you might want to put them with the envelope style as well. But again, there's something about these that is just beautiful, and the message flies through, literally. £21.99. Did we say half the stock has gone here? Half the stock, I'm just hearing there as well. Oh, I've got to show that one. I've got to show that. I've got to show that. You can't not show that, can you? There we go. Look at that. Absolutely. You see that lovely glow it has about that. You're going to do magical things with these stamps. 423 337. Now then, one step at a time. Again, really strong sentiment with this one, and can be used for so many occasions you might want to go through. It's people just getting back on their feet. It may be starting out, maybe even going off to college or university, or doing it virtually as it stands right now. But there's no rush. Just find your own step there, one day, one step at a time. And a really beautiful image to go with that, which I think you'll see is stunning. And again, great price, only $14.99, 781053. And I'm sure that you are going to be able to use that a lot. 781053. Now, of course, that rainbow theme, of course, is very, very strong, and these are stunning. These absolutely gorgeous. So these are After the Rain. This is what the next demonstration's about, isn't it, Nina? Yeah.
It is, yeah.
So we're going to be going over to Nina in a second for these to see how you can work with these. The After the Rain, and of course you've got the Rainbow After the Storm. So again, beautiful simplicity, you might say, when you look at these, and yet the image is so strong. I love that again, with it coming through from the envelope stamp that was at the top of this that you saw at the show. And again, you can find so many ways of working is making it pertinent to whatever the occasion. 652469, only $14.99. Is absolutely brand new. So Nina, you're going to be working with this one. We've got 8 minutes.
Doable.
That's doable, isn't it? Right.
I was confident and then not so confident, so we'll see.
Let's go with the confident. Right,
yes.
Go on. 8 minutes. We can do this. We can do this.
Right, okay. So this is the card that we are going to be recreating. I'm not going to chat about it, I'm just going to crack on because I've got 8 minutes. So we're going to use some Distress Oxide in Iced Spruce. So I'm naming the colours that I'm using. We had a lovely email from one of our customers just saying that it was very helpful when I'm you know, when I do explain what I'm using or the colours that I'm using, because people do like to recreate it.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, and this one I've chosen to use this ice spruce because it's a little bit lighter. So I'm wanting, with the rainbow, I'm wanting the rainbow to shine through the colours, not the black.
Right, yeah.
It can be quite harsh, black. So I have used it on the flowers because when I used it alongside the flowers with the ice spruce, the flowers needed more.
Right, right.
So, yeah, it's...
We've had another email, by the way. You said about having emails.
Okay.
Lynn has emailed the show as well. Very good morning, Lynn. Thank you for getting in touch
Good
as well.
morning, Lynn.
And Lynn says the stamps are so lovely and clean and so easy.
Oh, bless her.
You know, so I think, and that's something that comes across to me when you look at these. You think it's such a lovely, crisp image that you've got on these stamps. They really are beautiful.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Lynn. She's lovely, Lynn. Aren't you? Bless her. She does the craft along with us.
Oh, that's great.
Yes.
Yes.
It is lovely. And we are, you know, the longer we go on, the more it is, again, very, very family vibe. Everybody's so lovely. So right now, I am using Carbothello's chalk pencils. And I'm just going to go in, so I've gone with the red, orange, as you would do with a rainbow. Where am I now? We'll go with green. I'm just yellow. See, it's the 8 minutes now. I'm feeling feeling the pressure. I've even
I know in that time real rainbows could have come and gone in that time, couldn't they?
I've smudged my image as well. Never mind. It's just that definitely isn't a happy crafting accident. That one. But it is what it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm laying my colour down first, and then I've got a blending stump. Now I had to really think about how to say blending stump then, because my dad likes to turn things into spoonerisms. So he says things the wrong way round, and I have to really think about it before I open my mouth. So this at home is a stending blump.
Right, okay.
And honestly, every time I reach for it now, the word stending blump is just in my head. So if I ever say anything, you now know where it's come from, and you can say, Roy's fault.
It's a Roy, right.
It's a Royism.
A Royism.
Yeah, I'm going to put that there. Right. So we're just going to use the blending stump and drag that pastel colour down. So they're very chalky, but it is a pastel. So you're just dragging that down. And I don't know, I felt like this gave it the rainbow, that real rainbow look about it, you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of iridescent, isn't it? They're not really solid colours. When you look at a rainbow, they're not solid colours.
No, that's right.
So I wanted to do something similar. So I'm just blending the colours into each other. And there'll be a little bit of, you can see a little bit of dust, so we'll just give that a good blow off. Right. So I'm just bringing that darker blue in. And then your purple. Right, and then what I'm going to do, just with my finger, I'm going to, the bits that I've collected, I'm just going to drag out. So it's like the bottom of a rainbow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, of course it does, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely, that's a lovely little tip, that. We've got just under 4 minutes.
It's fine.
That's all right, isn't it?
I've got one I prepared earlier.
You've cracked it
yeah,
now.
I've got my flower here, which we're going to pop on, and that kind of hides the little smudge there. So, but what we're going to do first, and not do what I did first off, I'm going to pop a piece of foam pad here.
Does Roy have a, does he change that word around?
Foam pad, yeah, I don't think he does actually.
No?
Femory-moam.
Yeah.
Memory foam mattress is femory-moam. Honestly, everything
Does
is
your
done.
dad drink?
He doesn't, he's actually teetotal.
Is he? Wow,
Yeah.
that's probably a good blessing.
It is.
Imagine what the language would be like if he wasn't.
Oh, definitely. Right, so That is, so what I've done is, this is on acetate, and I have stamped the sentiment on and embossed it. Just cut that out. So you can see I've adhered not acetate. What is it? Parchment.
Yes, parchment paper. Yeah.
Yeah, I've adhered the parchment paper with the with your. Oh, I've done it again.
The sticky pad.
That's
the foam
the
pad.
one. Yes, and now
the bone bab.
The foam. What would it be? Oh, I can't even.
Foam pad.
My dad will be sat in his dirty little office chair. Swizzling.
I have to say that sounds very wrong.
It
That's
does,
your
but
dad you're talking about, so it feels okay.
100% not meant that way, though. It is meant in the term of filth.
Oh no, yes. I'm not. I don't think that's helped the matter, but yeah, okay.
No, that probably hasn't helped either, has it? Nothing's going to help this situation.
Just had an email from your dad, by the way. Just
probably. He likes his keyboard. Right, so I'm just popping a few, almost sort of like a Brad look about it, because it's already stuck down with the foam pad further on. And I'm just taking the Carbothello again. I'm going to go around the outer edges in a blue, so we're creating that sky look. So, see, that's not too bad. On the first one, I showed you a sky look with the watercolour pens, and now we're doing it with the pastel Carbothellos. So just dragging that colour out, and you can do a little bit more. What am I like time-wise?
about 60 seconds.
Wow. So not
long.
No. That's okay. That's okay. We'll just get the sky done. Imagine it with glitter.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Well, we can see it later on in your next day. When are you next back on?
It's Josie.
What?
Josie's next. She's going to do the next show.
Josie can show it, as long as she gives you credit.
Yeah, that's it. Right. So, well.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
You can see where I'm going with it, can't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
We absolutely can.
There we
But
go.
lovely, lovely, lovely techniques in there as well. But,
thank you.
Nina, thank you so much indeed. It's been an absolute pleasure to see your demonstration to work with. Nice and clear. So it's Josie back here.
Yes, it is,
Is that 2 o'clock?
Yes, 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Josie will be back here and call in the hot seat from 2 o'clock. Nina, thank you so much indeed. Absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
Loved it. So there you are. You've got another show coming up then at 2 o'clock. We'd love it. Josie will take you through there. But absolutely brilliant. And again, you can always hear the recognition. Well, a lot of people are coming through and sort of saying how much they really like these stamps. And I'm not surprised. The sentiments are well thought out and look beautiful. And there's not that slight difference about them as well. Lots of similar meanings in there, but just said in such a beautiful way with beautiful fonts and absolutely gorgeous images to stamp with. And, as you've seen in some cases, really lovely large stamps as well that work nicely. And the other lovely thing is so interchangeable as well between them all, which is gorgeous. 652469, there's so much in here as well. By the way, at 2 o'clock, there's a different set of stamps as well. So if you really like this one, make sure you do. Hopefully you won't be going away anyway, but do stay with us for a 2 o'clock show with more different stamps to share with you. From us for now, thank you very much indeed, but don't go anywhere. More after this. Yes, it is time for your Royal Talons. Then we've got That's Crafty one-day special. And then we've also got Introducing Mushroom Lane. But get ready, Paola is ready with Lovely Lou.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my rounding shows on Hochanda.
Hochanda News. We are excited to announce that our broadcast hours on Freeview have been extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you were missing our live shows in the evening, and we can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Good morning. We have got, an amazing art show, and we have got an amazing guest, of course, to show us exactly what we can do with it. And of course, the one and only Lou Withers is in the studio in the opposite side of it, so it's as far away as possible because, of course, social distancing. So we have to shout, hello?
Hello, my lovely.
How are you doing?
I'm really glad I'm here with you now.
Oh, well, it is always amazing to do an art show together, because you are an artist, you know, and also when you explore the mediums and the paints in a way that nobody else does.
It's like I was saying before, I wasn't really interested in other subjects, but as soon as art came along, I was suddenly interested in the maths and the science and all the history to do with it. So I learned through those subjects, all my other subjects. So yeah, it's just an amazing thing that it just helps every aspect of your life.
Now, of course, we are going to start with the first one, which is Amsterdam, because the whole show is about Amsterdam products. Now, can you tell us a little bit about Amsterdam as a company, as the products?
About I think it's 1940s, around that time. Queen Wilhelmina in Holland was really into watercolour painting and stuff, and she realised that she wanted to give her stamp, so to speak, onto a product that she thought was excellent quality. Hence, it has now become Royal Talons. So ever since then, people have realised that, you know, it means quality, it means standard, it means constant good quality. So she's put a name behind that, and it's just gone on further and further and further, and throughout the years now it's adapted and changed to go with all the new creations and all the other things coming up in the industry. So at the moment, and it has been for a long time, it's one of the top runners for top quality and innovative designs
and
within
of course,
paint world.
with that top quality, also you have got affordability in price, so it's a great value for money. Now, the first item we are going to have a look is the acrylic paints. You're getting 36 of these beautiful pre-mixed colors, but of course that doesn't mean that you can stop there. You can mix them with each other. Now, look at those gorgeous colors. Now, Lou, do you have a swatch of these ones?
I do. I have a swatch of the larger ones, not of the third, but I can show you those.
Ooh, gorgeous. So that would be the 74, I bet, 72 set.
Yeah, this is the large one.
So we will have a closer look at that one later, but you can see that there is the option. If you want to go for the 72 set, you have got that option. £89.95 is the price, saving £30. But if you want to go for the set of 36, there you have got it. This one is new today, I think. Yeah, it is brand new today. You are saving £10 and £49.95 is the price. You can flexify it, which means that you can spread the cost into 2 interest-free payments of £24.98. Now, they are highly pigmented. They can, of course, that high pigment means that there is less mediums, so it means that there is more additives in it. So you have got that beautiful bright colors that you can, of course, mix them up. Acrylic paint means that you can use them in an array of different surfaces, including plastic, including paper, of course, cardstock, wood. There is so many. Dry brushing, mix it with water because they are water soluble. So you can then create even that kind of a little bit of more water, kind of almost like watercolors, but not quite because they are acrylic. 943553 is your item number. Now, they were going to be dispatched, I need to tell you, on the 17th of July because, of course, they are based abroad. Now, this is, of course, acrylic paint, but we have got acrylic inks. Now, the viscosity is completely different. An acrylic paint has got a body, a gel medium inside it, so it has give you that kind of, you know, that kind of body to it. However, this one is inks, but they are acrylic, so it means that they have got that opacity to it. You are getting all 5 of them, and you can see the beautiful, brighter colors. Now, by having the ink element to it, you can see how you can do driplets. Think about, still is water-based, so you can spread water into them, so you can do a lot of different, more movement sorts of type of things in here. I love how they come in with a little droplet base here. You can see that. So you can drop them. Now, of course, you can mix your own as well. So, for instance, once that you have them, if you wanted to create, maybe you can see that it's a magenta, so it's kind of more paint. So if you wanted to create a more of a red, you could mix with a little bit of yellow in a separate part. And of course, you can use them to paint and so much more. And of course, Leo is going to show us what to do with them in more detail than I could ever do that. 750606 is your item number. It is new today in this group of paints. £24.99 is the price, and you are saving £7. We have got, of course, more items on the website, including the binder. Now, of course, here you're getting 250 ml of that acrylic binder. £9.95 is your price, and of course, it is an amazing product that, of course, Lou is going to show us how to use it. 085838 is your item number. Now, basically, it's an acrylic binder, which means that if you add pigments, so say, for instance, mica powders and something like that, then you create, of course, the amazing, you can create your own acrylic paints with pigments. Now, there is other products as well. So we have got our gesso primer. And of course, you are getting here 1 full liter. Now that is amazing. Now it is limited stock, so please, if you want to get it, please do be quick to check out your baskets, because 90% of the stock has already gone. £12.95 for a full liter of it. 851877 is your item number. Other items that we have got on the show, do refer to the website and you can see everything that we have got there. Now, of course, without further ado, we are here for Lou, and let's go join her.
Well, I've got tons of things in. I'm just thinking about what do we start with, what do we do? But basically, just a little bit of history. I mean, Paula really knows. Paula's from a background that all the family are artists, well, a lot of them. And so she knows a lot about paints. But to go back and maybe pick up a little bit on the points, these acrylic paints were really sort of invented, whatever you want to call it, around in 80s. Developed, that's the better word, developed. So in the 80s, and it was because people wanted to go, they didn't want to use oils and they didn't want to use watercolours, so they came up with this. And they decided that they were going to develop even more, which they have still done. So basically, they've got a hybrid of what you can create with oils, you can do with acrylics. What you can create with watercolours, you can do with these. So we've got a full range, and it was working out, it's just over £1 each. And these colours here, those are the inks, so, you know, we're just concentrating on this. And for instance, we've got 2 whites. Why would you need 2 whites? Well, there's a difference between a hard white and a soft white. Titanium white is more of a harder, sharper white, and we've got the soft white here, which you would see is more of a, you can just see it's more of a creamy colour. So there is a difference. 2 blacks, why would you need? You've got a carbon and a lamp. And those names all come from generally where they were from and what they were used, like carbon. Lamp would have been from the lamp black from the ink. So lots of interest. Anyway, so these have all been put into families. So I think that's even better. So what's happened is you've got a set of, say, 42, I think they are, and they've got a light, medium and dark set out for you. But in these, they've got one that sort of slots in between. So you might get the greens and you might get those 3 in one set. But in this set, you then get the ones between. Well, why would you need them? Well, it's a really good point, because when you're making paints for your own work, it's very hard to get the same consistent of colour. So if I want to make this green by using these 2 colours to make that one, it's a lot of science to get it correct every time. So by buying this, you've actually got it, so it saves so much work. But what the kits actually do are allow you to give the full range. So all the hard work is cut out, because I'll be honest with you, I try and promote people to do lots of colour blending themselves and colour mixing, but if you just want to create artwork, then it takes too much time for me, I think. So plus you get this great box with it. So I thought, let's just take a couple of colours and let's just see how we can sort of change just a couple of the colours out of this huge box and create a massive big background that you can then cut up to use with all the other colours. So I've got a stencil. This is one of Nick's, so Nick Roberts. So I thought I'll just pick a sort of random box, so to speak. And this box, I've got turquoise, blue, and I've got some purples as well. And you'll notice that on them, they'll give you lots of information. Even though they're small, don't be put off by that, because I'm still on my first set, 3 years. And on here, you've got all these little lines and little numbers, and these are really important, because if you want to know what opacity the paint is, or what colour it is, or what you can use it on, all the information's there. And because it's from the Netherlands, they realise that these language is hard to get over in lots of different languages, but images and little icons are really easy to understand. So really easy to understand. So I've took them, I've got my stencil, I've got a big sheet of paper. Now, the all acrylic paper is absolutely stunning. It is so smooth, you actually think it is stamping card. It's so beautiful and smooth, it really is. It's one of my favourites. A3. That means I've got a huge background ready to do. I've got a picture. It is clean now, honestly. It's clean. It is. Don't look it, but it is. And a little tip, it's always damp down your sponge, and I mean damp it. Don't wet it, damp it. Your paintbrushes, everything, because if you don't, the minute you put your paint on it, all it wants to do is just suck into it, whereas if you put a layer or slick it with water, it creates a barrier, so it's not going to pull your paint up, because if you do that, you end up with big splodges all over. So I'm just going to take, say, I'll take the lightest colour, And all I'm going to do is show you how much I'd use on a full background. There, that's it. That's all I'm going to need. That's hardly a lot, is it? And even then, because I want it to coat, well, it is really opaque, but because I want it to go a little bit less opaque, I'm going to have to water it down, apply a tiny bit more, and I'm just going to, you'd be surprised. I mean, I can now mix this with everything, but I'll go into that. Be surprised how far this goes. So I'm going to choose 3 areas. Why do we choose 3 areas? Well, it's the rule of 3s. It's to do with how your brain sort of, well, maybe just mine. But 3s always looks better. It is. There's a science behind it, and I know a little bit about it. But it basically, it works better in your brain. 3s look better, apart from mantelpieces. But even then, you have like 2 there and 1 in the. Yeah.
Is there is a story. When it is 2, you don't know which one is the center. So by having 3, you kind of your eye kind of navigates throughout.
It's like a story. Yeah. It's like a story. It reads. Now, what I'm going to do is I've got the 3 areas, and you think, oh, that don't look right. Well, no, I know it doesn't. But this is the start of it. If you think this is how to get over say, when you can't think of anything to do. Now, I've got the same sponge, and I'm going to dip into, slightly different, a little bit of the gesso. Now, what have I done? I have got the main acrylic paints. I've mixed it with some of the gesso, which I know we've got back. I have now made my own chalk paint. Now I can add this, 2 areas of this, and I will get a subtle blend of a lighter colour of the main colour. So I'll just show you what I mean. Blend it in, and now I've got a lighter colour of it, and I can keep doing this. Can you just see?
Yeah.
And all I'm doing is I'm going slightly over the original piece and to the side. So it's overlapping, but not majorly. So slightly over. Now, if you think you've got all those paints, now you can put paint gesso with them. You can actually make hundreds more. Hundreds more, because in between all these, you've got light and lighter versions. So I'm just building that up a little bit. Now, the 3 areas again, but I'm noticing I'm travelling across. So what I want to do is break that up a little bit. So I'll go back to the original colour and add a bit there to stop it. So I've got that colour, so that's only 1. And this is the blue. I'm going to choose a dark blue now to give it a pop of colour. And all I'm going to do.
And that's why it's so good to have all 36 colours, because then you have got always lighter and darker tones there.
Absolutely. And then all the ones in between, if you go for the bigger one, and then all the ones with white. It's just so nice, because you don't have to sit and pick. You think you'll just grab them all. I find I've used so many more colours doing this than I would, just if I had a few. I've been far more adventurous this way. Because there's so many at hand, and I know they're all going to work together. I'm quite happy doing it, whereas at home I'm like, oh, will that go with that? Or, will that go with that? So, again, I've introduced 2 areas. So it's slightly over, but into its own space. I'm not going to do too much, because I know people want to see what else you can do. But believe you me, this will go a long way when you start to make your own backgrounds. When you think this is 2A4, 4A5, 8A6. You've got a lot of paper there. So, last thing, you can add another colour if you want. I'm going to either go, I think I need a pop of really dark colour now, or a pop of bright. I'm going to go with a bright. Okay. That's why I like these paints. You just pick any colours you want, and any colours you want. And because I've only used a very limited amount of paint, which is all you need, and water on my fat foam, this is all dry now. So what I'm not going to get is mud. Okay. And if you use too much wet paint and it's got lots of fillers in the paint, it doesn't dry that fast, because fillers take a long time to dry. So just going to put the pink in, and I want it to blend. with the other, and I want it to blend on top, but I want it to stay pink in another area, so just there. So, and then in the areas it needs a little bit more. And again, what I'll do as the final step is I'll do this, I'll get a little bit more pink. But now, just what's on the sponge, go to my gesso. And you can use gesso as a white paint, or you can use it as a primer. All depends on what you want to do. But I find that some people use a lot of it, and some people hardly use it, but I use bucket loads, I must admit.
Look at that.
'Cause it's always on hand, always. I'm adding a little bit of white now to the same sponge, because now I'm getting the colours that are in between.
And it's good to have a full liter, because then you are not, you know, like you can. I feel sometimes when it's smaller pots, I will be very careful of using it.
absolutely.
But having a full liter, you know.
With a small pot, you're sort of very tentative with it, aren't you? Like, oh, I'll just use a little bit. With a big pot, you're like, get it on. Get it on, who cares? Right, now the last little bit is, I'm just going to give it a tiny bit of depth. See, it's dry now. If you use too much water or too much paint, it takes ages. And this is for drama now. So I want a clean pad, and what I want is to create a clean colour. So I don't want to keep blending it. I don't want it to be too harsh, but I don't want to keep blending it. So I'm going to just put a tiny bit of water on there. It's hardly the biggest sponge in the world, is it? And then I'm just going to put a tiny bit of this on. And I'll just show you. I've got a tiny bit of that on, and I'm just going to add it to small areas, blending it out. And because I can scrub it in, I've just got that impact now. This is all I need, and then you can do whatever you want. You can paint your own card with this to create your own colours. So leave it at that. I'll just rip this out and show you. Then you've got this piece of paper and you think, right, well, I like that bit and I like that bit. My advice is leave it till you're ready to use it, but then I'm just going to rip this off. I'm not precious of it. See how strong it is? You can cut it with a guillotine. I'm not precious of it at this point because it's still a background and I want it to remain like that. If it was going to be a focal point, I would take a little bit more care. So they all look very different, but I'm going to take this one, don't matter which one, I'm going to get this bit of the sponge that I had before, and all I'm going to do is think, right, well, okay, do I need a little bit on there? I think I might need, it might not be finished, you might need to introduce a little bit more colour yourself, that's fine, that's what it's about. Perfect, then I'm going to get the sponge, and the reason I'm doing this is I'm bringing an edge to it, and I'm bringing all the colours together, so that it's awesome. It's contained within an area, because I'll show you what it looks like with the white back on it, or if you want to paint it a flat colour, you can paint it a flat colour. So if I just show you that,
I love that, yeah.
That is now one piece that we've cut up and we've made it like that. But what I can do is, if I want to, I'm going to get that one.
That's gorgeous colour.
And I'm just going to stamp, it might not stick, I hope it does. Just going to move that off. It's the same colour we used. I'm using it neat now. I've got a stamp. This is the Art by Marlene one. And I'm just pressing my stamp into it. So it's good, so it's the viscous enough for it to do that without clogging it up. If it's too thick, sometimes that spoils your stamp. And then look how beautiful. I mean, I'm not taking care of it, and I'm not renowned for my stamping, am I? But look how lovely that is stamping. And then the last bit is just to show you, is all you need to do then is you could get, if she's got one, water on your paintbrush, and then just add a tiny bit, not a lot of water. The other way you can use is add the binder. If we've got some, I'll show you. And then all I need to do,
yeah, we still have got it, yeah.
If you add the binder to this, then you get what we call a glaze. But I just wanted to show you all the effects that you can get.
Oh, look at that.
We've got chalk paint, we've got translucence, we've got watercolour effects. So all this from those those few colours. And I'll show you what a glaze looks like. It's really simple. The binder, that if you think of paint as colour and glue, the binder is the glue, the colour is called pigment. So if you've got binder on its own, it's actually paint without any colour in it. So that means you can make all your own colours out of it.
And
so
could you use the acrylic inks to colour the medium?
Yep, absolutely. So I can now, I'll just show you that on there if you wanted there. Might be a bit overpowering, but what you can do, here's an earlier one that I did. They all work.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, if you wanted to, into the binder or into the, what do you want me to do? Any of them?
Yeah, could do the binder if you, yeah.
Okay, well, we've got an acrylic binder. I hope we've still got that to show.
Yeah, we do, yeah.
Oh, brilliant. This is the glue in paint. So this is like paint without any colour. Any of those paints, any of these, any of the inks, any of the paints that you've got, you can make it into an acrylic paint by using this. So I'm going to use something that, a red, so you can see it. So you don't need a lot. And this is paint. It's not watered down paint. It is less viscous paint. And that means the binder in it is a lot finer. So it's not more water, it's a lot finer. Now don't introduce water to this because it's already got consistency of cream. So you don't want to introduce too much water to it because that'll just it's like putting water in glue, it just doesn't stick anymore. If I just put a tiny bit down, and I tend to always keep a cloth and then I keep everything I've got and clean it on the back because more often than not they're the best bits. And then I'm just adding a bit to that. Now this will dry into a glaze and I'll put it on this one and show you. So I could add a little bit more. I wouldn't add it from that, but I'd add it from the lid. So this is the one I did, this morning. It's got a slight sheen on it. So now I can do this really strong glaze.
I see, yeah.
And this dries to a matte, semi sort of, it's not high shine.
Yeah.
It's a lovely sort of
sheen to it.
Yeah, it's like we call it an eggshell or a soft sheen, yeah. And I can add more, as I'm working it, I can add more binder. And what I'm doing then is actually thinning it right down. So people tend to think that if they add water they can get this, they can't. It's not the same effect. It's like putting wallpaper, it's like wallpaper paste. If you start adding too much water to that, the wallpaper's going to drop off your wall. So you need the strength for the paint to stick, but you need the translucency, and that's binder, not water. So there you go. I've just shown you how you can add. And whilst that is wet, I can now add colours and blend. So I can blend and put a glaze on. Now normally this would be very, very dry quickly, but now if I want to, I can add, especially that bit there where it's still damp, I can add my own colours into a glaze and a blend. So you think that's what, a couple of paints, that's all we've used, and look at all the things that we can do. Binders, it's infinite.
Yeah,
I could go on forever doing
so many
this.
possible. Thank you for showing us that,
No problem.
Lou. Now, of course, if you want a binder, of course, we have got, we need to tell you that 3/4 of the stock has already gone of the binder. You can see it there. And of course, it's 250 ml and it has got that creative possibilities. $9.95 is your price. 085838 is your item number. Very busy for it. Also, our gesso primer, 80% has gone already. So if you want yours, please do check it out and check your baskets out. Now, of course, £12.95 is the price. Sorry, it's limited. Okay, it's limited. Yeah, sorry, I did say 80. It's actually 90% of the stock has already sold out. So if you wanted yours, please do check out your baskets for that. A full litre of that gesso primer. And then we have got, of course, one more item that we want to show is the 72 pieces of the 20 ml of acrylic set, £89.95, or interest-free payments of 2 of them, £44.98. And of course, that kind of gives you the versatility to do a lot of different techniques. If you want to see the not this ones are the inks. You can see here the 72 beautiful, let's put it there, not the, those ones are the, there you have it. So you can see all the gorgeous colors there. All the little dots, that's the 72 colors in there. Beautiful colors. Now, if you want to go for a smaller bundle, you have got that, of course, the 36 pot. It's not 60, it's 36 tubes actually. Now, of course, like Lou was saying, you are getting 3 whites, but they're not 3 whites. Obviously, this is a buff white, which is more of a sand sort of color, but you are getting the zinc white and the titanium white. Zinc being more transparent and the titanium being more opaque as well. So if you want something that it gives you more, you know, kind of mixes in with another paint, maybe you go for the zinc, because that will mean that it won't make it as much pastel. I mean, obviously it will still, but still will have some translucentness to that white. Where the titanium will stand much prouder. Then of course you have got almost neon colors in here, those bright, intense colors, almost neon. And then of course those oranges that the tones kind of change it down. So of course then we have got those beautiful reds. Of course I'm kind of very drawn to that kind of, and if you look at it, I love the fact that it is quite important. Not only has got a number, but it has got those symbols. So this one would be a semi-translucent color, so you know what sort of translucentness it will have. Of course, reds tend to be more translucent, but just because of the pigments, that how you get the reds. But of course, as soon as we get pinks, because they can put titanium white, it becomes a little bit more opaque. And then, of course, we go into the blues, beautiful aquas, beautiful navies and indigos and sky blues. Then we, of course, we go into the forest with those beautiful deep greens and the, oh, look at that zesty green. I love the citrusy of that. It has got so much light. Look at that beautiful turquoise. And then, of course, we go into the black and the browns and, of course, those ginger tones in there. That warm, perfect for the landscapes, that where you want to do maybe an autumnal landscape. Those colors to add the highlights are for the leaves, the golden leaves. £49.95 is the price. Remember, they are quality acrylics, highly pigmented, and of course you can spread the cost if you wish to do so. 2 interest-free payments of £24.98. You are saving £10, but remember that you are getting 36, so it works out at £1.39 per tube, which is amazing, because having these kind of rainbow of colors ready to go, like especially if you like jelly plates and if you want your braying inks. And of course acrylic means it's a multi-surface paint, so you can put it onto wood, you can put it onto a lot of different glossy mediums, and of course it is one of those ones that you can dilute with water because it is water-based. 943553 is your item number. And then we are going to the acrylic inks. I really, really love those ones. They have got more of a viscosity to it. It's just more liquid, but of course it has got acrylic in it, which means that they are more opaque than any ink that you would have. It's not dye, it's an acrylic paint in here, but it has got that, but the kind of the ink, the fluidity. It's the kind of, if you have seen acrylic fluids, this is even more fluid. This has got, like, let's show you. I'm gonna go for the blue. It comes in with that droplet, so it kind of feels like a what is it? There. Oh, it's not kind of a, there we have it. Kind of needs to have, look at that, oh, gorgeous, I love it. Now of course if you want to see the colors, they do have opacity charts as well, but look at that brilliant colors. I just did this very quickly before the show to show you the beautiful colors in there. Now once that they dry, they become permanent, so that is perfect if you're doing art journals as well, because you want that layering, so you don't want to smudge the colors that you have applied, so that means that you can layer those making those layers quickly, and because also they dry very quickly, especially if you have got a high absorbent paper. Now if you want to go for this set of 5 beautiful acrylic paints, the collection is the bolts. This is my favorite, definitely. 750606 is your item number. You're saving £7. Now I need to tell you, of course, that the Amsterdam paints are of course dispatched from the 17th of July. Sorry, all the items are, because of course they are approached. But now of course we have got here the binder. Now the binder is a phenomenal part. It's the 250 ml of an acrylic binder. Now what you have got in here is the ability to mix with pigments, to kind of go in and then use your paints, your inks, Also, what I love is sometimes you want to make a paint more transparent, more translucent. This is a way of, but not lose the viscosity, the texture of an acrylic paint. This will work as well to extend that kind of color without adding white, but you wanted to make it lighter. So that kind of works out as well, a more transparent. 085838 is your item number. Also think about this one as in your micas, your loose pigments, your brushes. Although they are dyes, crystallized dyes, you still can mix them and create your own acrylic paint with dyes, with brushes, or that sort of pigments that are loose. So that, well, actually, technically speaking, it's not a pigment, it's a dye, but a small one. I'm just very technical about dyes and pigments. Then the brushes have been very, very busy. Over half of the stock is gone. Yeah, I'm very, pedantic about pigment and dye, just because it's, but whichever one you are using, they all have their own, uses. And of course, brushes to have the set of 10, is phenomenal, because again, they all have their uses. You can see the round brushes with that tapered beauty. Then you have got your chisel ones as well, with the flat tips in here. Look at those ones as well. And I don't know all the names, but it's called cat tongue. Oh yeah, the cap tongue. You have got, so okay, I'm gonna say exactly what you are getting. The round, you are getting the number 2, the 6, the 10 and 14, and of course suitable for detail work. Then you get in the cat tongue in size 8 and 12, suitable for large areas as well as details. And then you are getting 4 of the flats, the number 6, number 10, number 14 and number 18, which of course they are suitable for larger areas and a smooth brush side. So you can see them all in here. Now, of course, if you want to go for these brushes, $9.95, that's a very good price. My producer said the same thing as I was thinking exactly that. 039566. And now 60% of the stock has already gone, so please do check out your baskets for that. To have that variety. Now, this is a cat tongues. Can you see that it's not flat, the top? Can you see that in here? It's a little, it's not, this is flat, this is rounded. So that is a cat tongue. So well, it's not a proper cat tongue. I mean, obviously, it's a cat tongue brush. We don't use, no cats are harmed during the making of any of these shows or products. I wish I could tell you what they just said in my ear. Right, now here we have got the A3 black book. Now here is black book on the outside, but we have got beautiful A3 pages in here, 250 GSM, so it's a mixed media sort of pad. You have got the smooth pages in here, which means that of course you can bring, I'm thinking immediately getting prints of a jelly plate. I'm thinking of bringing the brares and those beautiful inks, the beautiful acrylic pens into here. It could be a technique book, it could be an art journal. You are getting, I believe, so there's 30 sheets in total, so you can use, because it's 250 GSM, you can use both sides, which I love that. Also, what about using your stamps to, maybe Alan Create has a phenomenal 7-day saver, and it's a really bold poppy stamp. That would be amazing into here, because you would have that gorgeous page in here, and you could have the empty space, that kind of white space in the middle, and then a beautiful border stamp coming through. I love that. £18.40 is an amazing price for such a big art journal. £4 saving, of course, and of course the ring bound means that you can lay it flat and you can extend it as well. 510769 is your item number. You have got a lot more items on the website, including different sizes of those books. Different sizes, like you can get 2 of the A5 black books, or maybe you want to have the acrylic art A4 pad. Now that the paper itself is acrylic, it's not paper, and it's more of a kind of almost Jupo. I mean, it is paper, but it feels like a Jupo. So of course, think about your acrylic inks, your alcohol inks as well. Then of course you have got, if you wanted to go for an A4 ring bound book, you have got the option to go for that. 250 GSM are the pages, of course white they are, and of course all those items you can find on the website. Have a look there, and of course you have seen the Yep. Okay, so we are back. Gonna go join Lou in a second to see the next demonstration.
I was just watching that. There's, when you're watching other people explain things, it gives you so many ideas that maybe things that you've not thought about. I think, oh yeah, I could do that. So it's really interesting watching other people. Right, I've got a really clean stencil. Anyway, it's well loved. And I wanted to say we're going to use some gesso, and we're going to use it in a different way, and we're going to use it with the inks, we're going to use it with everything. But I just thought I'd show you how, if you've created backgrounds like we did, and you wanted to create a different look with them, or you wanted to introduce another colour, gesso is your best friend, honestly, for this. Because not only is it good as a base for paint, but it's good for making other stuff sort of reusable and recyclable. It's great for putting on products, home decor, because it's a good base. It provides a tooth, and by tooth I mean grip. Yeah. So somebody once asked me what does tooth mean, and just said, well, it's like, and I was trying to explain it, I just said grip. And I've stuck with that ever since. So I've got this flower one. I've got a piece that I did early this morning. It's squares. I love it. I like it as it is, but I just thought I'll put and introduce another layer. So you can see, you can build it up and build it up and build it up. And then it's workable over the top. I've got a makeup sponge now. You don't need a makeup sponge. I'm just showing you that, well, I've got a household sponge as well. That, you know, get using the stuff at home. But because I've put a layer of water on, a very fine layer, the paint is not being sucked up into this sponge, so I'm able to put what we call a veil on. So I'll just do it lightly. You probably won't even see it on camera. I am just going to put a veil on like this, and then, as I go back in, take the paint and you push it back into your sponge. Don't be tempted to just go straight on, because if you do that, more often than not, you'll push the paint under the stencil. So now I'm going to create like a veil, like I said, or a shadow or a lightning. So if you've got paint that you're not that happy with, it's too dark, or you want to create something slightly different, put a layer of gesso on it, primer, and then
it knocks it down.
It does, it knocks it right down, but it's not that intense that it completely covers it. So you could just, probably won't be able to see it. I'll put it a little bit thicker. But then I'm ready now, in parts, to go a little bit heavier, and that's because I've already got a layer down. And if I had gone straight in, it would have been too much. You need time to let them dry. So you could just make out.
I can see it.
It's a very fine layer. I'll do it on here, this one, to show you as well. So leave that to dry, and that means anything on there will go really well. Colour will be bright. So gesso's quite, it's like a foundation. It's a good base. So anything now on top of that will react differently where the gesso is to the others. So I'll show you what it looks like on here. It's very fine and delicate. Maybe that might be a bit busy to see, but this will probably be easier.
We have had a question actually from Kathy. A question from Kathy. She was asking about the acrylic binder. If you could mix it up with powdered pigments.
Yeah, absolutely. You can make it. Then what you're going to make, you're still making acrylic, but you'll make it into more of what we'd call a tempera.
Yeah.
Or a powder, but yeah, you can mix it with powder paint, you can mix it with your micas to make a glaze, you can mix it with your glitters, mix it with your embossing powder, I'll show you in a minute, and it becomes all sorts of different glues. So there we go, we've got a very fine sort of, and it will lighten. As it dries, it will fade out. But what I have to show you is, these inks are some of the best colours you can get. I love them. So here's, this is the colour that you'd normally see in a printer.
They are bold, aren't they?
Yeah, we have red, yellow and blue as the primaries, but in a printer you'll notice it's cyan, magenta, what's the other one?
Yellow?
Yeah, it is yellow, it's just yellow, isn't it? Yeah. So these two colours here make the most amazing purples. So I'm going to show you it just as they are, because this is it. I love doing this. I just get a piece of card and just do blobs on them. That's what that was this morning, just blobs of colour. So you can rub them on your fingers. That's how intense the colours are.
Now we have got a question from Megan. The question is if you can use these acrylic inks with your shaving foam technique.
Yep. Absolutely. You can use it with all your techniques, your pours, your dirty pours, your swipes. You can use it with even your varnishes at home to create a glaze, which I'll show you now. So I'm just going to mix this up and put another layer on top there just to show you. And I'm going to mix it with the gesso because then we'll get a chalk paint. So you've got another style. So I'm just going to show you what happens when I put these two together. I get a beautiful, beautiful colour. And it's not the sort of colour you'd ever think would happen with these two. And I get that beautiful teal, it's like it goes to a purple. So that's mixing it.
Oh, I like that, yeah.
Very lightly. So you've got a very light one. But if I now get, let's get this paintbrush. And what I'm going to do is mix.
Now, Lou, we have got about 15 minutes till the end of the show, so yeah.
Right, this is with the gesso. So I'll mix it with them all and show you. So this is the gesso. So we've gone now to a chalk paint. So now that will dry really matte and flat. Now, what I can do, it carries on and carries on. I'll just carry on and do it and show you. So I'm using a small brush, you'd use something a little bit bigger. Now, if we get the binder out, I can now make that chalk paint into an acrylic chalk paint glaze. So that's the glue. This is the same colour, but now watch how easy that now blends. So I can now layer all those colours on top of each other, which is now you've made it, you've not ruined it by putting too much. I can add water to it a little bit. I can add water, but it's not lost its strength. It's just opacity-wise, it's more translucent. But I can now, if I wanted to, go back to any of the colours I've got. Let's go for this one we did before and build up colour. So in ways that you would not normally be able to do, because normally it would be quite difficult to sort of see any other colours under this. So I'll put the purple down, I'll just get a tiny bit more of the glaze, and whilst you keep adding it, you can add white to it, you can add another colour back into it, and all the time you're doing that, you're creating your own style and your own colours. But if I wanted to, let's go straight in. Let's go for beautiful, bold colour, as it should be. And you don't need a lot. I tend to love to write with the ends of these pipettes in there, because you don't need to squeeze a lot. You just need to sort of draw with it. There's enough going on. So if I mix these together, look at that colour.
Yeah. By the way, we are receiving so many emails, including the one from Salma, saying that she's so happy that Lou, of course, is back in our screens, inspiring us. Salma has bought the acrylics, the gesso, the acrylic primer, the brushes, no, the cards. Well, anyway, many of you are enjoying, well, all of you are really enjoying our Lou, aren't you?
It's true, though, isn't it? Isn't it lovely to be back? Yeah. I mean, I bet Joe thinks that. You know, and it's lovely to see Paula, and it's lovely to see. We can't go and give her an hug or anything, but that's not the point. The point is, like, it feels like we've been back home now. Yeah. So I really do appreciate that. It means a lot, and I really love being here.
To have you being here.
And I just love sort of seeing everybody. It inspires me each time I come here. So it does mean a lot, that. Thank you. Don't get me going. I'll start in a minute. But yeah, I've just used those straight up now, mixing them together on their own. The brightness of colour is there. I can have that really, if I wanted to, I can go back over. Look how strong it is.
Wow. I love that colour.
So building up colour, and I can mix while it's on. This is the best bit for me, is that if you can mix while it's on. I mean, that's not, but if I wanted to get a really simple technique, just using colours like that and then dabbing that on, I've got a lovely little technique there that'd be great for a butterfly or anything, like this one here. This is the paste. Oh, I didn't show you that. So I'll show it you quick.
We have got time.
Have I got time?
Yeah.
This is really good. You've got your paste. I'll use that brush. You've got your paste, and if you get a bit of your modelling paste,
Yeah.
Not a lot. You don't need a lot. The modelling paste is really good. The consistency of that is really good. Some modelling paste are that thin they run underneath your stencil. Some of them are that thick you can't get them out of the jar. But it's a true colour, and it doesn't. Paula, do you know what I mean when I say that if I put a paste to it, it makes it go really white and what?
Yeah, because. So what do you mean? Is the kind of the white makes it pastel, or?
That's perfect. That's the one. This, although it will go white, it doesn't make it pastel-y. It makes it. I mean, this is your paste mixed up. And
it doesn't make it. It doesn't dull the colour.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Just lightens,
and that's what I was trying to think of that word. It doesn't dull it. Sometimes you think, oh, I don't like that. It is dull. But now what I can do is get another stencil. And I mean, I'd use a smaller because I'm not using the right. But I quite like not mixing it in sometimes.
I like that. Yeah, too. Yeah, I do.
I quite like the effect of having.
It looks like the sea.
Exactly.
The kind of the breaking of the waves, the white elements.
And you can add your colour inks with it. I mean, it'll change the colour completely, but you can add that to it. I can add another colour if I want. But I've got that pastel colour now that I can add the opposite to the colour that I was already using and get... See, this is all cleaning up. You've not seen... I'm not the only person. Leonie's...
Yeah.
Like, you can see Leonie doing that. And then when this dries, you'll see it goes matte, and then there's semi-gloss. And there's lots of elements that make it really interesting. While that's wet, I can actually now, let me just clean that, I can actually put some embossing powder in that, and it sticks to it, and it makes it into embossing powder glue.
Wow.
So I don't know if I've got time to show you or not. So
yes, we have got. Yeah, we have got about a few minutes. We kind of remind. Well, I need to give an update. So while Lou does this, get ready. We are going to give you an update on the brushes because they are now limited stock. So if you want to grab yours, please do check out your baskets. They are now 90% of the stock has already gone. So please do check out your baskets out if that's what you want. Includes cat stonks brushes. Very busy as well for the inks as well that you have got 5 of them now, so please do check out your baskets. £24.99 is for all 5 of them, and you're getting 30 ml in there. Beautiful colours as well. Let's head back to Lou and see the next step.
Well, I've got one of my favourite wow. I love wow. I just think wow are brilliant. I have them on all my shows now, and they do a matte dull one.
Oh yes.
Oh. And you think it's too shiny, that, and then you leave it to cool down and it goes matte. Oh, it's lovely. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting I've got no camera in front of me, so I don't... Well, I've got a camera, but I haven't got loads of monitors, so I forget
you
them
don't
on
have a monitor.
Right, just put some embossing powder on, not a lot.
No.
And just... It's applied to the glue where the modelling paste was and the glue was, so anywhere that it's a bit damp. Now, you'd be a bit more tidier and you'd choose the areas, but... All I'm showing you this for is that the paint now will adhere the glue to it, and it'll make your own... If you use clear, you've made your own clear embossing powder with the colour underneath. So it is... Oh, let me turn it on first. Sorry about that. Warm it up first, because what you don't want to do is burn the paint. And if you just bang it on straight away, you're heating it up and you're cooking it. You don't want to do that. But be careful with your hands, you know, they're warm. And all I'm going to do is don't waft it all over. That doesn't help. And you will see it start to go. Once it gets warm, there we go. Takes a little bit longer. And you'll see it sizzling. It's like a leg. It looks like a fried egg cooking. But you'll see it start to crack in areas. And then while it's warm or hot, stamp back in.
Yeah.
Right, so I'll just leave it there.
That looks so cool.
Oh no, she says. Right, so hopefully, I know, because the maestro's on, director's on, oh, you're going to get this. But you can see where the chalk paint is still dull, and I mean that in a good way, but the embossing powder has now picked up, so you've got all the same colour, but it's all matched to how you use it. So the binder, the gesso, for £1, just over £1, those, what can you get for £1 now, those tubes of paint? I would say you've got it. I'm still on the first one, Paula, you know, 3 years.
Wow, amazing.
Still
now
on
I need
the
to tell
first pen.
everybody that the brushes now have sold out. So,
right.
you know, we have got so many limited stocks and sell out. So please do check out your baskets for any of the items. And that's the ones. If you have got them in your basket, if you check out your baskets, then you will still get them. So just make sure that you check out your baskets, right? All right, and we have got about 3 minutes. Literally, the words of my producer, Lou, you can show us anything you want.
Right, well, all I can say is don't ask the question, what can I do? Think, what can't I do? So let's go. I love doing this. If I'm going to be really quick because I know we haven't got much time. I'm going to lay down some colour, and I'm really neat, as I always am, always. If you start thinking too much about it, you'll never be spontaneous. You've got to just let it work. If it wouldn't work, what have you done? You've lost a bit of card and a bit of ink. So all I'm going to do is this.
Love that.
And then I'm just going to, tiny bit of water, not a lot. Now, hopefully, my stamp will stick to that. Then I can press my word stamp into it. And hopefully I'll get...
Oh, I love that.
Now, it's not overpowering and it's not too in your face, but when that dries, you'll get subtle colours sort of appearing, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful sort of vibrant use of colour without it being overpowering and in your face.
That is
and
gorgeous.
that, if you
yeah,
think,
I love it. Now, if you spritz with water, will the ink will move?
Will it what, sorry?
If you spritz with water, will the ink move?
It moves to a certain point.
Okay.
If it's still wet, it'll still move.
Ah, okay. But then becomes permanent.
Yeah, but that's still workable. I'll probably get another one out of that. Give it a quick spray. Because the binder there's a little bit of binder on there, because the binder's still active, it'll still work. But it's only fine. But there again, that.
Oh, yeah.
I love that. To me, that's the background finished and done. So all the colours work like that. So I hope that's give you some ideas.
I love those techniques because they are inspiring. You are always you kind of ignites creativity and possibilities with all the different products that you have got. And of course, you have got quality because it's Amsterdam. You have got colour. You have got vibrancy. You have got creative possibilities. I have to say, I have got a few of these acrylic inks. It's very different from other products that I have used. I have diluted them as well with water before going in, and then the dribbly things, elements. This is a straight out, of course, the droplet the bottle. So you have got that droplet mechanism in here. So you have got that nice fluidity in there. 750606 is your item number. £24.99 is the price for all 5 of them. Now, dispatch from the 17th of July. Now, it's been an absolute joy, Lou, to have you here. When are you next?
I'm here next week, next Friday.
Oh, fabulous. So I'll be in, so I'll see you then on Friday. Of course, do keep tuning to Hochanda because we have got another look at the one-day special with Joe, and of course, the Hayley West is here in the building to tell us exactly what you're getting for your one-day special. They are amazing stamps from That's Crafty, but remember that you check out your baskets because you could color those stamps with these beautiful inks and acrylic paints as well. Do check out your baskets, and I'll see you in about 2 hours with more inspiration, more creativity from Hochanda. It is the one-day special, and That's Crafty. The girls are ready to show you what you can do with those stamps. Then we have got introducing Mushroom Lane. That is really cute. Susie is back in the building, and then Daisy B crafts at 4.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the Lucite style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing to Hochanda lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery for necklaces and bracelets and earrings. And we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks. And we also have our range of laser cut, sun catchers and mobiles, all the lovely crafty beads. Hope you can tune into my shows and looking forward to seeing you on Hochanda.
Hochanda News. We are excited to announce that our broadcast hours on Freeview have been extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you were missing our live shows in the evening, and we can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring you. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Would you like to improve your crafting techniques by watching and crafting along with your favourite Hochanda guest demonstrators, all from the comfort of your own home? If the answer is yes, then we are very excited to invite you to Craft Along, where you, our presenters and guests, will create an amazing array of projects throughout the year. Each month we will be bringing you a brand new kit that you can purchase on the day of each show. Or if you pre-order your kit, not only will you receive a £10 discount, but also £5 off a purchase of £20 or more of any additional products featured within our Craft Along shows. So tune in, be inspired and create with Craft Along, your monthly crafting workshop.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's midday, so it's another opportunity for us to have another look at our one-day special and what a corker it is. It's been a very popular one as well, so much so that 50% of the stock has gone of not only the one-day special, but also the additional stamps that work so well alongside them. Now, of course, we're looking at That's Crafty, so straight away we know who's going to be in the building. The lovely Jo in the little Shannon suite, I think it's called now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. We've got our own green room at the moment. I know.
I feel very important.
Well, you are very important.
Yes, and they've named it the Channon Suite.
I love that. I love it. Now, of course, we're going to head over and have more from Jo as the hour progresses. She's going to be working some of the MDF pieces, but she is going to be working with some of the stamps as well. So let's have a little look at those. Now, within your one-day special, you've got some brand new artwork from That's Crafty. They've been working with Kelly Horton, as you can see. She's the artist behind these fabulous stamps. Now, there's a little bit of a story behind these, because Kelly has been a guest here at Hochanda. She brought some amazing colouring books to us, and they were very well received. So That's Crafty saw the artwork and thought, oh, I wonder if she'd be interested in working with us. And of course she was, and here we go. We've got your first kind of sets of stamps. Now, you'll be noticing there, they're set 2 and set 3. Now, the reason those two have been chosen for the one-day special is you've got a nice selection of characters here. So some characters that are kind of full length, as you can see, some characters that are seated, and of course some there, you've got that kind of portrait look to them, and lots of additional elements within there. So That's Crafty felt that this was a nice little set. If you could only stretch as far as the one-day special, you kind of have a little bit of all of those, to be fair. Now, also alongside, you've got your crafty board, and these have been designed for you to use alongside the stamps. So, of course, the right sizes have been created of those wonderful frames, the gorgeous corners, using up every last area that they can within those boards. So, of course, they're going to work so well, and you will see them used over and over again within the finished samples. I mean, they're brilliant bases for you to add things like your glazes, your mediums, getting them all kind of gritty. Now, these pieces here, these are some of the frames that we've got coming up, which are MDF frames, and again, all the gears and all the different bits and pieces you can get hold of within the show. But the characters themselves are the ones that really do get kind of those creative juices flowing, I think. £33.94. That will get you your one-day special. But what we have been finding is that most of the people that have gone for the one-day special have gone for the additional stamp sets, which naturally are going to include stamp set number 1 and number 4, which sit at either side. Now, of course, you are going to have additional elements, which are your accessories, which means that if you go for this set, then you will complete everything that has been released by Kelly Horton, and obviously That's Crafty up to date. So let's have a little look at these. So you can see you've got more characters. So you've got your 2 stamp plates, stamp set 1 and 4, should I say, to go with those characters that we saw a few moments ago. But then you've got some additional elements that just work so well to support those main images and to give you even more scope. Of course, some of those images you might want to use by themselves. We've got some fabulous projects featuring the skull from the Day of the Dead there, as you can see. But there's lots you can be doing with these, and they are fabulous stamps, really good size to work with. And you can tell that the design team have had loads of fun with these. Seeing lots of different elements, using things like the MDF that we've got coming up in a few moments. I know that Jo's going to be working with some of that in a minute, but you can see here in the corners, the crafty board has been used to just add a little bit of decoration there. The wonderful characters featuring here, using again those stamps that are creating the wonderful wings, but it might be that you're using some of the artboard wings that we've got coming up. Again, these frames, these wonderful skinny shrines are on the show, and again some wonderful stencils giving you all that kind of grittiness and that depth and the detail. Now, your stamps are a really good size when they come to you. This is one of the accessory sets here. And you can see there's certain elements that I am sure you will be using by themselves. I mean, here, the gorgeous flowers with the gears. Again, no characters featuring with those, but very useful ones to have. The steampunk hat, love that, because you could actually pop that onto the cat down here. The cat's already got the little steampunk goggles on there, and you can see the bowler hats, all those things that we associate with steampunk featuring within this set. Now, this set at £54.96 can be spread over 2 payments, as you can see, £27.48p. And what that means is if you want to add in the one-day special, you can do so and spread the cost of that as well. Now, if you put the 2 together, then it works out at £44.45 on your first flexi order payment. Freedom members, that's delivered to your door, and the second payment will go out in a month's time. So that's the way the majority have been going for this, because 50% of this particular bundle has gone as well. So I think you're kind of taking them hand in hand, which is a good way of shopping. Now, another good way of shopping is to add some of the additional kind of substrates in that we've got, and these are some of them. Now, we've got a few different bundles for you. This one's featuring those skinny shrines. Now, you'll see here you've got your kind of your box frame with your depth in there, which really does give you a lot of scope to start adding all sorts of interest, as you can see within there. And again, the little characters featuring at the bottom. Now, you've got 3 of your frames, and what you've got here is you've got the elements. They come to you in a board, and you literally just, as simple as that, pop those out. They're all laser cut, so very, very easy for you to put them together. Jo did show us this on the 6 o'clock show last night, so which you may well have shown you on additional shows, but that is one that you can definitely go back and watch out. Then you've got additional frontages to kind of go on there. So you've got your arch, as you can see, you've got your plain frame if you're wanting to use it in a plainer style, and then over here you've got the fabulous kind of gears one, and you've got some additional elements which do sit neatly on top of those gears, so they line up perfectly, and a really nice way to work with them. But of course, when you start adding your paste and your medium, that's when you really start adding your interest. And if you're noticing things like the little numbers there, those have been done with some of the stencils that I'll show you in a few moments. Now, with this bundle, you're paying just £15.49. That works out at, where are we, £7.75 extra on your flexi order if you're wanting to go down that route, which is why I do suggest you pop these into your basket as well. Bear in mind, though, over half the stock is gone. So, yeah, we've got one more show at 4 o'clock featuring everything within this show. So, yeah, you wouldn't leave it too late if I was you. Next set that we've got for you, again, you've got more MDF. And I love these. These you certainly wouldn't come across usually. These have been specially designed because they work, again, so well with the characters. But, again, over half the stock has gone. Now, you've got your MDF bases, but you've got 4 frames in total, 2 of which are your boiler has, and a couple of them are your chained up. Now, what you've got is a series of pieces that create amazing backdrops. Joe's going to be working with some of these in a few moments. I just think these are just such a clever way of using those characters, because you can see the size of that largest gear at the top there, automatically connected by the chain element to the smaller gear at the bottom there. But what an amazing look. Little embroidery hoop being used there as a frame, and of course one of the fabulous characters just sitting to the side there, and of course adding additional little pieces that you will have within your stash, I'm sure of. Of course, if you're wanting that the boiler house, then here you go, you've got almost like 2 framework elements that you could be using, so do like that. And of course, if you did want to break into these and kind of separate the different elements, then you can do quite easily, but of course they do look brilliant when they're all kept together like so. Now, if you're wanting these, as I say, very popular bundle, $11.99 being your price, but of course if you want to go for more than one set, please do so, because it's not limited to 1 per customer. If you wanted them, 073098. Now, mention those little wings and that more crafty board. Well, this is the way you can get hold of them. And here you've got loads, absolutely loads. You've got 4 boards with so much content. There's none of these have been repeated. So you've got things like your wings, as you can see at the back here. You've got your clock faces, which again Joe used at 6 o'clock last night, and you can see them featuring on this character piece to the side here. But the detail that you've got with is absolutely phenomenal. Who'd have thought that you could get that kind of detail with all that kind of fluffiness of the wings there? You've got flowers, mandalas in here, gears, cogs, the clock faces, the hands to go on the clocks as well. And you can see here, when they're actually put onto a project, how amazing they look. There you go, you can see the little clock face being used there. Absolutely brilliant. Love them. Really do. Of course, but nice addition to your frames as well. So you can see there's some of those flowers being used in the backdrop of your skinny shrines. I have to pause when I say that because I have to put my teeth in because it's a bit of a tongue twister. But 986758 if you fancy getting hold of these. But at first sight, when you look at these, they do look like they're kind of rusty metal and things like that. Love it. Now, of course, the interest has been added with a wonderful range of stencils, which we always know that's Crafty bring to us. But these are some that you might not have seen before because they're similar to some that you have seen on a larger scale. But these ones have been brought down to 6x6 size, which makes them a very affordable way for you to get hold of them. Some of them you might want to go in pairings, but they are actually a pick and mix, so you can choose any two. But naturally, the gears and the cogs on this particular one work really well with the one to the side of it because you've got that mask in there, so they might be a nice pairing to go for. Always love a good alphabet to work with. Do love the numbers, and the brickwork that we've got with this one I think is a really clever idea. A couple of those stencils. So the whole range of stencils, so there are way more than the ones that we're looking at. They're all on the website, so there's loads. Some of them you may have seen before. Keep a note of the item number though, because as I say, this is a standard item that we keep on the website in the That's Crafty section of our brand section on the website, and you can see you've got loads there, kind of a stencil for all occasions really. And there's lots on there that would work with the one-day special that we've not got on the counter here, so have a little delve, have a little mooch around, and then pop any of those into your basket. So of course, adding them into your flexi order, it's only an extra £5. So I'm going to hand over to Jo now, because I know that she's working on some of those MDF pieces, and I can't wait to see what you got planned for us, Jo.
Lovely. So what I'd like to do is, just before we do start on we're going to use the pipes actually, because we haven't done that yet.
Oh, you're going to play the tune?
I am. I can play a tune.
I love it.
That's as far as my musical skills go, the maracas. Right, so what we've got is, I just wanted to show you the projects that we've done so far since we launched. So let's put them in order. So we did this one at 6 o'clock on the launch, and I just wanted to show you the comparisons of what we can do and how different each one can be, really. So this one was really grungy, very rusty, patina look, and of course we've got that gorgeous, one of the steampunk darlings, which is in the one day special. And then on the 8 o'clock show, we used one of the frames with some of the crafty board, flowers, and we did some painting, and then of course that other lovely image we've got on there. And then on the 8 a.m, yes, that's right, until 8 a.m. we did this one, and I hadn't quite finished this one before we went off air, so wanted to just update you on this one. So on this one, what I wanted to do was, I didn't want to add a great deal of colour. I wanted to keep it more monochromatic, so almost got there. Obviously with the 3D holographic gel, that's all dry now, and you can actually see, oh, you can see that lovely now, can't you? Now it's all dry.
Good.
So using one, that's the number stencil, which I must admit has been one of my favourites. So yeah, just doing that, and then of course just very, very easily, just using my black acrylic paint just to do various shading on the actual lady herself, and a few bits on the bottom. So yeah, I just wanted to really update you on what we've been doing, just in case you didn't quite catch all of them, but also to show how different just using the same stamp set or similar ones that you can actually achieve. So yeah, as you can see by the design team, all what they've made, amazing results. So like we say, we're going to use the pipes. We're going to get, so we were reasonably clean on the last two projects, so I need to be let out the box a little bit, so I need to get some grungy bits and bobs going on here. So I have already, let me just show you, I have already prepared my stamped images. So my lady, I have coloured them. I've also got the shoes and the cat out of the accessories, and that's accessories 2 that I've used for these. I love those boots. I just think those boots are fabulous. So yeah, so there we go. I am just going to quickly show you, if you haven't already seen any of the shows up to now, I'm going to show you how amazing this stamp, because I personally would never buy a set of stamps unless I actually saw them being used. So just using the VersaFine Claire and just stamping that up. You can see obviously the clear polymer stamp, so if you want to do masking techniques with them, create a little scene with several of them, that would be quite cool. In fact, I wonder if I've got any masking. If I have, then I can do that, show you later. Anyway, so just stamping this up, and I just want to show you the clarity of the stamp and the quality. So the enormous amount of detail. I was so impressed the way that the illustrations from Kelly converted so beautifully well into the stamps. And of course, as we mentioned, I don't really mention at the top of this hour, but I know we have in previous hours. There we go, look at that. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It really is super. So you've got all that amazing detail in the hair. What I would do, I'm not going to do it now because I'm going to go on to the project, but I would actually put clear embossing powder over the top of that, and then emboss it so that you've got that lovely detail going on. So there we go. That's the quality of stamps, which I think is second to none, to be honest. Right, so we're going to just pop those there because this area might get messy. I've got lots of the MDF cogs and bits that actually are from the set that we've got here, which is the pipes, but also bits and bobs from the frames as well, the one if I didn't use them when I was using them last night. And I'm also using some of the crafty board, which is one of the clocks. And as you know, I like to be a bit thrifty, so I've actually cut it in half, and then I'm going to place it on the edges so you wouldn't actually know I've only used
Very
the one.
clever.
So it just makes things go that little bit further. And that's actually what I did with the clock last night with these, but I wanted to double them up. So instead of using one whole one in the middle, I split them and then did it like that. So do think about that before you go ahead too much. Now, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to stick these pieces of MDF down. My glue, there we go. So as always, I'm using my That's Crafty glue. It's multi-purpose glue, so of course sticking MDF to MDF is never a problem. So I'm just going to make a bit of an arrangement. Oh no, oh, got ahead of myself then, didn't I? Not to worry. Let me just put some glue on here. I want to put the clock down first because it's all going to be about dimension and texture, this project. So if I just put those two on the edges there, then I'll just snip those off when I'm ready. Okay, now I'm going to put the cog on here so you can still see the clock underneath the cog, so you're looking down into the project. So I'm going to put this one on there so I don't forget. There we go. So this crafty board, amazing stuff. I just think it's the bee's knees. The reason being, even though it's so lightweight, you could actually use it on card projects, no problem at all. And a couple of the team have actually done that, and it's proven to be very, very successful because of obviously the weight of it is not dragging down the card. It's still really, really substantial enough to use on bigger projects or more weightier, like your home decor, your mixed media pieces, and all that sort of thing. So also putting it into journals, that would be fabulous because of course there's no weight to it, so you can add some lovely, lovely detail in journals as well. So I think this shape is fabulous. As soon as I unpacked this, I thought, oh yeah, need to do something with this. It's just so I'm going to say unique because I personally haven't seen another piece like it. There may be something that I haven't.
I don't think I
haven't seen. No, I think quite a few of these new designs that Laura has been very clever designing. I haven't seen. So, but that doesn't mean to say there isn't. But I'm absolutely sure that they are quite fresh and new. Well, definitely are. So that's crafty. There we go. So let's just put. That's just one of the circles out of one of the cogs. So of course that's just something that you don't want to be wasting. And in fact, some of the bits and bobs that pop out, if you wanted to, you could use as fillers, just little piles of bits and bobs. Because of course, like we say, it's all about the texture and the interest and just really bringing the eye to various levels. So,
I guess they're useful as well if you want to raise something up a little bit higher as well.
Absolutely. And also the crafty board, the bits that are left from your crafty board, they are perfect for that.
Okay.
Really good for that. And I've kept all the bits and pieces from that.
They're kind of the foam tape of the mixed media world.
Yeah, it definitely is, Hayley. You're right. It's a really good way of describing it because it does exactly the same job. Especially if you're wanting to build various layers. And foam tape is all well and good in card making, paper crafting, but when you want it to really stay hold and fix it, it's not that ideal for mixed media. So right, so I'm happy with that, the way the placement. So I just want to knit these. You can see how easy this is to cut.
Again, you're rotating the kind of the piece.
Yeah,
there.
I've actually.
Very different.
I know. I thought, well, the holes are at the top, but that's not a problem because I'm going to paint over and I'm going to put some gritty bits as well on. Can't use them all. That's my musical instrument. Won't be there for later. Right. So just taking that end off there. Okay. So yeah, I'm using it in this way. This time. Some of the girls have used it obviously that way. You've got that way as well. I thought, I did have this idea at one point. I thought this would make a terrific door sign for a boy's bedroom.
Yes.
Well, I shouldn't really say boys. It could be some girls that like steampunk, shouldn't I? But I'm thinking more on the, that sort of thing.
Something quite
and the
quirky.
name you could die cut or you cut out on your
Good
electronic
point, yeah.
machines, and your name could be there. So literally, it could be popped on the door with the name. And how cool would your friends think that you were when they came round to, well, when
even things like desk organisers.
Oh,
if you've got,
honestly,
like, one of those
there's
calendars that you tear off each day, you could have that sitting on one of those boilers.
That would be fabulous. Oh, that's given me an idea for my desk, because we're moving back into the unit next week. So we're not going to have a Blue Peter kitchen anymore, as my daughter calls it. So she had a friend drop something off at the door the other day, and she said, "You just have to excuse the kitchen." I mean, they didn't come in because you're not allowed, are you? But he just stood at the kitchen and he just went, "Oh, Joe, this isn't like you." I went, "No, it's not been the usual thing." But yeah, so we're back at the unit. So right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint the whole lot. All right, so I'm going to go over, and I'm actually using my chestnut brown. That's Crafty Multi-Surface, and I'm just being a little bit careful around the cogs because they're not quite stuck down quite as well as what they would be if I left it a few minutes.
Now it says multi-surface on the jar, so is it exactly that? We can use it on pretty much anything?
Oh, absolutely anything. Yeah, from glass to wood to card to cardboard to obviously MDF, the crafty board. You can see how well it covers, and this is just the one coat. I'm just stippling in between the cogs because obviously you've got a little bit going on in between, but if you miss any, it's not going to be a problem, and you'll see why in a second.
Now the pick and mix that you can see on your screen there is for your multi-surface paint. You can choose any 3 of those. You've probably noticed all the colours scrolling along the bottom. If you want to see them in closer detail though, do jump onto the website. And incidentally, we've got a pick and mix on the pearly paints as well, which are brilliant if you wanted to add that little bit of shimmer and shine. Might be worth having a look at those while you're there.
Yeah, the metallic ones especially. For anything like, you know, these sort of projects, that they're incredible. This morning, actually, on the monochromatic piece that we did, I used the metallic antique silver, and it's just such a lovely colour. I haven't used it for a while, and I'm thinking, I really must. So you might see quite a few bits in that. You know what it's like when you haven't used something for a while, and then you rediscover it. Yeah. So, like I say, I'm not being too worried unduly about getting in every single bit because we're going to use another product in a second. So just nipping over all the way through. So I'm not using my best brush for this, obviously, because I'm doing a lot of sort of stippling and pouncing. I wouldn't use your best artist painting brush for this. But I don't, to be quite frank, I don't have many that actually do look like an artist painting brush. Only my Matthew Palmer ones that I do keep special.
The coverage is amazing with this paint.
It's just incredible. It really is. It just covers. And when we say, well, it's not one coat because it's not called one coat. It's multi-surface, as you know. But when you do put it on anything, and you'll have seen with everything that I've done so far, and as you know, I use this all the time. It's just fabulous. It's such a brilliant coverage. It really is.
Can we use it in any other ways? I mean, obviously you're just taking it direct from the pot and then putting it on your project. How else could we use it?
Right, so I have used it. I used it this morning to actually paint my my black and white image. So I just used the black, just the plain black, and I watered it down, and I got at least three different shades of a grey, and that was just literally from watering it down in various ways.
So could you add it to things like paste and medium?
Oh, definitely.
Concentrate?
Yeah, absolutely. Just be mindful though that if it's a water-based medium, you are adding extra water onto it. Okay, so just be careful of the amount. But because it is such a concentrated paint, obviously it's going to be very effective in getting the colour on. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just going to move these projects because now I'm going to do a little bit of spraying. Okie dokie. So I'm going to pop that paintbrush in there. Now you're going to think green. That's a bit of an odd one, but actually brown and green and aquas are really fantastic.
It kind of gives you that verdigris look,
It does.
doesn't it?
It gives you that rusty. Now this is what I was saying about don't worry unduly. Now you can see I'm nearly empty of this one, so that's why it's a bit squirty. But that's only because, as you know, they normally go absolutely brilliantly. But I
even
need
sitting on top of that brown paint,
It
you can
is.
really see the colour.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It really is. So you've got what you've got because I'm using the luster, the green luster. It's got the mica, so it's got the base luster is the gold with the green on the top. So any areas that I couldn't quite get with the paint, all I've done, you see, just spray it over, and it does look fabulous, doesn't it? Really nice. Now I do need to just give this a bit of a dry. Do you want to? Do you need to do any numbers?
Well, can I do a little bit of a recap on the one day special?
Absolutely.
I will keep my ear open for when you've stopped.
Smash it.
Now, of course, Jo's going to be working with some of the lovely characters from the one day special, just preparing her base. And many of the design team have used the exact same bases that Jo is working with. So here's a version, as you can see here, where you've got all the different elements there. A little bit of kind of free rein as well. So if you've got other stamps that you're wanting to use within here, you could do, or maybe using the stencil that we've got and picking out certain letters, because of course you could do that quite easily. But you can see the base there is exactly the same base that Jo has been working with. All the little cogs, all the little elements, and of course those fabulous characters. Jo was talking about building up your scene of characters as well, and that's exactly what's happened here. Not with a masking technique, but more of a decoupage style technique, but it really does work well. And of course within your one day special you've got huge scope because you've got your 2 stamp plates in there giving you lots of different characters. Now what you will see within your one day special is the artwork from lovely Kelly Horton, and Kelly is the artist behind these wonderful designs. So let me take you through those stamps to show you. Now you can see here instantly you've got 5 character stamps, which are brilliant because you've got a series of standing up characters, sitting down characters, you've got portraits almost in their own little frames there, but then you've got additional elements to support them. We're looking at set number 2 and 3, which kind of sits in the centre of the 4 sets that we've got available for you. Don't worry, set 1 and set 4 are available, and I'll show you those in a few moments. But you've got loads of scope with these because you've got additional elements as well. So you can see the character. I love the steampunk goggles featuring here. I love that almost like metallic parasol you can see there. And of course all the different things you associate with steampunk featuring things like test tubes, gears, cogs, all those different things. Now of course your crafty board is going to give you a lot of scope because your crafty board can be your substrate, can be your base. And these have been especially sized to work with the characters, whether you're wanting to do them portrait or perhaps you wanted to do them landscape, or you're working with the larger or the smaller. You've got plenty within there to keep you busy. And the beauty is with your one day special, as is always the case, we've got a fabulous price for you. Now of course if you're wanting to go for your one day special, the details are there on your screen. You are saving £8, which is going to go well on its way for you to get that extra set of stamps that I've been chatting about. But for the time being, if you're wanting your one day special, 295812 is the item number. Now I can hear Jo's heat tool has finished, but let me just show you the other stamps because I think it's good that we show you these all together. Now most people who've been going for the one day special have been going for these, and these are the additional elements that you can see here. So again, you've got set 1 and set 4, which are making your complete set of 4 with your characters or your fabulous little steampunk darlings. But then you've got some additional elements featuring there as well. So supportive wings, you can see the little characters, pocket watches, the skulls featuring in this as well, and some really nice kind of floral elements. Do like this set, and a very useful set to support the main characters that we've been looking at. So of course if you're wanting this one, you can see it's got flexi buy on it, which means if you're adding it in alongside your one day special, you can spread the cost of everything. Means that you're just paying £44.45, so very affordable if you want to go for everything together. And of course you're up to speed, then you've got everything that's been released from Kelly Horton's artwork. Now MDF substrates, we can help you with those as well, and these have been popular during this hour because these are your kind of 3-dimensional frames. So they're called skinny shrines, and you can see why, because they're quite skinny there, and also they've got almost like a shrine-like look to them, especially if you're using one of the frontages which has got that kind of arch on there. Now you're going to get 3 of your bases and a variety of different fronts to go on there, so 3 different styles you're going to be able to create. First one for each in the cogs even. Put my teeth back in. You've got your additional cogs that are going to sit quite neatly on top if you're wanting to multi-layer those, but of course you could use these separately if you wanted, but of course they are fused to the frame on that particular one. Next to it we've got that gorgeous kind of arch frame, whoops-a-daisy, nearly knocked it over, showing you that arch where you can see here you've got a wonderful way for you to actually add your depth and dimension. Like this one, because it gives you an opportunity to really show off those stencils as well, showcasing those beautifully. And then the one down at the front is a regular kind of rectangle frame, but of course with the additional elements that you've got, you can really funky that up to however you want it to be. And here you can see using it with one of those wonderful additional stamps, and that's a good one, isn't it, to show off your crackle glaze. Like that one a lot. So you're going to get 3 of those frames, 3 of those fronts, which is £15.49. Works out a little over well, it's going to be just over £5 each, isn't it? Yeah. You think of it, 3 of those with all those different elements in there. You can make up more than 3 of those frames, I'm sure. So 279135. But of course, Joe's been working with the boiler house, and that's the next one that I'm going to show you very quickly, because of course you've got your substrate, your base there, but then you have got your additional elements which you're going to be able to add to these. So you're going to get 2 of your boiler house, 2 of your kind of chained up, which has got the big cogs and gears on there. And just to let you know that, what was that update? 60% of the stock has gone. My goodness, we have been busy for these. So 073098, just £11.99. Now, I don't know if you were aware, but we are now broadcasting live right the way through to 10 p.m, which we have been for quite a while. Because many of our Freeview viewers have had to kind of dip out around 7 o'clock in the evening. Well, good news. Everybody on Freeview can continue to watch us, but you might need a little bit of help learning how to do so. So here's a little bit of a video to show you what you need to do.
Hochanda News. We are excited to announce that our broadcast hours on Freeview have been extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you were missing our live shows in the evening, and we can't wait to see you there.
So apologies, I thought that was the one with Janice in there telling you how to retune. Couldn't be simpler. Just go into your settings on your Freeview box and choose to retune. It's something that we should be doing on a regular basis, to be fair, and then you'll be able to continue to watch us right the way through 10 o'clock in the evening. Now, lovely Jo is continuing with her project, so let's go and see how she's getting on. Where are you up to, Jo?
Right, okay, so talk about a throw-thing on these pipes, I am going to do. Right, so I've just put a little, so we've dried that off, and you can see it's really gorgeous, isn't it? So you've still got that green. In fact, if I just lift that, oh, look at that.
Jo.
Yeah, super, isn't it? So you've got the gold coming through, but you've still got the green in the spray, which is really nice. And because it's gone down into the cogs, you can see all the lovely detail there. What I've also done is I've added a little bit of crackle glaze. Okay, just on the pipes.
I was going to say, what's that kind of shiny bit I can see?
Yeah, so that's what that is. So that's still a little bit tacky, but I'm going to do something in between. So that's put onto the pipes, just onto the pipe, a little bit onto that big cog as well, because I thought that would be quite smart if we did that. Now I'm just going to add a little tiny bit of stenciling. Right, so I've got my, this is my light texture paste, my That's Crafty light texture paste. So I know this is going to be white, but I'm going to, when this is dried off, I'm going to just nip over with a paintbrush.
Lovely. Now,
to
bring the
create
details
that.
up for those pastes as well. This one's the light texture paste. All the other pastes that Joe's works with and the gel mediums, they're all on the website, but if you want in that particular one, the details are there.
So it's just in a couple of places, that's all. It's not too heavy with the stenciling because obviously the cogs are taking up a lot of the area. I'm just going to wipe that very quickly so it doesn't dry on it. Right, so I'm going to leave that where it is for a second. I think, oh yes, those pipes are just done. Sounds a bit odd, doesn't it? Right, so I've mixed up a little bit of paint. I didn't quite have the colour that I wanted. So again, with the multi-surface paints, don't just look at them as the straight colour coming out of the jar. Okay, you can mix them and do different colours, and it's really great because then of course you've got infinite colours really, haven't you? So I've used a chestnut brown. And I've used this one. I know it hasn't got a label on, but it's apricot.
You just know.
Yes, I just know that it is. Because it actually creates this really nice colour, which goes... I know, I've mixed it before and it goes very, very well on top of chestnut brown to make like a really rusty.
So the crackle gel has dried, and now you're going back in on top.
Yeah, it's not dried fully. It's what it does is, if I put my finger on there, it's tacky and it's leaving my imprint there, but it's not taking the actual crackle glaze off.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
All right, so that's the best way to try and describe it, really.
Oh my goodness, the crackles are starting on the pipes.
So yeah, oh yes, it will. Yeah, it's brilliant. The actual crackle glaze itself is just phenomenal. It's one of the ones that, as you know, I use an awful lot. And the pot that you get, you can do so much with it. And of course, you can do it with anything. It's not just your mixed media project. You can use it on furniture as well, and well, whatever you want to crackle, really. So I am going to just put a little bit of heat, but you can see they are cracking already. Look. In fact, if I left it, it'll be fine. But I want to just give this a quick. I won't be 2 seconds, though.
No problem.
So, because I want to just give that a little bit of a nip over with the brown as well. But you can see there, with a little bit more heat, it's obviously giving that some nice finish. And I think it looks quite cool on the pipes, isn't it, and on that cog.
And the contrast between that lighter and the darker.
Yeah. Because if you saw a set of pipes like in an old boiler room, they wouldn't be all the same colour, would they? There we go. So that dries off quite quickly. While that's drying off a little bit more, we're now going to bring in our gritty bits. Okay, so with the gritty bits, there's several ways you can use these. So that they're fantastic. We've brought them on quite a few times. They're amazing value for money because you get so much. So what they are, they're little tiny bits of stone. It's like chalky limestoney type of product. Now, what you need to do, obviously, you need to sit them in something. You need to. There's 2 ways of doing it. You can either put some mixture in a pot. I use my my gel medium, and it's almost empty, so I'm digging very deep on that one. In fact, I've got a little pot here. I'll use this so it doesn't go absolutely everywhere. Just pop that into a container, all right, and then add your gritty bits into it. Or you could put the gel medium straight onto your project and then put the gritty bits into it, but it needs to sit in something.
Now, Jo, can I ask you, you decanted some of those into the lid. Is that so you don't add too much in one go?
Yeah, because I've done that before.
Haven't we all?
You know, when you see me do clever things like that, it's because the first time I did it, it wasn't very clever. So, yes, so just mix it round, and obviously, depending on how loose or how thick that you want it, add either more gel medium or more of the gritty bits. And then, now you could be really fancy and use your palette knife, or you could do what I would normally do at home and use your fingers. But I'll try and behave and actually put a... So you can see what will happen then, you see. This will dry in the gel medium.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So so it sticks, so it's creating that all the glues in there and everything all together. So it looks a little odd at the moment because of course it's white or beigey coloured. So what I will do is when we, I know it's not going to be 100% finished, but when I come back at 4,
that's right, 4 o'clock this afternoon, that'll be with Scott, I think.
I've got to get the I've got to get the ODS times because they've changed a little bit.
They have, yes.
Yeah, so just putting it here and there. There you go. So that's great. This honestly, the texture is just incredible. And you could see I use hardly any, but yet it's gone quite a distance. I'll just put a little bit in there. And when you cover it over that, oh, it is just tremendous. Yeah, so how can you get excited like I do about gritty bits, honestly?
But it shows your passion.
I know. Right, so that's that. They'll just sit and dry. I need to cover that over. But what I also want to do is put a little bit of texture paste. Now, this is the holographic one. I wouldn't necessarily use the holographic one, I have to say. I would normally use my ordinary texture paste. But I just want to add a teeny weeny bit more texture. But it doesn't matter. It still has the texture that the other, ordinary texture paste would have. And now what I've done is I've used a little bit of that paint. You know, we were saying that we can use it in different mediums.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yep, just used it with that bit of paint.
So you've turned it into a coloured paste now.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just putting it here and there. Now, when this is dry and I actually dry brush over these bits, that's when the colour is going, the texture is really going to pop, and that's when you need to come back at 4 o'clock, and that's not just to make you come back at 4 o'clock, but it will be all dry and I'll be able to get that dry brushed in my break. There we go. So just taking that, so you can see there now what we've got a little bit on that edge there. You've got that lovely crackle. What sort of, oh, we're all right for time yet, aren't we? So we've got that fantastic texture going on, lots of interest. Let me just put a little bit on there, that's it. So I'm happy with that. Now I'm going to just spray that again, just so that it's a little bit easier when I paint inside these areas here. There we go. Really do need to get a new one. I don't like to, you see, even when there's a little bit in the bottom, it's still there, isn't it? Right, so I'm just going to just dab that around, and then I need to give this a quick dry, and then see what we've got after that. Let's have a go. Right, so give that a quick blast again.
Right.
Hopefully then it should be okay for me to just nip over with the brown again.
Wonderful, and we'll do that in a few moments. Now, just going to go off a few moments while Joey's drying off her project. Don't forget, the weekend is upon us, so our 7-day savers will be drawing to a close on Sunday morning. Some really good bases in there, including things like your 300 GSM cardstock, loads of different colours, quite a bright rainbow colour, but because of the weight of this cardstock, you are able to use things like your paints, your gels, your mediums on there, and you're saving £44, but only up until 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. So yeah, you've got 300 sheets, sorry, 235 GSM, I think I said 300 before, 599 at 742 if you are wanting those. Additional things that you might like to add into your basket, purely because these are items that we stock up on all the time, these wonderful construction boards, and again, these are brilliant for you to create your bases with 700 GSM, so you can understand why that is brilliant to work with the mediums that Joe's working with. 191035 if you are wanting those. And of course, you need some way of storing everything and keeping everything neat and tidy, and Deflecto has provided us with a fabulous 7-day saver this week. Some of their storage caddies, their little tilt bins, as you can see here, saving £13 until Sunday morning, and just $18.99 for those. So 813243. I'm going to head back over to Joe in just a few seconds, but we're running out of time, so very quickly I just wanted to tell you about the 1-day special. Again, Joe is going to be adding characters to her project in a few moments, and the characters that we've got within the 1-day special and the complete bundle really that we've got are amazing, all on a steampunk theme and all created by the lovely Kelly Horton. So we've got set 2, set 3 within the 1-day special. Set 1 and 4 are available in an additional bundle, which you will find on the website with some additional accessories. It's proving to be a very popular one though, because over 50% of the stock has gone, and you can see the details at the bottom of the screen. So if you want to get everything together, you can do, and the beauty is you can spread it over 2 payments. Means you're paying just £44.45 today, along with your post and packing, but you will get all 6 stamp plates as well as your crafty board as well. And of course, because you've got your flexi order, you can add other goodies in on the websites. There's loads there. Might be that you're adding in some of the paste and the mediums. Maybe you're going for the pick and mix on the paints that Joe's been working with. But those MDF frames, the boiler house that Joe's been working on, that's been a popular one. Lots of you taking advantage of that one. And of course, some of the familiar favourites are there, things like the liquid wax that we did see Joe working with last night. And of course, if you want your gritty bits, there you go. You can get 2 huge pots of them for just £15.98. Now, as you can hear, the heat gun has stopped, so Joe is she's adding more paint.
Yes, so you could obviously, I've covered over with the chestnut brown. I've covered over the white light texture paste with the stencil. I've also covered over the gritty bits. There we go. So everything is pretty much. I don't want to cover it all because obviously the pipes. I like the pipes the way they are, and then of course we've got that lovely green going on with the gold as well. So if I just nip over this, so what I want to do is it has to really be quite dry for me to dry brush over, but we'll see how we go. I've also got my characters ready. I want to put those on. So, but it does also show you that, like I say, if you're really not, if you're not a stamper, obviously, because not everybody is, but if you're not a stamper, and you're looking for surfaces to actually to use with all your different mediums, your paints and all your exciting products, then the MDF that we've got on the show is just exceptional. I love it. We could go on and on and on, and each and every time it would look so different, wouldn't it? So I think so what we can do now is we can do a little bit of dry brushing. We okay to do a little bit of dry brushing?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the clock here. I've probably got, I think it's probably about 7 minutes or so, is that right? Have I done the maths right?
Lovely.
It's about 7 minutes.
Right, so a tiny bit of, this is actually the metallic copper, and I do like to use this for dry brushing. Okay. And I've also got some of the interference green. I have actually got a cloth, by the way, next to me. I'm not just wiping it on myself. It always looks as if I'm just, no, I've got a cloth. Right, I need a dry brush, obviously, for dry brushing. I need a flat brush. There we go. Oh no, that's rubbish. There we go. We'll have that one. Right, so dry brush it, and then you'll get the idea. And then what I'll do is I'll finish it off, and then we can. So when we go over, especially with the interference colours, can you pick that up?
Oh wow!
Have you got
yes.
that? I know they're amazing. You will have seen me using interference colours time and time again on here, on not just the That's Crafty shows, but I also have them as upsells on other shows because I just think they're incredible. So basically you are looking at, that's what you're looking at, but when you put it onto a dark surface, obviously black, dark browns like I'm doing on here, it just picks up that interference colour. We have, they're in several colours as well. You've got blues. I chose the green because obviously I wanted the patina look.
The interesting thing though is from the angle that I'm looking here on our monitor, it almost looks like it's got a silver tone.
Has it? Do you want me to,
let me just with it, does it look a different colour to you?
Oh yeah, you've got green.
There you go, you can
you see?
That just depends on how the light hits.
Yeah, oh definitely, absolutely. Can you see the green there?
Yeah, it looks brilliant.
Oh yes, that's nice. That's lovely. Yeah, sorry, the monitor's so far away. I'm getting old, Hayley.
No, it's when you're mentioning green, some of the viewers, myself included, looking at it thinking, but that looks more silver to me.
Yeah.
But like you say, it's that interference. When the light hits it, it kind of moves in different dimensions, and
So that was the green, and now what I'm doing is I'm going over, but when I say I'm dry brushing, I am taking the tiniest amount, because then what you can do is you can add to. What you can't do very easily is to take away, and then that's when it spoils. You think you've gone to all this trouble. Now this is where your gritty bits look, and I'm being bossy, look. Your gritty bits and your texture pastes and all those fabulous bits that we layered all up are really, really coming into the fore now, you see. So that's your texture paste on there, and then all your gritty bits there. I mean, it never fails to make me happy when I do something like this, because it's just so textural. You can create something like this out of MDF and a bit of paint, but it's the right products, isn't it?
Well, this is it, and it's having the right base as well.
Yes,
because if you
it
were thinking
is.
to yourself, I need something that's got an industrial look to it, but I don't know where to start. Here, that's Crafty have done. They've thought to yourself, you need a base, you need the mediums, you need the paints to be able to create this, and they've brought it all together in the one-day special shows.
Now, what I'll do is I will do a little bit more of that just to finish that off before we come back, but we'll have it like that. And then I've got my gorgeous steampunk darling. Now, I've purposely done it with the aquas because I thought that went really, really well. So she could sit just there. I've got the boots. Now, I think the boots would be quite cool hanging from the pipes.
Well, they do look like they're just kind of hanging.
Yeah, they do. There. They need to be hanging.
And one of the characters where she's seated, she could almost be sitting on one of those
Yes,
pipes,
she could.
She?
And this is this one. So what you could do is you could actually take the clock out if you want to get, I know it's a part of the stamp, but you could stamp it, actually cut the darling out and sit her on those pipes just there. She would look fabulous, wouldn't she?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Very sassy as well. And then we're just going to put the cat here, maybe just there.
Lovely, the steampunk
and then you
goggles.
can see, yeah, so sat in the boiler room, nice and warm. Cats like doing that, don't they?
They do.
So just adding a little bit more green just here and there. But you would tweak it until you're happy. And then you can see, let me just pull that in, move that out the way. Just see there where we've got the stencil going on, the nuts and the, you've actually got the crosses,
yeah.
You can see all of that. So just adding tiny bits, a little bit on that cog as well I put on. So just adding the tiny little bits of detail like that, it really draws the eye around to different parts of the project. So like we were saying earlier, obviously I don't think you would put these on if it was a boy's bedroom, but what you could do is if we did decide to do it for that purpose, you could have it like that, put the name on there, hang it on that would be so cool. Have I got time just to do a bit of wax or not?
I've got about a minute left.
Oh yes, yeah. So one of my favourite tricks, as everybody knows, I'm going to put those there and I will stick those on when I've completely finished. One of my favourite tricks, as people know, is to actually put a little bit of wax on, and I found this out by playing, just here and there. If you layer the wax as well, it will give a bit of a crackle.
Oh, okay.
I know, that's really interesting. And then if you just put a little bit of embossing powder on, just a pinch. Okay, and this is one of the Stamp Enders ones. In fact, we used it last night on the other frame. If we just pinch that just there, and then get the heat tool.
Oh, this is so magical.
Heat that. And then you can see, can you see it bubbling?
Yes, you can.
There we go.
That looks amazing.
There we go. And then just this little bit.
Just those finishing touches make all the difference. Now, Jo, of course, has been giving us some amazing demonstrations during this hour. She could just keep going and going and going. And look how amazing that is. I mean, I love that.
And that was
wax.
that piece of MDF.
Very effective. We've seen it all created before our very eyes. Jo, thank you so much for that.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Back at 4 o'clock.
Back
more
at
to
4.
see. I'm looking forward to it, very much so. Now, don't leave it till 4 o'clock, though, because it's been a very popular one-day special. And, of course, if you're wanting the one-day special with the additional bundle, then even more so. Pretty much everybody who's been going for the one-day special has been going for those additional stamps. And, of course, don't forget things like your liquid wax. Details were up on your screen there, but they're on the website as well. But, of course, the one-day special is the key thing. If you want it, the details are there. Anna. Really looking forward to next hour. Got a familiar face I've not seen for a long time, but Mushroom Lane coming up. You'll be able to see that in a moment. Then Daisy B Crafts, followed by Craft Yourself Silly.
Join us this Saturday at 6 p.m. to welcome back Dolly Dimples with their brand new one-day special.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Coming up in the future with Hochanda, the Mill Shop Online going to bring lots more collections of beautiful fabrics, all inspired for you crafters, for your upholsterers, soft furnishings, everything for every project. All our designs for Hochanda, all our crafting elements, always very unique and very exclusive for Hochanda. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK. Craftbox is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box, which is ribbon tied, and we hope that by receiving this box, you will feel like it's Christmas every month. Make sure you don't miss the Craftbox shows on Hochanda.
Hochanda News. We are excited to announce that our broadcast hours on Freeview have been extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you were missing our live shows in the evening, and we can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi everybody, good afternoon. Nice to be with you for this hour, and really excited to actually be with you this hour because we have got a brand new supplier for you. So unseen tools for the trade as we got for this hour for you. And these come from a company all the way from the US, and it may be a new supplier, but a face I think you may well recognise. It is a lovely Susie who's going to be demonstrating for us. Hello Susie.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you very much. This is our first show together,
It
isn't
is
it?
indeed, yes.
Very
yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
We like that. So you have been having a go working with our brand new supplier with the red rubber stamps that we've got here. How have you found them? What have they been like for yourself?
They're absolutely brilliant. I love them. They're such fun. The detail in them is unbelievable.
Yeah.
And for me, the fact they're on red rubber means you can do so much more with them.
Okay, right. So
really deep etched. They're just awesome. Love them.
So we got a chance to chat about that as well. We go through all the different ideas. You're going to really like this. How did the partnership strike up for yourself?
Actually, through Hochanda.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was. Yes, yeah. They reached out to Hochanda and said, "We're looking for somebody."
Brilliant.
To play around with the stamps, and they gave me a ring and said, "Yeah."
I like that. I like that. I like that. Which is the nice thing about this is that we bring people together in all sorts of ways.
Absolutely.
It seems like that one.
Socially distanced and otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, what is so lovely? It is a brand new supplier. It is Mushroom Lane. There will be, I'm warning you, there will be mushroom jokes in the hour because I'm that kind of a sort of fun guy. That's the first one, by the way. That's your first one. Just, I had to point it out. It was that bad. But they will get worse, I'm sure, as the hour goes on. But the good thing is, if the jokes go downhill, we've got absolute quality of which are going to take you up. Who's actually behind all the wonderful designs? Because these are beautiful, Susie.
Yes, they are beautiful. It's actually a company called Riley and Company.
Right.
And they're quite. The history behind them is really fun as well. So Riley is actually a moose.
Oh.
I know.
Okay.
And in 2000...
Wasn't expecting that answer then.
Exactly. And in 2009, he moved to Kansas City.
Right.
And became a stamp set.
As you do.
As you do. And then from that, other sets have evolved, including Funny Bones, which is lots of witticisms and funny sayings, and then Mushroom Lane began.
Yeah.
And Mushroom Lane now extends to over 20 properties.
Oh, does it really?
I know, it's real estate gone mad.
That's fantastic. That is brilliant. Well, the kind of place you want to have a house, to be honest, because what's so lovely, if you were to take a wander down Mushroom Lane, every house is unique and different, and there's always something really special. So really, I know you're going to love these. If you are into your quirkiness, it seems, and that magical kind of feel about this, almost fanciful, then you're going to see this and you're going to love the detail that goes in. These sets are fantastic. We'll show you all the way down the counter, and I know you're going to do some demonstration using these as well. So let's start off. Let's just talk about the actual stamps themselves, so the rubber stamps as well.
Yeah.
So they are all pre-cut. They're already mounted onto the foam as well. For people that may be just new to Hochanda, new to stamping, maybe even new to the red stamp as well, what does that give us then with regards to that? You talked about versatility in using it. What's the quality we're talking about here?
The fact that they're all cling stamps, so you can cling them to any surface to use.
Right.
But you could also, because of the cushion depth, you can grip them. So if you wanted to stamp onto the side of, say, a glass votive,
okay,
you can hold it in your hand and rock it to the right shape.
Right.
Whereas with a polymer stamp, you haven't got that ability so easily because you've got nothing to grip. The other thing with them, because they're really deep etched, you can press into things like triple thick embossing. You can push them into polymer clay to give different textures. So that's where having a red mount rubber stamp comes into
its own. Really comes into play.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to angle it so you can actually see they really are deep.
Yeah, they are,
actually?
yes,
I know that on the monitor we can see, but they really are very deep in the rubber as well, so you are going to get fantastic images if you are working to polymer clay, for example. Let's just take you down then. So that's going to be the same for all of them. So you're going to get that quality of those as well. So you're actually going to get the design, and you're going to also not only get the design of the actual stamp, but you're also going to get the actual dies to work with it. This is lovely all the way through, isn't it, to have that?
For those people who don't like fussy cutting, or for one reason or another can't, it's absolutely brilliant because it means you haven't got to do that. You can cut down your time to create something as well. You also can cherry pick which layers to fussy cut, and to even go down to the detail of the windows as a die. And when you get further down the counter, the gnomes, even their little noses have dies. I mean, it's just unbelievable. You can have such fun.
It's going to be great. These are lovely. And as for actually doing the cutting, most die cutting machines is
all die cutting machines it will go through because none of them are onerously big. So yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. OK, so here's your first one of your set. Get ready. This is number 1 mushroom lane, basically. This is your tri-level house. You've got your 3 beautiful little windows in there. If you wanted to go for these individually, you can do. The stamp is actually available on its own. Details there. Just there, actually, bottom of the screen, £10.49, 998,326. Now, that's just for the actual stamp. A quarter of these have already gone individually, by the way. But, of course, if you want to go for the dies individually, you can. They're £19.99. But if you wanted to actually, if you think, look, I want them both. I think if you're going to go for this, you're going to go for the bundle. That's where your saving is. £27.48, 650519. And for the bundle, we're already reaching a third of the stock already allocated for these as well. So that's the set number 1 that you can see there on Mushroom Lane. Tell you what, you can't have too big a house because there won't be mushroom for them. I know. I'm sorry. I know. I did warn you. I warned you. Luckily, the products are brilliant because the jokes are awful. Let's go to number 2 then, that we can bring to you. And this is our polka dot house stamp and die set that you can see. So this is your classic Mushroom Lane polka dot house, and it is beautiful. I'm just showing you again the stamp so you can see again all that detail that's in there, really deep on the red rubber. But they stamp beautifully, by the looks of these.
My first demo is going to use that stamp, so you'll see just how beautiful the detail is.
Yes. It is lovely. It is gorgeous. There's another trend here where almost a third of this stock was, again, already gone. So, again, they are available individually if you wanted to go for that. The bottom of the screen, you'll find the stamps there. 827976 if you wanted to go for that. It's £10.49 just for the stamp itself there. By the way, if you're loving these little friends down here, they're coming. They will be making an appearance as well. Shop ahead if you want to get them before they've all gone. But look, these and the little mini ones as well, they're also available. They're coming up. They look like they're a real treat to colour.
They are. They're beautiful, and because they've got detailed shading dots as well. If you're not a great artist, I'm not. But if you want to create that shaded look, you've got guidelines as to where to put your deeper colours. But they're just such great fun.
They look fantastic.
New home cards. I mean, they're just brilliant, aren't they? Absolutely love them.
There's the quirkiness and the magical sort of feel about this. But I love even the little TV aerial.
And it is that sort of detail that is incredible. And there's a washing line on one of the houses with socks, which I am desperate to colour odd because we have a thing about odd socks in our family. So I just think they're beautiful stamps.
They are. They really
stamps.
are. We're approaching half the stock here, by the way. I can see some of these being sold out before we've even finished down the whole level for you here. 920-584-2748. Now, that is Polka Dot House number 1. I've got now their neighbour, Polka Dot House number 2. I don't know which one the noisier neighbour is out of the 2 of these. But again, I'll just show you that we have got the stamp. You can see the image, and of course you can see how they die cut that come through here. So you can, I mean, if you're going for a good couple of these sets together, you could create a real fantasy kind of image, couldn't you, with all the lovely homes, houses, or even just if it was just rooftops of them in the distance. They're all going to be different. They've all got that uniqueness about them, haven't they?
Well, you could do like a big zigzag card with the whole street, or a canvas, a long thin canvas with them on. That would just be amazing as a present.
They really are magical. They are fantastic. I love down here we've actually got the washing on the line.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
It's great, isn't it?
Pair of shorts and the socks.
I love this. I just think that they are beautiful, and just the look of them as well. As you can see, they're all beautifully decomposed up there, and you get these really amazing images that come through. So it doesn't matter whether they're on their own, whether you put a collection of these together. You really are going to get a wow factor. They get the R factor as well, don't they? People go, oh, that is so lovely. Details if you want to go for these individually: 998. 326 of those individually, 1049 you can see at the bottom of the screen. If you want to go for these in the bundle, again, half the stock here is pretty much already gone. 615-454. You love a polka dot. Who doesn't? I love a polka dot as well. Now, I'm really taking it. I don't think this is just a male thing. Maybe it is as well. But if you're going to have a home, you've got to have your neighbour that's got one with a shed. And it's always a bigger one than yours. I don't know if... Maybe that's just me. I don't know. But I always find that I've got shed envy with all my neighbours, basically. And we have shed wars. So here is the beautiful house with shed. There we go. They were probably the first to move in, Mushroom Lane, and have extended out. But it's that quirkiness and so they've taken, basically, reality life down Brookside Close and they've converted it, haven't they?
I know, it's brilliant. But imagine doing a card using that stamp for someone who's just invested in their own workshop or, he shed, she shed, whatever you want to call them.
Yes.
I mean, that would just be brilliant to go on the front door of it, wouldn't it?
It is great. And again, just the whole idea of those as well, it's just absolutely brilliant. You're going to have so much fun working with these. The set here, 606796. Individual details are at the bottom of the screen. These with the shed is 40% of those have gone with a house with shed. Now, of course, I do think this is absolutely fantastic. What about this for a different style, maybe a quirky style wedding card you might be thinking of here, you might be looking at, or maybe some other kind of religious event that's taking place. You want to just have a little bit of fun with it, because at the end of Mushroom Lane is the church, of course, that goes with this, and it is I've never seen a mushroom-style church before. This is a first.
Cool.
It's brilliant, isn't it? The inspiration to this.
I know.
It's phenomenal.
But when I first looked at the church, I obviously saw the church, but then I looked at the tower bit, because you get that dye element as well. And I just thought Rapunzel.
Oh, yes. Of course. That will be, because it's fantasy kind of feel, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, your imagination literally goes into overdrive once you start with these.
That is
just brilliant.
Absolutely, I love this. I do love this. Wasn't sure, they'll be looking at this, and our director said, is that a spire or is that a spore at the top of it? I know. I'm not taking any claim over that. In fact, I'm quite disappointed myself that I repeated it. That's how low it was on my scale. And that's low, by the way. 903381. We're looking at 20% of our wonderful, beautiful church stamp and die set to go there as well. That is absolutely fantastic. Now, if you've really loved everything you've seen in Mushroom Lane, who lives in a house like this? I think I've heard that before on TV. Well, of course, it's our wonderful gnomes. Now, we've got two different sizes to go for the gnomes. We're starting off with your classic gnome size, I'd go think. I think we'd be looking at really here. I mean, I've never measured the size of a gnome, but I think I'd go classic size here. You get 3 stamps, 9 dies in total. A third of the stock has already been allocated. There's something quite funny about them actually just cut out in shapes like that. Just a silhouette of them.
Yeah.
They are fantastic. They are beautiful.
But you even get the hats as a separate die, so you can do interchangeable hats.
Oh, that's brilliant.
It's awesome, isn't it?
That is great. So you really can make every single one unique and different to match with them. If you like these ones, 3 stamps that you're looking at, 9 dies in total to go with that. So that's 747444. Now then, these are the little mini gnomes, and I spotted when I sort of came through to the studio to start with and looked down, and I thought they are just the cutest. Then I saw next stage higher up size gnomes, but the mini gnomes, they are like ZZ Top in a hat in Gnome World. I just love them. They are phenomenal.
They are great fun.
Aren't they?
Great fun, yeah.
You can create a whole I don't know, what's a gathering of gnomes? Is it a tribe? I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm thinking of a tribe. A tribe of gnomes.
That sounds a bit harsh, though, doesn't it? I think.
someone's on that certain search.
Engine.
A gaggle of gnomes.
A gaggle, yeah, now you see,
or
that sounds better.
A shortage of gnomes.
A shortage of Should be a garden of gnomes.
But there's not a shortage on this show. We've got loads of them. 1548, a gaggle of gnomes or a shortage of gnomes.
So
793 4. I never knew that. 432. If you'd like to go for that, and half the stock of our little mini gnomes. That really tickled me. That has already gone. I love that. Right then, well, we've also got some, you'll need some of this, your card collection to go with this one, to create some absolutely incredible pieces here. 617168 is going to give you 300 GSM beautiful sheets of the beautiful A4 Super Smooth card. 160 in total that's available for you there, which is gorgeous. Now, of course, putting those together, you'll need your red liner tape. We'll give you 10 rolls. 5 of those will be 9mm. 5 of those will be 12mm, and we'll be taking £17 off the price for you, so it's just £12.99 only. I've also got for you a paper crafting kit, which has got everything in there, really. Basically, you've got your ribbons in there, you've got your lovely decorative gems in there, your decoupage, your washi tape, so much in there for £14.99, but a massive saving on that, by the way, of £31, and that offer is only available till Sunday, of course, right now. And we've got one more before we can show you as well. If you wanted to make a lovely set of houses down Mushroom Lane, then what about these LeBlanche papers here? 48 papers here, 24 different designs, including your glitter and your hot foil stamping. £32 savings, so it's just £12.99. Right then, so let's see our little houses coming together now, and we'll look at with Susie with our very first demonstration. So which one are we looking at? Was it one of the first houses we looked at, Susie?
Yes, this one is Polka Dot House, which was, I believe, the first one.
Number 1 or number 2?
Not the first one on the counter, the first one drawn, I believe.
Ah, right. So I think that was...
If I hold mine up, perhaps it'll help.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, Polka Dot 1.
That's it.
Ah, there we are, number 1.
Yeah, it's cool. So, when you first get the stamps, just be aware that on the back of the cling, there will be a protective sheet, a bit like a piece of greaseproof paper. You just peel that off. It's very easy to come away, and that you can discard if you want to. It's up to you, but you won't need it again for anything. So when you take your stamp, you can then just push it onto whatever block you prefer to use, or your stamping platform, whatever it is. Now I'm just going to show you how these stamp so beautifully, and then how the dies match in with them. And I have a few tips for this, a few time-saving tips.
Oh,
I know,
good.
Whilst I know we're in lockdown, time is still precious.
Absolutely.
So stamping, some of you are probably very familiar with it, but I always take my ink pad to my stamp rather than the post office technique the other way around, because that way I know where the ink is going and I'm not going to flood areas I don't want inked with ink. So tap lightly over the top, and I'm using Memento ink because I'm going to be colouring with an alcohol marker.
Okay, right.
So it is important to look at the ink that you're using for stamping. And then I've just got some of the beautiful white card that we've got on the show, and I'm just going to press down over the top. I always work on a load of scrappy paper.
Okay, is that for the impression, or...?
Well, also it stops me having to clean my glass mat constantly. I am a bit OCD about cleanliness. That was before lockdown. You can imagine what I'm like now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I do like to that. But if I just show you how clean
that's beautiful.
and beautifully detailed is that stamp. It's wonderful, isn't it?
That is lovely. They are gorgeous.
So I'm going to colour, I'm not going to colour it all, I'm not going to bore you to death, but just to show you how easy it is to colour, I've chosen various colours to do this. I'm just going to do a dot very quickly. So I'm going to go in, and even with my hopeless eyesight, even I can do this. So I'm going to go for a bit of a brighter one. So
the nice thing about them, it seems, Susie, that because the rooftop of all of the houses have got enough openness about them, and they're big, bold images to do, you know, so you get a big amount of colour there. But then you've also got a lot of the smaller elements, like around the windows or the doors, that you can actually really go to town on the detail again and the little elements of colour.
You can, exactly. And you can introduce your own quirkiness to it. You can colour code it. So if someone has moved into a house with a blue front door, give it a blue front door.
Yeah.
And then you'll make it their own. So you can see, you can build up a whole picture. I'm not going to spend hours colouring in because it does take hours. But in true Blue Peter fashion, here's one I made earlier.
I love that phrase. I love that phrase, yeah.
So I have finished my colouring. Now my top tip for this, and actually I can't take credit for this, this is the owner of the company, Tanya's suggestion.
Yeah.
Rather than stamp the image 4 times so you can get 4 layers out of it, just do it the once and colour it in. And then colour photocopy it. How good is that tip?
You see?
I have literally saved myself days of colouring doing that technique.
You could create a whole town, a metropolis, if you do it that way.
In a day. I know, it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant idea. But if you love colouring and if you've got loads of time on your hands, I mean, if it was sunny, I'd have to be honest, I would be outside colouring. Yeah. But, you know, in this wet weather, forget it. So that's a top tip. So then you have to decide how many layers you want to create. Because obviously, for each layer, you'll need an image. Now, we're all frugal crafters. Because of the shape of the dies, you don't actually have to have a whole image for each layer, because if you're careful how you cut, you can get more than one of the layers out of an image. It'll all become completely clear, she says, hopefully.
Are you telling me that? Or
yeah, I am,
yes,
definitely.
Okay, that's okay.
So you want to cut one that's your base image, so that's the one I've got ready, and then I've got my spares or my extra layers, and because I've colour copied them, they are completely coloured. Now, some people may not want to colour all of it for every layer, because the bits you hide, it seems a bit pointless colouring it in. However, if you do that, sneaky people might see, if they look round the sides, that you haven't coloured in. So it's your choice. You can colour in the edges if you want. I actually prefer to just colour a whole lot and be done with it. And then I know that everything's sorted.
Right. Just on that, if you were making lots of these, maybe it's for either charity, for what is there the angel policy? What is the angel policy?
As far as I know, the angel policy is that as long as you hand stamp and hand create, then you are able to sell them.
Okay, great, lovely, thank you for that.
But it is worth checking their website out just for full details.
Yeah.
And if you're going to go into mass production, it's only courtesy to contact them and ask.
Yeah.
So I'm taking, these are the dies. I've just put mine on a magnetic sheet just for convenience. So you can see how easily they line up with the image. And they do give a slight white border, so don't be too alarmed. But again, I have a trick for that as well. So I'm going to use some low-tack tape. And if you stick the majority of the tape to the bit of the card that you don't want, you're not going to ruin the image you do want.
Right.
So I'm going to run that one through my die cutting machine.
We don't want those causing us any truffle of any sort, do we?
Oh, absolutely not. No.
Oh, made myself cry here. Weeping.
You'll have to go and lie down in a dark mushroom after this.
Oh, very good. Yes. See, it's contagious.
It's rubbing off.
If you've got any more, by the way, let us know.
Yeah, don't email
me. Any more mushroom puns?
Don't encourage him.
Oh, come on. Keep them coming in.
Absolutely.
Keep them coming in.
So there's my first layer done. So I can then do the top of the mushroom as well. So I'm going to line that one up. And they are actually easier to line up when they're coloured than they are when they're in just stamped for some reason.
Oh, right, yes. But,
I don't know why, but they are. Maybe it's my eyes. Probably is. It's an age thing.
We've had an email come through, by the way.
Oh, have we?
From Julia. just saying how happy it is to see she is to see you back.
Oh,
see Julia
that's
back.
lovely. Thank you, Julia.
That's lovely,
Thank
isn't
you.
it? Very nice. See. Is it nice to be back?
It is. It's lovely to be back. Yes. Yeah. And I'd like to say nothing's changed, but there's a lot of stripes on the floor.
Yes. Yeah. Lots of stripes.
And we're all in segregated little. I feel a bit like a rabbit in a hutch.
Oh, do you feel everyone's got their own little track to go into?
Yeah, it's good.
That's it.
Exactly.
Yes,
so
no
you see what
can...
I mean about when you've die cut one element, I've still got the other 3 that I want to die cut available. So I can use the same piece to cut other bits out. I'm not having to die cut every single layer.
Yeah. I do love the fact that you've got all those elements that they've actually got the dies for as well.
You've even got the little feet. It's just incredible. The windows, though. Now the windows. So if you die cut the windows out of your top layer, don't have the windows in there as an image, you could actually put a piece of acetate behind and then one of those safe battery-operated tea lights. And have it illuminated.
How lovely that would be.
How cool is that?
That'd be nice.
So if you're going to put it onto a votive, I would recommend you did that. You took the windows out using the dye, and then you could see the light shining through. I think that would look really magical, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah, that's perfect, that.
Yeah. So I've just got the doors to do now. So here's my door.
There's something about this as well that if you were, you know, looking to get younger members of the household involved, you know, and to have some sort of fun from that side of things, it's there's enough in here that's mysterious or magical and fantasy-like that, you know, would hold their attention rather than, I'm not saying that children wouldn't want to be necessarily involved in if it was anything which is like with wildlife or flowers or anything, but there's something about this that is almost childlike in regards to just the whole magical little stories you could create, especially with our little gnomes, etc. You know, that you could go with it, couldn't you?
You could, in a Z-fold, make a little Z-fold book for them, and they could do their own little story. I mean, what a great way in this current situation to encourage creative writing.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, get them to stamp the images. They can colour them in, so they're doing their art. They could give them all numbers, and you could have little letters going to the post boxes and things.
I love all
this. And then they could write their little story all about Mushroom Lane.
Mushroom Lane, it's fantastic. I love it.
I know, it's brilliant. And I like the fact that the little gnomes are the right perspective for the houses as well. So you can make a little village and population out of it. So let's quickly put this together, and now we've done all the die cutting, which, let's face it, wasn't particularly difficult, was it? So my tip then for the edges is to take some black ink. Now I choose to use a distress ink and sponge, but you can use any black ink. But if you then just whiz round the edges.
Oh, so just where that little, you got the little white edge. Yeah,
exactly.
I see.
But it also means that whatever you've stamped it onto, if it's got a white core, you're not going to see white.
Right.
So I don't know if the camera can pick up the difference.
Yeah, we see that on the overhead actually.
Yeah. Still, and then I'll flatten it so you can see. It just gives it dimension. Inking edges on any die cut shape instantly gives it a 3D effect.
Right.
So whatever, I always ink everything. In fact, this morning the dog was included.
The dog was included.
Yeah, we have a puppy who actually tries to sit on my lap when I'm crafting, which is always interesting. I mean, when I say a new puppy, he is actually huge. He's massive.
What?
He's a Hungarian Vizsla.
Hungarian
Vizsla.
Vizsla. Wow,
yeah.
I've never heard of one of those.
No, they're beautiful dogs. Beautiful dogs. Very intelligent, but he is. They're called Velcro dogs because they literally attach themselves to you.
Oh, how lovely!
And he sits underneath. He goes to sleep underneath my work desk, If I'm sewing, he'll sit underneath the sewing machine on the treadle, which isn't particularly helpful. But this morning, when I was desperately trying to cut a few more bits out, he was sat on my lap, and this dog is massive now.
Oh, wow.
And I was like this, trying to cut things out. It's crazy. Crazy. But he got inked as well.
So
at one
did he
point.
go away looking like a zebra by the end?
Yes, yes. His nice ginger coat had a few black stripes in it.
Oh, lovely.
But
oh,
yes,
how lovely.
Inking your edges, good thing to do, but just make sure, I'm just going to grab a bit wet wipe, because what you don't want to do is then pick up a white piece of card and put black fingerprints all over it.
No. We've
So-
also had another email come through, I think.
Yes.
Oh, another email come through from Claire saying thank you for the inspiration, Susie, as well. Thank you very much
good.
indeed.
I'm glad. Well, I'm so inspired, and in true Blue Peter fashion, my glue doesn't want to work. So we're going to use the old-fashioned method of a fingertip, because that's always good.
Just while you're just doing that, just want to let people know, if you'd like to go for this set, then it's 80% of the stock has gone. Now, that's alarming in itself. The more alarming thing is there is we've had no more stock. We've looked into trying to get some more stock. We cannot get hold of any more stock as it stands at all for those ones. So once the 80%, once the 100% has gone on those, and that's across the whole of Mushroom Lane, there we are already on extended because it's coming over from the States, so there's no more extended stock after that, if that makes sense. So if it is in your basket, I would say 1 in the hands, 2 in the bush, that kind of thing. Check it out, make sure you get this one, because once it's gone as it stands right now. Just want to let people know about that one. I don't want you missing out on your chance to work with these wonderful stamps and die sets. Sorry about that, so I just wanted to let people know it's always quite alarming when you know there's no more stock to be had, and and we're so close to them going limited. So you know, it's want to get it while we can, really.
Okay, so all I've done while you were telling them about that is to glue down my first layer flat onto card. I've then got my second layer, which I've actually shaped just with a bone folder, just by gently curling it over. And I just like to do that just to give it an extra dimension.
Yeah, right.
You can use mount foam, you can use sticky foam squares, whatever is your preference to do this, but for the speed of TV and to avoid the tedium of picking off backing paper, I have opted for the silicone glue. So shaping again the next layer. I just love these. I just think they're so cool.
They really, that looks so fantastic. And this is before even that you've done any other kind of landscape decoration background to it.
Yeah.
So just purely in situ that we've got there, and with the lovely framing and the borders around it, even that coloured on its own looks great, doesn't it?
It looks awesome, absolutely awesome. I mean, I actually think the church, for example, I think would make a fabulous addition for a wedding invite.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, if you're having something a little bit different, or sort of bohemian style wedding, just to have that little image popping up every so often. Don't use the gnomes though, because guests might turn up dressed as gnomes. You might want that, I don't know.
Which would be brilliant.
It would be quite cool, wouldn't it? There you go. So in no time at all.
Fantastic.
I've turned that the wrong way round, haven't I? Or shall I turn it that way?
Yeah,
there
no, that's great. That's lovely. That's lovely. We can really see that.
Simple mounting, simple layering, so cool. But the detail still comes through even after you've coloured, and that's what I love.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Suze, thank you very much, Steve, for sharing that one with us. We're going to give a quick run down the counter and show with what stock we have got left as it stands right now. And we'll let Susie just reset, ready for another demonstration. But absolutely fantastic. So let's just talk you through. Maybe you're just tuning in. Maybe you just got your time with us right now. A very good afternoon. Lovely to have your company. You're watching a brand new supply with us, and you're looking at all the wonderful houses and the little characters that live there that make up the best place where, honestly, I can see this it's on a certain board game, you know, that's got all the different places. Mushroom Lane would be one of the most expensive areas to live, I think it would be. Starting off with got the tri-level house that we have. Now, we are limited for the actual one we've got with the die and the stamp itself. So it is limited stock on this one, but again, and the stamp itself individually is also limited. That's on 07428410449 just for the stamp. That is also limited for you. So if you want to get that one, please get that one into your collection as quickly as you possibly can. So as you can see here, you're getting the wonderful stamp itself, of course, and they are the beautiful red rubber already pre-mounted stamps. So again, nice and deep, of course, you can see within the groove. So perfect if you're working with that with other media, let alone just your inks, of course. As we saw it stamped beautifully when Susie did her very first demonstration, just place it straight down, worked great. And again, you can see how those dies, lovely about the dies that you have got all the details of the door, you've got the windows in there, you've got all the little elements near the front, so everything you need is there. 650519 is £27.48, and of course you are getting that with a £3 saving that you're going to find as well. Right, we're moving, is it on the tri-level? All in basket right now. So that's for the bundle and for the stamp there in everyone's basket. So if it's in there, make sure you did get that one checked out. So well done indeed, and commiserations. If you were just thinking, I'll go for that, take that one as a warning as I go down. I think that may be the way that things go. So if you're thinking about it, don't wait for me to get to it. If you can shop ahead, Polka Dot is now also limited stock that we have for you here. This is our set 1 stamp and 4 dies that you're going to get. This is the Polka Dot that we've just been seeing. That Susie's been working with it. The stamp is available on its own. The details of that were at the bottom of the screen. They're going to come full screen for you, I think. But they have now just also gone limited for just the stamp on its own. While it is there, I'll very quickly tempt fate and show you. Of course, it is there. There's your rubber stamp, your mounted stamp again. And of course, that is great for working it not just onto card or paper stock, but if you wanted to, you can, of course, shape that round and work there. If you may be doing some other decoration, maybe some bedroom decoration, you might be doing some little bit of work on there. 920584. That's for the stamp and the 4 dies, £27.48. Please do check out your basket. That is lovely. Right, we've also got the neighbour, which is Polka Dot home number 2 that we've got for you here. That again is your 1 stamp and your 4 lovely dies. Again, really beautiful detail, isn't it? It's the lovely chimney, it's the TV aerial that you're looking at, and in this one has got that lovely little details at the back you can see there with the little clothesline as well with everything that's on there. So really pretty. I do love these actually. They're done so nicely when you look at them. It's gorgeous. We are almost 70% of the entire bundle of stamp plus dies. It is available individually, the stamp itself, but again, 70% of the stock there has already gone. 998326 is just for the stamp on its own, of course, there. But if you go for both, and why wouldn't you? Because you want to get these cut out. They really come to life. That's where you're going to be getting your saving, of course, of £3 off of that price, £27.48. Now, we need the shed, don't we, of course? We need his shed, her shed, the shed. It's your chance for getting that one, which is fabulous again. But it's all the details in these stamps that I think is stunning. It's the lamppost that's in there. It's the quirky TV aerial that's also working there. It's the lovely foliage again of all the lovely little grass strands you can see coming up from around the back of the house there. The beautiful little pathway that runs through, of course, you can see. Oh, I just noticed, we just noticed that little ladybird that's on the roof there, on the shed roof, and also onto the main house roof as well. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. 60% of a bundle has gone on this one. 60% of those. 606796 if you would like to go for our wonderful house with the shed. I love that. That's quite a nice idea. Maybe I'm just being a little bit sexist here with who can have a shed and who can't have a shed. But I would say if I got a car with a shed on it like that, that so beats the 1967 Grand Prix Formula 1 car that I used to get every year. And that and the fishing rod. I've never fished in my life. And I used to get one every year. And sometimes I got one with a dartboard once and a pint next to it. I was 8. So, 606 They were the 70s. 796. I would much love that, a mushroom house there with a shed. I'm sorted. What more do you want? How do you beat that? Now, we talked about the wonderful church. And I think this is fantastic. Gorgeous, this. It is quite Rapunzel-esque, isn't it? Just as Susie was talking about, that front that you can see there going all the way up, which is absolutely fantastic. I really do love that. It has got a real kind of fairy tale feel about that with the way that is all put together. But again, just really enchanting, really beautiful, again, with the little flowers, of course, that's coming through from the top of the roof that you can see, that just really beautifully comes together. That I think that is lovely. Don't forget, we mixed in on this one, of course, this example, we've got a little mini elves. Elves? They are elves, aren't we? Without gnomes. Oh, no, come on, Scott. No, your elves and your gnomes. Blimey, you've got one job. 903 381 2748. Oh, if I've offended any gnomes out there, I do apologise. Or elves. There's not one better than the other. You both have a place in our heart. Right, 903 381. Right, to the gnomes. No elves. No elves were harmed in the making of our gnomes or anything like that. We've got the gnome stamp and the die set here. 3 stamps, 9 dies, all the lovely detail. Half the stock has gone. I think we need to give some names to our gnomes. Can you email in some gnome names? If that's... it's quite tricky, that. Neville. Neville's the first one, that's the first one. And Norman. OK, don't bother. It seems like the whole crew and guests want to join in this game. But if you want to join in, there's one more name we've got to name for a gnome. Then studio at Hochanda, if you'd like to. 747 444. And that will give you the larger of the gnome. I mean, even them are tiny. But the larger gnomes, they're yet nameless. We wait with bated breath for your names for our gnomes. But if you want to go for our little mini names of the gnomes, then you want the next set down. It's a lot of gnome talk. It's weird. Been up since 3:30, and it's now started to catch up with me, I think. If you want to go for our little mini gnomes, I think they need separate names. Maybe slightly shorter. 793432. Oh, nearly limited. £15.48. That's a rubbish name. Oh, sorry, that's a fact. Sorry, I thought that was your suggestion. 15.48 if you want to go for our 3 little mini gnomes you can go for. But I think, and again, in perspective to the houses that are actually within the rest of the set, they work perfectly. They really do. I love the one that's got his little hands over his eyes there. Can't see. And the other's got their hat over. I think they're probably, I don't know what they're playing, but no one can see anything with a hat and hands over their eyes. Spot the ladybird. Maybe they're playing that. 793 432 if you want to go. Almost limited on those as well. Now, Susie mentioned earlier on in the demonstrations, we're going back to Susie in a second, about using some of the beautiful smooth card. We've got some of the smooth card here for you. This is A4 smooth, super smooth card we've got here, 300 GSM, and there's 160 sheets of that, so it's only £13.98. 617168 if you would like to add your card stock to your order, of course. Rightio then. OK, suggestions for names. We'd love to hear them. Let's go a bit out there. Let's go. Paula is saying Norbert. Norbert, yeah. Now the next thing is which one's going to be which. Norbert, yeah. I like an idea of Norbert. Norbert the gnome. I think Norbert's in. Norbert's in the gang. We're looking for 2 friends now. We're going to create a little pop group. Right, Susie. We've got Norbert since you've been away, and we'll keep the rest coming. What are we working on next?
Well, I'm going to use the gnome gang to make I'm going to use the gnome gang to make out a funky sort of cute card that you could use for any occasion.
Lovely.
So, one thing about the little friends, when they come in your packet, they are actually joined as one rubber stamp with gaps in between each of them. I've cut mine apart so that I can individually cut them and use them for different elements instead.
Right.
So I would suggest that that would be the way forward, because the way they come, they aren't in the right gaps to die cut as a 3.
I see.
So, however hard you try, you are not going to be able to get them all in there. So, that would be my top tip for those. But I'm actually going to use these to create a background. I think this is a brilliant idea if you want a quick and easy gift box for somebody or wrapping paper.
Oh, yes.
Get your gnomes, ink them up, and just give yourself a really quick and easy, quirky background. So I've put them on the block at all different angles, and I'm just going to stamp them all over my white card.
That's a brilliant idea. We are limited, by the way, on our mini gnomes stamp and die set. We are limited stock.
Oh my goodness.
I suppose if you've got a bigger sheet of paper with a bigger present, you go with the bigger gnomes as well.
You could do, or you can mix and match, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could have a few.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to make sure that I've got a gnome in most places. And again, stamping on scrap paper means that I'm not going to ink my table. So all I've done then is covered my paper. So now the fun begins. I'm going to colour them. But even though they're tiny, the detail is still there.
Yeah.
And even with rubbish eyesight, I could colour them. You can use fine tips on your alcohol markers if you want to. I'm not going to be too fussy about colouring, and I'm actually only going to do hats on odd ones.
There is something that is... Is it the fact that we can't see their eyes that makes them so cute about them?
I know,
is it the
you
hat's
just...
slightly oversized?
You want to just push the hat up a bit, don't you? Give it just a little bit of a...
Yeah.
I just think they're so cute. But imagine these for Christmas.
Oh, they will be... Well, I'm afraid they won't last that long. They've just sold out now.
Oh, have they?
Yeah. They
dear.
haven't got a sell-out on them. Another sell-out from... But we have got our larger gnomes.
The large one. I'm just about to use the large one.
Oh, that's okay,
so
that's okay.
If I finish doing my hats...
See, that looks fantastic. Or just doing the hats, doesn't it? It really does.
Well, it means that you can... If you, as you said, if you've got a big sheet of wrapping paper, it's not an onerous task to colour it and make it just look a bit different. I mean, you could leave it black and white, but giving it a pop of colour every so often just brings the background to the attention.
They really are cute.
They are cute little things, aren't they?
I'm glad they've sold out in that way. Someone's given a gnome a home.
Well, they've got a good home, yeah. That's true.
Gnome place like home. Sorry. It was calling out for that one for at least an hour.
Yeah. Right.
Luckily, we've got only about 7 minutes left. I'm here, so that no one's got to put up with the...
Right, so I'm going to colour a couple more, and then I'm going to work with the big guys. So, and for colouring, I mean, obviously I've been using alcohol markers at the moment, but you could use any colouring medium you want.
Right,
It doesn't matter. If whatever your preference is. And if you don't want to colour them, the detail is there in every single stamp.
Yeah.
That actually, it's not necessary to colour. You could just leave them stamped, and they still look stunning.
Do you find that what you're colouring, that the subject matter makes difference to how you feel? You know, because colouring's very therapeutic. You know, I know a lot of people talk about how relaxing and calming it is when you do that. Anyway, I'm genuinely asking, is there any difference between what the actual subject matter is to how you feel? So, for example, lovely flowers, again, quite calming or soothing, or maybe ocean scenes, etc. But I can't help watching you colour in the little gnomes, but there's a smile that creeps on my face when I'm watching that I wouldn't get if it was a daisy.
Yeah. I know what you mean, yeah. It does, for me, it affects my colour choices very often.
Right, okay.
Particularly if it's something to do with nature, then I'll harp to nature for the colour scheme. But for these, they're just such fun characters that I've done them in monochrome, I've done them in brights, I've done them in boring you know, browns. Not the brownie's boring, but for a gnome it's pretty boring, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I just think they're great fun, and whatever you do to them, it's just awesome. So I've got my little character here, which I've already coloured because it's just easier to do that, isn't it, than make you watch me colour. And you can see how easily they line up.
Yes.
And what is great with this particular character, I do wish they had names, it would make it a lot easier, is that even the gap where his hat nods over is going to die cut for me. So I haven't got to go in with a pair of scissors or a craft knife to cut that little bit out. So even for OCD people like me that have to have everything cut completely, it's all done for me.
It's all done.
So that's my little gnome. And the nose, I mean, how cool is this? The fact that you can die cut a nose out, I just think is fabulous. So this is where you do need a magnetic sheet, because they are so tiny. Look at them. Tiny, tiny,
we
tiny.
don't want to lose them.
If I put it on there, you'll see how tiny it is. So I'm going to quickly cut myself a gnome nose.
I do.
Not something you can say quickly.
No, it's amazing the sentences you say when you come to Hochanda, I find.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it?
We've had no other suggestions yet for names, so we're going to call them all the three Norberts.
The
That's
three
not
Norberts.
confusing, is it?
That sounds
you brought it on yourself, everybody. You should have sent a name in.
They're going to be a troupe that get on well, though, don't they?
They are.
So my little nose I've cut, and I'm just going to put a little dot of glue on the back and pop it in place. And although there are 3 different gnomes, each of their noses is a different shape, so you know which die to use to get your right shaped gnome nose. And that's not easy to say.
It's really not.
So I've just die cut a circular frame that I'm just going to pop in the corner here.
Norbert is almost 2/3 gone, by the way.
Oh, is he? My goodness me.
I feel like he should have at some point, if you ever do a Norbert, a bright red, but almost the kind of shiny kind of nose, like he's got a really bad cold.
Cold, yeah.
So
well, that would be a brilliant get well card, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would,
How
wouldn't
good
it?
would that be?
Yeah.
So there you go.
That's brilliant.
Quick and easy.
Absolutely love that. I think that is so, so nice, so gorgeous. Brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing us those things. They are lovely. Absolutely fantastic, aren't they? They are great. OK, so what have we got left? Let's start with the polka dot house. No, that sold out, didn't it? That one went. So we've got polka dot house number 2 that is still just about in stock. This is the one that's actually got their washing line in place as well. So they're doing, the washing is out there. A quick stock update at the moment. We are 80% of polka dot house number 2 has gone. Now that's also for the stamp individually. Again, 80% of the stock there have gone. There's the details on the screen for you right now. Just £10.49 for the stamp alone. That's 998,326. I love it. But really, as you can see, yeah, they're going to be lovely to stamp out, but if you can go for the dies to go with it, I think it's going to just open up how you use these in all of your projects a lot more for you, which is great. £27.48, and that's where you make your saving as well. 615454. That's I think it's on its way out, so if it is on your radar, go for it. Grab it really, really quickly. Now we've got our shed. Well, the actual house with shed, as you see, which is always a feature. We've got our fantastic, we are almost 3/4 of the stock there. Now we've seen the ladybirds, we can't unsee them. They're there, aren't they? I don't know how we missed 2 giant ladybirds there in the world, but they are lovely. And they cut out?
Yeah,
Well, they cut out as well, separate from the dies that the ladybirds do as well. So that's fantastic. See, it's those little details that you're getting with here with Mushroom Lane. It's lovely. 606 796 £27.48 for those again. Very, very quickly, we've also got a wonderful church, Mushroom Lane church stamp, the one stamp and the 9 dies to go with it. Really quirky, a different feel about that. 40% of the stock there has all gone. £27.48 also. And of course, our wonderful gnomes, the mini gnomes have sold out, so we just have Big Norbert, our big friend, that's left with his sets. 36.48 does come in that saving of £3. 747 444, and almost 70% of those have also gone. Susie, thank you so much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully we'll see you back here at 5 o'clock. We're not sure with what yet, but we'll hopefully see you back here at 5 o'clock. Thank you very much indeed. If you have given a gnome a home, thank you very much, Steve. Remember, they're not just for Christmas, they are for life. Enjoy creating your own Mushroom Lane. Don't go anywhere, though, because lovely Paola is up on the other side of this. See you soon. So it is time for show 2 of Daisy B Crafts. They're going to be coming for you, and if it's like the first hour, you're going to absolutely love it. Then get ready, more to come on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hochanda News. We are excited to announce that our broadcast hours on Freeview have been extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you were missing our live shows in the evening, and we can't wait to see you there.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes, and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I've been working closely with Crafts2 on the development of the John Next Door brand and also working with their fantastic range of products. I'll be bringing you some fantastic shows that are combining the John Next Door and Crafts2 products. We'll be sharing things like the press cut dies and some of the Find It media and some of the other fantastic tools, accessories and other products that Crafts2 bring to everybody at home. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't miss the Crafts2 shows with me, John Lockwood, on Hochanda.
Well, hello, good afternoon. We have got, I just always have to check the time because I never know it is good morning or good afternoon, but it is good afternoon, of course. And now we have got a fabulous show ahead of us with Daisy B Designs, of course. And we have got Josie in the building to demonstrate for us. Hello, Josie.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well. Very, very happy to see you and Nina, of course, in the building. And here we have got one of Roy's demonstrations also ready to show you.
Yes, you have. We're very happy to be back, but Dad stayed home for this one today.
Perfect. Oh, well, we will be, of course, playing that demonstration by Roy after Josie has done her demonstration. So let's start with a brand new, from Daisy B Designs. Now, this one is called Beautiful. And you have got that beautiful large bow in here, as well as other stamps. You can see them here. Look at the size of it. So this is a really nice size. So I would say about 6 inches, almost 6 inches in width. And you can see the beautiful flowers as well at the bottom on the either side. You have got the smaller version as well and those sentiments. Now, it's, of course, stunning on its own. As you can see, it fills the card. Of course, on an 8x8 card will feel amazing. But, of course, if you have got the look at the lady, and we do have got that stamp as well on the show, if you it kind of creates that beautiful wedding sort of ballerina prom dress. It's just amazing. I don't think, and then, of course, you can use it on its own, using your watercolors to color in. Look at how feminine, how gorgeous, how it fills the whole card. Sometimes you just want a card that says it all with a beautiful bow, and this is kind of could be maybe it's for a birthday, maybe it is for, of course, a new baby or something like that could work as well. And look at that, how the layers have been decoupaged, and of course creates that sort of pendant effect in here. Right, that is a brand new stamp set, as you can see here. Of course, the details are 462307 is your item number. £14.99 is the price for that stamp set. Then we have got Relax. Now, brand new again, you have got the gorgeous, of course, the beautiful hands in here. I love that because it could be a makeup. It could be I kind of thought it was a makeup, but of course it's a coffee or a tea or something like that. Or it could be, I think, also a compass, like a nuve, or it could be a clock, or it could be some. I love how it's done from that bird's eye view of it. You can see the stamps in here, the size of it, beautiful large stamps. And of course, if you wanted to make it maybe more of a spice cappuccino, maybe you can see there. Or what about look at that, the gorgeous kind of more silvery, and of course you can create the hands and of any skin tone that you want to do. So I love how you also, with that swirl stamp, you can kind of create the effect of maybe the cream that you can put in the. But look at that, isn't that amazing? I love that. And of course you can see, I'm going to put it here, so you have got both stamps, the one that comes in with a smiley
face, as well as that swirl. That swirl can be used on its own as well for backgrounds. It's one of those ones that is a really different stamp set, and I think that this is what you expect from Daisy Bee Designs, is the fact that you get different and kind of bold and beautiful, and kind of that hand-drawn element to it. Look how the rings as well, how you can paint the nails as well. How realistic is that? 303810 is your item number. You're getting 4 stamps in total. £14.99 is the price. And of course, that is also brand new today. Now we are going back to the butterflies. Now they are just stunning, because you are getting, of course, the separate elements for the butterfly wings, which means that you can do a profile butterfly. It means that you can do like kind of the full front of the butterfly here. You have got the kind of a stylized flourish of version of the wings. You have got the sentiments in there, and of course I believe Josie writes most of the sentiments with her, and so she's a very talented girl. And then we have got, of course, I'm going to show you the stamps themselves for clear, because they are the packaging. That's not, in a way, the packaging shows the detail, but it doesn't show the size of it, and which I always like to see. And then, of course, you can see the gorgeous butterflies, feeling that kind of focusing the eye into that beautiful body of the butterfly and the sentiment. Okay, so I kind of want to read it. If it wasn't for change, we wouldn't have the beauty of butterflies. Isn't that just stunning? And of course, with the lady, look at that, the back of the lady, I just love it, which, by the way, I think is the next stamp set. And what about just using the gorgeous stamps onto black with a little bit of glitter embossing powder, and then look at that glorious effect. Oh, look at that. I love the sample coming up next. Look, isn't that just gorgeous? Now the butterfly, you can see it here. This is the stamp set the stamp that is included in this bundle. Look how beautiful is the butterfly. Do you see hearts in their wings? I see hearts. £14.99 is the price. 972817 is your item number. Then we have got a blossom. Now this one is the one I adore, this stamp set, because again it's a bit different, but it's elegant, it's beautiful, it's bold, it's impressive, and is also very versatile. Now in here you are getting, of course, the shoulders of this beautiful lady, elegant, graceful, with that hair in a kind of how you gonna it in a bun, in a big beautiful bun. And of course you can color the hair whichever color you want to, with a beautiful blossom, and then there's beautiful flowers in here. I think it looks like a peony to me. But the way that it works is, of course, that then you can create the skirts out of that beautiful flower, or you can just put, the legs in as well, or you can use it with the first stamp that we saw at the beginning. Look how beautiful is that, with flowers on her head. That ability to combine different stamps from Daisy Bee means that you can, when you invest in the stamps, you know that there is a story that will grow as you kind of acquire more stamps. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Even our director is like, wow, I like that. It was very expressive. He really definitely, he has been liking every single sample, but that one, he was definitely wow. Look at that, just with the splashes of beautiful paint. Indeed, it is very sophisticated, and I absolutely adore as well this one. This is for somebody who maybe has missed their prom, and they want to celebrate it and saying, like, your time blossoming or your time at the prom will come. Even if you're not Cinderella, it will come. You can use other stamps. That is a stamp from a butterfly. So if you have got a large butterfly stamp, Daisy Bee makes beautiful ones. You can incorporate it into the skirt. There's a proper metamorphosis, that one. And then, of course, you have got the legs in here that you can incorporate them. It's just something a bit different, something a little bit quirky, something very artistic. And think about the techniques that Leonie does with Jane Davenport products. These stamps will work perfectly with that art journal, exploring maybe kind of how you see yourself, how the beauty and the glamour, and of course the kind of elegance that these stamps bring you. It's a smile to the face as well, playing with them and seeing the creative possibilities. 729649 is your item number. £14 and 99 is the price. Then we are moving on to paisleys. Now these ones I love, and it comes, of course, it comes with the sentiments as well. So I'm gonna say the sentiment says, I need to read it. So I'm gonna don't be like the rest of them, sweetie. Don't be like the rest of them, sweetie. I love that. I love that. And the writing, I'm pretty sure that this one is one of yours, Josie, isn't it? Yeah, I kind of could tell. Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. And of course, the paisleys that you are getting is perfect for the backgrounds. I love, again, the boldness, the beauty and boldness of these stamps. That they are the ones that you can use them for the backgrounds when you want a quick and easy background, or a very kind of rich and you can see the luxurious and of course we have got them here on stamp and emboss on white embossing powder onto craft card, and then bring your watercolors, bring your inks into it, and then of course you will have that gorgeous effect. You can see the stamps in here again, the size of them. They are massive stamps, and that has got a Freedom price for £19 and 79 is all you are paying if you are a Freedom member. 193604. And then the final bundle that we have got for you in this hour, and remember they were brand new products in the hour, but also we have got the beautiful, look at that, look at that, isn't that stunning? Josie, I think I hadn't seen the butterfly, but not, I think this is even trumps the butterfly. This is absolutely stunning, and I want to show you the sample because you can see color in. Look at that! How amazing is that? Is this kind of gonna there? You can go whichever way you want it, sideways, upwards, whichever way. This beautiful stamp is stunning. It's absolutely stunning. Of course, you are getting in this bundle, of course, the beautiful daisies as well in here. So this is absolutely stunning bundle. As our director saying, daisies from Daisy B. If you want them, you can have them. And then, of course, you have got the inspired, that beautiful flowy with that beautiful, of course, the heart in there as well. So I'm gonna show you a couple of samples more because I think they are stunning. Now, we are incredibly busy, so I do recommend to check out your baskets as soon as you can make that. Look, see, this is I would imagine that you can put the card like this because it has got the fold in them. But look at that. I love that. It's just such a beautiful card, and it's just simply you stamp the three flowers, one directly into the card, and that inspire word. You could have that stamp with Versatility onto fabric, and then have that sort of as an apron as well, for crafty apron. But that stamp, I mean, this is what I mean. Look at the fine detail, how elegant the proportions are. And if you take away the wings, can you see you could just have beautiful flowers. It could be a parasol, like a parasol of flowers. Actually, funnily enough, saying that, this is pretty much what it looks like in here. Look at gorgeous, beautiful designs. Right, so if you want to go for this bundle, 090337 is your item number. I recommend to check out your baskets because we are very busy. £19 and 99 is the price. And without further ado, let's join Josie to see the first demo of the hour.
Yeah. So, what I'm going to be doing for my first demo is this one. It's the Beautiful, where I'm actually using a little bit of an element from the Blossom set as well. It has been really popular with us before, so I wanted to show you just a different way of doing that. So I'm going to move that to one side. So what I've got here, I've got my little elements that I've cut out. So I've already stamped out my bow, and I've coloured it in. So what I'm just going to do is, I'm just going to add some colour to my extra bits of bow. So if I just add some water to my colour, I'm not being too precise because a lot of parts of the bow are going to be covered up because I've decoupaged it up. You can't always see the bits that go with it. So just adding...
Do you prefer to stamp with a stamp platform or an acrylic block?
It depends really. It depends what I'm trying to do. Sometimes I think it helps with a stamping platform because you've got the ability to go back over it. Sometimes I'm not very precise and you miss a little bit, and instead of wasting it, if you've got a stamping platform, you can obviously go back in with it, and that makes a massive difference so that you're not wasting anything. But I do think sometimes if you've just got like a little fiddly stamp, it's nice to just have your acrylic blocks, so that you can use them. We use the stamping plates, the thin ones, so that they've got a little bit of bend in them as well, so they're quite easy to work with. So if I just add that.
And I love how even like this, that works as a bow, that one that you are using now, the one that you are about to paint. So every single layer is different options of using it like as a fuller or a smaller, or as you like.
Yeah, definitely. It's got so much, I would say leg room, but that feels weird when I'm describing a bow. But I feel like it's got so much to work with. You can just use the little bits with it.
Yeah.
And it looks really nice and simple if you just used the little bow as well. But I think I'd had this idea, as soon as Nina had designed it, I'd had this idea of making like an envelope with it so that it actually was sealed with a bow.
And I also seeing a skirt. If you turn it round like a quarter and half an hour, so
yes,
you can almost see it like a skirt, long flowing skirt.
So, it was used as a skirt with the blossom. What I'm actually using now is this. This is the flower out of Blossom's skirt, of the bottom of Blossom. And I've just got some similar coloured inks to the ones that I've coloured my bow in, and I'm just going to add. I just want to add a pattern. So you could use this. You could do this with your pattern papers. So you could just stamp onto your pattern papers and colour it out. One of the samples that Nina did was with the pattern paper, and I think it's so simple and so quick to create such a beautiful design, but it doesn't take 2 minutes because you're not being precise. You just add in that little bit of, it's almost just adding a pattern to it. You can't always see that it's the flower, but you can see that it adds that little bit of depth to your bow. So just do that with.
And I love as well, I have to say, the whole versatility of the stamps, but the boldness of them. It's just, I kind of immediately, I look at this bow, and I'm usually not a bow person, but I see so many layers and possibility, and so I'm kind of thinking, I will decoupage it, I will use it as a, like you are doing, stamping other stamps into it. It's just this creativity, the moments, that it kind of is what I love about your stamps.
Oh, it is. I do think they're fab. Sometimes with Nina's designs, I need Nina to work with it first because I'm still learning. I need sometimes that idea, which all of us do, and I think it's really important why we have Hochanda and things like that for people, because we're all learning. Everybody's learning still.
Absolutely. I have been stamping for about almost 2 decades, and I'm still learning so much from everybody here at Hochanda. So.
It is. It's fab. I think it's such a lovely way to. But with these ones, I had so many ideas straight away that I just wanted to work with it. But we've been such busy bees, pardon the pun, that I've not had much time. So when I knew what we were coming on TV with, I was excited because I wanted to be able to work with it and see what I could come up with. And it is lovely to finally get to work with them, and they are so beautiful. They are so variable. You can use them so many different ways. You don't have to have just one idea with it. Everybody can use them however they want to.
Absolutely, you are right.
So I'm just finishing adding. I'm just adding the little dots of colour to the bits of the bow that you're going to see on the different letters.
Ah, of course. So you are only stamping those areas. Of course, that makes sense.
So I've now got my areas. So I'm just going to build those up. But first, so I've pre-cut. This is my it's basically my card blank, and I've cut a piece of patterned card, which is going to be my, look like the base of my envelope. I already put my foam tape on, so I'm just going to get my corner, and what I've done is, because it's dotty paper, I've cheated a little bit, and I've just followed the lines to a point so that I can put my bow in the centre, which makes the sentiment I'm going to use make sense. So, I'm using the Sealed with a Bow from the bow set.
Okay.
So, I'm just going to stamp that out.
And now I need to give you an update on the bow. We are a third of the stock already gone. If you want to grab yours, if you don't want to miss out, the item number is 462307, and of course £14.99 is the price.
Bear with. So, right, so I've stamped out my, inked up my Sealed with a Bow. Forgot to plug my heat gun in, so that was the small delay. So I'm just going to stamp that at the top. You can use any sentiment you want. I just liked this because I thought it was apt with that's what I'm actually doing, is I'm sealing it with a bow. But we had, in the earlier show, we had some, we had an actual envelope set, which was lovely.
Yes,
and it had some sentiments in there that said, like, sending happiness, sending love. So they would be perfect to work with this as well.
I think we have it on the website, so you can find it there.
So just
shop by brand Nina, Daisy Green.
Just heat that up a little bit. So that shows my boat. So if I build this up, then you can see just how quick and easy it is. And because it's such a big stamp as well, it's not difficult to cut out. You don't feel like it's difficult or you're spending forever cutting it out. You don't have to. And what you can see where I've actually done is to add a little bit of depth as well as the pattern. As my colour's gone on, I've actually just kept diluting the same palette of colour. So it looks like it's got a little bit of depth in there.
Oh, that's...
So just get my foam pads. These foam pads have not been my friend recently.
You know, glues are always the pain of our existence as a TV demonstrators.
They are. They just don't want to play a ball. Dad actually, when Dad does his demonstrations, he used to actually pre-prepare them by sticking them on and then peeling the tape on and then just putting it back on lightly so that he didn't have to spend forever trying to get it off. So I'm just going to bob my bow there, but what I'm going to do is just around the edges, I'm just going to curl it up just a little bit so that it looks like it's coming off the page, just a little bit with that layer. And then my next layer, I'm going to go this way. So if I curl it up, if you just hold on to it and just roll it with your hand, you'll be able to see that it builds up and it almost looks a little bit more like a real bow.
And also, of course, you can stamp onto pattern paper. Like I was thinking, those pattern papers that are texture paper, like velvet paper.
Yes, yes.
So you could create a bow that is kind of a paper that has got that texture.
They
would
would look
quite cool.
They'd look beautiful. We've seen a lot of our ladies in the Daisy Bee using it different ways, and it is such a fabulous stamp because it can be used so many ways.
I was thinking, I wonder if, because I have done it before, stamping onto tulle, you know, the fabric, the netting,
yeah.
some sorts of netting. So create that, you could create exactly what you are doing now onto tulle and then embroider something onto the little bows.
It'd look beautiful. I think with anything, with your pattern papers, you could put it even on just like a coloured card, so just like a black card or something like that, and it'd look beautiful. There's no real end to what you can do with it, and especially using it with the blossom, it's such a lovely way to do it. You could even use it with the dragonfly and have the dragonfly as her skirt. So I'm just going to finish it off, adding some glossy accents to the middle of my bow and just around the edge, just so it looks like it just adds a little bit more of the glossy effect. And that's it. That's all I'm going to do to that one.
Perfect.
Finished.
Perfect, absolutely gorgeous, and that is also such a bold, beautiful card, and it just didn't take long at all to make it. That is stunning. Thank you, Josie. And now, of course, that is using the Daisy Bee Beautiful stamp set, which are getting 4 stamps in total, brand new today, and 40% of the stock has already gone. If you want to grab yours, of course, check out your baskets, and then you will be able to create. You can see that the vintage, beautiful cards in here, or maybe that idea, of course, of the pattern paper in there, or maybe I need to show you, because with the Blossom Lady, look at that, how gorgeous do they combine it together. I just think it's stunning. 462307 is your item number, and this is very similar to what Josie was creating before it, but yeah, of course, on the tonal blues, it's a completely different look, isn't it? £14.99 is your price. And now I think we do have got, now of course we're going to show you, we are going to show a video now with Roy showing, of course, the Relax stance, which is the next item that we have got in the show as well. So it is absolutely phenomenal, and of course those ones are the beautiful. So let's have a look at what Roy did with the Relax.
Hi everybody, this is Roy from Daisy Bee, and I'm going to be showing you how to make this card from the Relax set, which basically, I can show you, that's the set that comes with it. Oh, that's just the packaging, it's obviously bigger than that. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stamp out the hands holding the coffee cup, and I'm going to use Versamark ink, and I'm just taking the ink to the stamp and just pat it all over, make sure I've got plenty on. I've already used the anti-static pad on the piece of canvas, the craft card. You see, I had a blank then, but luckily Nina was around to save me skin. So,
as usual.
As usual, yeah, she's always on standby. So I'm just going to use this ball roller just to make sure I get a good impression.
Baller roller.
Baller roller. Oh, whatever. Ball roller. I don't know. Massage ball roller.
Yep.
Massage roller ball.
There
right.
we go.
Yeah. So there's my impression, and then I'm going to take my tray and detail gold embossing powder and make sure I get plenty on, like that. And because I've used an anti-static pad, there's no overspill, no fingerprints left on there. Just put that back away, like that, and then get my heat gun.
And this is a lovely set, isn't it? Because there's so many people that I'm one of them. I love a good cup of tea.
Yeah, I like this because I got a chance to do a little bit of armchair philosophy, and there's a little sentiment. It's the spiraling sentiment, and it says, this is what I'm going to use today, right? And it says, this moment contains all the ingredients you need to see you safely through to the next moment. The trick is to be still and listen very carefully. It's so easy to mistake it for boredom, because sometimes we sit peacefully, don't we, and we think, oh well, I'll just put my TV on, or I'll read a book, or sometimes it's better to just do nothing. I don't know if you can hear me. This is the world's loudest. Listen to that, it's going to collapse any moment. Here we are. I will turn it off. I've only got one more use for it.
So you were just talking about peacefulness and being calm.
I was, yeah, and the calm and the peace and all that.
And having a cup of tea,
yeah.
I think, that's a symbol or coffee.
Because this is actually meant to be coffee. Right. This particular one.
I'm a hot chocolate girl.
You know, when you go for a coffee and they put the milk in, do the fancy patterns.
Yeah.
We've also got, like, if you look here, we've got relax and enjoy. That's another one. And then you've got the milk swirl effect, and then the word relax. Right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to stamp the sentiment in the middle, the spiraling sentiment. and I'm just looking for it now. It's probably on that. It's there. Up. That's it. Thank you, Neen. She's a good assistant. She's very good assistant.
Very glamorous.
So, and I'm going to put it in the attitude that it's going in the card. If you look at the card, I've got it at that sort of angle. So I'm just put that there. Then I know there's a little smiley face in the middle of that sentiment, and I obviously want that the right way up. So as you can see, if I put him in there, I'm just going to put my head in the way while I get it in the centre. That's about right. And then a little bit of pressure. See how good I am at getting it in the middle. Oh, that's not bad.
Brilliant.
And then detail white embossing powder, Neen.
Yep, there you go.
There's another. Thank you, glamorous assistant.
You're welcome.
And yeah, bit of a fingerprint, but we're not bothered really because we're cutting it out when we've done. Noisy again, sorry about this. So yeah, I'm just the white's easier to use because you can see when it melts straight away. Well, the gold does as well, I suppose.
Yeah, but I know what you mean.
Some you get and you can't really tell, can you? And you've got to leave it on for quite some time. Then you can overdo it. That's it. So I'm going to cut that out. I'm going to colour it and cut that out, and I'll just show you when we come back how I've done that.
And I believe we will see the next bit later on. Now, but we want just to show you the stamps from, of course, that Roy was using that there in that video. Now you have got the relaxed set in here, and I'm going to show you the actual, of course, the actual stamps themselves, because you can see the size of them. You are getting high quality photopolymer stamps, clear stamps that allow you to see exactly what you are cutting, where you are stamping in it. And you can see here the beautiful hands with those rings in it, with those beautiful manicured hands. Now, I so wish to like we have a manicure right now. And I love those kind of numbers as well. The beautiful. This is my favorite, I think, after this, because it has got that smiley face. I mean, I don't know what he's having for tea, but looks pretty funky. It's a unicorn milkshake, of course it is. You know what we could do with one right now, and of course we have got this is the spice latte. That's definitely what it is. Now of course you can make that tea, that cuppa, as you wish, as dark or as light as you wish. £14.99 is the price for that stamp set. Remember, you are getting 4 stamps, 303810. And then, of course, that was brand new today. And then we are moving on to the beautiful butterfly wings in here. Now, this one is, of course, is built a butterfly. You are getting 16 individual stamps with a beautiful sentiment stamp there. That if it wasn't for change, we wouldn't have the beauty of butterflies. So I'm trying to read while also holding these in place, and it's not as easy as it sounds. We have got, of course, the flourishes. Nobody has destroyed anything, something fell off, so I think everybody's fine. Just let me reassure. If you're worried at home, everybody's fine. Now we have got here, if it weren't, you look at that sentiment, I love that. Now of course those butterflies wings can be the dress from the fairy, it can be the wings for a fairy, and then you suddenly transform. And then, of course, you have got the side wings as well. And then we have got, look at that, beautiful. Look at that. Now, there's gorgeous hearts in there. And then look at that. I love this. Gorgeous. I love them because they are a bit, yes, butterflies are always useful, but also our butterflies having that separate stamps that build it means that you have got more possibilities. And 972817 is your item number. £14.99 is your item number. And then I need to tell you that half of the stock of the Blossom set has already gone. So if you want yours, grab it. The number you need is 729649, and of course £14.99 is the price. Look at the beautiful flower. Now the flower is what Josie was using to stamp inside of the stamp, of the bow stamp, because to create that kind of ruffling effect. I love that you are getting separate the blossom, the word blossom, those legs as well. and of course the back of that lady. So then you can incorporate other stamps like a large butterfly as the metamorphosis of dresses. This is absolutely, I mean, I remember when the first time that we saw these stamps and I saw this sample, I was completely blown away. Because it's a simplicity, it's the elegance, it's the kind of glamour, the drama that it has got, and yet it's so simple. A stamp and emboss, and then create the lines of the dress with just a simple wash of color. Create a kind of a can-can or tutu sort of skirt with its brush strokes, and then those beautiful legs, courtesy of the stamp. And I'm going to show our director Tan's favorite one, which is that Astana. Now, this is drama. This is a corset in here. They have put little pearls in there. Look at the back. I don't know. There is something so enticing about this stamp. And this, look at the paper. It's crunched, that kind of musical paper with the beautiful flowers to create that gorgeous flower. Now the dress skirt. And look. If you have gone for the beautiful, please do go for this one if you don't have Blossom already, because then you combine them together and you will be able to create these stunning cards. 729649 is your item number, £14.99. All right, let's go and join Roy. Well, let's watch Roy finish that card.
So I'm ready to colour now, and I made the mistake with the one that I'm going to show you. I actually started with the details first, you know, like the coffee cup, and then when you're actually blending it, you have to be very careful to make sure you don't get the handle. So I'll explain that as I go along. But basically, I'm just following the lines that I've drawn with my Carbothello pastel. They're like chalk pastels. I love these, they're really good. Excellent for blending. I don't need to go in there actually.
And they're quicker.
They are quicker.
They do seem to make colouring like 15 million times quicker.
Yeah, you can put a lot of colour down very quickly, can't you?
Yeah, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I like this look because when you showed me the finished sample, the hands really did look almost 3D, like they were really hugging that cup.
Yes. It's a simple technique. And
It's so effective.
Yeah. I'll not do both hands, I'll just do one because obviously we're stuck for time. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to bring that light brown into the... So can you see, if I'd have done the nails and the coffee cup, I would have been cross-contaminating the colours.
Yes,
yeah.
you would have, yeah.
So I've left the ones that I'm not going to use the brush on while last, like this. And I'm just bringing it to it, just building up the shades and textures like that. And the next colour, I'm going to use a little some dark lines. So I've obviously got... I think this is like, it's not quite black.
It looks bluish, that one.
Yeah, I think it's a grey charcoal, I think, something like that. I can't remember what colour it is. I just look at it and think, oh yeah, that'll do. So I'm just putting a few lines here and there. Like that.
Yeah, I like that. So you're going... You've already done the work by the drawing.
Yeah,
and now
exactly.
You're just going around those and accenting it.
Yeah, that's it. And then we just bring the colour away, bring the dark away again. And don't worry if you think, oh look, I can still see the lines. There's a little trick then. When I've done this, I'll show you.
Oh, show me.
Yeah. And then where you think, oh, it's a bit heavy with the black, just get your pencil again and just lightly just go over it like that, and it takes the... Right, so what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to put a bit of white on there, and because we're running out of time, I can't spend too long on this.
It's a really good technique though. Looks fab.
Thank you, Neen. I'll not go too far with that. And then we just blend this now, exactly the same. And this brush is just a shortened brush. I've shortened the bristles, just cut them down, and it's made it quite firm, and it's really good at blending. So we're running out of time to actually do much more with the colouring, so I'm just going to move straight over to the one that I finished earlier. So as you can see, I went round the outside edge with the white, and then I put some nail varnish on, and then the coffee cup, I made it yellow. Yeah, so now I can put this onto my background. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to stick the background onto the card. The background, all I've done with the craft card is I've just used the words relax, and I've just used secondary stamping. Yes, that's. I was getting there, Neen.
I know.
I was getting there. So we'll just take the, you know, like that.
Your favourite part, Dad?
Yeah, the favourite part. If I can avoid going to hospital, that'd be brilliant. Yeah.
I think it's everybody's favourite part, trying to get the cellophane bit off the back.
Yeah, and then get covered in static, you know, the old...
it is stuck to you.
It is, it's all over. It's all over. So then we just place that there like that. And then on the back of here, I've already done the sticky
they're
stuff.
easier, you're cheating now. The foam pads are a lot easier.
They are when you have long nails. But I can't have long nails. Alright, we're nearly done. So just a quick position of this here like that. There you go. And then a bit of glossy accents.
Oh, I see where you're going now. Yeah.
So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to do the rings with the gold.
Yep.
Anna. Oops, there we go. That's it.
You say it's not mine you're using. So.
I know.
But mine, there'd be a very short nib to it.
They would. And then we're just going to do this because I don't want the. I want to do the smiley face as well. You see.
And you don't want to contaminate.
No,
the smiley
so I want
face.
to get the glitter out of the way.
Good idea.
Yeah. Like that.
Lovely. That just really adds something to that.
And then just like this, play that in the centre. And what it does is it just darkens the craft card, so it looks like almost like a little chocolate. You know, sprinkle the powder.
Crafty.
Yeah, that's my middle name.
Yeah.
So, and that should dry clear like that one. That one there.
Fantastic.
Oh, I haven't done the nails, but yeah. I think we've run out of time anyway, so thank you very much for watching.
And of course, that's the finished card. Remember, Roy was using the beautiful Relax stamp set, and that's the item number on your screens on the left-hand side. Now, of course, we have got other stamps here from Daisy B Designs, including the Paisley bundle. And this one, here it is. Isn't it gorgeous? Now, I love that one. Be your own sorry, I need to go to be your own spectacular. I don't know what's wrong with me today. My eyesight is really, don't be like the rest of them, sweetie. Now, this is kind of funny because I could read it very well, and then suddenly I started to read and I couldn't. Then, we have got these paisley patterns in there. And of course, look at that. There you have it. I can read that very well. Be your own spectacular. And of course, you have got two separate stamps on the sentiments, so then you can mix and match as you wish. Those paisleys are gorgeous. I'm thinking of pattern building as well, because with just one or single one of them, I'm going to show you again what I mean. If I put this one in here, can you see here? That pattern building throughout, so create maybe like a star. Imagine with rotating the cardstock and then with a stamping platform, that would get amazing results. I also think that this looks like mermaids' tails, you know, kind of, or fish, or kind of under the sea.
So paisley is so much more than just a paisley. £19.79 is your, of course, your freedom price. That's all you're paying if you're a freedom member. If you're not a freedom member, of course, you can still buy it, but you pay a little bit more. And then we have got, of course, the bundle of the beautiful dragonfly. I just completely in love with this one. You're getting inspired, the 3D flower, and inspired by flowers as well here. Now in here, look at that. You are getting that phenomenal. I love that sample. This is my favorite sample, actually. Look at that. Isn't that just absolutely stunning? I absolutely love it. Now, of course, look at it. Gorgeous, gorgeous there. Look at the beautiful daisies as well that you are getting. I'm thinking of doing this, but also shaping every petal, fascinating. Look at that, how you can incorporate it with, of course, that beautiful butterfly. And they are, of course, the matching sizes as well. Think about how you can, of course, use them as parasols in there. Think about decoupaging those flowers in there. Think of using them just on their own. You don't have to use everything. Once you decoupage, it becomes parts of it, becomes a bouquet of flowers. And look how this is. Now, of course, £19.99 is the price for all those beautiful forest stamps. 090337 is your item number. Of course, we have got 7 day savers here at Hochanda. I need to put my teeth back in, of course. And then we have got the Jelly Bean Crafts paper crafting kit. You have got 30 packs in total. Tissue paper, mirror card, you have got cardstock Centura cards, you have got baker's twine, brads, washi tapes, you have got as well eyelets, you have got diamond teas, and a beautiful, very spectacular glossy card in there with the reflections of almost like droplets. £14.99 is the price. And you are having a £31 saving. Now, if you want some red liner tape to attach your cards, we have got a fantastic collection. You are getting 10 rolls in total, 5 of the 9 mil, 5 of the 12 mil, and they are 5 meters in each, so you are getting 50 meters in total for £12.99. You're making a saving of £17, and your item number is 666159. And of course, we are gonna go join Josie because she has got another demonstration for us, so we are eager to see the next one. So we are going to join her now.
Right, so this time I'm going to show you, it's sort of a combination of the two. So I'm using the Blossom set, but I'm also using the Build a Butterfly because I'm making Blossom into a fairy. Because why not? She's fabulous as everything else, so a fairy, that just adds to it. So I've got my plain cardstock, so what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to stamp out my Blossom. So I just stamp her out in black because I'm going to put her flower separately and decoupage out so it makes it look, it just looks a little bit more real. Yeah. And then the butterfly wings as well. So I've got Blossom here, so I'm just going to bob her out there. So just give her a nice press. She's such a good, she's a good size as well. You can put her on a lot of size cards, but you can use, if you like doing smaller cards, so you can put her on a 6x6 and just have the top of her and add to her that way. You're not restricted size wise, but she doesn't look lost on a big card.
I know, right?
It's such a nice thing to have is her so.
And there is so much glamour, but also mystery. It's like kind of, is she going away? Is she going somewhere? Is she leaving? Is she, you know, it's all those mystery kind of questions. A very, very beautiful image. And I love how the shoulders, that kind of sketchiness of the lines overcrossing, and that kind of, you know, the shadow, how simple, how elegant. It reminds me of, you know, that kind of Dior and Armani and those kind of Valentino kind of sketches that they do with their dresses. It's just that kind of has got that fashion feel.
It has, definitely. I think it's got a very elegant vibe, but also really, I don't know, you could see her on London Fashion Week. Yes. I feel like you could do that. So what I've done is I've gone for a red vibe, so I'm just going to add some colour to her.
Well, red is always a good option when I'm involved.
It is. It's such a lovely colour, and I think she looks well on the card as well. So I'm just going to blend that in, just make it look a little bit.
Look at that.
Lighter. You just have to excuse the top corner because I've just put my fingers in it, which is absolutely no surprise because my colours are always covered in ink and everything else.
I hadn't noticed, but I know what you mean. But you can always use one of the stamps to cover it up, or maybe some of the little butterflies.
Well, you could definitely. You can also you can use the flower on one of the other card samples that I've done. You can use the flower in like a paler colour and add it to the background as well, so it just looks a little bit. I don't know. It just adds that extra element to it because you've got the different parts. So like you could even put the sentiment around it as well. It wouldn't make a difference. She looks a bit pink because I've not done her skin colour very well. She looks a little bit like she's got a sunburn, like I did very recently. So just add that. And I'm just going to go in with a little bit of brown. So I'm just going to finish her hair off.
Now, I need to tell that everybody that 3/4 of the stock of Blossom has already gone. If you want to grab yours, please do check out your baskets to not miss out.
She's fabulous. She's such a lovely stamp.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to leave her there for a minute. So now, if I move her to one side, I've already cut out my Blossom. It's really easy and simple to cut out because it's not too fiddly. So you just have to go around the edges a little bit. And that's it. It didn't take very long. So I'm just going to do the same as I did earlier. Just add some colour. I'm not being precise because I'm going to go in with a darker colour to add a little bit of depth to it. And I've also I've cut out using a scalpel just a little bit of a couple of the petals like Nina did on the earlier demonstration. I swear I didn't copy the idea. I didn't know that she'd done it. And now it looks.
Do you get any competition between you and your sisters?
All the time, all of the time. Well, normally, what happens is if I'm not busy with manufacturing or other things, and some new stamps come out, me and Nina, if we're in on the same day, we'll be like, right, well, what are you using? Right, I'll use that too, and we literally have a stamp off. So we literally both make a card. Using the same stamp, using it differently. And I think it's so amazing to see just how different you get an idea. Obviously, Nina designs them, so she sees that straight away. But it's nice to see it just so differently. We've done it so many times, but it's quite difficult for Faye and Dad because then we're like, well, whose is better? Do you like mine more? Do you like Nina's more? But nobody actually answers, and I think that's probably the safest way.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to add, now with my red, I'm just going to go back around, just add some little bit of depth to my colour.
I like that.
So just because you wouldn't need to do this, I'm only doing it to be a little bit picky, but there's a lot of detail on it, a lot of your shadowing's done, so you've already got quite a lot of depth on there. You don't need to add anything else to it to make it look realistic, I suppose. So that is my flower. I'm just going to lift up the little petals a little bit so that it looks a little bit more like a flower. So I'm going to bob that to one side. Next, I've got my fairy wings. And I saw Blossom, and then we bought, I can't remember which one came first, but I remember when the other one came out, like, Blossom needs to be a fairy.
Yeah.
Because why not? Yeah. And I remember thinking, right, well, how am I going to do it? And I've done it on an earlier sample, and I just think it's fab. It's so fun, and I think it adds an element that you could make this card for somebody a lot younger as well as being obviously this sophisticated, elegant card. You can make it for somebody that loves fairies, which is probably anybody at any age because everybody likes fairies. So I'm just going to do a little bit of an ombre effect for my wings. So I'm just adding this one actually started out as white. It's definitely not white anymore. It's
Josie, we have got about 2 minutes to the end of the show.
I can do that.
You can do it. Of course you can.
So if I just add a little bit of water to the middle, obviously that would be a little bit.
That's gorgeous.
So it just adds that little bit of depth. So I've already pre-done my backing card.
Okay.
So I've got a lovely vibe for my backing card. So I'm just going to rip those off quick. Bob hair on there. Obviously I would have had more on there, but time does not always allow. So I'm just going to put it together so that you can see it all together, hopefully.
Oh,
so
look at that. I love that. It's just like the most beautiful ruffled skirt ever.
So, and then I swear it always does it when you're rushing that you can't get your foam pad off. So then I just got my last wing, and that is, I would have added some glitter had I have had more time, but
now I need to, sorry to interrupt Josie, but we have got about a minute to tell you that now Blossom has gone limited stock. That means that 90% of the stock has already gone. If you do not want to miss out, please check your baskets. This is stunning. We keep seeing the finished touches to that beautiful card that Josie is doing. Are you putting some glitter?
Just adding a little bit. Just while you were talking, I felt like I needed to. I didn't want to. I'm actually going to use my first card to get rid of the glitter off of that one.
That's how gorgeous. Now that is phenomenal. Well done, Josie. That's been amazing inspiration from you and of course Roy. Now thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Josie. It's been beautiful demos.
Thank you.
And when are you next?
Oh, sometime in August.
Oh, all right. Well, we will, of course, keep tuning into Hochanda. And, of course, do check out your baskets for any of this gorgeous sounds from, and, of course, Daisy B. Thank you so much, and see you after. After the break, craft yourself silly, a Stitchery with Hayley, both Hayleys, Hayley and Hayley. Then that's Crafty One Day Special, The Final Call, and then Mushroom Lane.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hochanda News. We are excited to announce that our broadcast hours on Freeview have been extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you were missing our live shows in the evening, and we can't wait to see you there.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you will benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And you know the best bit? You can cancel any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you will also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Just look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 10,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being a part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm now going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
It's lovely because you have the special offers, don't you, that give you a nice discount off, sometimes up to 20%.
I don't have to worry about the postage. I can spend a £5 on something that I've seen as and when I've seen it, or I can spend 20 or 30 or 50 pounds, it doesn't matter.
I get special offers, I get special discounts, they tell me when everything's happening, so if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see? You could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no ongoing monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hello there and welcome back. We've got a fabulous hour with Craft Yourself Silly and some lovely Stitchenaries. Now, if you've not been introduced to Stitchenaries, we will tell you about them in a few moments. But of course, I'm not on my own. We've got the fabulous Hayley Smith with us, getting ready. I can see you limbering up there with your needle.
I've spread all the Stitchenaries out.
Oh, look, you're looking very comfy over there.
It's not bad.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
We will pop over and see Hayley in a few moments, but Stitchenaries, I need to tell you about these. These are a brilliant idea, and what you will see within these is a whole host of tuition and ideas. Now, let me show you a completed one, just to give you an idea of what they are to start with. So you can see we've got a fabulous array, loads of different choices, and loads of different kind of titles with them. So let's have a look at this particular one here, which you've got with your ribbon work. And this might be something that you've always had a bit of a hankering to have a go at, but didn't really know where to get started. Well, that's why Hayley has developed a series of 12 Stitchenaries that you can get involved with. Now, I've got the details on the screen there for this little set that you've got, so you see the details there if you want to get involved already. And what you've got is you've got the ability to learn on this occasion all about ribbon work. So you'll see lots of different ways of working with different styles of ribbons, different techniques to give you different results, time and time again. But it doesn't come to you like this. This is what you are going to achieve as time goes on. How it comes to you in a fabulous little box, just like the one that we've got here for the blanket stitch. It comes in a little box, so you can see they're all flat packed in a little box, which you obviously open up because you want to get in there in the goodies. And in this particular one, this one's your blanket stitch, and you've got everything that you need. You've got your needle, you've got on this occasion a couple of little kind of sequins for your shisha mirrors, and you've got your embroidery flosses. But when you open this out, what you will have is a piece of fabric, a good sized piece of fabric with loads of different panels in there. And these are kind of each of your little classes. And of course you can see there with the detail there, that is the front cover of your book. And it's very clever because with just a few little snips and folds, it will actually turn into an amazing little book with all of that stitching that you've done. Now don't worry, you will get full instructions for whichever of these you choose to go for, and of course you will be able to see them step by step come together. It's a really clever idea. So within this particular set, you're going to get the ribbon that we just looked at, you're going to get the woven, you are also going to get your cut work, and then of course you are going to get your cording and couching. So all of these coming together in the bundle that we've got on the screen there, £44.99. So 382,345 works out 4 for the price of 3, because you'd normally be paying £14.99 for each one of these. They are available individually, but before you go placing your order that way, do consider the options, because you can save yourself quite a bit by going for the bundles. So that is your first set to start with some gorgeous examples. We'll look at those in closer detail as we progress.
Probably the most advanced.
Okay,
set.
lovely.
So that one's got some quite kind of involved techniques, but there are stitching areas for every level. So
okay.
You've got the advanced one that you've just done, and then there's an intermediate bundle, and then there's a beginner's bundle as well.
Wonderful. Okay, so yeah, going on to the intermediate, being the next one that we're looking at here. And again, you can see loads of ideas. I just love the vibrancy of these. I mean, Hayley, you've had some amazing feedback from people with regards to these.
Yeah, now we kind of made these initially for people to kind of learn how to stitch who hadn't stitched before, but then as they kind of developed them, we've kind of realised that there's lots of different ways that maybe just a simple running stitch, for example, there's lots of ways to use that maybe you haven't used it before, and it will actually just expand your stitch knowledge by using it for different projects. And all of the projects are quite small. They take anywhere between an hour and 3 hours to complete. So even if you don't like the stitch or that particular technique, you're kind of happy enough to finish the project because you've done it, you've learned it, you've thought, well, maybe that one's not for me. But they all sit together in that nice kind of reference library of stitching. And those, all the samples that you've got there are done by Patty Wilson on our design team, and she does a beautiful job because she actually puts cardboard in them. They'll kind of fold into a booklet in their own right, and I've got some here which are have just been hand stitched around the edge, or either hand stitched or machine stitched around the edge. So you can have them as a kind of a soft.
Oh yeah, yours are different, yeah.
As well, because mine, it's exactly the same project, it's just these ones haven't had the cardboard put in. They've just been stitched together. So you can have a really kind of good play with these, because especially with some of them. Some of them are about using a basic stitch, one that you've used before, something like this one, the chain stitch, but using it in a completely different way, using it to play with colour to create completely different effects. And then if I have a look in the running stitch one, that one's the kind of same kind of principle. So you've got your Sashiko style running stitch, you've got a whipped running stitch where you've put your running stitch in and then you've gone and threaded other colours through it. You've got, that should be running back stitch, and then using colours to create patterns. So that's all just running stitch. There's a brighter one actually, let me see if I can find the brighter one. Where is it? I've got so many on here. There we go. There's a slightly brighter one, so you can see you can kind of create almost a fill with a running stitch as well. And this one I think is brilliant. So you're using different lengths of stitch and using different kind of spacing between the stitches, you can create again different effects. So you've got the umbrella there, you've got the rain coming down on the top, and then just the rain coming behind the umbrella where it's not hitting.
Wonderful, love it. There you go. So that one's your intermediate. So of course 291 427. 4 for the price of 3 again. A different item number to the ones that we've just looked at, but do hold fire because we have actually got a set that is going to include both of those together. It's also going to include the beginner's kit. Now this could be a good place to get started if you've not stitched before, and as Hayley said, this is kind of where the idea stemmed from. Starting off with this set of 6 that you've got here. So you can see you've got your stitchery knots, your cross stitch, your running stitch, feather stitch, blanket stitch and chain stitch. They all do go on to develop with the intermediate and obviously the advanced, but these are kind of getting you started or giving you the confidence to perhaps move on to one of the other levels if you've not stitched for quite some time. They really are amazing, absolutely beautiful. As you can see, Patty's done a fabulous job with regards to these. They look incredible. And of course, they're reference guides that you can go back and revisit time and time again. Within the pages you are going to get such information, I mean, and so much fun, because you may, I mean, knots, many of us have done French knots in the past and different ideas of knots, but developing, that is the key thing, and turning it into a project that has got so much depth and detail.
It's about learning as well. So the little sheep on there, if you have a look closely at the little sheep, there's one that's been done with a single strand, so there's a number 1 next to it. There's one that's been done with 2 strands, 3 strands, 4 strands, 5 strands. So it's kind of, it builds into like a reference guide for you as well. So if you are looking for a particular feel or a particular style on a project, then you can come back to this and go, oh, well, actually, I know I kind of did something similar on that project. Let me have a look. Let me see if it's what I want. And it's building up a kind of a modern day sampler is what you're building up.
Well, this is it, because within this particular one, you've got kind of a little bit of a plique going on, you've got French knots going, all the different knots that you've learnt through the course of the book that you've got there, all coming to fruition with the back kind of cover. You'll find that with all of them, each one of them, whether it's the cross stitch, whether it's the chain stitch, there will be a kind of final project for you to kind of pull in and draw in all that knowledge that you've gained throughout there. So really nice idea. Absolutely beautiful, and as you can see there, full of colour and inspiration. So, of course, everything that you need within the book, so within the pack, should I say, comes to you beautifully packaged. So if you are giving them as a gift, then you don't have to worry. And what you will find is within your envelope, you will have obviously your stationery guide with all your fabrics in there. You're going to have your embroidery flossies. You're also going to have your needle. Sometimes there are additional elements like the blanket stitch one where you've got the little shisha mirrors. And then when you open it out, this is where you're going to get your tuition on working out how to do all those different stitches and learn right the way through. So make sure you don't kind of just take everything out and just chuck that in the bin, because you need that.
Try to minimise the packaging and eliminate the plastic in the packaging. So we kind of made the box the instructions, and it also means that if you do want to keep them as the soft booklets, you could always put them in there to keep them kind of dust free and put them back on your shelf. But they're so pretty, I think they kind of want to be displayed, don't they?
Absolutely fabulous. There you go, that's the satin stitch one there. Now, of course, they're all fabulous bundles and they've all got a brilliant saving, but how about wanting all of them? And you want the saving as well? Well, we can help you with that, because guess what? We've got a bumper bundle which will allow you to get all of the existing stationaries all together, all 48 of them, with that saving of £27.98. But in fact, that saving is on top of the additional savings that you're getting. Now, it's one of those deals that delivered to your door, you'll be paying £65 if you're a Freedom member. Really worth going for these. And the details are on your screen there, and it works out. Normally you'd be paying £14.99 for them individually, but it just works out as £9.29 per stationery, which is a brilliant saving. We've worked it out to be a little more than a third off that price, so it's a considerable saving. And of course you have got the ability to spread the cost over 2 payments for all 14. What a fabulous... I mean, you could almost have a stationery a month, couldn't you? And then maybe treat yourself to a couple 1 month.
But if you think about it maybe as an embroidery class, because each little panel is an embroidery class.
Yes,
so you've got 6 panels on each one. You've got 14 there, so it's that 16...
it's 144 plus 4... I don't know.
14 times 6, is that 84?
Yeah.
Maths!
Maths,
yay, maths
done.
So if you think about it that way, you've got 84 individual lessons
good point,
there.
yeah.
So it's less than, you know, it's a fabulous price for that. You're probably less than, what, £1.50 a lesson or something like that?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you go for the bumper bundle, it's £9.29.
Sorry, I'm making Meg do a lot of calculating.
£1.55. I think the threads probably cost more than that. You've not really thought this one through, have you, Hayley?
You're getting 6 threads in each, and you're getting your needle as well.
Yeah.
So you're getting absolutely everything you need, and you've got essentially kind of £1.55 per lesson.
Wonderful. Now, Hayley, what have you got planned for your demo?
So what I'm going to do first of all is show you how the stationery goes together, because this is a sample that's been stitched by Claire Dean, one of our design team, and it is kind of ready to be put into a book. Because what I would recommend you do is stitch everything that you've got while it's a flat panel like that, so you can get your hoop on and off and nothing's going to move. Once you are ready, then you put a slit down the centre, so just those 2 panels in the middle there, put a slit in there, fold it in half, and then pick up those centre 2 panels and kind of lift them across. And that is what creates your little book. From there, if you want to put your cardboard in, then you would sew up one side kind of on each, so you're leaving just the bottom open on each. You'd sew that side on here, you would sew down this side, and then lastly, again, you'd sew across the top, leaving pockets in the bottom where you can slide your card in for each of them, and then you can just stitch up the bottom.
Wonderful, nice and easy. Very clever.
So, I thought we might... oh, there's my threaded needle. Which one? Now, the one that's really popular... do you want to start at the beginning, or do you want to start...
Let's start at the very beginning. Okay. It's a very good place to start.
Do you think? Okay, so what we'll do then is on here, we'll do a couple of stitches on this one. So we are going to do the colonial knot. So this is one that I didn't put a knot in the back of here, so it's all going to pull out. Let's just maybe do that first. So this is in the knots one, and this is in the beginner's bundle. So a colonial French knot, you would normally wrap it round 2 or 3 times and then pop it back down, not in the same hole but near the same hole that you came out of. And you pull that through, take up all of that tension, and there's your French knot. A colonial knot is a much quicker one and a much kind of more even texture to it. It's a lot lower and a lot kind of flatter to the base. So you're going to come under and then wrap it over. So you've got like a figure of 8 on your needle. Again, go back through near enough but not quite the same hole, and then pull that through. And because I've got them right next to each other, I don't know if you can see that actually.
It does look a little flatter, yeah.
It's just a little bit flatter, and you get a more even result with those, because sometimes when you wrap them and you're trying to get rid of all that tension, then you start to run into problems. But with a colonial knot, you'll get a much more even finish to them.
Okay.
So that is a couple from the knots option. Let's
Wonderful.
do chain stitch and reverse chain stitch. So chain stitch, normally you go in and out of the same hole, wrap that round and pull it through, and you've got to kind of remember to hang on to your thread before you pull all the time, because otherwise you end up pulling it straight through. So that would be the normal forward chain stitch. I'll just finish that off by going back through, and then we'll show you the reverse chain stitch. Now once I learnt this one, this is now my preferred way to chain stitch, because I think it's much easier and there's much less kind of chance of losing the end of your thread. What am I tied up in here? What a mess. We'll worry about that in a minute when I run out of thread. So I'm putting just a little loop in there, just a tiny little loop, and then I'm coming to where my chain stitch would start, coming up, and then I'm going to pop under that little loop that I've made, and then back down that same hole. Now usually you don't want to go back down the same hole, because you're going to kind of worry about losing your stitch, but in this case you're not. You want to be back down the same hole, so you're going to come up again, and then we're going to go under the back end of that stitch. So I'm going to come under the back end of that stitch and then back down that same hole, and this will give you the same result. Obviously, because I've been working in the same direction, right to left, you can see that was my forward stitch and this is my reverse one. It looks like it's going in the other direction.
Okay.
But I think it's a much quicker and easier way to run it, to chain stitch for this one. And that's the one that we saw where it's got those beautiful kind of spiral pattern as one of the projects. Oh, I've got a knot, Hayley.
Oh dear. Now which one's this in? And I'll
that's in the chain stitch one. So in the first bundle.
Stitch.
Thanks, Hannah.
Down at the front. Is it down the front here?
I'm just trying to undo my knot.
It's going to be the last one. Of course, it's the last one that I look at. It always is, isn't it?
Some with a
That's the
star
trouble.
on the front, I think.
I think I've got it here. So here you go. So this one is your chain stitch. So that is one of the kind of the tuitions, should we say, that you're going to get within here. On the front here, you can see a fabulous little star there with a gorgeous kind of golden paint in there, but edged with that chain stitch on your cover there. Again, as you heard, you're going to learn the different stars, your forward and your backwards there. A few little exercises there for you to experiment to see which one is your preferred stitch. And you're going to learn about creating, maybe using 1 strand, 2 strands, and so on. So here you can see, traditionally with an embroidery floss, a skein, you will get 6 strands in there. So this shows you the difference that you get dependent on how many of those you are going to be working with. So here you can see you've got those chains, but these are chains that aren't necessarily following on from each other. They're creating the ears of the corn, and there you go. That's that gorgeous spiral that Hayley was talking about creating there. And then of course you can start adding those stitches together, taking the combination of the corn one there and the combination obviously of the different kind of extended ones.
Yeah, that's your lazy daisy, and then on the dandelion on the next page, that's actually using a detached chain, well, combination of lazy daisy and detached chain stitch. So detached chain stitches on the back as well there, and that's quite a fun one. It's quite a nice one for kind of just filling in large areas. like that.
Lovely.
So detached chain stitch, you basically start and stop your chain stitch in one hit. So I've gone in and out of the same place to create a loop, and then I'm coming up to make that loop into my chain, and then just on the other side of it I'm going to come back down, and that makes my detached chain stitch, because I'm not needing now to go on and do the next stitch. And the next stitch I can just do another one there, coming up, coming back down, and then up again, just whatever length I want my stitch to be, pulling that through, and then back through to the back just on the other side of there. So that's your detached chain stitch, and you can always leave them a bit wider. I'm using I think 3 strands on here. If you're using 6 strands, it'll be a bit chunkier and you'll get kind of more rounded petal shapes.
Perfect, there you go. So loads of different tuition there as well. Now, of course, you've got the details on the screen there if you wanted to go for that full set, well, the set of the beginners, should I say. But if you want them individually, we can help you with those. So if you fancy enlightening yourself on the chain stitch, then the details popping up on your screen, as you can see there. Just $14.99, and you can see that wonderful image that was on the back of the book there, printed on your fabric, which means you add your stitch, you add your depth of dimension to that one. A lot within each one of these kits, worth every single penny of that $14.99. But of course, if you're going for the complete bundle, even better value. Now, of course, there's loads of different ways you can do your knots as well. That's what you're going to learn within this particular one, including your French knots as well as your colonial knots. So there you go. If you're wanting to create with your knots, then there's the one that you need, £14.99. So there's loads within there. And the knots, so then that's the one that we picked up earlier on, where you've got the butterfly in there. Things like your bullion knots featuring in there. Things, even knots that you didn't even know existed, to be honest. And obviously the density that you use in those knots together, and whether it's the French or the colonial, really does make a difference, as you can see there. And again here, different ideas depending on how many of those threads you're using. Single, double, triple, you will get different results each time, going right the way through, and that's what it's all about. So there you go. A couple of those books from the beginner's set, and the details are on your screen. If you do want to go for all 6 of them, then you can see £67.99 with a huge saving at £21.95. So pick a book, any book. Which one should we have a look at? Let's look at the feather stitch down at the front there. Oh, I like the feather one. I've got that one here. Oh, is this your feather one? You like your feather one, lovely.
Yes, I do. I think this is one of the most useful ones within there. Decoratively, this is one of the most useful ones in there, because you start off with your kind of real basics. You start off with just how to create a feather stitch, and a feather stitch kind of goes from one side to the other, one side to the other, and we've put like loads of parallel lines in there, so you can have a play with distance apart, and you can have a play with kind of moving it left and right. Then there's a kind of an oval that's printed in there, so that is for you to, it's got, you can't see because we've stitched over it, but it's got little grey lines printed on there, so you can follow those grey lines and get it to step all the way round into an oval. And it explains, if you are going to make circular patterns, then how to measure that out to make sure you get it to work exactly all the way around, because obviously the stitch that you've got here has actually got kind of 1, 2, 3 steps to it. So you're going to need to have your circle divided into a certain number, and it explains all of that in the instructions. Then we do fly stitch, which is like a simplified feather stitch, which kind of follows on from each other. And this one is a really, really cute Christmas tree project. Very, very simple, but very, very effective. The other projects in here are quill stitch, which is what we've done on the feathers here. And that one kind of focuses on a central strand, the same way as your original, if I bring this in, the same way as the original feather stitch does, but it's much closer together. And instead of having this zigzag left and right, this almost straightens out. It's a bit more like this one here, where it almost kind of straightens out into one central line, which makes kind of the cores of those feathers, the spines of the feathers. Then on the back you've got your cretonne stitch. This one I love as an alternative fill stitch to things like your satin stitch, because if I grab this one, there you go, this one's got a bit more kind of experimentation in the amount of strands used, in the spacing between them, because what you'll find is the cretonne stitch overlaps in the middle, which means for leaves and things you can create those central spines just kind of by themselves. And all cretonne stitch is essentially the same technique as a feather stitch, but just working it slightly differently, and that's why they're all grouped together in one kind of family. So it's all the same basic kind of family of stitches, but using them for all sorts of different things. And it's because we always try and put kind of things that have 6 on there, it's so you can experiment, so you can do 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands, 4 strands, 5 strands, and you can build yourself up a library of different techniques, because it's all well and good having it in a book, but if you've got it in front of you as physical pieces, so you can say, oh yes, I remember I did that, I really like that technique, I'm going to look it back up again in your instructions, and away you go.
Lovely, and of course everything that you learn throughout all comes together on that back page, and that's the key thing with every single one of the books. You've kind of got your final page there, pulling all that tuition together there. And you can see that printed page that Hayley was showing us a few moments ago. £34 is your initial payment if you're wanting to spread the cost of this particular bundle over 2 payments, and it's your beginners. But do bear in mind that if you are going for the complete bundle, you will get not only the beginners, the intermediate, but the advanced as well. So it's perfect if you want to go on a bit of a stitching journey and teach yourself as you go there. And a lovely little set there. Lots of you have been taking advantage of that one. The next set though is your intermediate, and this is where you're kind of up in the ante a little bit. You'll recognise that some of these names here, they may be familiar names, and it's a case of you might be doing further advanced versions of things like the knots and stuff like that. So you've already covered the basics in the first book, and the chain stitch that we touched on, the running stitch. These are all stitches that you may well have done as a beginner, but perhaps you fancy pushing yourself to learn a little bit more about them and the different results you can get. So let's have a little look at the one for the intermediate knots, because of course we learnt about the French knots and the colonial knots in the first edition, so to speak. This time we're going to be learning about square boss knot. Now some of these I didn't even know existed. So some really good, and these
well, it does take quite a lot of research to put these together, because I want it to be you know, a challenge for somebody taking it on who maybe is a more experienced, because the intermediates and the advanced, you know, they are people who have stitched before and generally want to expand their knowledge, and it does take quite a bit of time to actually kind of research and find new stitches, or not necessarily new, but old stitches a lot of the time, that maybe have kind of gone a little bit more out of fashion, but you can bring them back and use them in really interesting modern ways.
That's it, and again the chain stitch, you'll have learnt the basics of the chain stitch in the beginners series, but here you've got your cable chain.
Is this the one with the jumper?
I don't, oh yes,
it is, yeah. Is there a jumper in it? Yeah. That is a very good one. I love that one.
So there you go, taking you through all those different steps, all those different styles of stitching. That's a beautiful one. I like that one as well. And again, all coming together with that back page project that you've got. So chain stitches featuring in this one. What else have we got? Oh, your running stitch. And of course, running stitch is one of the first stitches you tend to learn to stitch with, whether you're sewing or whether you are doing embroidery. But of course, you go on and you learn the advanced ones.
There's an awful lot more you can do with it than you kind of initially learn. So that's why we've kind of made these, so you can have a little bit of play, a little bit of an experiment with them, and that's what it's all about. It's about learning something different and something new.
This is it, satin stitch, another of my favourites, satin stitch, because of course you get that almost ombre effect there, going from the lighter tone to the darker tone. And again, depends on whether you're using one single thread, whether you're going through the multiples, different combinations, different styles all the way through until you do come to that back page project yet again. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Now that one is your completes your intermediate set, and if you have just joined us, each one of these sets comes in a fabulous little box as well, with everything that you need inside there to get starting. You can get your embroidery skeins in there, as well as your needle, and sometimes there might be additional bits and pieces, but they are all included within those kits, so there's nothing else really you need to add into it. Just your little kind of bits of your practice and your enthusiasm. That's the only thing you need to add in. Now your advanced kit is giving you the last of the 4, so that's taking you up to your 12, full 12, oh no, actually it's not 12, it's 14 in total. I was thinking there was 4 in each set, but of course 6 in the beginners. So you've got 14 stitch areas in total. These ones are the final 4 here. They're available individually, they're available in the bundle, but they're also available in the complete collection at the bottom of your screen there. Now, which one should we have a look at? Let's have a look at the stitching with the cording.
Oh, cording and couching. I like that one. I think that, I don't know if it's that one or the weaving that's my favourite. Because look, I've got one of the cording and couching ones here.
Love it. You've got your kind of your beetles in here. Oh wow, look at that.
So this one goes through loads of different techniques. So you start with a snail. That's your basic couching technique. So that's laying down the floss along the lines and couching over with small stitches to hold everything in place. Then you're using exactly that same technique, but to make a fill stitch. So you're using it for the beetles, and you're making, it's very animal themed, this one. And then for the bike, instead of just that straight up and over running stitch, you're actually using a blanket stitch to create that couching effect, which means you get a solid outline and those couch edges as well. And then the next one you've got is using a chain stitch to couch those in. So you're getting some really kind of stunning detailed effects. Then you've got the elephant. Now that one is, rather than couching, I would say that one is either, it is couching if you're doing it really, really close together, or I would class that as cording.
Okay.
Because it's completely covered. And then the little lotus flower that's done there, that one's done from behind. So you stitch all of your running stitch on, and you can see on the back of this one here, it tells you to stitch just a scrap of fabric onto the back. And then using a little plastic needle, you can actually thread, this has got a little bit of wool in, or anything that's just a little bit chunkier, just to create that kind of textured effect on it.
Fabulous. And of course everything comes together with that final project on the back cover there. So in this particular bundle of 4, you're going to get your cording and couching. You're going to get that fabulous ribbon work one that we saw a few moments ago. In addition, you're going to get your woven work, and then you are also going to be getting your cut work
too, and the cut work one, because they're both amazing.
Okay, let's have a little look in those ones.
Which one do you start with? Because I've got to find the one that's in my mess.
So the woven, again, you can see, I love this, you've got the little fish in the pond there, and again, taking it step by step, you can see here, starting off at the beginning here, where you've got, it's almost like a wool feel to the thread on this occasion.
Which one have you got?
The woven.
Okay, so with the first project there, the flowers, that's an oval stitch. So what it is getting you to do is put a little kind of stitch top and bottom of each petal, and then weave in and out, going round and round and round in a circle to create those kind of textured flowers. And you could absolutely do this in a wool or something with a heavier texture if you wanted to, but this is all exactly the same floss as comes with it. Then you've got your little squares, and this is just for you to really have a little bit of an experiment and a little bit of a play as to how you put different pieces of weaving together and how they look, because you can go really tight, you can go a little bit more loose, you can go on angles, there's lots of different things you can do. Now when you've picked your favourites, then you head over to the bees, and these ones have been done, you can see, in lots of different ways. So this one is obviously quite tightly woven, and it almost looks like it's lots of little cross stitches, this one, because they're so kind of tight together. And then using different angles, the wings have been done all kind of differently. Same threads, so it's exactly the same thread on all 3 bees, but you can see the difference in the texture is amazing, because this one's been woven really, really tightly, and it actually sits really, really proud of the fabric. And then your next one is your picot stitch, and your picot stitch will create little petals, or feathers in this case, that stand proud of the fabric. I think we might do that one actually, because that one's a good one. Oh, hang on, I'm set up for an intermediate running stitch, but I'll do the picot stitch after that.
Okay, wonderful. Now, of course, if you are wanting to go for this particular one, that is your woven work, and the stitch work is the cut work, should I say, is the final one in this particular section of 4. But we've covered all of them now, looking at all those different books, and they are available all together. And that is the way most of you have been getting hold of them, because of course you've got everything from those novice stages going right the way to advanced. Now, if you want to go for all 14 of these, you can see you've got quite a lot of those featuring within there. Lots of tuition. Don't forget, with each one of those, I think you've got 6 different projects, haven't you, that you're working your way through. So there's a lot of stitch in there. You've got 84 lessons in there. Now, you are paying, if you're going for the complete bundle, £9.29 for each one of those. So if you bear in mind, that is breaking that down, we're looking at, what was it, £1.25 or something like that? Something ridiculous per lesson. Yeah.
£1.50.
Was it £1.55? £1.55 for each lesson. And don't forget, when you're actually getting your kit, I mean, £1.55. I mean, your flosses alone are going to cover the cost of that, aren't they? Let alone your printed fabric and, of course, all of your little shishi mirrors and everything that's in there. The tuition itself is worth the £1.55, let alone the addition of all the different materials in there. So that's why it's always a popular one to go for. Now, they're available as a complete bundle. They're available in their different sets, but they're also available individually. And that's where you'd be paying $14.99. So as I said, you can kind of take those as you're wanting to, but I would suggest if you can stretch to the complete bundle, do that, because you'll be able to get hold of everything. They haven't got an expiry date on them. You could take years to complete these if you wanted to. There's no time limit, but the thing is you're paying that lower price, and that is the key thing. Rather than paying $14.99 and keep coming back and paying additional post and packing, then why not get them in their bundles of 4 or 6, or maybe going for the whole lot together. Also busy with our 7-day savers, and we've only got till Sunday for you to take advantage of these. And you've got your King Cole yarn balls. Now these ones are fabulous, premium acrylic. These are so soft and a beautiful kind of ombre effect there. £24.49. You're saving £9 on these ones, so 388470 if you're wanting these. You can choose your colours because we've got a variety of different ombres here. And don't forget, once you've learnt your embroidery stitches, there's nothing stopping you embroidering flowers and different things onto a jumper. You can do that quite easily. So yeah, 388470. Lots of choices with regards to your colours there. And of course, if you can't decide, you can kind of have a little bit of everything
and with
there.
the thicker needle, you can either embroider using wool.
Yeah, you can
There's
do.
absolutely
Yeah, go
no
straight onto your
reason that
jumpers.
you
Yeah,
couldn't do
that's
that.
it. Yeah. Zips can't be without your zips. Look at the saving that you've got here. 50 zips coming to you for $11.99. That is a phenomenal price there. Loads of different colours featured in there. 661201. And of course, all of those 7-day savers are going to go up in price on Sunday morning at 8 o'clock when we launch a brand new set. We're very busy for that complete set of Stittionaries. And what are we going to be doing next, Hayley?
Okay, so we are going to do from the intermediate running stitch, we're going to do this one, which is a Pekingese stitch. So I don't know if you can quite see there, but it's a at the top there, it's just a straightforward running stitch.
Okay.
Running back stitch, or you can running stitch it one way and then come back and fill it. It's entirely up to you. And then you can see there is another thread looped in and around it. So to do that, there's my little running back stitch already in there. And then I'm going to miss the first one, come up through the second one. Now I don't want to go too tight on this because I want to see the little kind of loops around them. I'm just going to turn it so I'm going the right way. So I'm going to go under my stitch, but then I'm going to come over the top of my previous thread.
Okay.
And back through. And then I'm going to keep it quite loose because I don't want it, I want those loops to be visible. I don't want to have it too tight. So I'm going to miss one, come up, and then this is actually a double one now because I've gone it over both of them. So this is a double because I've got, and these I've got right onto the next one next door. So you can see it'll be quite a dense one there. Now if I didn't want it to be that close, I could miss one, come up that one, come down, so you go under your stitch but over your floss. Let's see if I can get that in there. There we go. Under the stitch, over the floss and back down. And then you'll get them sitting next door to each other rather than on top of each other. So you can have it either way you want. You can, so if I miss one, back up there. And if you're maybe not kind of ready to try the Pekingese knots and things, but you're looking for a nice alternative border, or it's quite nice as a fill stitch as well, this rows and rows of it, you can easily achieve that.
Fabulous.
So on that one, we've used, this is a little kind of lotus flower design that we've done, and gone all the way around, used the darker colour as the central piece, and always created a shadow around it with the lighter colour. So the next one we're going to do is we're going to have a look at a couple of the woven stitches. So, oh, I stole my needle off that, didn't I, to do that one? It's okay, we can steal this one, it's fine. So I'll have a quick look at the woven stitch and then I'll get set up to do the not the pistil. I'm going to do a pistil quickly on this one.
I don't mind.
And then we'll do a picot one.
Lovely.
Do them all. We'll do them all. There's about 84 different stitches in here. Let's do them all. We've got an hour. Got quite punchy today, haven't we? Okay, so this is the weaving one. So let me grab this one here, because that's got the samples on. So it's got lots of different samples on here as to kind of how you're going to have a play with it, how you're going to work with the woven things, with woven sample squares that we've got on there. This is a really good alternative to a fill stitch. So if you've got quite a large area, if you've got a big space that you want to fill, and maybe something like a satin stitch is just going to end up being that little bit too baggy, then this is a great alternative. So I'm just taking the needle in and out of the threads, my kind of warp threads, so the ones that are going top to bottom. Oops, I've just got caught on that there. And I'm sliding that up just to make sure I get nice and even ones. And you can space these much more closely together. So like if I move that across, that one there, where they're really, really close together, or you can, this one's kind of somewhere in the middle, and then that one where they're much further apart. So you can just have a play with your tension and with your spacing, really. And your tension you want to be a bit careful with, because we actually have got a weaving show on Sunday, and that's one of the most important things with weaving and with this type of stitch is tension, because if you pull too tightly, what you'll do is you'll find you kind of suck it into an hourglass shape. So when you're doing these woven stitches, what I definitely recommend is when you come to the end of each side, I'm just going to come through. Oh, I've got one more, I missed one. There we go. Let's get the last one in. So when I come to this last one on the end here, instead of just turning around and going back the same way, what I'm going to do is just take it back through. So I'll take it to the back and then I'll bring it back up, and what that will help do is to stop it pinching in and pulling in. So I shall quickly do one of the pistol knots, because they are quite fun. So a pistol knot is like a French knot, but with a big long tail. Okay, so you start there, you come a little bit further up than you normally would with your French knot, get it nice and taut, pull it down, and then pull all of that. Oh, I've gone a bit too tight, there we go. Pull all of that through. So what you're getting is you're getting a long straight piece with your knot at the end. Now I've done a particularly long one there, but these are great for things like maybe fireworks, stamens for flowers, all sorts of things. This
Butterflies
is
as well, I should imagine, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Could you show us that one again, Hayley?
Yes, yes I can. So I'll make a smaller one. So I'll come here. So we come up and we put a nice long piece on, and we start wrapping the thread, almost the same as a French knot, but up at the top end where you want your knot to finish.
So with a French knot, you'd be taking it back to
it's
where
a French knot with long
thread
legs.
Yeah,
is what it is. So if I pop that back down there, and then just slide that through, and I'm holding it with this hand because that's what's keeping my tension on.
Okay.
And once I can get most of that through, then I can let it go, and that'll still give me a nice, I pulled it from the back, there we go. That'll give me a nice kind of taut piece on there.
Lovely.
I would say this is a bit exaggerated, and maybe wouldn't go as long as that.
Yeah.
Just on the basis that if you are going to take it out the hoop, when you've got really long spans like that, they can go a little bit wibbly, but we've exaggerated it just to show you the sample.
Wonderful, there you go. So another one of those fabulous stitches, maybe stitches that you never even existed. Well, you do now.
Sorry,
now if you want the knots by themselves, then you can get hold of that one, Stationery by itself. Any of them are available at $14.99. They've all got different item numbers there, so do check out on the website for those. But if you're wanting the one with the knots, there you go, 217367. And again, there you've got your Chewish, and as you can see, that fabulous book that opens up, it's your final project, and it opens up with all the butterflies jumping out of there, of course, using all those different knot stitches that we've been learning about. One that's been busy is the cording and the couching, and this is a nice one because this is where you kind of almost drawing with the lines of your stitches. So yeah, nice one to go with it. Good one for covering an area and maybe giving a good solid outline to a project. So yeah, nice choice with that one. $14.99 at 338894. And also busy as well for the feather stitch. This is one that Hayley was referencing earlier on, and a very effective one too. This one's a really nice one because again it's a good one for covering areas and yeah, well, creating feathers, as you can imagine by the name there, but so much more than that. Nice fill stitch, nice border stitch, that one as well. So £14.99, 445328. But you have got each one of those in little kind of groupings. So we've got the Advanced, which is the one that we've just been working with Hayley, and you're going to get all 4 of these. So you can see on your screen there, you'd normally be paying £59.96 because of course you're looking at $14.99. So yeah, you could imagine that across all 4 of those, just shy of £60. But you've got a £14.97 saving. So it's like you're buying 3 of those, but we're going to send you all 4 of them. And you can spread the cost as well over 2 payments. So why not? £22.50. That's a similar story with regards to each one of those. Now, cut work, I've only ever really done cut work when I've used it with an embroidery machine. You've got a special type of a needle with it which will actually penetrate and cut the fabric almost like a little chisel. Now, cut work when you're looking at hand embroidery is a little bit different with this one, and this is lovely because again you've got your front cover giving you a little insight where you're creating these apertures which are perfect for you to display either another fabric or a different, on this occasion, piece of card behind it, which I think is a clever idea. Making little windows in this first lesson.
So the first one, it's just getting you used to the types of stitches that you can use for this cut work kind of technique. And then that next one, you can see, it's just to explain that you can't go too mad.
You end up with a big gaping hole.
Yes, if you go too big, you'll essentially end up with a big gapy hole. So that kind of teaches you how to put those springs in, how to put those little stringers in to work between the sides and keep your shape without, you know, losing too much in terms of
the structure back into it.
Just putting a structure back
now
in.
this is a nice effect here, creating your different hearts.
You can, you obviously started with squares, then it moves on to trying to kind of get your head around other shapes, so more interesting shapes. And then the flowers, it's not the flowers themselves that are cut out, it's actually the gaps between the flowers that have been cut out. So maybe using it in a different way, not maybe thinking about cutting out the thing as a whole, maybe just cutting the gaps rather than the actual design.
Good idea. Yeah.
I'm just watching Joe Channon trying to creep through and trying to work out which camera is on.
It is tricky to see, isn't it, which one's working. This is a nice effect here with kind of like a little bit of a plique going on. And those kind of strands that you were talking about, the structure there.
Yes, that one adds the structure back in, and it means that you can use that structure as a feature, so you can use it as the rays on the sunshine. And then cut work doesn't necessarily always have to be taking the whole piece completely away. It can be just cutting almost like a buttonhole effect. So you're stitching either side and then you're cutting down the centre to reveal the butterfly at the end who's got flappy wings.
And then all of those different tutorials coming together in your back cover again there. So
don't you be looking, Joe. You haven't got time to do this.
Now don't forget, when they come to you, they are fully boxed, and within the box you will have all the elements that you need. Don't throw the packaging away. The packaging is kind of personal to the different tutorial that you're going for. So this one will be different to the one that you're going to be getting with your ribbon work. So these end up being a bit of an encyclopedia. So keep these, don't throw them away, pop them all into a folder. Of course, you can reference these anytime you want to go back to them. But different elements in here, the quality of the elements that you got is phenomenal. So of course you're starting off with your fabric, and this fabric is already printed with your tuition on there right the way through, as you can see there. So you can see obviously the different elements there, giving you those tutorials, and you'll start off whichever order it's telling you to work in, but usually you've got a printed panel being that final piece, and of course a printed panel being your front cover as well, where you're stitching out the title. You're always going to get your embroidery flosses in here, and these are 6 strands, so really good quality. And sometimes you'll get additional bits and pieces, like on this occasion with the blanket stitch book, you are going to be needing some little shisha mirrors, so those are included, as is your needle. You only really need a pair of scissors, don't you? A pair of scissors and a bit of time, that's all that you need. Yeah, why not treat yourself to either one or all of these kits? There's loads.
You haven't got the time, Jo.
The time is the thing, isn't it? But there's no rush, there's no race. So you could just do one of those lessons. As Hayley said, some of them, it might only be half an hour's worth of stitching or maybe an hour, or maybe something more complex, a bit more time's going to be needed. But it's not a race. You haven't got to finish them in a certain time. You enjoy it. That's what it's all about. It's kind of like slow stitching, isn't it? Taking your time and enjoying it, and kind of exploring the mindfulness of sewing. So that's a nice thing. So those ones, of course, are your advanced. They are included in the bumper bundle that we've been chatting about, or as the set of 4. The next one that we're going to chat about is the one kind of knocking it down a level, maybe with your intermediate. So perhaps you're already a novice stitcher and you kind of come to the kind of the extent that you feel that you're able to, but you fancy having a little bit of a kind of tuition in an extended way. Well, this is the one to go for. So you're going to see some of the elements that I'm sure you stitched out previously, things like your satin stitch there, your running stitch, your chain stitch and your knots, but all on an intermediate stage. Now, running stitch, did we have a close look at the running stitch one? I'm not sure if we did, so let's have a little delve into here. And again, this is where you're going to be able to learn how to extend that basic knowledge to really give you a whole kind of vocabulary of stitches. Again, just lovely ideas.
It's a dictionary of stitches, therefore
Sorry?
a stittionary.
A dictionary of stitcheries.
Dictionary.
Love it. The Pekingese, that's the one that we saw Hayley doing a few moments ago, wasn't it there? But isn't that effective? Beautiful. Love that idea. And your stem stitch, again, your stem stitch will vary dependent on whether you're using 1 through to your 6 strands of thread. And again, there, lovely dimension. With these, I don't know whether you can pick out, but you've got a lot of dimension with these, dependent on whether you're using your single strands or your multiples. And of course, you're going to be learning all sorts of wonderful, I mean, Eskimo does that say Eskimo? Eskimo lacing, is that right?
Yes.
Wow, never even knew that existed. Love it. And then, of course, everything comes together. I mean, look at that. Once you've learnt something like that, you may go on to draw a pattern onto maybe a piece of cotton canvas and maybe making a bag or something like that with that actually on. That's where all this tuition can come together to come together with, and that's the beauty of it. Imagine making a bag and using all of these different 14 kind of stitches that you're going to be learning on there. You'll have loads of fun. So that particular one is your intermediate, a set of 4 again, very affordable, 2 flexi buys at £22.50 if you're wanting those. Now your beginners, this time you've got a series of 6 books here, so plenty to get your teeth stuck into, and again some of those being quite novice stitches, but you're going to learn a lot within these. Please don't think that these are very, very basic stitches, because if you go into, say, the running stitch is probably one of the first stitches you may well have learnt as time goes on. Might have learnt it at school. But if you have a look in there, you'll have your basic stitch as if you've never stitched. So don't worry, you will learn those basics. But then you'll go on quite quickly and learn different ways of working with them, changing them out. And again, really exploring just how far a simple running stitch can take. I mean, canvas stitch, it's a beautiful way of doing embroidery, but how effective is that with that kind of, it's almost like when you drop a stone into a mill pool, isn't it? You get all those ripples working out. That's what you've got with your canvas stitch. And of course, loads of different ways. And I love that idea with the umbrella there and the raindrops coming down. And again, all coming together with that final project. So even though it's a beginner's, don't think to yourself, oh gosh, it's going to be so basic. And I know the basics. Well, this is kind of taking you from those incredible basics right the way through to your intermediate. 2 flexi buys are £34, because on this occasion you're going to get 6 of those books, but of course they are all included together in the bumper bundle. Swapping the details around, because this is the way that most of you are going for them. You can get all 14 of those, and rather than paying £14.99, it's bringing the price right the way down to £9.29, which equates to £1.55 per lesson. My goodness, that is incredible. And that's not even thinking about the fabric that's in there and also the embroidery skeins. I mean, if you were to have a tuition, a lesson, and pay just £1.55 and not get any kind of ingredients to work with, then wow, that is, you'd be like chomping at the bit. You'd want that, wouldn't you? So 523019, you can do that in the comfort of your own home.
There's videos for most of these stitches.
Oh, is there? Oh, where do we find
online
those?
as well. So if you do get stuck,
okay.
Yeah, maybe should have said that at the beginning. Oh yeah, there's videos from not all of them yet, but most of them. There are videos online. We do a stitch of the week, which we had to stop during lockdown, but we can get it started again soon.
And is that on the Craft Yourself Silly website?
It is on the Craft Yourself Silly. Might be on our website, but it's definitely on YouTube. YouTube. Okay, so I've just probably got enough time to do a picot stitch. So picot stitch is this one here, which will give you that kind of free standing element.
Okay.
Thanks, Meg, the flappy bit.
Flappy stitch.
So what you do is you put a pin in. I've just put a longer needle in there for now. So you put a pin or a needle in there just to hold your place. And then starting with your stitch at the top, you stitch down, and then you come to the side and you come up, loop it around the needle or pin, and then back in, and then across again, up, loop it around the needle, back in. And then what you're going to do is weave in and out of those 5 strands. Now you can do more strands if you wish. What I would recommend you do though is use the back of the needle, because the front of the needle can sometimes be a little bit sharp and can split your floss. So what I recommend you do is just use the back of that needle to weave in and out. And you're going to keep going in and out, opposite way to your previous row. So if your first row was kind of over then under, your next row will be the opposite to that, because you're wanting to build up layers and layers. And I'm doing it in 2 different colours here so you can see how it builds. And I need to do a couple more, and then we'll take the pin out and we'll show you what happens.
Fabulous. So, now, just while Hayley's doing her weaving, shall I show you the kind of end result with these? Because I mean, when they come together, it's an amazing result, and I love it where you kind of created those little kind of wings, the feathers there on the wings there, giving you that dimension, very much tactile look, so really interesting look. But of course, not just with the wings there, but the little flowers here as well. You've got the different levels of the daisies coming together there right the way through. And of course, with these ones, they are all done with the same thread, so you can see either your light purple or your darker purple. I love this one where you kind of got the deep purple there, and then maybe a mix, just like Hayley's doing, where you're kind of getting that ombre effect coming through. But then of course they are in place ready for you to add your additional stitches, which if you're going for the woven book, that's where you'll learn how to do all of it. And you can see there again featuring on the little fish there with his little flippy floppy tail. Love it. How are you getting on, Hayley?
Okay, I am nearly there. I'm going to do it right way around so I can see what I'm doing. How long have I got? A minute? Oh, we'll be all right. We'll be all right.
Now, have you turned the needle round there to work with you?
Yes, I have. I've turned it round so I've got the back of the needle. Now, when I'm getting to the top, I am switching it back around to get to the front of the needle, because sometimes when they're all tight together at the top, you're going to need a little bit of a hand to get through. Now, I would normally push these down a little bit more, but because we're a little bit short on time, I'm just going with it as is. There you go. I'll do one more row and then we should be able to take this out.
Wonderful. Now, Hayley's going to be here a lot over the weekend. She's going to be back with us 6 o'clock.
Just all of the time. Just all the time. I'm sorry.
6 o'clock, she's going to be back with us with the one-day special. Then you're back at 7 o'clock as well.
Yes. We've got some fantastic pens. We managed to get some pens. Fantastic pens from Zebra for Fabric.
And then, of course, 8 o'clock again with the one-day special.
Are you ready?
Okay,
this is the best bit. Oh no, I've pinned it in the wrong side. Oh, I should have started the bottom.
But we get the idea, don't worry.
You see what I've done there? I've gone from the top, not the bottom. Oh, Joe, it's gone horrible.
She's folding her arms and sulking now. Do join us at 6 o'clock for more from Hayley. That's Crafty One Day Special final call. It's your last chance to see your One Day Special live before it will go up in price at 6 o'clock. Then introducing Mushroom Lane, Susie's back, and then the One Day Special.
Join us this Saturday at 6 p.m. to welcome back Dolly Dimples with their brand new One Day Special.
Would you like to improve your crafting techniques by watching and crafting along with your favourite Hochanda guest demonstrators, or from the comfort of your own home? If the answer is yes, then we are very excited to invite you to Craft Along, where you, our presenters and guests, will create an amazing array of projects throughout the year. Each month we will be bringing you a brand new kit that you can purchase on the day of each show. Or if you pre-order your kit, not only will you receive a £10 discount, but also £5 off a purchase of £20 or more of any additional products featured within our Craft Along shows. So tune in, be inspired and create with Craft Along, your monthly crafting workshop.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits, Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my rounding shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business, and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Hochanda News. We are excited to announce that our broadcast hours on Freeview have been extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you were missing our live shows in the evening, and we can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Okay, everybody, it's Friday, it's 4 o'clock, and that means it must be sort of a final call sort of time, really. I've been looking forward to this hour all day because it's another hour with lovely Jo Channon. Yay!
Hello. Are you all right?
I thought I was going to get a bigger reaction than that from you.
I'm sorry, I know I love working with you. I wanted to say crackerjack.
Okay.
You know when you said it's 4 o'clock and it's Friday, but actually it's 5 o'clock and it's Friday. That
I'll tell you what, Jo, listen, it's TV. We can do whatever we want. You wait there, we'll do that again.
Can't we?
Okay, everybody. Hello. It's Friday. It's my favourite time of the hour. It's Friday. It's 4 o'clock. It's time for
crackerjack.
Hey! Hey, I can see we've got a future together there, Jo.
Yay!
Right there.
Panto, here we come.
Exactly. Anyway, are you well though, Jo? You good?
Yes,
you okay?
I'm absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Good. You've had a good day. You've had a good day with the one day
special. It's been lovely. Yes, we've had some. Done some really fab demos. Everybody's been loving them. They've been letting me know. So that's smashing. Thank you.
Good. Yeah. Well, please keep those coming through.
Yes,
of course, Studio
please.
at Hochanda. It is our last live hour for what we got of That's Crafty. And if you're liking your steampunk, if you haven't seen this since it launched yesterday, where have you been? But we're just grateful that you're here with us right now. There's no crackerjack pens to give away. I'm not going to jump off a doll's house or rip a tissue. But what we are going to do is we are going to make sure that you had the best chance now to get what we have got left of the one-day special, and another excuse to see the wonderful Jo Chandler working with them as well, and give us some wonderful tips and ideas. I had the first live hour with you this morning, and at 8 o'clock, wasn't it?
8 o'clock.
And absolutely loved. Did you get that finished, that last
I
piece,
certainly
by the way?
did, yes. And it's, should we... Let me just pop it here.
Here it is. This is the one that we did live
yes.
at 8 in the 8. I say we, I watched.
No, you was helping me.
I was giving them more support. But absolutely love this. Now, everything you've seen here is on the show for it, and this was just working. We were trying the monochromic look, wasn't it?
Yes, because the first show I did the this one, which was the very industrial, very steampunky, very traditional colours with that gorgeous steampunk darling, and then the second show we did very pretty, very different, very pretty. And then, of course, we did this one, which I wanted to just show. Basically, the monochromatic look is just fabulous. These stamps are so detailed. You can do that with this. And then on the last hour, if you want me to show you that, we did one of the boiler pieces, and very verdigris, steampunky sort of... yeah, very rusty. But of course, we've got these coming up on the show, haven't we? So you can have them whatever way. So we've done some, we've done quite a lot of bits.
You've been very busy. What a lovely day of crafting. Well, we're going to give you more demonstrations, but let me just explain, if you don't know what the one-day special is, it is what you see here in this bundle. And this is going to give you the chances to have the fantastic creation of Kelly Horton, who has done some beautiful, beautiful images that you see. And actually just there, even on the colouring that you see on the packaging, gives you a real taster of what the potential is with this particular kit. It is lovely. The facial, the features, the characters, the little additions, like just even the pair of boots that you have there, the beautiful cat with the fantastic eyes, the little potion pots you can see there as well, and the little test tubes, all just really create a world around that is full of ideas, imagination that you bring to this. These are just the starting point for it, but actually the world that you create around her is absolutely fantastic for the steampunk darlings. You've actually got in here, you've got the beautiful stamps themselves, of course. And the one thing I will show, and if I just hold this at the back, you get a little idea, is the size of these stamps as well, because they are big. I know it's probably been mentioned in the other hours, but they are rather large. In fact, if I try and hold one, you can see one that way up, and I will flip it over as well. But you can see that they are big, big images that you are working with, which means whether it's the one on their own or whether you're going to create them around in other worlds, there is a lot to offer. So that's those two, but you're also going to get your fantastic look as well. And this has got the actual DM boots on there. You've got the clock and all these other elements you'll see picked up in other parts, of course, that is available on the show. So not only are you going to get in the two fantastic, beautiful sets of these stamps, you're also going to be getting the crafty board sheets as well. So getting 4 of those. They're already pre-cut and ready to go. They're, I suppose, if you've not felt them before or not worked with the crafty board, it's a sort of a lighter weight MDF. It's a similar kind of version that you find with the MDF as well, but a much sort of lighter work that you're going to, which is great if you are working to post things on as well, of course, but just as beautiful and just as fantastic and just as versatile to work with the different elements you can add on. So, of course, with your one-day special, the offer you're going to have is always where the saving is. £8 saving on the entire kit that's here means that price you're only paying for today, and in for the last 2 hours will be £33.94 only. 295812 is your item code to go for. Now, of course, not only is that there for you, but there's all the other elements that really will help you to complete that collection. So in here, you're going to have set 1, set 4, set 2 is in here as well, I do believe. Yeah, we go. 1, 2, and 4. Accessory sets, there we go, thank you. Yeah. That was my directors helping me out there, because I had a moment there thinking, oh, I've got lots of different sets here. But all the accessories that you'll find in here really do help to create that world around the steampunk darlings themselves. So many little elements, whether it be floral, whether it just be like the little watch, for example, whether it be the top hat and the actual little characters. So we got the little that is the cutest little, is that like it's a cat bat. It's like a bat, but like the sort of cat little eyes. It's cat bat. We're going to go with cat bat. We got mechanical wings that are in here, so you really can create quite a fantastical world for your cards, or whether it be for your journal that you're working on, or for whatever project you can see fit. In here, There's an awful lot in total that you are seeing with all these. I love the creatures. I just love that futuristic feel, like even just the hat there with the goggles on, the top hat there you got with the plumage on there as well. Just even that satchel. But the detail in whatever element it is you're using is really fantastical. And as you've seen already from Joe, you can work these great in the black and white, but when you start to add colour, you really do get incredible images back. 038920. It's available on your flexi buys as well. So 2 payments are £27.48, and of course your total saving of £5 means you're only paying £54.96 for all of those, but really a lot to get your teeth into for that. And maybe this is something that you think, oh, I don't normally work with this. I'm normally in other areas. I'll be looking at wildlife possibly, or doing floral designs or countryside. Why not try something out a little bit different as well? Maybe there's one thing we've sort of picked up, maybe worth having a little go and thinking, yeah, okay, we'll try some other sort of creatures and have a little look. But maybe sort of branch out and have a go. I'm hoping that Joe will inspire you to have a go at doing that, of course. Right, we've also got the MDF for you lined up on the show, which is a fantastic kit. We've got a couple of kits for you, and both of them lend themselves to lovely projects that you can see here. 3 of the MDF, of course. You've got the skinny shrines rectangle, you've got the cogs top, and you've also got the arch. And again, you've got some ideas on here how you can work with these. What are you working with in this hour in particular?
With the skinny shrine, the arch.
Right, lovely. OK, so you're going to get a chance to see this actually in action itself and what you can do with this. So I'm looking forward to that with you. But really good for this one at £15.49. Good size pieces of the MDF as well. 279135. Again, there's an awful lot of the MDF in there for that price, which is fantastic. Love that. We've also got the other set of the MDF are the boiler house that we have, and the cogs, I think it's listed as. Or was it cogs in the corner or cogs on the end? We'll just check this out. There we go. So boiler house and chained up. Doesn't even mention the word cogs, Scott. You completely made that up. One job. I have one job. That's just there we go. Give me some credit. There is a cog there. Just say what you see. Say what you see. I'm rubbish on that programme as well. 03. In fact, some of those sayings on that, by the way, I think they just made them up in the office. 073098. Everyone's nodding in agreement. Exactly. I've never seen Blue Whale Monday days. That's never happened. It's exactly 11.99. If you'd like to go for boiler house and chained up. I tell you what is going in my mind, that was the first thing I could think of. Quite weird. Right, just give you some idea of some of the finished samples that you can see and how you can work with these. But they really are fantastic. I mean, the real sort of drama that you can get from these and the style that you can get, absolutely fantastic. Great projects to work on. And also there's one here, the completely different feel with the colouring that's in, which I think is stunning. Really beautiful colours as well. But get a really sort of rustic kind of feel and that look about that. The word sassy's pops up a few times with this, hasn't it?
Definitely is sassy.
It really has. We're liking the sassiness. It's a Friday. If you can't be sassy on a Friday, when can you be sassy? Let me just show you this one. This is by Helen that's done this. I love that feel as well that you've got there with those the bolts going around the outside.
Yes, they're fabulous, aren't they?
Isn't that fantastic?
Yeah.
Really lovely that. So, 11.99. These are just to give you some flavour, just to start your journey on what you may want to be able to achieve with these. 073 098 1199. Yeah, that Mr. Chips, he's got a lot to answer for, if you ask me. I don't know.
Honestly.
Those things they come up with, and you feel such a fool for not getting it as well. Why didn't I understand that?
It's ridiculous.
Long grass elephant saying.
I know.
We've also got for you the crafty board sheet, some other options for you if you'd like to go for these. 4 of those again. Cogs, I knew there was cogs in there somewhere. Cogs, steampunk flowers, wings and clocks are available in this particular set. All beautifully already cut, ready to go. Pop them out and you have got everything that you need. 986-758 is your item code there. Great price as well, just £11.96, which is great. Last but not least, we have a pick and mix for the stencils to you to choose from. You can choose any 2 from the 6 that we have here, and each one of these stencils 6 by 6. So we've got the cogs in the corner. We've also got the brilliant fonts of the alphabet. Joe's a big fan of that. I love that. I think that is it really fits in with everything else is on here. So you've got the alphabet and you've got those numbers that are on there also. So you can choose any one from those. You've also got the different screw heads. So you've got the Phillips and you've got the flathead screws. You've got the clock cog. Oh, just so honestly struggling here. So moving on, bricks. We've also got the bricks and we've got the hole in the wall also. £9.99, and you can choose any two from those that are on offer. 212-259. We've also got, which may work quite nicely with some of these, is some of the construction card that you'll find. This is a really strong, thick card that you'll be working with here. I think it's 700 GSM, and we're going to be giving 12 sheets of those, all sorted colour, but perfect for any other construction that you want to do. May fit in quite nicely with these projects. 191035, and it's £9.99. That deal is available, of course, until Sunday morn, when a new 7-day savers kicks in. We've also got for you, of course, your tilt bins for your storage. £13 saving this week, so it's down to just £18.99. 813-243. I'd like to fill that with pick and mix. I'd go a cola bottle in that one. That's open. I could fill that with cola bottle, and I'd have a foam shrimp in the others. 169204 is going to bring to you the 24 designs. That's also including your glitter and your hot foil stamping for you. £12.99. That's from LeBlanc. So 48 papers in total. Big saving on that. £32 saving. So down £12.99. 169204. Love it. What's your favourite pick and mix, Joe?
I do like the cola bottles, but I like the little milk bottle ones.
Oh,
as
really?
Well.
You like the little milk bottles?
Yeah, I
I'm
do.
not a fan
I never
of milk.
liked those until, because Kate likes a bit of a pick and mix. I mean, she's 27, but you know.
Listen,
You're never too old.
You never grow out of a pick and mix, Joe.
I do miss that certain shop when we were young and we used to go in and we used to buy
I know the one.
a record, you know, one of those round things, Jack. You don't, they're
don't
black
know.
and they,
Vinyl. It's
yeah,
back now. It's
vinyl.
back now.
Oh yes, they're
back now.
They're
Yeah,
popular
nothing's
now.
new in musical fashion.
But they did lovely pick and mix in
I
there.
love a pick and mix.
didn't they?
If you could just let Joe and I know, and Jack as
Yes.
well, if you could let us know what your favourite part of a pick and mix was, we're going to show the youth of today how we lived.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to go white mice, chocolate mice.
Oh, yeah.
That's my little contribution. I'll buy you 10 pence worth if you send me in what your favourite is. And milk bottles for Joe. Jack, have a
I
little
like
think
milk
and see what description comes in, and we can tempt you with, okay?
Oh, yes.
I think you like the white mice, to be honest, but there we go. Joe, I diverted us. I do apologise.
Right. No, that's no problem at all. I would like a sweet now, though, which would be lovely. Now, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to concentrate on the arch, the skinny shrine, and I'm going to show you how to put that together. And then the actual stamp that we're using, I have already coloured it, because the thing is, I have done some colouring and some bits and pieces as the one day special's gone along, but I didn't want to spend too much time colouring this, so I've coloured it in, and it's actually the one of the images in the one day special, of course, one of the two sets. So what I have done is I've pretty much coloured it as per the picture, apart from the background. So you can see the amazing, incredible detail, really is.
Yeah.
And I'm going to stamp it because I've done this every show, but I am very particular in thinking that if you're buying a stamp, you need to see how it stamps.
Yes, yeah,
okay.
Great.
I'm using the VersaFine Claire. That's what I've been using the whole time, and then what I have done on the actual piece, I have actually embossed it in the clear embossing. That's just my way. That's what I like to do. The reason why I do that is because I could stamp a lot of images out, say for instance all of these stamps, do the embossing onto them, the clear embossing, and then when I decide what I want to use as the colouring medium, it actually doesn't matter. Because of course once it's embossed, it's embossed, so you can use permanent markers, you can use watercolours, you can use whatever you like, chalks, anything at all. But of course you do need to have that permanency if you are using certain ones. So just making sure that she's nicely stamped down. Now this is just smooth white card. I've been using that the whole way through and colouring onto it. I do also like to stamp and colour onto watercolour card, but you do need a nice smooth one for these detailed stamps. Okay, there we go. Isn't she adorable?
It's brilliant. It's just so, even
she is
just
lovely,
that
isn't
lovely,
she?
Isn't it? Just black
yeah,
and white
it is.
with it.
Now, obviously, you can use your stamp presses if you're more confident in doing that. Whatever you want to do, of course. So we're not going, like I say, we're not going to colour that purely because it just takes a little bit of time, and to do it properly, it needs the time to make, you know, give it justice.
Right.
Now, I'm going to make the shrine up in a minute, but before I do that, I want to actually just do a little bit of a background, because then I can sit that while that is drying and while I make the frame up. So I'm just bringing in my light texture paste from That's Crafty. It is on the show, and if obviously you could use this one, or you could just use the texture paste, or there's also the we've got the fine texture paste if you wanted to use that as well. So have a little look. As we all know, all the mediums are excellent from That's Crafty.
And those, again, just
you
for anyone
can't
watching
go
for
wrong.
the first time, you can colour over those with anything pretty much?
Yes, you can. And this is what I'm going to do with this, is actually, this is why I need it to dry, is I'm going to paint over it and then sand it back.
Oh, okay.
So, because I think it would make a really terrific background. I don't want too much going on, and you'll see why in a second when I use the papers, actually, that are going as the front of the arch. The reason being, because it's quite a colourful paper.
Okay.
And so if I'm doing a colourful paper, I've obviously coloured the image in quite reasonably vividly. I don't really want a background that's vivid as well, because it's just going to be a little bit over the top. So,
yeah.
Right, so let me just take off my waist. I don't want to leave too much on.
Are you good at baking, Jo?
Baking?
Yeah.
I can bake,
Yeah,
yes.
I thought that looked like the technique there of someone that knows
Did
how to put something on a baking
I can
tray.
bake, yes.
I think
yeah.
they can mean
I
cooking.
don't do that much, to be honest, anymore.
Oh.
I tell you why. I tell you what I did do while I was stuck at home. I did some scones.
Oh.
I haven't done scones in years.
Oh, you're a scone lady. You're not a scone lady.
Oh no, we're scones. We're Lincolnshire.
It's got scone or scone.
So do you have your jam on the top or the cream on the top?
Oh,
Scott?
look, listen, we've already started the people getting in touch about pick and mix. They're
Oh,
going to be
good.
These emails are going to be huge now. Well, you see, I had a scone this morning made by
Did
my
you?
little girl's fair hands. I say fair hands. You
Oh,
did
how
watch them.
lovely.
Yeah, and I went cream on first, then jam.
Really?
I'm a maverick.
Oh, you
What can I don't know what to say?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you
but-
disagree? Do you agree? What?
No, that's wrong.
Sounds structurally unsound, is what I just heard from the gallery. You wouldn't
Apparently-
build a castle on sand. What are you doing, man?
That's good. You wouldn't feel like... Yeah, that's good. I
Can I
like
know
that.
the
I've never
sentiment,
heard
if you
that
want?
before.
Joe said that's good. That's for me.
Yeah, I like that.
Right, so favourite pick and mix. Is it cream or
so-
jam on first? Is it scone or scone? I don't know how you write that bit in an email. We
Yeah,
need a tea
that's
caller.
right. Yeah. Well,
Is scone like gone?
It's definitely scone where we come from.
Doesn't matter,
Yeah.
as long as they taste good. Doesn't matter,
They
does
did
it?
actually. It's been really lovely. And apparently it depends on what part of the country you live in, whether you're in Cornwall or Devon, whether you put the jam
Oh, I
and
know,
cream
there's
on.
cream tea wars. Oh, don't.
Yeah,
Upset
yeah.
a southerner down there with your cream teas.
Now, so that's the alphabet stencil that I've done with the light texture paste. I'm just going to park that. I will need to just give it a little bit of a blast at some point, but we're going to make the skinny shrine up now, just to show you. Very, very straightforward, very easy to do. The shrines, so what you're getting is, you're actually getting various designs. You're getting one that actually has this one that actually has the cogs. I'll turn it round and then you'll see. That's actually the cogs that have been cut into the actual framework. There's one that's just got the plain frame, so it's like the box frame. And then you've got the one that's got the arch, but it's all the same principle with regards to the putting together. So, of course, they all come in this piece here. And keep that. You never know what we might need that for.
Don't throw anything out.
Oh no. And then basically you can see very, very straightforward. Ooh, I've lost a piece. Where have I lost it? Oh, it's here. It's all right. Right.
Stand
down. Lost a bit there. Right. So what you're going to get is you're going to basically, what I tend to do, if it's something new, I mean, obviously I've done this a couple of times already, but if it's something new when you get it MDF, I tend to say have a little bit of a dry run, because then you know where the bits. It's quite straightforward, but
right.
What you do need to remember is that this one of the longer edges, obviously there's two that's longer because you've got a stand. It does actually stand. You need to put one of the longer edges on first. Now I'm using my my That's Crafty multi-purpose glue, of course, because that's what I like to use, and just popping that on like so.
Do you know what MDF stands for?
Oh, do you know I did.
Oh, this only because I heard them talk about this in the gallery a second ago.
Dense something. I know what the D is. Is it dense?
Density.
Yeah.
Medium density fibres.
That's it.
You see that? That's only what. There's a wealth of knowledge in our gallery.
Yeah. Yes. Do they know about this scone or the scone?
Useful. That was the only bit. They're still talking about scones.
Yeah. So what's the choices there? I want to know. Is it the jam or the cream?
They're going jam and cream.
Yeah, I've got to say. And what about the pick and mix?
They basically take the counter.
They take the whole lot. But that's actually right. Okay.
Fudge Crunch. Do you remember Fudge Crunch?
Fudge Crunch.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I
don't recall that one. Is that
covered
a new...
in chocolate and then basically Rice Krispies?
Oh no.
No.
Ooh.
Have we had any other messages come through yet, by the way? Has anyone said what their favourite is?
Oh.
No, no. See, that's a testament to a good question that we put out to the public there, everybody.
They're thinking
Jo,
about it.
The response we had was overwhelmingly dull.
Oh, come on. Let's have some response. Nobody.
But there's a petition to bring Woolies back, though, apparently.
Definitely,
so
definitely. I would be signing that.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Yeah.
I bought my first album from Woolworths, 79 nursery rhymes on a 12-inch.
Oh, brilliant!
Can't say off of them nowadays.
I tell you, they also sold the most brilliant school uniforms in there as well.
Did they?
Yeah, yeah. I know.
They did mops.
Sorry.
I know they did mops. I used to go down the aisle to get to where the records were.
Oh, yes. You used to go and spend all your pocket money on a Saturday.
Yeah, you did. Saturday afternoon, get down to the Woolies.
Go on the bus into town and spend your pocket money in Woolworths.
Before my ASBO came into place, but that was all right then. Oh, we've had an email.
Oh, lovely.
Oh,
go on then.
No, I'm not leaving, Dave. I'm sorry. I'm staying on. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
Is this from David? David says David's favourite is Crunchy Frog. Closely followed by Dolly Mixture. Always.
Oh, a Dolly.
What's a Crunchy Frog?
I don't know what a Crunchy Frog is, but a Dolly Mixture's nice. Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
Crunchy Frog.
A Crunchy Frog. Oh, no, that sounds a bit sinister, doesn't it?
We're checking it out on that certain...
Yeah, not sure.
Is that a typo? Do you mean fudge?
A Crunchy Frog. A Crunchy Frog.
I'm just asking, Dave. I don't know.
Yeah. Right, so what we're now going to do is, I've put that all together. You can see there, that's the depth of the box. And then, of course, you've got your feet. Of course, that's the piece that's going to stand up. So I really love these because they're such a great,
aren't they,
they're a great canvas to work on.
And they really suit this.
They do suit it. Laura's got it spot on with the with all the substrates that she's done. Now the other thing that I'm going to be using, and we do have these on the show, they're not on the counter but they are definitely on the show, are the background papers from Amanda. Now they again just go so well with the whole theme, and I was also using them on the Catselcraft show yesterday morning when I was stamping out some toadstools and funky birds, and they went brilliantly well with that as well. So what I've done is I've just taken obviously the shape and I've just cut around it. So quite straightforward. I did that before we came on. Of course, with this being MDF, we could do almost anything, put all the mediums on it, and it's a really excellent quality one as well. So of course it's going to take as much as what you throw at it. But I thought, well, we'll go down the straightforward route and put some paper on this occasion.
I thought that, I didn't realise that was a paper though. I thought that was a paper that you'd done.
I know,
because
they're
I've not
amazing,
seen the paper
aren't
pads.
they?
That is really lovely.
Yeah.
I genuinely thought you'd done that.
So what Amanda's done is that's exactly what she's done. She's designed them using inky backgrounds and all the stencils that we get from That's Crafty and everything. They're also, I don't know whether Melina's still got some of hers on the website as well. They were more floral orientated.
Okay.
Oh, gorgeous. I love using them. In fact, I've battered mine a little bit and I think I might need some more soon, so I need to get on there. Now what I'm doing is I always explain this because it's quite important. When you're putting paper onto MDF, make sure at least the edges are right, the glue is right to the edges, because there's nothing worse than if you've got a little bit that actually hasn't got the glue on and it lifts up and it will spoil. It's just little things like that that would spoil so much work that you've put in.
Yeah.
And it seems such a shame. So
that looks great.
It looks fabulous,
yeah,
doesn't
it? Really does.
And it's instant, and the papers are tremendous. The quality is exceptional. Let me just remind myself. Yes, 170 GSM. They're actually on a silk paper, and they are printed in this country for That's Crafty. So a printer local to them, which is lovely. I like to hear about that. So that's that on there. So that's done. So what we'll do is we'll just pop that on there just in a few minutes though, and I'm going to just put that to one side because I'm still waiting on that just to dry a little bit more. Whilst we're waiting, I'm going to use these corners. Now these corners are from the frame set that you actually get with your one day special. These are just basically, I'm just going to grab the sheet that it was in. I mean, you can see we've used a few bits out of this, but they're in the corners. Now, there actually is 2 lots of the corners, different types. So these are quite swirly, and then you've got another set that's more straight at the edges. So your choice. Now, I did mention this last night, but I'll just recall it again, just to make sure, just in case we've got anybody watching today that couldn't see last night. The Crafty board is amazing for covering with all sorts of mediums. So you can put your paints on, your sprays, your satin inks, which are absolutely gorgeous. In fact, I might do that because I haven't used the satin inks for a little while. So what colour should we do? Oh, let's go for this lovely rich.
Is it red?
Red, yeah, it's beautiful.
We mentioned red in our last show together.
Beautiful. Yes, we did actually.
Yeah.
Did mention red. Yeah. So, right. So the one thing that I do think is quite important with regards to the crafty board, when you pop something out. In fact, let me grab that and let me show. When you pop something out, oh, everything's got. But it's typical, isn't it? All the bits that I want to poke out. So, for instance, if these were all in here, when you buy it, they'll all be in here. Make sure that you just pop them all through. Really easy to do before you start painting and spritzing, because it's more difficult to actually get them out all in one piece if they're damp or if they're wet.
Okay.
You will have to wait until it's completely dry.
And obviously you'll be using those little bits.
Well, of course. Goes without saying.
Yeah, of course.
You know me so well. Oh, my friend Elaine's actually in the process of packing up her bungalow and moving soon. And I keep getting texts. Do you think you could make use of this? Do you think you could make use of it?
Oh, really?
I said, yeah, of course. Actually, I've had some really nice bits that I've repurposed.
Ah.
So yeah, no, it's lovely. I like things like that because it all It's good value for money as well if you can use all the little bits.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So what I will do is I will give that another coat just to make the colour a little bit more dense.
They look pretty, don't they?
They're lovely, aren't they? And it just the crafty board is just fantastic because there's no weight to it. There's enough for the substance.
Yes.
But there's no weight to actually cause any issue on cards and things. Excuse me 1 second.
No,
what
you're
I'll
fine.
just do there.
Well, I tell you, while you're doing that, I'm okay. Just a quick recap and everything.
Yes,
Is
of
that okay, Joe?
course. Yeah, no problem.
So the important things. To let you know, the price is going to go up at 6 o'clock. So please take advantage of the savings. If you are thinking about this kit as you're seeing it now work now, it is the last live show, of course, that you're looking at. Please do take advantage to get that saving for you. £33.94 as it stands right now, and that will give you, of course, the beautiful stamps that you see in there. You're also going to be getting the 4 of the crafty boards that Joe is working on at the moment. 295812 is your item code for that as well, and it is lovely. That's for the complete collection that you can see there. We have got also for you, though, some other accessories to go with that. So if you'd like to improve upon those and add to them and give yourself an even bigger collection to work from, then you'll be needing to go for the set 1 and set 4 and the accessories set 1 and set 2. And that will be a perfect complement to everything you've got in there as well. 038920. This is going to give you all the other little elements, like you've got the mechanical wings, you've got the skull and the top hats, you've got the that hat with the little glasses on there, which is fantastic. The DM boots are in there. You've got the cats with the most amazing eyes that can hypnotise you from 50 yards. They're phenomenal. £5 saving on this, down to £54.96, but also available on a flexi buy of just £27.48, and there'll be 2 of those for you if you'd like to do that. So again, pop those into your basket. I do hear that the heat gun has been turned off.
Yes, it has.
I think she's okay.
So,
I wish she was doing some more scones with it.
No, I'm just just making some more. I'm just knocking out the strawberry jam.
Oh yeah, please. We're getting a few more emails regarding that now, but
right.
We've had loads now. Marcia's favourite pick and mix is a good one. Is the Jenny Teddies.
Oh, nice.
I like them. Scone, as in gone.
As in gone. No, yes. Well done.
Marcia. I don't just want to upset anybody, but she's actually from Devon.
Oh.
But she likes the scones the Cornish way. Infiltrator. Ooh. She also mentioned there the sparkly, what was the little chocolate stars that you got the little bits on?
Are they
jazzy stars? Jazzy things.
Jazzy,
I don't know why I did that. Quite camp. Yeah. So you could do. Oh, Helen. Hello, Helen. Broken biscuits.
What?
That wasn't the pick. You in the wrong shop there. I do like a bag of broken biscuits.
I do.
You can't beat one.
No, very nice.
Half a malt one, with a bit of an oaty thing. Whack it together.
Yeah.
Oh, meant to be.
No problem.
Oh, and who's that from? Trudy. Hello, Trudy. Oh, Trudy's gone classic. Strawberry bonbons.
Oh, very nice. You've got to be careful with your fillings, though. Well, she might not have any.
No. You've got to be careful what Mum says.
With your fillings.
What's your fillings when you go? They come with a health warning. That's probably now you can't do that anymore. Health and safety. Can't have a strawberry bonbon. Lemon ones are okay though. Lemon ones are okay.
They're all right, darling.
Keep them coming through. We're loving.
Yes, please.
Favourite pick and mix, and is it scone or scone? And how do you eat it? Do you go jam first? Or and the combinations, jam on both sides and cream in the middle, apparently, is a bit of a concertina they're talking about.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Or which is a big mouthful. Or the Yorkshire way is 8 scones altogether, basically, with whatever you want. I live in Yorkshire, and that's what I've been doing.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you live in
the other one
Yorkshire?
is fruit or no fruit in it.
Ah, well.
Oh, to the gasp of intake there. Did you hear that then?
Right then, Susie. What? That was a big gasp. Is it no fruit or with fruit?
Fruit.
With fruit.
Lemonade ones?
Lemonade scones.
Sorry, Susie's now talking now. Susie's got a show coming up, but she's loving this show.
Yeah, lemonade
scones.
No,
how do you do lemonade scones?
Ooh.
Watch Susie's show coming up, okay? And she'll tell you all about
hello, I need to know about this
scones, in the next show. You're at 5 o'clock, aren't you?
I
Right, 5 o'clock. Lemonade scones. It's going to carry on. We've started something. We're trending right now on Twitter.
No, you're all right. That's
yeah.
for lemonade scones. Oh, I need to know about those.
You've got to have a sultana in those. Well, what else are they for?
Yeah. Nice.
We're only just having a chat, by the way, because Joe is doing just painting.
I've just painted my face. Right, so what I've done is, okay, so just catch you up there. I put a second coat on my corners from the satin inks. I do find that with the satin inks, the pigment is really, really strong, but it does soak a little bit into the crafty board, so just another coat, but you use hardly any, so it really doesn't matter. And then what I've done is I've actually painted over my alphabet stencil, which was dry. Don't do it until it's dry, and that's with the bright magenta, the multi-surface paints. I know the multi-surface paints have been quite popular, because they do. I mean, they're just amazing. They do last such a long time as well, and of course you can mix and match your colours. So I just need to very quickly. It'll take me 2 seconds.
We've got emails to chat about.
Oh, okay.
Well, you're doing. Oh, we have had another one actually, and. Yeah, so scone as in on, yeah, that's great. Thank you, Anne. That's lovely. Fruit definitely, and herbs. Or herbs. What herb would you go with on the scone? Cheese and chive scone. You go and savoury scone.
Oh, not with cream on though.
Oh, hang on, no, you've got to have jam cream and then have a herby one. What are you doing? You're playing with my mind, everybody. This is. I won't sleep tonight. And as for lemonade, I'm watching that at 5 o'clock show. I can't wait. Yeah. Lemon curd. Could you have lemon curd? Does that count as a spread that you can?
Oh, lemon curd's gorgeous.
Oh. Okay, well, Susan said lemonade scones, homemade, with lemon curd in there it's like a whole different dimension.
Really?
Everybody.
Oh,
right.
We need to. We need some of these next time.
We'll need proof. When you're next in, Susie. When you're next in.
You do know that you've really put yourself in it now.
I'm back. I'm back in a week.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah, Joe's in as well. So. Oh yeah, we're getting the kitchen.
Oh,
set.
there you go.
No, that's all right.
Right, so
Joe's ready now, everybody. Everyone's like that. Thank goodness.
I'm enjoying this.
Everyone's like that. So pleased to hear that heat gun stop.
No, it's fine. Now, so what I'm going to do is I've dried that off, and now I've just got myself a sanding block, and I'm just gently sanding over my alphabet, because then it's just going to pop very carefully. I'm not pressing on, because I don't want to agitate it too much, because it could have done with a little bit more drying, but it's absolutely fine. Excuse me. Right, so, and it's bringing up. Can you see how that brings that up? There we go. So it creates a really striking background, but not taking away from whatever you're going to put on the top, which is quite nice. Then just give it a little bit of a...
Have you still got quite a lip? Is there still quite a bit of depth on that though?
On here?
Yeah, on the letters.
Oh, on the oh yes, absolutely. No, it's super. It really is. I'll just try and let's have a look. Can we see there?
Oh yes, yeah, you can. You can see where it's put it on the edges for it, can't you? Yes.
No, it is.
Yeah, it is.
I've
It really
literally
is.
what I've done is I've only took the paint off, really.
Yes.
I've not gone down to the actual paste at all.
No, that looks lovely.
So yeah, I'm quite pleased with that. Yep. So I'm just going to now take a little bit of this paint and just paint inside of my frame. It won't take me 2 seconds, and you'll see. This will also show you how good, obviously, the paint is.
So no priming or anything like that, just straight on, isn't it, with this?
No, you really don't need to do. Now, if it was quite a light colour, much like, you know, taking, for instance, maybe one of the pale grey or maybe a white or a cream, I would maybe think about putting a gesso down first.
Okay.
Because what it will do is it will take on the colour of the MDF a little bit.
Right.
But for something as strong as this, no, it's not going to be a problem. So...
And is that the multi-surface?
Yeah, it's the same one. It's the magenta.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I'm keeping within the
They're really good,
the
aren't
theme.
they? They are good.
So and then just put some, there we go, just put some glue on the edges. Make sure again that it's on the edges so it does go in quite nicely. And of course I did, she said, I'm sure that I did do this correctly. I did, look, there we go.
Yeah. I'm like that with
I'm sure I
wallpapering.
measured that. It's either grown or it's had too many scones. It's all of a sudden decided that it was bigger than what it actually was.
Sorry,
no,
too
it's
many
fine.
Is that thing? Can you have too many?
Too many scones? No. Right, so now we've got our background, which looks quite cool.
That looks great.
It does look cool, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it does.
Yeah, I like that. I surprise myself sometimes. Right, so and then with the sanding block, I just want to nip just around the edges of the arch, because it just tidies everything up. Even if you've cut it very, very precise, it just finishes that off really nicely. There we go. And then we're going to stick that. So what we do is just put a bead of glue just around the edges. There we go. Obviously not on the legs because it's not going to go. There we go. So we're going to pop that. And then that sits absolutely snug.
That looks
on
great.
the top. Yeah, so you can see now why I didn't want a tremendous amount of colour in that background, because
Yes.
I've got lots of colour here. And then, of course, we've got this, our adorable steampunk darling. And we'll just put some foam tape, because I want to lift her up a little. Just to make her stand away from the background.
So all the elements in here really do go together so well. The
They
paper
do.
that you've used on the MDF as well.
Yeah.
From that I love that, and the alphabet stencil with the paste.
Yeah.
Really, and I bet that would also look. If you did the same style again, I wonder how that would look again with like the numbers, for example. That was in
the
there.
numbers
That
would
was,
look terrific, and I would have used the numbers, but I used the numbers in the my earlier demonstration. What I try and do is to show as many different
Oh yeah,
ones.
absolutely.
Because
they're
then,
just such great stencils over
well,
there, aren't they?
also it gives everybody the to see what they like if they're thinking that. I just think these stencils are. We all know the quality of that Scrafty stencils. That goes without question. But I think this particular set just works so well with the whole setup that we've got here.
In fact, any one of them, you know, the wall.
Any one of them would have
whatever.
actually have done the brickwork. Would have looked fabulous.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would. So just pop in that one there, and I'm sure I've got a. Oh yes. I'm sure I did. I'm sure I did 4. It's getting to me. Right, so just pop in that one in the corner there. So by hanging it over the edge, which is quite nice, you're getting that lacy. Oh, that's not quite stuck, but that lacy effect.
Yeah, that's
going
nice.
into the actual aperture. Just one more thing. What I might do, I might be pushing my luck here, but let me just. I know. Let's just push it. Right, so let me just pop that there. Just to add one more thing, the 3D holographic gel medium.
Oh, yes.
Which is always a big, a popular purchase, as we know. Now I'm going to just need to just turn that around, just to give that a little bit of interest on the top there. Now, of course, you could use any of the stamps, and you could include something of the accessory kits. That would be rather nice as well. So, oh, I like that.
That's cool.
Now, of course, this is translucent at the moment, but it will be absolutely crystal clear. We saw it this morning, didn't we?
Yes.
And I'll just bring this in just to remind you. So when that's actually dried, it will be slight. It won't be quite as blue, because this is the holographic on the dark. But it will be a beautiful holographic feel to it.
It's
so
lovely.
that really
it is
does.
Lovely, isn't it, that stuff?
It does pick that up nicely, doesn't it?
And you,
So-
you get it's quite a. I've not got the tub on my, so you got the tub with you. It's a big. It's two. Oh, there we go.
Oh, it's here. Yeah,
mil.
it's
a big,
250
big
mil.
Yeah.
You use hardly any, because of course what you put through your stencil, you tend to scrape the majority back
Scrape
off
off,
and put
yeah.
it back in the back in the tub. So
267036 if you'd like a tub of that, or maybe you've already got a tub and you're halfway through it now and you've been on lots of projects. It's time to get it where you. Or one of those things you want to grab it when you see it, really, isn't it? Because it does go.
It does go, and we don't have it in every single show. We do have it quite often, but not every single show because it does go well. The other thing, of course, that we do have a lot, but not always, is the wax.
Oh, yeah. Now,
have you seen the wax?
Well, I've done it with shows with you in the past.
Yeah.
I did gave a shout out to it in our 8 o'clock show and talked about it, but I'm not seeing it demonstrated with today and everything. But I think, let me just check, you got two, there we go, two. You get the acrylic, you get the small and you get the large tub with this. Yeah, there we are. There it's $12.98. Now, remind me, because I know when I think you first brought it on the show a little while back, and you were talking about this, and I think it flew out once, and then you brought it back, it flew out again. But we've got a lot of new viewers since then. I wonder if you could just tell us a bit more about it.
Absolutely. So, so you're getting the two sizes. So you're getting this size, which you can see is really large. Obviously, yours will come all labelled and everything. I've had this for absolutely ages, and it's still only, what, a third down, roughly. Now, basically, it's a bit of it's a bit of an odd description, but it's a water-based wax. That's the most well-loved
jar I've seen today. The most well-loved jar.
It is a bit loved, isn't it? Can you tell? It's really. I tell you what it is, Scott, because I'm really naughty, and what I do is I use it a lot, and then I tend to leave the lid off, and then it actually coagulates at the top. But.
Great, good work.
It's something that I use all the time. So basically, first of all, it's a water-based acrylic wax. So in a sense, that's actually saying something really strange because a wax isn't normally water-based. And this is what makes it really quite unique. That's Crafted the only ones that actually do it. So it is an exclusive product to them, and the manufacturers will only supply to That's Crafted because they sell enough quantity so that they don't have to supply it to anybody else.
Oh, that's very nice.
So that's really lovely. And so the basic thing to do with it, the most basic thing, is to actually put it onto objects. We'll put it onto our paper here to protect it. So of course, when you're looking at photograph albums, memory books, journals and all that sort of thing that you want to protect for longevity, this is superb. It's got a satin finish, not a gloss, so this will be slightly less shiny than what it is, but I actually prefer that. I prefer a satin rather than a gloss, because sometimes a gloss is a little bit too much for me.
Okay,
but that's only my what I like. So basically, you just paint it on. That's the most basic way of using it, and that's really was the way that we that it was meant to be for. Okay, so so you can see there what it will do is it will now protect this. This is going to be a piece of home decor, obviously. It's going to be something that you want to keep, and of course you could be able to dust that and all sorts. That, you know, that dusty thing that people do.
Oh.
I did some hoovering the other day, and I don't know why, but I just said, I've got some hoovering to do, then I'm going to get some projects done on my Facebook page, and somebody went, hoovering, what's that? Yeah, I know, it's a must. The other thing is, I've actually just brought this in, because the other thing that you can do with it, and I've done this a couple of times, I think you saw, oh no, I didn't do it on that project, but basically, if you actually cover, in fact, I'll do that in the corner, because I think we've got a couple of minutes, haven't we?
Yeah, we're okay, we've got about 5 or 6 minutes.
Lovely. So if I just put a little bit more into these corners, actually this will finish those corners off a treat. Let me just get the blue, that will look nice. Actually, no, the pink. Right, so I've got some aged...
We're on less than 5 minutes now.
No, that's fine.
That's all right.
No, it won't take me many minutes. I'm going to just pour that into the lid because I'm a devil for pouring too much out. And it's an embossing powder, this is. It's one of the Stamp Endless ones. I mean, Wow do some amazing ones as well. They'll be on the website. The Stamp Endless will as well. And basically, it's called an aged... embossing powder, and what you do is where you've put the wax, it's acting as like an adhesive Do you see what I mean? So where, you know, say for instance Versamark, say if you had a Versamark ink, which is a sticky ink, it's like it's using it in a similar way to a Versamark ink. So when you heat that up and then you see it, it's just gorgeous. Let me just show you. I'll pop it in there. So when you see, what it does is it melts the embossing powder into the wax.
Right.
And it gives you this gorgeous, really distressed. Can you see it bubbling?
Yes, absolutely.
So what it's doing is it's heating the wax.
Love that bubble.
There we go. Oh, now that's interesting. Look at that. When I've heated that up, that's going an orangey reddy colour.
Yes, it is.
Now that's nice. I don't know how that happened.
Claim it, own it. Own it.
I quite like it though.
Yeah.
It looks nice.
All planned.
Oh, that was a happy accident. But you can see there, it creates a beautiful, beautiful texture. Now the other thing that we can do, and this is one of my very favourite things to do with the wax, is actually use it, sorry for shouting, use it to splatter. Let me just find something, here we go. So I don't want to splatter onto this because it's not the project that I want to splatter onto, if that makes sense. But if you take your brush and you've got a project, say an album cover or something that, and just splatter with your brush like this, say you would with maybe a white or a black gesso, just to create some nice interest on something.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I'll use this again. Yeah, just put your embossing powder over the top, take that off, and then that's acting as an adhesion. So if we just heat that, you're going to get these fantastic little bubbles, look.
Oh, look at these.
Yeah, and they stay raised up as well. Really like that.
That's fun.
I know, I'm easily pleased, but I'm just, you know, I just love to create and play around with products. I like to get value for money.
Yes, absolutely.
And I like to be able to say, this product does this, this and this, and let's see what else it will do, sort of thing. Now, have I got time to show you one more thing or not?
We've got 1 minute 30 seconds.
Whoa, quick. This is with the wax. Oh, really quickly. Now, this is with the pearl, the satin inks. Right, so if I just dribble that down here, and I've got some of the wax as well on here. So if I just wax that down as well with the pearl inks. Now you can also do it with acrylic paints, but the wax is running down as well. And then when you heat that...
50 seconds.
Oh. It just gives you the most gorgeous... Look at that effect.
Sexed, is it? Oh, I see.
Can you see?
Oh...
So now you've got coloured wax.
Coloured way! Jo, perfect timing as well. Jo, thank you so much indeed.
It's my pleasure.
It's been always an absolute treat. And you're back in a week's time?
Well, I'm actually back tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow?
Yes, and then I'm back in a week.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm back in tomorrow for craft
she's
treat
not going
at 11 o'clock.
She's not going anywhere.
I'm not actually, no.
Jo, thank you so much indeed.
My pleasure, thank you.
And thank you very much indeed, and congratulations if you have managed to get today's one-day special. 1 hour left, of course, before the launch of a new one, of course, at 6 o'clock. Thanks for being with us. So please don't go anywhere, though, because if you're interested about lemonades, scones is coming up next with the lovely ladies on the other side of this. See you soon. Yes, we have got introducing Mushroom Lane. Absolutely fantastic hour lined up for you there. Then, of course, we've got the launch of a brand new one-day special. Then craft yourself silly happy hour. See you soon.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us, picture this, and we have so much more to bring you. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hochanda News. We are excited to announce that our broadcast hours on Freeview have been extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you were missing our live shows in the evening, and we can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available, and they are made in the UK, and they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Well, hello, how are you? Now we have got, of course, an amazing hour here again from the Mushroom Lane. Now it is a brand new supplier here. It's a brand new collection for, of course, here at Hochanda. Now it is from America, but we have got Susie Duncan here in the studio today. She will show us. Hello, Susie. Hello. How are you? I'm very good. So let's see. Let's have. There she is. And now, of course, we have seen you before, but this, of course, today, but also before that. Yes. And I have known you for years and years. You are a very experienced crafter.
Yeah, I'm a very crafty person.
as a lot of people will say. Yeah, do all sorts. Good. Now, of course, you sew, you stamp, and this is what it's all about, stamping and die cutting. Now, the previous show, we was incredibly busy. So busy that we had 5 sellouts. Now, that was at 1 o'clock. Now, one thing it is for certain, they are not back. Once they are sold out, they are gone. So if you want to buy, if you want to see anything that you want, I'm thinking of buying, well, we recommend you to go ahead and jump ahead and check out those baskets, because even the first one, it's already limited to stock. Look at that. So what you are getting here, I'm going to put a sample here, is that glorious, of course, stamp image. You can see here, red rubber, pre-cut, already mounted in the cling foam. So you can remove the kind of protective sheet in here, and then, of course, attach it to your stamp platform or acrylic block, and look at the detail. Now, you have got the matching dies as well, but what I love about this matching dies is that the blade is right on the inside, so you can see here perfectly there. So that blade, that ridge, that will be a perfect, cut. You stamp and then you cut. Now, can you see how well designed it is that you have got the decoupage die? Because usually you have got the outside, but you don't have the one that kind of allows you to layer. You have got even the doors, the windows in that one. And once that you color them, look at that. And can you see the decoupage elements of the doors and the windows? How well it works. And then that is absolutely, yeah. And then you can see it there as well. Now, if you are one of those ones that is thinking, well, I'm just a stamper, I don't need the dies, I like to fussy cut, or I'm going to just directly stamp, we have got that option as well. So that it would be just the stamps, so not the dies. So that is what appears on the screen. Now, that is also limited stock. So the option to go just for the stamps or the one with the dies, both of them are limited stock. So if with the dies, of course, you have got a saving of £3. Now, the item number is 615454 is your item number. Limited stock means that is 90% of the stock has already gone. So check out your baskets. £27 and 48 pence for that lovely combo. Now, of course, because it is from America, also I need to mention that there is an extended delivery. It will be dispatched in 10 days, so the 13th of July. And then we are going to, of course, the glorious, I love these ones as well. I love them all because they are, this is really fun. Now, we have got upgraded. We have gotten, of course, a beautiful house with a shed. Or a crafty shed couldn't it be? Or a musical shed. Or it could be, a sewing shed. Or it could be a man shed. Or it could be, and that is limited stock. So what you are getting, of course, is that beautiful rubber stamp, deeply edged red rubber in here, cling foam mounted, already cut to size. So there is nothing you need to do except to remove the backing, and straight away you can stamp, and beautiful images will appear. You have got the die as well that you can see in there, that it has got the ability to kind of create those kind of layered elements, as well as the windows, and you can see there as well that kind of central window, as well as the doors. If you want to see it in action, you can see it here, how the layers have been built, and of course with the help of the die, that makes it so easy and so precise. Now you can see how well it is, kind of the precision, because again the die has got the blade right on the inside, so you can see exactly perfectly how to, of course, cut it. Now look at that gorgeous, isn't that gorgeous? Oh, look at that. This is gorgeous. Right, if you want to go for the combo of the stamps and the dies, your item number is 606796. Now, it is limited to stock, but if you wanted to go for the stamp on its own, it has sold out. This is why I'm telling everybody to kind of check out your baskets, because as soon as you can, that's going to, of course, make sure that you got yours. You have to go for the pair. Of course you have. Now, of course, we have got, now that is the house with the shed, but now we are going to church. We are going to church with the beautiful mushroom church. This is so cool. Now, I love it. Now, over half of the stock has already gone. I love these images because they give you a shading in there. That means that it's easy to color in. So you can even go with one simple color and that will give you already the shading. But of course you can bring your pencils in. You can of course get your alcohol markers, your watercolor markers. But look at that. Isn't that cool? I think it looks like yeah, well, of course, it's a normal church, but you kind of, I'm just starting to think, is this a stone? You know those kind of hobbit kind of houses and the kind of that sort of constructions, but also like kind of the Vikings. I think they kind of something like that as well. Here is, of course, the stamp on its own, and then, of course, the dies, how they go in there. You can see the layers as well. This looks, again, oh, there is a thing in northern Spain. There is a kind of, and in Celtic places, there is that kind of crosses in every now and again, and that looks exactly like that in the landscape. And look at those windows, those doors as well. So you have got all those layers to those dies to create those layers. Now the duo here, you are getting the stamp, and of course those dies. You £27.48. Now half the stock has already gone, and remember that we are incredibly busy. We have had now so far today with Mushroom Blame 6 sellouts. 903381 is your item number. You may want to go just for the stamp set. If you want to go for that, it's already half the stock gone. £10.49 is the price. 183298 is your item number. And finally, we have got the gnomes. Apparently, what was the name that Scott was giving it? Norman or Norbert? Norbert, which actually in Spanish is Norberto. So that's a little bit of a mouthful. Right, here we have got 3 gnomes stamps, and I love, you know, like really cute. Now, this is approaching limited stock, a very, very, very near limited stock. So please do not miss out. And the only way to not miss out is to check out those baskets, and then you can create something as cool as that. Look at that. Now, what I love about these gnomes is the fact that you cannot see the eyes, so you kind of imagine their personality just by the clothes that you color them with. Again, alcohol markers, maybe your choice, or maybe you want to color them with watercolor pencils. Look at the dies. Now, you are getting, of course, the larger ones in here in this set, so you can see it, but also, is that the smaller ones? I cannot see it. No, the smaller ones are from the previous. Yeah, they did sell out. So that's exactly. So it's just the 3 larger ones in them. Right. If you want to go for the gnomes, your item number is 747444. £36.48 is the price. You're saving £3. And remember, Mushroom Lemons is a brand new company here at Hochanda that is based in the USA. So we are delighted to bring back another collection from Riley and Company, which, by the way, is a company that brings you answers. So it's one of the companies that works with Karen Bernstein. So you know the quality, you know they are going to be fabulous. And then we are going to join Susie for the first demonstration of the hour. Are you ready?
I'm good.
Good. Right, take it away.
Okay, well, I did a quick switch because we've sold out of the one I was going to demonstrate. So I shall move on to the Polka Dot 2 house. So they are such cute houses.
Oh, the polka dot house.
Yeah, that one with the orange.
The first one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
We're good with that
one?
one?
Oh, it has sold out.
That one's sold out
Can
as well.
we do the church?
We can do the church.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. Bear with me 2 seconds while I quick switch a room.
While you set out, we set yourself for the next bit. We have got some stills that we can show you. Of course, the polka. All the polka dot house number 2 has now sold out. Please do check out your baskets for any other item. Now this is, of course, that is the sold out. Also the shed, the house with the shed, and now is very, very limited. So basically, it is bouncing out of baskets. So if you check out right now, it will be yours, but if you don't, it won't. So therefore, if you do not want to miss out, please do check your baskets out, because of course the baskets are to refresh themselves. Now we have got the church as well, which that one we do have it. So if you want to go for the church, please by all means be very quick and check out those baskets. And now, are you ready? Good. Yeah.
Change around. Right, so the church. One thing about the stamps, so they all come with a sort of like greaseproof paper backing to them.
Yeah.
In fact, I've got one here that I can quickly show you. This is the shed one, but they all come like this. This backing just peels off and reveals your cling. And that's what you can use to attach your stamp to an acrylic block, stamping platform, whatever is your chosen method of stamping. So I've got my church here. I'm going to do a quick demo with Distress ink. So this is a rapid card, no colouring required, just a bit of water. So I've cut my card, held it in place with magnets on my stamping platform, and I'm just going to put my stamp down, make sure I've pressed so that it's in place, and then I'm just going to grab some Distress ink. I've chosen to use Vintage Photo, but the colour choice is yours. I quite like the tones of Vintage Photo. And I'm just going to press down, making sure I've pressed everywhere on my platform. And there you go. Don't move it. And there is a reason. All will be revealed. And somebody has walked off with my water brush. There it is. Got it. So the church obviously needs a gnome to live in it as well, so we'll come to that later. Now, the great thing, superb thing about these stamps is their accompanying dies. So for those people who hate fussy cutting, don't like to spend hours cutting and colouring, you've got all your layers in your dies, so you can choose how many layers you end up with. So if you are posting it, you don't have to do all the layers, you can do as many or as few as you like. But it also means I can reference the dies to see which bits I need to colour to avoid over-colouring layers. And I'm just going to, instead of colouring, I'm using my water brush, and because it's Distress ink, its lead time is longer. So if I just run over with a wet brush or wet paintbrush, if you use a paintbrush you've got more control because you dictate how much water goes in. But I've chosen to use a water brush so that I can move the ink, and you'll see just by touching
we can
it,
see that.
I'm moving the colour, and it's so quick and easy to do.
And that already gives a little bit of that colouring effect, right?
Absolutely, yes. And the great thing with this is the detail that is in these stamps is phenomenal. You don't have to work at it. I can just follow what's there, and already you can see
that's beautiful.
It's looking super coloured in and lovely, and I've done no work. How good's that? So you can go on and you can carry on colouring to your heart's content. Yeah. Now I'm just going to, for speed of demo, so that we can get on to something else, I'm not going to colour all and sundry in. I'm just going to do the odd bit. And whilst that's drying, I'm just going to do a second spire top or tower top, because that's the bit I'm going to die cut. So while my main piece is drying, I'm going to just die cut this one. So I'm not going to colour it all in, just going to do the tower. So I'm going to take my die, and you'll see that these dies, I'll just put this to one side so you can see, the dies do fit perfectly round the stamps.
Yeah, that's perfect. Absolutely.
It's great because it means that when you come to cutting out, you know that you're not going to get any bits you don't want. Yeah. So hold that in place with some tape. And I'm just
Is that a washi tape that you're using?
This is washi tape, yeah, but you could use low tack tape. You don't have to use washi tape. It's just that I seem to have an abundance of washi tape in my workroom.
Don't we all?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why. And so I'm trying to find as many uses as I can for washi tape. I've labelled just about everything in my workroom with it.
Oh, yeah.
So there's my spire top. Now the other tip I have for you which we mentioned on the first show, but if you didn't see it, the other tip was when you've die cut your layers, to get rid of that white edge, if you just take a complementary or same coloured ink, in this case I'm going to use the same vintage photo, and I just go round with it on a sponge, just to give the edge colour rather than white. So if I hold the two together, let's put it over black and you'll be able to see. You see it's got a white edge here, whereas the edge I've coloured looks
finished.
More, so when you're layering up, it's not so obvious. It still blends from the front into the complete image. Right, let's go back to our image that should now be dry. And the reason why I said don't move it from the platform is because this time I'm going to ink it with archival ink, which is a stronger ink tone, permanent, and it means that it won't bleed anymore.
Yes.
And it will highlight the image more for us. It gives it greater depth, in other words. Can you see?
Yes, perfect.
Looks
I
awesome,
love
doesn't
that.
it? So then I can just quickly put a bit of silicone or a foam pad on here and put it onto the top of my mushroom church.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this stamp is just fab for wedding cards, anniversary cards, anything. I mean, what about a baptism card as well? It'd be brilliant for that. So, quick and easy colouring. I did very little. It did it all for me, just with the distress ink. So that you can make these stamps as versatile as you want them to be and put as much effort in as you want. So if you get a phone call for it and you need to do a rapid card, this is a great way to do it.
It is. That is fabulous, and I love the dimension of like
it's brilliant, isn't it? You've also got in the pack the flower die. So
really?
Yeah. So I can cut out the flowers and use that as an embellishment as well, which is great because cutting flowers out, let's face it, is not the most
all the fiddly petals and things like that.
Yeah, you can end up. The only trouble is I need to remember which way round it goes. Get there eventually. Well, I'll just run it through like that. What have I done with my washi tape? There it is. Nope, we need a new bit of washi tape. Oh, see, I will get through my stash. Okay. So have we had any more gnomes names suggestions?
Oh, no. Yeah, if you want to have emails to name the gnomes, do email us in at the studio at hochanda.com, and that, of course. And also, I need to remind everybody to check out their baskets, because we have had the house with the shed, and now that has sold out. Did sell out, but once technically sold out, which means that if it's iron baskets, that of course, you know, sell out. But however, if they don't check out, what happens is it auto refreshes itself, so it means that you know, there is some bounce back. We have that's a very long-winded way to explain that. Basically, you can get it. That's me. Why use one word when you can use 100?
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, it makes people listen.
I hope so.
There you go. So I can just layer up my flowers as well. But you could just cut a whole load of those out and do a framework for it. You can make your own embellishments, but such a quick and easy thing to do.
That is really. Can you hold it a little bit? Yeah, tilted there. Perfect.
Is that better?
So the camera can.
Got it?
Yeah, that's good. Love it. Look at that. I love your top tips about edging the sides of the top of the bell tower, because of course the spire, because it gives that finish result, that kind of really dimension. Right, 903 818 381 is your item number. Right. Now, the shed, you know, we have got the shed and, of course, the house with the shed. Now, it is limited stock. Well, very, very limited. So basically, a couple of them as bounce back. So if you want it, if you want a bundle with the dies, you still can get it, but please do check out your baskets right now in order to get that. £27.48 is the price for the glorious stamp, and of course the gorgeous dies in there. And then of course you can see them here, how beautiful they are. I love how the shading comes in with it, because then you can then do techniques like Susie was showing, that you don't need to actually have 3 markers to create the shader, because you have got those dots. So with one single color, you already have got that perfect shading there. Look how glorious you have got it. And look, it's the same stamp, the same sort of composition, and yet how different does it look by coloring it different colors. I'm also thinking that because you can cut it all out, you don't need to have the little one. So you can just do one single image if you want to do that. 606796 is your item number. £27.48 is the price. And then let's move on to the, I believe, the church, which is, of course, what Susie has just demonstrated. And, of course, is that beautiful with the spiral tower in there, that kind of elongation and very, really pretty cross at the very top with the beautiful flowers coming in. Nearly 70% of the stock has already gone. And if you want yours, the item that you need to take note is 903881. Now, if you wanted to go for the stamp on its own, so then of course you kind of just get this one. The item number is 183298, of course, and that will give you the stamp on its own. You can see here, look, oh, this is such a good sentiment. I want that sentiment. We didn't kill each other. Happy anniversary. You know, I will say, can I say it, producer? Yeah, the producer saying that's me next week. That's the card I'm going to use. Right, of course, we are going to move on to the next one, which is the gnomes. Now, in the gnomes, we have got, of course, those beautiful larger gnomes. They are kind of really quirky as well. And, of course, you have got the matching dies, that kind of, and then, of course, look at that. So, look at that. You can layer them together, and look at that. How you, once that you color them, you have got that beautiful something here, and then you have got that. So you can see it, how gorgeous. And then, of course, the moustache in themselves is, of course, that. Of course, that's a part of the composition. If you want to grab your 747444 is your item number. £36.48 is your item number. Now, of course, if you are car making, you maybe want some strong adhesive, and you cannot do better than red liner tape. It is a strong bond. It's an immediate bond, so it grabs it quickly and doesn't let go, and that is what red liner tape does for you. Now, here in this 7-day savers, what you have got is 10 rolls. So you have got 5 of the 9 mil and 5 of the 12 mil. You are getting 5 meters in each, and you're getting, of course, 10 rolls in total, so 50 meters. It's, of course, the red liner tape, when you peel it off, it's completely transparent. You can see there, and of course it's heat resistant, and it kind of, that high tack makes it perfect for construction boxes and for attaching that kind of flat material layering if you want to kind of create that sort of look. 666159 is your item number. £12.99 is the price, with saving £17. Now, if you want somewhere where to store your bits and bobs, whether they are crafty or whether they are just household items, maybe the bathroom, maybe the beauty things, maybe you want to have, maybe in the garage, maybe you have got a tech room and you want to have your cables and your kind of different elements in here. The till bends are absolutely phenomenal. They are kind of clear on the front, so you can see exactly the contents. Also, what I like is you will get the 4 individual ones, and then you can slot them like we have got here, and they become a unit. That means that you can do them like a set of 4, or you can say that have a tall tower, or you can have them along the bottom. You can have it, if you're going to use it for food, it has to come the food with its wrapping. So they are not food safe, so therefore that's just important to say. However, you can wall mount it with, of course, all of them have got this mounting element, or if you have got deflectors, kind of hanging bar. You can then put them in here. You know the canisters that come with the deflector caddies? Well, there is that bar that you can hang them around. These ones also you can. Now, of course, because they are low profile, it means that you can have them sitting on the table, not taking that much space. £18.99 is the price, and of course you're having a £13 saving. 813243 is your item number. And then zippers. Now here you are getting 50 zippers, so you are getting actually, of course, you are getting 10 colors, 5 of each. Now they are what they're called an 8-inch zippers, so they are 20 centimeters length, but of course the actual zipper length is about more around the 7 inches. Indeed it is. £11.99 is the price, and you're saving £38. 661 as 201 is your item number, and you have been shopping ahead for the books. Now Susie has been liking them. I love them. They are 2 books by one of the you know, what can I say, the most more prominent quilters of the modern take is Tula Pink. She's an amazing designer of fabric, and let's have a look at it. She's somewhere, and I think in the other book she has got a picture. But what she does is goes through very much detail on how to build beautiful quilts with colors, with diagrams, with incredible detailed instructions. And I love, because it's kind of, some of them, this is definitely advanced, the kind of circle one, but then there are some others like this one which I absolutely adore. Look at that beautiful butterfly, and there is a beautiful picture here. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? That as a quilt, it's like an ikat. It has beautiful Far Eastern fabrics, and it's very clever because it has been built with the strips, so it is actually easy. And then how it's put together, isn't it amazing? It's just amazing. And then of course the yellow, then you have got simpler ones as well, so there is not necessarily all complicated, but it kind of gives you a kind of a step-by-step on how to build very different, colorful, of course, beautiful quilts. Look at that, even the skulls. She's cool at Tula Pink. She's very, very, very cool woman. Look at that. So that's the one. And then the other one is about building blocks. So it's the 100 modern quilt blocks. So here she is. Here is Tula. That's Tula. Now and look, so here we have got, of course, those blocks in here. So it tells you exactly how to construct those blocks. So 100 blocks. It's an amazing one. And of course, then you can create your own quilt based on these amazing blocks. Now, if you want to go for the pair of the books, you have got a £20 off price. You're only paying £28.98. 159466 is your item number. Now, of course, you may want some bright cardstock for your notes or for any of the stamps, and of course that we have got in here. This is the rainbow card by Jelly Beans, and you have got that velvety sort of matte finish. It's very much like, it's really, really lovely to stamp on, and emboss. And you have got a rainbow of colors. So you have got lilacs, you have got purples, you have got pinks, you have got yellows, you have got oranges, you have got green, you have got blue, you have got, of course, that beautiful chocolatey brown, if I can get it in here. And you can see how beautiful they were. You're getting 300 sheets in total. They are 235 GSM, which means that it's perfect for construction. Whether you want to die cut into it, or whether you want to kind of create base cards, smaller cards, they are phenomenal. You're saving £44 and you're paying £31.99 for this mountain of rainbow cards. Also, I should mention that, of course, the white back means that, of course, you have got that white finish at the end, the inside. Now, if you want a construction board, now this is phenomenal. Now, this is 700 GSM. It's the density of mount board, and I found, of course, it's double-sided in the sense that you have got both sides you can use. It has got a more natural feel, and then you have got the white one, so you can use it in whichever way you want to use it. So you have got the white and the natural side, and then on the blue again, so you can see blue and white. Right, $9.99 is the price, and of course you are getting 12 of them, 700 GSM from Ross Paper. 191035 is your item number. And of course, imagine to something there. And of course, we have got the All Create, but you can see 7-day savers more on the website. Remember, they are launched on a Sunday at 8 a.m. and they should last until the following Sunday 8 a.m. Now, by the way, this stamp set is now limited to stock. It's the beautiful blooming poppies. Again, a phenomenal. Look at the size of that. That is kind of really, really beautiful, isn't it? £18.99 is the price. You are saving £5. And of course, it's from All Create, so you know the quality. 055758 is your item number. Let's join back to Susie. Are you ready for the next one?
I'm good, yeah.
Yeah, she's. So off you go.
So we're going to use the gnomes. We're going to do a bit of a gnome gathering, which I can't remember what the collective was, but I think it should be Garden of Gnomes. So I've got my 3 little gnome characters. They do come separated in your set. And I'm going to show you how to mask them off and create like a group of gnomes.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm going to put my first character, the one that I want in the foreground, so in front, I'm going to put on my block. I'm going to use Memento ink because I'm going to colour with alcohol inks. Alcohol markers, sorry. So I'm just going to stamp my first image in the middle of my card. And then I have a mask prepared. Now I use just low-tack transfer tape, and I've stamped on that, and because it's see-through, I know where it is.
Oh, perfect.
Absolutely excellent. But you can use Post-it notes, of course.
Or sticky. Other brands are available.
Yeah, all brands, yeah. Anything that has a low-tack part to it, and remember that when you are using them, stamp on the bit that's tacky, not the bit that isn't, because otherwise it won't stick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Masking tape works as well.
Yeah.
So I'm going to stamp my group. So if you stamp over the top, I'm going to use my all 3 of my gnomes. So I feel they are a gang. They are going to be a collective gang.
Yeah.
And let's have this one up here, I think. You know what I love about these gnomes is that within the die set you get the hats as well, so you can do paper piecing, which is what we're going to do with this lot. So I can now do the reveal, take my mask away, and there you go. I've got no overlapping lines, I've got all my little characters where I need them to be, and just to save a bit of time I've already coloured my first one. So I can go straight to that die and place it over the top of my gnome. Hold it in position with a bit of washi tape, good old washi tape. Or you can use low-tack tape, whatever works for you. Crafting is definitely something no one should stress about, because nobody ever makes a mistake. It's always extensions of your creativity. There you go. So that's number 1 gang done. And as we did before, I'm just going to go around the edge of him just to make sure that any white edges on the sides won't be seen. And I do find it easier to do this using a sponge and applicator rather than hold the ink pad against the side. You also get that sort of subtle shading.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I must say, if it had been laser cut, has got that effect.
Yes, I know what you mean. That like semi-burnt edge.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's gnome number 1, Norbert number 1, whatever it is going to be called. So we can come on to the other 2. So I'm going to do a very quick. Now, when I was colouring these,
we have had another suggestion for a name.
Yeah, go for
coming
it.
from Christine. It is Neville.
Neville the gnome.
Gnome, yeah.
Sounds good. Norbert and Neville.
Neville.
So I thought with these gnomes, how good would they be to do your quick Christmas cards?
Oh, yes.
You could just literally do one gnome, colour him in whatever colour your theme is.
Yep.
Perfect. And you could even use glitter card for the hats, because you got that die for the hat. You could give him a glittery hat.
Yeah.
Or even a felt hat. Oh, it'd just be so cool. So I'm just going to whiz through this. Give a bit of shading. I'm not looking for an art masterclass today. That's another show. I just need to create. But as with, although there isn't the detail in the clothing that there is in the house detail, there's sufficient for you to then colour in and do whatever it is you want to do with these gnomes. So I am going to make this one look a bit like that jolly old red character we know and love in December.
Ah, look at that. I love that. And you're using alcohol markers, aren't you?
I am using alcohol markers, yes. But, I mean, you could use watercolour brush markers. You could use your colouring pencils. And if you were going to, if children were going to use these to do their own storybook, for example.
Yeah, definitely.
Then you could use anything you can colour with. I mean, you could even just do it with artist pencils, you know, B-grade pencils.
Yeah,
and just give it beautiful shading with your pencils. Anything at all. They look just so cute, that's all. Right, let's give him a beard. Now, if you don't want to do a full beard in colour because you're not happy, you know, it's too broad, or you just want it to look as if it's a bit white, then if you take either a really pale grey or a very pale blue and just skim round the edge, it just gives a bit of shading on the edges, and you'll see, although it looks like I've just scribbled, which in fact is exactly what I have done, as the alcohol evaporates out of the marker, you're left with a very faint shade, which gives you the bit you want. Now, I've left his nose deliberately because we're going to employ our little die for his nose. Now, this little character over here, I'm just going to do his beard, and then I'm going to do a paper-pieced hat for him. Now, I'm actually going to give him a bright yellow beard. Why not?
Oh, of course not. Of course. It could be, you know, blunt gnome.
Exactly.
So we have got Norbert, we have got Neville, and then we need a third name. So,
don't you just want to be rebellious and give him a name that doesn't begin with N?
But then it's just kind of, especially if the other two
Manuel or Frederick. Yeah, Frederick Gnome is good. Like it.
Matt has suggesting Frederick.
Fred the Gnome.
Or it could be Matt the Gnome. It could be Matt the Gnome. Barry, that's a good one.
Barry the Gnome.
So, Barry, what is Noel, the
well,
Noel.
definitely if he was painted red, you could definitely, that's a definite Noel, isn't it?
Yeah. Noel. Nigel, it has to be Nigel. Nigel, Norbert, and of course Neville. I just think that works.
That's good.
What
good
a
combo.
gang.
Good combo. I can feel it's going to be a winning trio somehow.
Yes.
Right.
We are here to fixing your, your garden. When
Oh, wouldn't that be ace if you just left them a list of jobs? A bit like the fairy tale, The Elves and the Shoemaker. Do you think they'll have mown my lawn while I'm doing this? Right, so I've got my little characters. So what I want to do is cut his hat out of some scraps. So I'm feeling this bit. So any old bits of scraps. So this is a great scrap busting tool as well. I don't know about you guys, but I have so many scraps. And I love this paper, so I'm going to cherry pick from it where I'm going to use it. That's it. So I just put the right hat through, which means I haven't got to colour it in. I can just glue it into place, and look at that perfect match. Looks so cool. We love it. I can also do the noses. Should we do a load of noses? I feel we should have coloured noses. What do you think? If I'm really careful, I can get them all out of different colours. Just by placing them on my paper, running them through my dye machine. I couldn't believe that the dyes went to the detail of the noses. I thought that was an amazingly brilliant idea, because it gives you so much fun.
I love the way that you can, of course, decoupage it as well, like you are doing, or it kind of like, I love that technique of die cutting out of other paper that you already have done. He looks more like a wizard rather than a gnome now.
Yeah, I do. So I'm just going to put a little bit of glue, although my glue seems to have gone to sleep.
Oh, always happens.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's cold, that's why. Here we go, we've woken up again.
Oh, look at that, the little noses.
Yeah, little noses. Oh, let's put him on the right one.
Now, if you had 3D drops, like some liquid pearls, maybe the one with glitter, so it has got the sparkly nose, because there has...
I have got some stickles.
Ice frost the ice, kind of, so that sort of thing.
But you could just glitter them as well, couldn't you, for Christmas? Actually, what about if you made a lot of them?
Yeah.
And then hung them on your Christmas tree. You could have a gnome tree for Christmas. How cool would that be?
That would be so cool.
Yeah, I feel that my children are now saying, oh no, she's really lost it now. And they're all panicking about what the Christmas tree is going to look like. Can you blame them? Right, I'm just using tweezers for this bit because my fingers are not going to manage it.
I look at that. Oh, I love it.
I think I may have muddled these up, but it doesn't matter. It still works. They are just so tiny.
Yeah.
And there's one house, and I can't remember which one it is off the top of my head, but there's one where you've got the little ladybirds that you can cut out.
Oh, I see.
Which is amazing. So you've got flower embellishments, everything. So a quick.
I think the house
put
with
his
the
hat
shed.
on.
Yes, the house with the shed has got the ladybird.
The two little
Do we have
ladybirds.
still a stock of that?
Or have
let's kind of find out. Yeah.
There you go.
Now, if it's extremely limited, if you want that one with the, of course, you can see it here, the gorgeous house with the shed. If you want this one, of course, you can get it still, but really, really limited. So you need to check out your baskets now. Of course, look at that. Oh, and then you can see the ladybird. Can you see it here? The ladybirds. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah, thank goodness. This is a proper ladybird size on a gnome house. That's how it is. Can you imagine a ladybird that big in real life? That would be like
scary,
terrifying.
Although we wouldn't have any green fly, would we?
Sorry?
We wouldn't have any green fly if they were that big.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine so, yeah.
So there you go. Sorted.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Look, let's have a look. Oh, look at them. So this is either a shortage of gnomes or a gaggle of gnomes.
A gaggle of gnomes. That sounds better, doesn't it?
I don't know. I like the shortage. I don't know. Well,
Yeah.
there is no shortage of gnomes because, of course, we have
Well, if you
them.
make enough masks, you won't have a shortage at all, will you?
Exactly. Indeed, we have. Thank you, Susie, for that demonstration. Remember that you can get a sale at the house, of course, with the house with the shed, and you have got them here, and of course with the beautiful dies, matching dies. And of course you can see, look and see the stamp, and here with the beautiful leaves. I love, can you see here the kind of the antenna for the TV? This is so cute, isn't it? It's kind of a different sort of thing. They have used fish scales so they can tune in into Gnome TV. Of course you have got in here the ladybirds, look at that. Then it has got the shed, or maybe it's a, what they call it, a granny flat as well, or a granny house annex, yeah. And then of course, this could be for, you know, I don't know, maybe like a craft room or something like that. Just always thinking of that. And then of course you have got the lamppost in there. £27.48 is the price. We are saving £3. 606 796 is your item number. And then we have got the church, the glorious church, with of course that beautiful spire at the very top with the cross. Now here we have got the dies, matching dies, of course we do, and of course it means that you can then layer them up perfectly and create that dimensional in here. I love that also the size of them, so they are nice and a decent size that then you can incorporate into smaller cards as well as in bigger cards. And of course you have got here the stamp, and you can see that it's pre-cut, pre-mounted into, of course, that cling foam mount that of course then you can straight away use on your acrylic block or a stamping platform. Now of course you get the dies that match and that allow you to cut all the layers, including the doors and the windows, and of course that spire in there. £27.48 is the price, and you are saving £3. 903 381 is your item number for the. And then the gnome, of course, those ones that Susie was using. I kind of miss a little bit. And of course we have got here the three gnomes, Neville, Nigel and Norbert. These are the names and they're official now. Now of course then we have got the matching dies, and you can see now you're not getting the small ones, you're getting the large ones. Now they are limited to stock now, so if you want yours, please do check out your baskets. £36.48 is the price. Remember, we have had 6 sellouts already, and of course once they are gone, they are gone. There's no more extra stock on extended delivery. I need to repeat it again that of course it is extended delivery because they are based in America, so they will be dispatched from the 13th of July. 747444 is the item number for the gnomes. Can we join back Susie? Let's go back, head back to Susie.
Okay, so I'm going to use the shed one, which I think was Scott's favourite from earlier.
Oh, it is rather lovely. I think it's because he would like to live in the shed, and
yeah,
you know,
said
Fiona
he wanted
can
a
live.
man shed,
Yeah.
didn't he? So I have done a bit of a. Here's one I made earlier with this,
great.
but I just want to show you the detail in this stamp is phenomenal. So I've taken off the protective case. I have used it before, but I am a bit OCD, so I do keep it on there. So I'm just going to stamp up. Now remember, use the appropriate ink for whatever it is you're going to colour with. I'm just going to use Archival because that's the one I had at hand, but to colour it I would have to be very careful about what I wanted to use. So I'm just going to stamp it down onto my card.
Can I remind everybody to please check out their baskets, otherwise you might miss out. This is the last show for today. Look at that image.
It's amazing detail, isn't it?
It's
and as you said, the ladybirds, it's just incredible detail on here.
Look at that, isn't it? Could you tell that? Yeah, that would be better. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, we got it?
Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Oh, that is amazing. Look at the garden. And look at the footpath. I mean, even like the grass. And there is a well as well on the side.
I know. Every time, as you're colouring these, you suddenly spot little things. You've got so much detail. You've got the little water butt here, these beautiful little windows. It's just incredible. And then, you know, you come further up, you've got your ladybirds, you've got the lamppost, even the little picket fence. It's so cute. And what's even better, so this is where the Blue Peter bit comes in. Here's some I made earlier.
Wow.
Now my top tip, which I did mention on the first show, but just in case you missed it, when you're colouring these, if you're short of time and you haven't got time to do lots and lots of colouring, here's my top tip. Colour one. Colour it really, really well. Spend loads of time getting it absolutely spot on, and then colour photocopy it.
Are we allowed to do that?
Absolutely. Yes. Now, if you watch the Riley and Company YouTube, that is Tanya's top tip, because that means that every image will be identical. You've not wasted hours colouring in. Well, I don't say wasted. You've not spent hours colouring in. But it also means that you can move on and do whatever you want and create something special. Now, for this particular stamp, you can see you get lots and lots of dies.
Yeah.
You've got your 3 layers just for the mushroom itself. And then you've got your doors, your windows, and even the 2 little ladybirds.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Now, Susie, we have got some news. Now, this bundle, of course, of the stamp and the die now has gone. Please, and so has the stamps on its own. However, we still have got the die on its own. So if you have bought the stamp on it before on its own, and you now regretted it, and you're thinking, I wish I had the die, you can do that. You can buy the die on its own. £19.99 is the price. 956347 is the item number for the die itself. And let's head back to Susie.
So I will show you how to use those dies then. Since we've got the dies left, I can do that. So they again line up over the top of the image itself. So I'm going to just concentrate for a few seconds getting it lined up, trying to get my eyes into gear. It's a good idea to focus on one particular area. So I use the ladybird actually, because, and she's just throwing the washi tape on the floor, and it's rolled the other end of the studio. But that's fine. It's fine. We can. Someone will rescue it for me. Thank you.
There.
That's it. Fabulous.
That happens always in live TV, and of course it happens in real life.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Awesome. Right. See, that's why you stick bits on your die cutting machine normally. Right. Now, when you're placing your dies, another tip for you, make sure the majority of the tack is on the bit you don't want, because then you're not going to ruin anything that you have cut and coloured in. I think I'm about there. There you go. So that's going to go through. And I've chosen to die cut with the blade going down, because that way I can make sure it's not moved. So we've done one bit. And by the power of photocopying, I have another bit here. So again, you can use as many or as few layers as you like to build up your picture. And you can even make them into pictures, as we've got here. Yeah. Which would be a great new home present, wouldn't it?
Susie, to make it clear, the photocopy would be for personal use, right?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, you wouldn't do it to photocopy to sell. It's purely so that you can create your images without having to colour every layer.
So if we hand stamp it and colour in, what would be the angel policy?
As long as you have hand stamped, hand coloured and made it yourself, not by machine, then there is a full angel policy. It means you can sell them for your chosen charities or your shop, whatever it is.
Right, we have got seconds. Sorry, I kind of was so enthralled in your demonstration that I forgot to say that you had like 40 seconds to go.
That's fine, that's fine. I just wanted to show you how these layer up. So let's get the original image back, and you can see when they layer up.
Perfect, absolutely perfect. Yeah? And then phenomenal. That is incredible. Thank you so much, Susie.
Right.
Pretty much we have sold out. It has been a sold-out show. Thank you so much, Susie, for coming. I hope that you are coming back very soon. And of course, remember Mushroom Lane to check out your baskets, because you may have had some other items that still are in stock. So please do check out those baskets to make sure that you're getting your beautiful stamps and matching dies. It's been a pleasure. I'll see you a brand new One Day Special. Oh, sorry, my counting down is terrible. Fabric Freedom One Day Special after the break with Hayley West. Craft yourself silly happy hour then, and then of course One Day Special again.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Hochanda News. We are excited to announce that our broadcast hours on Freeview have been extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you were missing our live shows in the evening and we can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Coming up in the future with Hochanda, the Mill Shop Online are going to bring lots more collections of beautiful fabrics, all inspired for you crafters, for your upholsterers, soft furnishings, everything for every project. All our designs for Hochanda, all our crafting elements, always very unique and very exclusive for Hochanda. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
one day special time, and we've got a corker for you. In fact, we've got 3, because it's one of those opportunities where you've got 3 different one day specials with some amazing savings on them. Of course, you can see on your screen there, we're talking fabric freedom, so we know it's going to be quality, we know it's going to be value for money, and we know we've got Hayley Smith here. What are you up to, Hayley?
I'm trying to cut my bits out because I wasn't.
Oh, look at you, all this fabric.
Honestly, I wasn't ready. I'm still cutting my bits out. So you crack on for a bit. That's fine.
Okay.
I quite like this distance thing.
It's a long way, isn't it?
Yeah, because then you don't know that I'm not ready until you do that.
Not a problem. Well, I'll do some talky bits and some number bits, and we'll catch up with Hayley in a little while. But let me enlighten you to your one day special. You've got 3 choices, and you've got some beautiful fabrics. Each of the one day specials is kind of like a little bundle in its own right, with lots of elements in there that work beautifully together, something that Fabric Freedom do so well. But then you will find that you've got exactly the same design but in a different colour grouping. But of course what that means is it will still work with the original, and so with the third as well. So they do really work well together, although at first sight when you look at them they will look totally different, but I'll explain as we go on. Now each one is made up of 5 half metres, so you're looking at 2.5 metres worth of fabric for £26.95. Now you've got your cream and your pink to start with, which is this one here, and your lead fabric. You often find this with Fabric Freedom. They'll start off with their lead fabric, which has got all the different elements in that the kind of subsequent fabrics come from, all colours and things like that. So in here, I mean, you've got some beautiful designs, absolutely gorgeous. I love these kind of fantasy flowers that you've got in here, little star-shaped flowers, and lovely kind of natural tones there, aren't they, with the gorgeous kind of sage greens and things like that.
That one's my favourite.
You like this one, do you, Hayley?
As Leonie would say, that colourway is my favourite, and that's the one I'm going to do the first demo with, because I think it's lovely. And that really kind of rich, kind of mauvey colour that comes in next one, that's it. Yeah, I think that really, having that real big contrast between the dark and the light will work really, really well for this one.
Beautiful. Now, of course, you are going to get all 5 of these. So, of course, you've got that gorgeous lead fabric, the one there with that almost like berry tone behind it. Again, beautiful flowers right at the way through. And this is kind of like a leafy or maybe a petal style one. And then, of course, you have got that geometric one as well. The geometric and all of these different designs are repeated in each of the colourways. So, of course, the geometric from this one will work well with the geometric in the next one. And that's where we're going to start on this one, because, again, you'll see the geometric there, exactly the same design, so you could quite easily go for the complete bundle, which will give you all 3 of the one day specials, and use those geometrics together. Again, you can see here you've kind of got those petals again. On this occasion they almost look like little kind of teardrops. Beautiful. Love that kind of bright green that you've got in there, really fun, funky colour. And then the teals, the purples featuring in this one. And again, those sort of complement each one of the different elements that you've got within there, as you can see. And again, that gorgeous lead fabric. Again, on this one, it's got loads of colour in there with that purple backing, but those cerise pinks in there. Absolutely beautiful. And this one is called Purple Pink. So that's the second of your options. Now, your third option, our floor manager, Kirsty, this is her favourite. And I must admit, I think she's got something there, because this is a beautiful one, and these ones are your cream and orange. But when you say orange, sometimes orange, you think of, say, orange being a very bright and in your face colour, but this one's got kind of like a muted tone to it as well. Really, really nice one. Again, your lead fabric, you've got that mulberry fabric featuring in there. Gorgeous kind of retro style flowers, and again those little teardrops featuring, and the geometric again within there. Each one of your one day specials coming to you for just £26.95. Absolutely beautiful fabric. You're saving £13 on each one of those, and I say each one of those because at the bottom of the screen you can see there where you've got the opportunity to get all of them. So you'd be saving £13, you'd be saving £26, then you'd be saving £39, wouldn't you, across all of those. Well, have a look on your screen there. You will get an extra £2 saving if you decide to go for all of them, meaning that you can get them all for £78.85, and of course that means you can spread the cost as well. Beautiful fabrics, incredible price, and when you look at that price on your screen there, it really is a phenomenal deal, because when you're looking at the price that you'd normally be paying for your one day special, it's almost like you get one of those in with the bundle, if that makes sense. But we'll look at the maths a little bit later on. But for the time being, there are your beautiful fabrics, as you can see there. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got, where am I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it 8 fabric? How many did you get in total? Oh, 15 metres in total. I just can't count it up. 2.5. Is that right? No, 7.5, 15 half metres. Yeah, because you've got 3, 10, 15. Yeah, so I was rounding it up. So yeah, 7.5 metres overall. That's what I was thinking. Anyway, those are your one-day specials. Details of the complete bundle for the Boho Garden complete collection on your screen there, 696-536 if you are wanting those. Now we're going to move along and have a look at more. I will at this stage mention to you as well, jump onto the website and have a look, because we have got some happy hour deals for you as well. We've got 3 fabulous deals, and those prices are only good for this hour, so go and check those out. Now this isn't one of the happy hour deals, but this is something that you're definitely going to be wanting to add into your basket, because we're looking at blenders. And blenders have got kind of that mottled finish to it. Can I just move that because it's irritating here? There. Is it gone? It's gone. So it's just those little kind of little wispy bits. They get on your nerves, don't you? Anyway, with these, you've got your mottled blender. And again, you're going to see these colours repeated throughout the one-day specials. Absolutely beautiful designs. Love these because, of course, you've got those gorgeous kind of berry tones. The cerise is in here, the greens, that gorgeous orange in there as well, going right the way through to your greens, your pinks and your blues there. Absolutely beautiful. Now, of course, these all work well together. So if you were looking at doing something like a rainbow quilt, because you've got the continuity of the print running through all of those, you could quite easily use all of these in a fabulous, oh, imagine like a Bargello style quilt where you've got all those different colours making an appearance. Beautiful. £15.99. You can choose any 3 of these, but of course what you could do is go in more than once and get even more. So on the website you'll find the item number. There you go, you can see on your screen there. And then you're just going to choose. Simply click on that plus button. And now if you want to go for repeats of the same one, you can do. Can't guarantee there'll be a complete piece when they come to you. But you're going to chop them up, aren't you? Make them into quilts and all sorts of goodies. But a really nice selection, as you can see there. Keep a note of that item number as well, because I think that's going to be one of those ones you're going to revisit, and then just check out your basket when you are ready. £15.99, that's a really good price. I like those. So, options. We like to bring you options here at Hochanda, and you've got oodles of them. And this is a really nice set. Again, if you're looking for blenders, especially these 2 first bundles that we've got here. So you're going to get 10. And you've got choices with regards to these. So as you can see here, the first one is on your batik dots, and this is like a printed batik. So you have got a little bit of a repeat with regards to the design that you've got in here, but you'll notice the white polka dots running exactly the same size, exactly the same distance apart throughout all of those. So again, if you're looking at colours that are going to work together on an overall quilt, then this is a lovely way to do it. But of course, lots of colours there that are going to lend themselves really well to the one-day special. So do think about that particular one. Next one that we've got, similar sort of idea, 10 different colours. And again, as you look across, you'll notice that these work so well together because you've got the same colour, but this time a slightly different print with these, because these ones have got your batik florals in them. And again, going from the greens right the way through those gorgeous kind of charcoal greys, through the pinks, your minty greens, they are all in there. And again, complementing that first set that we just looked at a few moments ago. 2 more options to share with you. Now, this one's got more of a mottled look to it, and just a really nice kind of range of colours again. Some of them are quite strong colours. I mean, the red and the black there, you might want to use those in something if you're doing something on an oriental theme. The grey between them works well as well. Again, that lovely brown there, that's going to work well with one of those kind of autumnal, the orange option that we had at the one-day special. But lots of kind of blues and gorgeous turquoises, pinks, all running through there. So very useful set, that particular one. Now the next one, again, this is going to work with any of these, especially the one that we just looked at, because you can see that turquoise coming through. And again, that blue is going to work with any of those batiks that we looked at with the florals or the little dots on there. So really nice fabrics. And again, just beautiful, beautiful quality with these. These ones are your Dixie florals, and you're going to get 10 half metres, giving you 5 metres in total. And again, you're just looking at £49.99. So choice is yours. It's a tough call though, because they are all such useful fabrics to have in your stash. So yeah, can't help you with that one. If you're wanting yours, 038933. Now I've got some fabulous options for you with regards to the next few, and some really fun and funky fabrics. Love these. We're off to the jungle. Have a look at these little characters that you've got here. These are fun. Now, looking at cotton fabric, again, it's quite a weighty cotton, this one, so I'm thinking it'd be fabulous if you wanted to make a blind with these or something. But fun home decor with your little characters featured in there. I love these. You've kind of got all the exotic plants. I thought we got an exotic bird there for a few moments. I don't know, is it? It could be a bird, couldn't it? A bit of a fantasy bird? I don't know. Are you seeing a bird there, maybe? Not sure. Then you've got, obviously, deeper, darker tones with this one. So you've got your grey pink, you've got your silver grey, and you've got your beige grey. Now, I've done those back to front, actually. So this one, you can see where the pink is straight away there, can't you? That's your green pink. This one here is your silver grey, because, of course, the colours of your fabulous little tigers in there. Love these. And then your lighter tone there, as you can see, with your beige grey. So those options, you can take any one of those for $11.99, and again, a really nice fabric to have a go with. Now, this one's a nice one. It's kind of got a bit of a graffiti look about it, this particular one. Nice small repeat as well, so it's nice if you're wanting to use it for sashing and binding. And you've got two options with these. Now, at first sight, they do look very, very similar, but if you notice, some of these have got more of a pink tone to them, whereas the others have got more of a peach. So the same print with these, but you've got your two different kind of styles of these ones. So with this one, oh, then it's navy as well. So actually, yeah, now that you've mentioned the navy and the black, I can see it. So the navy and the pink, that is this particular one, because you've got the pink flowers and pink hearts in there. And then with your black brick, I think they're talking about this kind of pinky tone, that peachy tone, being a more of a brick tone. But that is definitely a solid black, as you can see next to it there. So yeah, it just depends on which you fancy going for, really, doesn't it? $11.99, good value again. This next bundle is one of my favourites. I must admit, I do like this. And we're looking at options with paisleys. I do like a paisley. Just think it's a nice, easy fabric to work with. Lovely crisp cottons as well you're looking with these here. And they are really, really nice. Again, you've got your mince grey, you've got your grey, and you've got your pink. And you can notice it's kind of like when you look at it from a distance, you've got that kind of minty tone with that first one. And then you've got your kind of your grey on grey, and then, of course, that gorgeous pink there. $11.99, really nice, classic colour says. 844-368 if you're wanting those. And again, the next one's a nice one, complements those perfectly, because this time you've got your navy, you've got your black, and you've got your red featuring within these. So yeah, if you were to shop and go for those together, they would work really, really well. Now this one is called your insignia, and you've got your black, you've got your maroon, and is this one, we're calling this one navy? Insignia, we're calling that. Oh, see, I thought you meant the overall design. Insignia. Never heard of insignia being a colour before. But that's the colour it would be. 262101 if you're wanting those. And again, fabulous value at $11.99. Got some good prices in this hour. This is a nice one as well. And this is a nice one if you fancy something that's a bit of an alternative for a blender maybe. Two different tones of grey, as you can see with that, and a lovely smooth finish to it. So yes, this is your Oslo printed, and $11.99. Fabulous value. All of these pieces, I mean, the prices are brilliant, but some of these, I mean, this is 160 centimetres wide, so it is an extra wide piece of fabric, and you're still only paying $11.99, so that is fabulous value. So, how happy are you feeling? Are you in a happy mood? Because we're now into our happy hour section, and these are the fabrics that we have got for you for the next 45 minutes, because we've already had 15 minutes within the hour. These ones have got a discounted price. Now, this particular one, already 10% of the stock has gone. So with this, it's not choices of, you are getting all three of those for just $14.99. First one's got kind of a deep pink in there. The next one's got more of a red tone, and then you've got your yellow, but it's the same repeat of the design, just different splashes of colour as you work your way through. 507895 if you're wanting those. Now, the next happy hour, I was going to say this is my favourite, but it's your favourite too. So it has gone. You've been shopping ahead. Goodbye with that one. Well done. I'm going to throw that one over to our Kirsty. Hey, there it goes. Was that all right? Did I throw it right? Oh,
I missed it, so I just wondered what it was.
Well, we're that busy, we're probably going to have another situation where we're going to throw those. Oh, sorry, I'm moving those to make life easier, and I actually made it more difficult. Do apologise, Hannah. Now, look at these. These are pretty. If you're into your English paper piecing, then I think these are going to be beautiful ones to work with. A very traditional style ditzy floral. Small repeat again, perfect for your English paper piecing. Wonderful for binding as well, because you can be able to see those little flowers when you are actually doing your binding. It's going to look so, so pretty. £14.99. You're going to get a metre of each of these, and that is a phenomenal value for money. It's a cotton poplin, so it's a nice lightweight fabric, so nice, easy one to work with, and a really pretty pretty one. It's a nice one for garments as well. So if you want to do yourself a nice little summer blouse potentially with these. Again, happy hour deals. If you want to get a hold of them, you need to do them during this hour because that price will go up by quite a considerable amount, to be honest. And also, they're not limited to one per customer. So if you have got plans to make a garment and you want to go for a couple of sets, then you can do. Just make sure you increase those quantities. And you'll find everything that was spoken of on the website. So if you want to have a little peruse yourself, then by all means, please do so. That boho garden, been a very popular one. £78.85 for all that fabric. That is a brilliant one-day special. But of course, if you want to go for them as their individual one-day specials, you can do. And do check out the stash builders as well, because these are fabulous. You can see you're getting 10.5 metres there, $49.99, and I love that little kind of jungle print that you got there. And yeah, any of those, add them into your basket, and you know you're investing in quality fabric. Now, talking of quality fabrics, that's what we're going to see our Hayley Smith working with. So what's your plan then, Hayley?
Well, I've now cut some stuff up, which will make my plan a lot easier. What I thought we'd do is we work with an offset block, because usually when you are quilting, you will work something into either a square or a rectangle and then piece those together. But I'm going to look at a repeating pattern which kind of works in a slightly offset block, so there are some L seams in here. Now, they initially sound frightening, not that difficult, just got to pay attention. Usually not my strong point, but we're going to go for it. So I've used from the first lot of the boho garden, I think this is the pink and cream.
It is indeed, yeah.
It's close enough. I got it the wrong way around, but it's close enough. So
over 10% of the stock has gone on this one.
Oh, well, I better do this quick then. I've got 4 pieces cut as a square. Now, this you can work on any scale. As long as you have big squares and small squares, this will work. And it doesn't matter what size the small square is, and it doesn't matter what size the big square is. As long as you've got 2 different size squares, this will work. So what you're going to do is put that one there. Now, because this is a directional fabric, it's only kind of one directional in terms of, you know, it goes up and down, and I can turn that and it'll still look the same. But I do want to turn this 90 degrees. And then that one there, and then that one there. So that builds up my block, like a little bit of a windmill. So I've got more of these squares, which will go in those gaps. And then if I just, I'm not going to be able to push this across a bit. Yes, I can, I'll move it on the mat. And then if I've got another one of these little windmills, yep, to that end, and then turn, and then that one there, and then that one off the bottom, you can see it'll build up a really nice pattern quite quickly with a single block, but it is an offset block. So as long as you have 4 the same, and I would generally keep these ones in the middle the same, because that kind of helps the eye follow the pattern, because you're creating lots of plus signs essentially and then adding them together. So we'll start by sewing this first one together so you can see how you can assemble those blocks, and then you just need to remember you need lots of extra ones of whatever that smaller one is, whatever colour you've got that smaller one in, to be able to add in and fill those gaps. So first of all, we're going to pop this one onto here. So let me just bring my machine across. Oh, I'll put it a bit far away. Oh dear. There we go. There we go. So let me just thread this up quickly. It came unthreaded when I lifted it across. And then we're going to join those first 2 together. And then each time we do it, we're going to add another one on. And it's only, you don't have too many L seams, but you will have a couple in here. So let me just straighten that back up and get this first piece sewn on. Because often with your quilting, you, as we said, you'll be working in a square block. But as long as you're not afraid of L seams, you can get really nice patterns by working just a little bit more adventurously. Now, one thing we're going to start off with is when we sew this first one together, we're actually going to need to start sewing 1/4 inch after the edge of the fabric, because that's going to be our seam allowance for the next bit. And if I start right at the edge of the fabric there, I'm not going to be able to get in, or I'm going to have to unpick to get there. So I need to start about 1/4 inch past my edge there. Now you can get special quilting feet with more measurements on there, and that will really help you. This is just a standard. Have I got one with me? So, come here. That's better. This is going to make it a little bit clearer, I think. So if I just rip that off, pop that one on. There you go. So we've got a quilting foot on there now, and that's my central line. There's my 1/8, and then that one there is my 1/4 inch. So if I line that up with my 1/4 inch, it's actually got a 1/4 inch on the edge there as well. The needle's not quite in the centre. There we go. And that's my perfect place to start, because that's going to leave me a 1/4 inch on the end. So when I come to put the L seams in, I've already built that in. So let's and it is worth putting a little fixed stitch on these just to hold everything in place, because you are going to have you know, have to manipulate those bits of joined fabric, and it's always best to put a fixed stitch on. Now on this piece I'm going to run all the way off the edge, because that's going to join onto a full piece of fabric, so I can come right the way off the edge for this one. So we'll take that off, just push this to the side for a second. Now just finger press that open for the time being, and then we're going to add on the next piece. So that's my top piece. This is the next one. Well, this is the easiest way to go around, because this we can sew as a full strip without having to worry about any L seams. Now once that's on, this one we can sew again as a full strip, and it's only that last one that we need to worry about an L seam, but because we've left that little gap there, that's going to allow us to turn that out more easily. So if I go ahead and join these couple of pieces on, and then I'll come back to you when we're ready to do that L seam. Is that all right, Hayley?
Sounds good to me.
Excellent.
Now, I didn't show you earlier on, but we've got some finished samples featuring the one-day special fabrics, and it's a very popular one-day special at the moment as well, so just to let you know that. First option is the option that Hayley's working with cream pink, and what a lovely little bag. Now, I know Hayley's going to have some pom-pom braid coming up at some stage over the next 24 hours, so why not get your fabrics ahead of that, and then do watch all the one-day special shows, and you'll be able to see that pom-pom braid. Another little example here using that first option is this little cushion here. Quite like this one there, because on the flip side you've got some from the orange as well, so it almost gives a totally different look, doesn't it? If you imagine that in your home decor, you could kind of have weekday and then weekend if you wanted to, couldn't you? To completely change the look of your home decor. So this is one of the most popular options so far, so lots of you taking advantage of the cream pink, and in the cream pink you've got that fabulous geometric here. It's going to be tricky for me to show you these, but I would try the geometric, as you can see there. Then of course you've got that fabulous one which has almost got like the little leaves, or the pear drops, teardrops or something like that. And you can see, absolutely beautiful. Love that. The quality of this fabric's phenomenal. So lay that on nice and flat again. Kirsty's done such a good job of laying these out. Now here's me just coming and rummaging all through them. That's the one that Hayley's working with, and don't forget that is repeated throughout them. Can I take that fabric on a little bit of a walk and show you what I mean when I'm talking about these fabrics working together? Because Hayley's working with that one, but if you go with the complete collection, I'm going to lay that across here, because you'll be able to see how it does lend itself well to the different options. So you can see it's exactly the same fabric. That's the one that's got the purple in there officially, but you've got different tones of purple there. So this is why going for the complete bundle will give you so many more options, which is gorgeous. And you're actually saving £41 in total. If you've just joined us, it may look like you're only saving £2 with this, but this is £2 on top of your one-day special prices. That's the key thing. And as we move a little bit further across here, you'll notice that this fabric, again, has got the exact same print on there. But because you've got the continuity of the design, again, it will work. And that's the beauty of all these one-day specials working well together. And you can do that for any of them, whether it's a little geometric one that you're pulling out, whether it's the one with a little kind of teardrops in there, or whether it's the floors that we're looking at here, or the actual lead fabrics. They will all work well together, because they're exactly the same style of fabric. That's the key thing. Popping that one back in there, because it needs to go back in its rightful little place there. The deeper darker tone, again picking out that gorgeous kind of it's almost like a dusky purple difficult one to describe, but a really nice design with a very kind of modern look on top of there with the leaves. And then, of course, the lead fabric from that particular one-day special, which is so beautiful, sitting on the top there. Now, if this is your choice of one-day special, it'd be a good idea to go for it quickly, because it has proved to be one of the most popular ones that we've got. So do add that one into your basket and check your basket out if that's the one that you're thinking of going for. Next one that we've got is my favourite. I'm into my colours at the moment, and the purple print, you've got loads of colour in here. So if you like something that's bright and zesty, fun and funky, then this is a lovely one to go for. Got a very youthful feel to this one. So again, you've got that lead fabric with all the different elements featuring in there. Again, that gorgeous kind of lotus flower opening up with this particular fabric. This one here, you've got all your leaves in there, that gorgeous bright green behind it. That fabulous pink featuring here, and that beautiful geometric purple with that pink line running through the top. So that is your purple option. Absolutely beautiful. Love that one. That is my favourite. I must admit, I do like that one a lot. But then I do look at Kirsty's favourite, and Kirsty loves the orange tones in this one. And again, they just work so well. It's a tough one to call, to be fair. On this occasion, we've got a little tote bag that's been made using that lead fabric. And this is really cute, like this. Simple little tote bag, but the beauty is, because it's been lined with one of the kind of complementary fabrics there, you could turn that inside out if you want it. Oh, Kirsty's got a beady eye on this one. If this disappears over the next 24 hours, I think we might know where it's gone. So that is a really nice example of how you can actually work with those fabrics. And again, the fabrics themselves, absolutely beautiful. They're really fun and funky look to them as well. So that is your orange tone. Now, of course, I have spoken of you being able to get hold of all of them with the complete bundle. Let me explain that pricing to you, because you'll have noticed your one-day special, you're saving £13. So that's on each one of those one-day specials. So across all three, that gives you a £39 saving. With your complete bundle, you're getting an additional £2 saving on that, giving you a £41 saving, which means you're paying just £48.85 for your 15 half metres. That is an amazing value price, but it gets even better. We don't expect you to invest that all in one go. You can spread it over 2 payments, and that's why you've got the details on your screen there if you want to take advantage of them. Didn't you feel the earth move? I felt the earth move then. Oh, I've come over all funny. So those are your one-day special. Those are the details on your screen for your complete bundle. There you go. Now, complementary fabrics that are going to work alongside them, then these are they, and they are beautiful. Love that fabulous little print that you've got running through, because again, it's all about that continuity. It's about everything coming together, and that mottled effect there is absolutely beautiful. Again, if you're bringing in your one-day specials, for instance, I mean, straight away there, side by side, one-day special, that is going to work absolutely beautifully. Again, the orange that you've got over here, that's going to work beautifully with that particular one, as is that gorgeous brown there as well. So if you are going for your complete bundle, why not treat yourself to 3 of these half metres? Because, of course, you can pop those in alongside your one-day special and spread the cost. Works out about an extra £8. So, yeah, nice fabrics. And it's another nice one to keep a note of the item number, because these are the kind of filler fabrics, the blender fabrics that we regularly need. So it's good to know where you can get them from. So keep a note of the item number on your screen, 057368 if you're wanting those. £15.99 if you're wanting those. Now, if you fancy getting hold of a bundle that are going to complement each other, then this is a good way of doing it. Now, all of these, you're going to get the complete run. So you're going to get all 10 of those. They're half metres, and you've got your 10 half metres here, 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 and here, all on the same item number on your screen there. £49.99. You've got a very kind of boutique feel with some of these. So here you've got your boutique dots, then you've got your boutique florals, you've got your mottled florals here, and then you've got your ditzy florals here. And your ditzy florals, they've got a bit of a boutique look to them with the background that you've got there as well. So very complimentary, very good value as well. So you're saving £15 on those. Good price those. So 038933. Now, we've been busy for those happy hour deals. What time is it? Oh, you've got a little over half an hour to take advantage of these. And lots of you are. We've had sellouts within those as well. So if you do want to get hold of them, please do it quickly, because if there are any of these left at the end of the ad, they're going to be going up, and they're going to be going up by quite a lot. Close your eyes when you get to those tulips. They're not there anymore. They've disappeared. Not surprising. They've got 5-star reviews and a happy hour price. course they're not going to hang around. But let me just show you the two that we've got left. Now, these are lovely. They're still very popular, these ones. A quarter of the stock has gone of this particular one that you can see here. Beautiful cottons again. And you'll notice you've got the grey tones with these. So you've got your grey with your yellow flowers in that one, your grey with your red accents in that one, and then your grey with your pink accents in there. It's a floral lace design, and you're going to get all three of those pieces. Really good sized pieces, because you're looking at 110 by 112. So they're pretty much a square piece. So that would make a nice tablecloth, wouldn't it, if you've got a little round table or something like that. I think that would work well. $14.99 for all three pieces, not choices of, and that is the beauty of that one. Add in some of those kind of more solid colours, and you could really extend that one. So nice set of fabrics, those. One of my favourites, though, is these with the little flowers. They've just got that gorgeous kind of vintage look to them, haven't they? And again, perfect if you're working anything on a small scale. So if you're doing things like your English paper piecing, absolutely spot on. And I'm not surprised. We're looking at a cotton poplin, so a lightweight, very easy to work, especially with your English paper piecing, because it's going to be so crisp for you to actually fold over those paper pieces. But 40% of the stock has gone. I'm sorry, Hayley, what was that?
Paper piecing for exactly that reason.
Yeah.
When you fold those edges, they are so nice and
Just
crisp.
really crisp.
And it's much, much easier to sew.
Well, that's it. You can almost finger press it with your fingers as you're folding it around the paper. So if you've never tried English paper piecing and you've always wanted to have a go, this is a brilliant price bundle to go for. So yeah, treat yourself to that one. £14.99 and 40% of the stock has gone. If you want them details, they're on your screen at 036654. Now our 7-day savers are going to go up in price on Sunday morning, so just quickly going to share those with you. We've got some beautiful yarns featuring here, and we've got lots of options with them. Looking at a premium acrylic, and they've got a really soft feel. 8 balls for just £29.49, and you can see here we're scrolling through all the different colour options. You've got bluebell, pinecone. Oh, that's a nice russet tones in there, like those. So yeah, jump on the website. It's the best place for you to go. Now, if you can't decide and you fancy a ball of each of those 8 colours, then guess what? We've got the mixed bundle there, which will give you exactly that. So yeah, nice for crocheting those as well. They're going to build up very, very quickly because of it being a double knit. And yeah, you can see they're absolute bargain. Now, if you're like me now, Hayley, and you're into your soft crafts, then this is a bundle to go for. All these zips, look at this. 50 zips, like this idea, and £11.99. You can see zippity-doo-dah indeed. 661201, £11.99, £38 saving. My goodness, that's a good saving. And then Tula Pink, so many of us love Tula Pink, and here you've got a nice little kit that's coming together. Again, a 7-day saving price, and really good one. So you can see here, oh, they're not, they're books, I do apologise. So I thought they were kits. When I looked on the screen, it looked like a kit. So yeah, you've got your 2 books here, brilliant value at £28.98. You can see you've got £20 saving. It's almost half price off that, isn't it? Like it a lot. 159466. Some really nice funky designs, and of course you could get inspiration from those books to work with your 1-day specials. So yeah, why not pop them in alongside? Hayley, how are you getting on? Have you got to your L seam yet?
I am at my L seam. So all we've done so far is stitch kind of each of these panels on one at a time. We've not had to do anything complicated as yet, but this is the 4th one. I'll just unpin it actually so you can see. So that's the last one that's got to go on to create this kind of offset block, which we'll kind of continue to work with and build up a bit more of a design with more of these. So I'm putting the fabric on so it's in the same direction, because with this directional one I've got 2 going up and down and then 2 going left to right. So I'm going to pop that onto there. Now, when I pin this in place, I need to remember not to line it up with the edge of the join that I've got there, but to move it across by its 1/4 inch, because I need that 1/4 inch to stitch to this side here. So I'm going to line that up there and then just pop a couple of pins back in. And the reason I'm putting the pins in is just to hold the seams open on the back of it there, so I don't want those getting in my way. So 1 in there, and then 1 in that seam, just to hold that out of the way as well. And then with this one, I'm going to run from this point here, which is 1/4 inch in, to the end, but then leave another 1/4 inch at that end, because when you fold that out, you can see on this top corner here, if I move that across, you need to leave that space because you're going to have that L seam there as well. So anywhere where you can, the fabric's joined completely to the edge. Let me just grab another one so I can kind of show you. So anywhere where the fabric's joined completely to the edge, like there, both edges meet up, then you can come right off the edge. Anywhere where you are coming off one fabric and then there's still some of the other fabric there, that's the point where you're going to need to stop. I'll just move that from underneath so you can see. That's where you're going to need to stop and leave that 1/4 inch so you're able to turn. So those are in place, so we're going to stitch that piece in first. And I think sometimes with L seams, less is more. So if you're not sure, don't try and go right to the very, very corner, because if it's a stitch out, you're not going to see it. But if you've got a stitch too far, you will, because it'll cause a pucker. So I'll pop that down. I'm just going to pop a little fix in there just to hold that in place. And then we're going to come all the way along this bottom edge. And then when we get to the end, I'm going to leave that 1/4 inch extra without the seam in. Okay. I could probably turn this up a bit faster, couldn't I? There we go. Okay, so I'm looking at these red lines on this particular foot and lining them up with the edge. So I'm going to stop there. I'm just going to reverse a couple of stitches so it doesn't go too far. If you have gone too far, it isn't the end of the world. You can just unpick a couple if you have to. So that's put this one in place. So I'm just going to press that open a little bit. And I tend to press seams open if I can for this, because then I've got the kind of movement in them to be able to move them across. So that's my seam from the other way. And I'm going to push that back up and then add this one back in. And I need to line these up, so it's actually better to fold it so it sits flat. And you can see I haven't gone quite to the right up to the edge there, but that's fine. You can always pop a hand stitch in there if you need to. And with this type of design, when you're folding it like that, you should have a kind of guideline that it should line up with your bottom piece, because obviously those squares, the big squares, are all the same size. So when that's folded over, that should line up with your bottom one. And if you're, if you're miles out, then you know you've got a problem. But ideally, that should match up perfectly. And then we're going to start sewing from this point here, right in that corner, to the edge. But we're not going to go right the way off the edge, because again, they don't match up right the way to the edge. So I need to leave that 1/4 inch.
Wonderful. Now, of course, Hayley's sewing with the first of the 3 options with our one-day special. It's proven to be one of the most popular. It's the cream pink, and 20% of the stock has gone of that particular one. Don't forget, we're talking about the stock quantity for a 24-hour period. We knew it'd be a popular one because they are such beautiful fabrics. So if the option that you're wanting to go for is the one that Hayley's working with, I'd be checking your basket out as soon as you can, really, to make sure you get hold of those. If you go for the complete collection, of course, you will get that option that Hayley's working with and all the additional ones. And again, I've just found a fabulous cushion here. I just love this. This is why I love this one as an option. This one here has got that gorgeous bright purple in there. You've got that lovely green that complements it so well. And of course, all those different colours in there. And if you are looking for your pom-pom braid, and I absolutely adore pom-pom braid, I love putting it on everything, then yeah, do keep an eye open for the one-day special shows, because I think you will see this making an appearance at some point. You never know, it might be a happy hour.
That extra side, I'm just finger pressing this back out. Obviously it could do with a proper press with an iron, but you can see L seams, not that complex. Just remember, if in doubt, don't sew right to the edge. You can always come back and add a little bit of extra in, but you want to avoid the unpicking. And if you want to avoid the unpicking, just leave that little bit extra. And this automatically in this block has those kind of fail safes. So when you fold it over, you can see that that one matches up with its partner here. Or if I fold it the other way and fold that over, this one matches up with its partner here. So that's your kind of checking point. And it doesn't matter what size squares you start with. So this could be bigger, this could be smaller, vice versa. It doesn't matter. It's just maths. It will always work if you stick with the same sizes. So then that one will fit into there. So if I line that up at the bottom.
So with these, Hayley, would you carry on making kind of your blocks of 5 pieces?
I would make these ones first.
Yeah.
I would make them as the little kind of windmills first, and then come back and add the extra pieces in.
Okay.
Now, if you've got 2, I'll go and put another windmill together. and then you'll be able to see them kind of starting to build up together. I want some more of this one, but I've only got a little bit. Have you got any over there that I could steal, or is it, have you only got the one day special bit?
Oh, I don't know.
It's the cream and pink, it's the feature fabric. Is there a spare bit on the floor, do you know?
There is. I think there is. I have to get it. I have to get clearance.
Okay. Get like
I can't
little,
just
little
just let you have it.
Like
there's
a hall
forms
pass.
to fill out. There's meetings to be had. It's not as simple as that.
Okay.
In fact, while we find out if we can actually let Hayley have that ½ metre of fabric, because as I say, it is an important decision to make, I think it's time for us to have a little think about freedom. Because of course, a freedom membership means you can add any of these goodies into your basket, and the price that you see on your screen is delivered to your door. So, oh, it's Freeview. I'm sorry. I thought you said freedom. Oh, that's a different story. Let me tell you this story, because we are now broadcasting live through till 10 o'clock at night. And of course, if you've not heard about it, here's Catherine to tell you more.
Hochanda News. We are excited to announce that our broadcast hours on Freeview have been extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you were missing our live shows in the evening, and we can't wait to see you there.
And if you don't know how to find us, if you've been, hopefully automatically your Freeview box will automatically find us, and you'll suddenly think, oh, there's Hochanda, they're still live through to 10. If not, all you need to do is retune your Freeview box, and you'll be able to find how to do that. If you've got the internet, just go and ask any of those search engines, they will help you. Most times you just go into the settings of your Freeview box, and you'll find somewhere in there it'll ask you about retuning, and then you'll kind of press that button, and you'll see kind of like a progress bar going through, and all those channels will kind of notch up with the numbers, and you'll be able to find us exactly where we were before, channel 85, but you'll just be able to watch us live for an extra couple of hours a day. So yeah, it's worth your while, definitely worth doing. And of course, if you're not you will be watching us on Freeview now, because it's 6 till 7, so you're okay. So you need to do that quickly. As soon as you're finished, you've got 5 minutes before we start the next hour. Now, we're talking about the one-day special in this hour, and lovely Hayley has been working with one of these beautiful one-day specials, and I say specials because we've got 3 of them. So if you have just joined us, let me just tell you about these. Now, the cream pink, this one's a very traditional style. It's almost got... Is this your favourite? Yes. So there you go, Hayley's favourite.
In the UK. And you can kind of see that in what they do, because it's very kind of folk arty, isn't it? It's really, it's kind of pretty but folk arty, but kind of and then as soon as you change the colours, it looks really retro. As soon as you put it into those oranges and kind of blues and teals, then it looks a really retro option. So I think it's a really fun pattern, this or collection, this one. And they always design collections as exactly that, as collections. So they're designed to go together. They're designed to have everything work, so you don't have to worry about making anything match. You can simply add in a few, maybe a couple of ½ meters of plains, and away you go. Absolutely beautiful. Now, each one of these fabrics, you'll notice the prints. You've got your geometrics there, you've got your little kind of teardrops, those gorgeous, I keep calling them like a lotus flower, very exotic looking flower there. You've got your leafy fronds there, and then of course you've got that wonderful lead fabric, which is drawing all of these elements in together. And that one there is the most popular of your 3 one-day specials. Nice one to work with, but I must admit the next one is my favourite, because I just love the injection of colour with this one, real power of colour. Lead fabric, you've got that backdrop of the purple there, but then you've got that bright pink in there, those gorgeous kind of acid greens in there that just work so well together. That's your lead fabric. Again, you've got that gorgeous lotus flower or featuring within there, really pretty design. The leafy fronds there again, but with that kind of acid green background, and of course that bright pink and that geometric purple with the pink lines running through it as well. That is your second of your options. That one, I think we're calling that purple pink, that particular one. And then the last one that you've got is featuring the orange, and it's your cream and orange in here. And again, all the same kind of prints in there. So your lead print, the leafy fronds, lotus flower there, and then of course all these little elements with your teardrops, and of course that geometric print as well. And they all come together. I mean, using them for creating anything from home decor to little bags, as you can see with this, making some really nice projects with them. The quality is phenomenal, and that's the key thing. As you saw with
Hayley when she's just finger pressing those fabrics. They do sit exactly where you need them to go, and it's nice to be able to take advantage of them at a fabulous price. Now, each one of the one-day specials that we've just been sharing with you, you've got a £13 saving. So over all three of those, if you're going to go for all three, then you would be saving £39. Well, we have got a bundle that will allow you to get all of them with an extra a couple of pounds off, meaning that you're saving £41 in total, and the price comes down to £78.85. 696536 is the item number if you're wanting to go for those as the complete bundle. But of course, if you want them as their one-day specials, then you're more than welcome to do that as well. Just one more thing before we head it back over to Hayley. It's proved to be a very popular option, and these are your mottled blenders, and these are lovely. As I say, if you're looking at doing something like a rainbow quilt or something like a Bargello style quilt where you've got kind of bright, kind of what I call chunky colours, so you've got quite a change between the different colour tones, which obviously complement each other when you've got a nice design. Something like a log cabin. If you wanted to do a log cabin, your first ever quilt, the log cabin is one of the simplest ones to do, and in here you've got everything that you need. So if you always, with a log cabin, you have your light colour and your dark colour, so you could have perhaps those two together. Those would work well together. And then if you're going for another couple, maybe you're going to have a contrast. It could be that you go for the pink and the cerise together. You could do your log cabin quite easily that way, or complementing each other with your two greens. So you're going to be able to choose any three of those. So yeah, just have a little think about it. As I say, first quilt ever. The first one I ever did was a log cabin, and it was just so easy to do. So yeah, treat yourself to these. All the different colours are rolling along the bottom of your screen there as well, as you can see there, and £15.99, really good value for money. 057368. Now our happy hour deals are proving to be popular as well. You're liking these ones. Got some gorgeous tones. We sold out the lovely tulips before I even had a chance to show you, but this one we still have available. Cotton poplin, so a lovely lightweight. So again, if you wanted to use it for clothing, you could do. This would make a nice blouse actually, I think, with that pop of colour in there. £14.99 if you're wanting this one. 507895. And the other happy hour deal that we've got, you've only got a little over 15 minutes. My goodness, where's the time gone? And over half the stock has gone off this. This is a really pretty one. That would work well with those little blenders that we've just looked at there. Cotton poplin, so it's a little lighter weight than your traditional quilting cotton, but that is perfect if you're wanting to do things like your English paper piecing, because it means it's crisp and it's easy to work with without adding any bulk to your project. So 036654, just £14.99. We're heading back over to Hayley to see how her irregular blocks, did you call them?
Yes. Well,
you
can't sew fast on this table because it's like,
Are you bouncing?
I've been trying to sew fast. It's too bouncy. Okay, so I've nearly got a second block already together, because I think that it's all well and good having irregular blocks, but then you want to know how to join them. So I'm just going to try and get this last one together very, very quickly, and then you'll be, well actually, if I turn this round, you'll be able to see how these fit together now. So that one, let me just move this out of the way and see if I can get it all on the screen. Right, so that one goes there, and then my next block is going to go up here. So that'll be where 1, 2, 3, 4 there, and then this one goes in the middle. So that will, what have I done here? Have I sewn it the other way around? Hang on. Ah, I have made a mistake, but as always, I am happy to fess up when I make a mistake, but I will show you exactly what it is, because I'm going to have to redo that one now. So this block that I've done, you can see when I've sewn the centrepiece on, I've sewn it to the left-hand side. You just saw me do my hands so I could check there, didn't you? Never mind. So I've sewn it to the left-hand side. Now, the reason my blocks didn't fit together there is because on this one, I've sewn that block to the right-hand side. So when I've come to put them together down here, I've got a rectangle instead of a square. So I'm going to have to unpick that one, put it back together, and then they should fit together. But if I turn it over, it'll work. There you go. That'll fit perfectly.
For it, yeah.
To illustrate the point, that'll fit perfectly with that square in there. So what I'll do is I'll fix this.
Okay.
And then what we'll do is, have I got you at the next one? 8 o'clock?
Yeah, 8 o'clock.
I'll fix this, and we'll actually start assembling and joining them together at 8 o'clock, because I think that that's, if you are going to work with the irregular blocks, it is one thing to kind of construct them, but it's another thing to start adding them together.
Lovely idea. And of course, don't worry, obviously Hayley's shows, they're going to be on Rewind, so you can go back and watch those for the next 60 days. So the moment that these arrive, you can do exactly the same style of crafting that our lovely Hayley has been doing. And it's a whole wealth of different ideas and patterns that are available out there, and also on our website as well. And quite often you'll find that a quilt will need multiple fabrics to work together. Usually groupings of, well, it can be any number to be honest, but 5 is a good grouping of colours because it gives you lots of contrast, but of course keeping it on the same theme. And a lot of people will ask, well, how do you choose your fabrics? How do you make sure that they all come together? Well, when you buy Fabric Freedom bundles, you don't have to think about it because they do it all for you. What they often do is they'll start with a lead fabric, and that's the one which is kind of your strongest design. And when I say strongest, I don't necessarily mean in colour, but you can see it's got the bolder print on there, so the stronger image featuring there. And then what you'll find is the complementary elements are picked out from that one. It could be colour tones, it could be the repeat of a petal or a leaf, and then kind of use that throughout the subsequent fabrics. So that gorgeous pink and cream featuring there in your lead fabric, giving you that kind of mulberry tone, quite a deep tone that you've got with this first supportive fabric that you've got here. And then each one of those is going to complement, because again it's the same colour palette throughout. And this beautiful design that we're looking at the moment, that one is repeated across each one of those one-day specials in different kind of colour formats, so each one of those will work together well as well. This one again, that little kind of teardrop, or does it look like a little flame? It could be a little flame almost, couldn't it, with those, like those ones. And the geometric, again, you will see that in every single one of the one-day specials. Bring them together, home decor pieces. You can be making something like, it's very attractive little cushions, nice and easy. Doesn't have to be an overcomplicated project, it doesn't have to be quilted. It's just that you do like that fabric, and it works well for your home decor. Or maybe you're making bags, tote bags. Having nice fabrics, strong fabrics that are going to look wonderful when you put them together is a good idea. So there you go, that is your first of your one-day specials. Your next one, a little bolder, a little brighter with this one, and this one is your purple pink. Again, your lead fabric and all those supportive fabrics coming through, and you've got your 5.5 metres within that one as well for £26.95. Something a little more retro with the next one, where you've kind of got those almost like a teal green in there, which obviously is very on trend at the moment. This one is your cream orange, and again, just a really nice design. Perfect for making things like your bags, your cushions, and again, they're your lead fabric with your supportive fabrics, £26.95. You're saving £13 on each one of those one-day specials, but if you go for them all together, you will still get those savings. You'll carry those savings forward, and Fabric Freedom have given you an extra couple of pounds off, bringing it down to £78.85. So when it says £2 on your screen there as you're saving, that's not technically right, because you've also got that £39 saving from your one-day special. So really, you're saving £41 in total. If you're wanting the complete bundle, 696-536. Popular items for this hour, obviously the happy hours have been flying out, so don't forget you are running out of time for those. But these mottled blenders have been popular as well. And again, you're choosing any 3 of these. So they're nice ones. As I say, if you're looking at doing a quilt, a simple quilt, and you don't want the different styles of patterns, then this is a nice one to go for. The yellows prove to be a popular one as well, which is nice. Nice bright sunshine tone, that one, like that one. And again, you've just got the good, lovely kind of range here to complement each other. As I say, think about those quilts that you're doing. If you want that kind of strong contrast between your colours, strong breaks, then this is the bundle for you. Choose any 3, £15.99, 057368. And of course, many of the ones that we're looking at there will work with the stash builders that we've got to the side of us here. You've got choices with these, so you're going to get 10 fabrics within each of the different choices. They're all on the same item number, and the first 2 are featuring kind of batik bases with these. Printed batik rather than the Indonesian style batiks, but again, a beautiful kind of mottled effect, as you can see, with those little dots. It almost looks like a little snow flurry on top of that fabric there. So there you've got your green, your grey, going right the way through to your lovely 2 tones of your purple there and your blue. Similar colours featuring in the next bundle, but rather than your dots, you're going to have your florals featuring within these. And again, just lovely fabrics to work with there, as you can see. Then you've got brighter tones with your mottled. If you're wanting strong tones like your black in there, your red are featuring in there, good strong colours in that one. And then you'll find final one is your ditzy floors, again with that almost batik backdrop with those, as you can see there. Now we're going to have another little look at those happy hour deals. Keep an eye on that clock there on the website. That's the way for you to shop with these. We've sold out on some of them very early on in the hour, and some of the others are heading that way too, to be fair. If you're wanting that gorgeous lace style one that you've got there with your poplin fabrics, that's been a popular happy hour. It's a huge saving on all of these. So if you're wanting the grey comes as 3 pieces. You've got your yellow, you've got that red in there, and you've also got that gorgeous pink. So all 3 of those for $14.99. That's brilliant value, because you get 1 metre and 10 centimetres by 1 metre and 12, so almost a square piece with those, so really good size pieces. 507895, but another star of the hour has been one of my favourites, where 3/4 of the stock has gone. Don't forget, you have up until the top of the next hour to take advantage of that happy hour deal. So make sure if it's in your basket, you need to check your basket out. Top of the next hour is only 5 minutes away, so not too long at all. So yeah, we will see Hayley in the next hour as well. She's busy sewing at the moment, but stay tuned. She will be back with you straight after the break, but she's going to be colouring in. I'll see you later on. So yes, it's a happy hour, another happy hour with Craft Yourself Silly, some lovely fabric panels and gorgeous pens. Then I'm back with Hayley at 8 o'clock before I will be welcoming you to the weekend. Now, it's really good to have your company and to let you know that there have been a few little changes here at Hochanda. For a short while, we weren't able to ship over to America, so that meant that you were missing out on all of those wonderful goodies that we're able to bring to you here at Hochanda. Well, good news, we have resumed those orders coming to you overseas. COVID-19 meant that we couldn't fly them out to you, but of course that has changed. But something I do need to let you know is that sadly we've had to increase that post and packing per item. So it's gone up to $12.95, unfortunately. But good news, Freedom membership has remained the same at $19.99. What that means is you can place an order as often as you like during that calendar month. You could even place an order every single day, and there's no minimum and no maximum to those orders either. So it gives you the opportunity to take advantage of all those fabulous deals, those wonderful opportunities that we bring you here at Hochanda, now shipping again to you out in America. So take advantage of that. Make sure you become a Freedom member though. Take advantage of that saving.